Chapter 1. 2.5 years of indulgence. The system arrives, though late. In the eastern domain, at the Xianyin sect. On the 20th day of the first month, a light rain falls with nothing to occupy my time. I indulge in melodies at the pleasure house. On the 21st day, it is cloudy with leisure to spare. I engage in a game of paper leaf cards with my senior sisters, whose legs are indeed remarkably fair. On the 22nd day, it is overcast today. I accompany Brother Chong Lu from the neighboring peak down the mountain and encounter a chicken adept at dribbling a ball, which reminds me of an old acquaintance. On the 23rd day, the sky shifts from overcast to partly cloudy. I cannot continue in this state of decay. As Confucius said, I examine myself 3 times a day. From tomorrow onward, I shall strive to be a disciplined individual. On the 24th day, it is sunny today. Never mind, today I have matters to attend to, but I stop by the pleasure house for a brief visit. Having recorded a week's worth of entries, Luo Yuan gently closed his notebook and turned to lie on his bed. Gazing out at the inky night sky, drowsiness soon enveloped him, occupying his mind. Just as Luo Yuan was about to drift into slumber, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. The dream loop system has been activated and is now loading for the host. Luo Yuan instantly jolted upright from his bed. Is this a golden finger? The system has completed its loading. This system is the Dao Companion Dream System, aptly named, the most affectionate in the realm of cultivation. Upon entering a dream, the host will randomly engage in a profound story with a woman within the dreamscape. At the conclusion of each dream, the host may select one ability that existed within the dream as a reward. Current system level, LV, 1 required cycles for upgrade, 10 current cycle count, 0. Staring at the somewhat ethereal system panel before him, Luo Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. After 2.5 years of traversing this realm, his system has finally arrived. As a transmigrator, Luo Yuan was originally an ordinary citizen at the foot of Guiyun Mountain. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he penned an artistic masterpiece, golden and wooden tiles, in a local private school. Once this book was completed, it garnered him immense fame, astonishing all in the 10-mile radius. News of his achievement reached the ears of Mo Qingxiu, the sect master of the Xianyin sect, who took him under her wing against all odds. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan turned out to be a rare case of a damaged spiritual root, rendering his body incapable of gathering spiritual energy and thus predestined to be unable to cultivate like ordinary individuals. Given his circumstances, in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, his path seemed fraught with peril. Fortunately, his master Mo Qingxiu did not revoke his status as a direct disciple, and his senior and junior sisters treated him with great care, imparting knowledge in all arts of music and performance. It is no exaggeration to say that, should he wish, Luo Yuan could easily remain on the mountain, indulging in idleness for a lifetime. However, as an aspiring youth yearning to soar amidst the ideals of the cultivation realm, Luo Yuan was unwilling to succumb to despair. Thus, he began to endure hardships. He started to toil diligently. Every day, apart from feasting and revelry, he would listen to music at the pleasure house, leaving no room for complacency. Truly a tale of hardship. Now that the system has finally arrived, he can finally escape his suffering and explore a different life. After calming his excited heart, Luo Yuan quickly lay back on his bed, adjusted his sleeping posture, and eagerly initiated his first dream loop. The first dream loop begins. In this life, you are born into a merchant family in the eastern domain, where your father is the actual controller of the largest merchant guild in the region. From birth, you possess a unique talent, an abundance of wealth. At the age of 10, a sudden desire to pursue cultivation ignited within you. Upon hearing this, your father believed you to be mad. Why forsake a life of luxury for the uncertainties of cultivation? Despite this, your father chose to support you. Ultimately, through your relentless efforts, you entered the Xianyin sect, becoming an outer disciple. By the age of 12, your talent for cultivation began to manifest, successfully allowing you to enter the inner sect. In the same year, during the evaluation of spiritual roots, you were identified as possessing a chaos spiritual root, causing a stir throughout the sect. 5 years later, your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. By the age of 20, you attained the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, regarded as the most remarkable disciple in the history of the Xianyin sect. At the sect conference 6 months later, Sect Master Mo Qingxiu accepted you as her direct disciple, marking your first encounter with her. Though it was your first meeting, the impression she left upon you was profoundly memorable. With a discerning eye for beauty, you recognized her defining trait, a heart as vast as the sky. At the age of 20, Mo Qingqiu dispatch you to the northern domain's Mushue Divine Mountain, signaling your first foray into the world beyond the sect for training. After overcoming numerous perils, you finally discovered the temple at the summit of Mushue Divine Mountain, where you uncovered the legacy left by the Ice Emperor Hibosi. However, you are not the only one who arrived at this sacred site on the other side of the temple. You beheld a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword. Her beauty was exquisite, her features as finely chiseled as pure, glistening ice. Every inch of her seemed to embody all the elegance of this realm, leaving no room for imperfection. Such a transcendent presence, so ethereal, stirred your very soul. "This sword is truly white," you blurted out instinctively. Unsurprisingly, your words caught her ear. She slightly turned, her icy gaze ablaze with anger, as the long sword in her hand began to slowly gather spiritual energy. In an instant, before you could explain, two sharp blades of sword energy suddenly sliced through the air, heading straight for your face. You swiftly dodged aside, narrowly escaping the strike. Two sleeves of the green serpent. With a single glance, you recognized this world-renowned sword technique. Two sleeves of the green serpent is the signature sword style of the sword condensation sect. You surmise her identity as Gu Qingchong, the sect saintess. In the spirit of avoiding conflict, you decided to engage her in a proper dialogue. Of course, you meant a serious exchange. However, before you could speak, the ground beneath your feet began to tremble violently. The commotion from earlier had awakened the guardian ice dragon of the Ice Emperor's legacy. You both looked up to see a pair of light blue giant eyes slowly opening in the void, overwhelming spiritual pressure instantly engulfing the entire temple. To preserve your lives, you had no choice but to temporarily ally with one another. After a fierce battle, both of you were gravely injured, with barely any spiritual energy remaining. Fortunately, the dragon had been guarding this place for millennia. Its remaining strength greatly diminished. It too was on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingchong utilized her last vestige of spiritual energy, driving her sword deep into the ice dragon's body. Having accomplished this, she succumbed to unconsciousness from her expended energy. A pained roar echoed as the ice dragon's massive form slowly toppled, accompanied by a rain of dragon blood. Dragon blood is notoriously toxic, and with such proximity, it quickly soaked Gu Qingchang's garments. You hurriedly rushed to her aid, placing your hand gently on her heart, channeling the last remnants of your spiritual energy to protect her vital pulse. "I swear, this is merely to save her," you silently vowed. In this moment, you were finally able to scrutinize the saintess of the sword sect up close. Her snow-white complexion was flawless, her skin as soft as congealed fat, her earlier haughty demeanor replaced by a heart-wrenching fragility. Minutes passed before you suddenly noticed her eyelashes flutter. Then, her eyes slowly opened, meeting yours. "Wonderful, you're awake," you exclaimed in delight. Yet, she seemed oblivious to your words, instinctively drawn closer to you upon sensing your aura. Realm classification, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, cave void, integration, great ascension, tribulation. Each realm consists of 9 levels. Let's skip the flowery embellishments for ease of recollection. Chapter 2. Gu Xinzi, please exercise restraint. The atmosphere around you gradually became heated, and as you gazed at the bloodstains on Gu Qingchang's clothing, a realization began to dawn. You struggled to retreat a few steps, but Gu Qingchang offered you no chance to escape. In an instant, the roles of offense and defense had shifted. Gu Xinzi, please exercise restraint. Looking into her water-like gaze, your voice trembled slightly. Yet in her current state, drenched in dragon blood, her rationality had long been consumed by desire, and your plea bore no effect. The snow-capped mountains loomed magnificently outside the temple, yet the 2 snow peaks before you towered even higher. You bit your tongue, fighting to maintain your clarity. The sword condensation sect stands as the foremost among the 4 great sects of the Eastern Domain. Even 1,000 Xian'in sects could not provoke them. Moreover, Gu Qingchang is the saintess of the sword condensation sect, the most radiant figure in the entire sect, indeed in the whole Eastern Domain. Your remaining rationality warned you that should you truly delve into the complexities of the Kuan character today, the consequences would be dire. However, Gu Qingchang's predicament was far worse than you could have imagined. The toxicity of dragon blood is notoriously fierce, and the blood she bore was from an ancient ice dragon that had existed for thousands of years, its venom far exceeding that of ordinary dragon blood. In your perception, her vital essence was rapidly depleting. Should the poison remain unresolved, her life would be at grave risk. Enough! Saving her is paramount. You gritted your teeth, resolutely determined. As a product of the new era, raised under the red flag, Turning a blind eye to a life in peril was simply unconscionable. Forget about the sword condensation sect, or any other sect. I shall address that later. Outside the temple, snow whirled in a tempest, while inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with life. After a period of time, tranquility gradually returned to the temple. As you gazed at the still, slumbering Gu Qingshang beside you, you fell into deep contemplation. Although you had long prepared yourself mentally, the potency of the dragon's blood poison far exceeded your expectations. For the following 2 months, you temporarily remained at the Mushua temple, recuperating while tending to the severely injured Gu Qingshang. You assisted her in dressing her wounds, helped her regulate her internal energy, and, in addition, aided her in purging the lingering dragon's blood poison from her body. Without the protection of the Xianbing giant dragon, you effortlessly obtained the inheritance of the Ice Sovereign Haibosi. Under your meticulous care, Gu Qingshang's injuries gradually healed, and her attitude towards you seemed to shift. From initial disdain, resistance, and scorn, it slowly transformed into adaptation, acceptance, and a sense of calm familiarity. Gradually, there appeared to be something more in her gaze when she looked at you. This former sword sect saintess, who had never shown kindness to anyone, astonishingly inquired for the first time about a man's name. After a moment of hesitation, you slowly replied, Xianin sect, sure how. 2 months later, as Gu Qingshang's spiritual power was completely restored, the first thing she did was to press her sword against your throat. The blade gleamed coldly, its intent sharp and unparalleled, just half an inch further, and it could take your life. Yet for some inexplicable reason, you felt an overwhelming calmness within you, as if you were certain Gu Qingshang would not harm you. Sure enough, her sword lingered for a moment, her hand trembling as she struggled with hesitation, ultimately withdrawing slowly. You smiled and asked her why. With a frosty demeanor, she coldly retorted, shut up. Unperturbed, you chuckled, you told me to shut up, but that is not what you said over the past 2 months. On the contrary, you seemed to revel in it. Before you could finish your sentence, a strange expression suddenly washed over the snow-white face of the sword sect saintess. You seek death. Her eyes brimmed with fury as her longsword was drawn once more. Having obtained the Ice Sovereign's inheritance, your cultivation surged, and Gu Qingshang was no longer your match. With a gentle hand gesture, you dissipated the incoming sword energy effortlessly. Then, with a thought, you vanished from her sight in an instant. Gu Qingshang pursued you back to the eastern region, until your figure completely disappeared from her view. As she gazed in the direction of your departure, not a trace of disappointment crossed her countenance. Instead, a somewhat morbid smile gradually surfaced. Once you are mine, you cannot escape. The host has awakened. This dream cycle has concluded. Current system level, LV, 1, cycle count, 110. As consciousness gradually returned, Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the dream just past, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Brother Tongzi, why do I feel that the version of me in the dream resembles a scoundrel? In the dream, he should have exhibited restraint when necessary, maintained clarity when required, skillfully wielded a balance of softness and firmness, and executed the art of seduction with unparalleled finesse. Most crucially, he had even managed to operate a secondary account. As the Shi Chuanxiu states, in the rivers and lakes, one should have many identities, for they do not weigh one down. A mature man not only needs an unbreakable will, but also requires countless impeccable disguises. To achieve such a level, one cannot merely be virtuous, one must extend kindness in all directions. What one contemplates by day, one dreams of by night. Dreams are a reflection of the real world, suggesting that the host possesses an innate talent for becoming a sea king. Defamation. This is unequivocally pure slander. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan could no longer remain seated. What does it mean to be born with the talent of a sea king? I have always been a serious person. I have read the Chuanxiu. However, upon reconsideration, he was grateful that this was merely a dream. If such events were to transpire in reality, the saintess of the sword sect would undoubtedly come wielding her sword to take his life. This dream cycle has concluded. The host may choose one of the following 3 rewards to retain. 1. Wealthy benefactor. Become the adopted son of the eastern region's wealthiest man, Shun Wanha, inheriting billions in assets, but also enduring the troubles of unending expenditures. 2. Chaotic spiritual root. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual energy cultivated, all other attributes will be simultaneously enhanced, with a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, along with the protection of the heavenly path. 3. Ice Sovereign Inheritance. obtain the primordial blood essence of the ice sovereign Hybosi after integration. Your affinity with ice attributes will rise to 100, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed in frigid environments, rendering you impervious to any ice attribute attacks, and allowing instantaneous comprehension of all ice attribute techniques. Faced with the three rewards, Luo Yuan found himself in a quandary. For someone who had lived a lifetime as a corporate drone, enduring the tribulations of overtime, the first reward was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Is it true that the wealthy are not as happy as one might imagine? On the contrary, their joy is beyond your comprehension. Moreover, even in a fantastical realm, wealth is an essential resource. Where do cultivation resources come from? Where do basic supplies come from? Is it not still reliant on the nefarious money? As for the second and third rewards, they presented compelling reasons that were hard to refuse. Chaotic spiritual roots are exceedingly rare throughout the history of the Eastern region. There may be only a handful. The Ice Sovereign Inheritance is unique within the realm of spiritual domains. Regardless of the choice made, the limits of one's future cultivation would be boundless. Luo Yuan struggled with indecision, as the thought of choosing one option meant relinquishing the other two was more painful than death itself. Just as he wavered, the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Detected as the host's first dream cycle. As a new player benefit, all three rewards may be retained. Thank you, Brother Tongzi. Luo Yuan's spirits soared with joy. If only you had mentioned the new player benefit earlier, it would have spared me endless deliberation. After claiming the rewards, Luo Yuan suddenly felt a tremor within him. Immediately, an unfathomable aura began to emanate from his dantian, gradually spreading throughout his limbs and body. Is this the effect of the chaotic spiritual root? Sensing the changes within, Luo Yuan slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the spiritual energy surrounding him. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him as if beckoned. Bang! Accompanied by a clear sound, Luo Yuan felt as though something within him had shattered, and he underwent a profound transformation. Qi refining stage, third layer. Luo Yuan opened his eyes and focused on the ever-circulating spiritual energy within him, momentarily feeling dazed. Goodness, is this what it feels like to be awakened? No wonder it is said that the chaotic spiritual root, blessed by the heavenly path, is an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Just by effortlessly circulating a few cycles, he had elevated himself from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining. If he were to fully refine the obtained Ice Sovereign Inheritance, to what heights could his cultivation ascend? Upon reaching this realization, Luo Yuan hastily commenced the refinement of the drop of Ice Emperor's essence blood he had obtained. As flickers of azure light danced about, ice blue steam began to emanate from above his head, heralding the continuous assimilation of the primordial force contained within the essence blood. From the third layer of Qi refinement to the ninth layer, then from the third layer of foundation establishment to the sixth layer. With the relentless refinement of the Ice Emperor's blood, Luo Yuan's spiritual power soared, leaping directly from the third layer of Qi refinement to the sixth layer of foundation establishment. Moreover, as time progressed, the azure glow radiating from him intensified, exhibiting no signs of abating. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. After a full hour, the ice blue luminescence surrounding Luo Yuan gradually dimmed, marking the complete refinement of the Ice Emperor's essence blood. He slowly raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a vortex of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, from which a chilling aura subtly escaped. At this moment, his physical form, soul, and the concentration of his spiritual power underwent a profound metamorphosis. His cultivation level ascended to the third layer of Golden Core. From the third layer of Qi refinement to the third layer of Golden Core, in just over an hour. He traversed a path that would typically take an ordinary person decades, if not a lifetime, to complete. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation has never been witnessed throughout the entire history of the Xianyin sect, even when placed within the broader context of the Eastern domain. It stands as an unparalleled, timeless marvel. Despite having mentally prepared himself, when all of this unfolded in reality, Luo Yuan's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. He instinctively touched his ears, realizing that the corners of his mouth were nearly stretching to his earlobes. What am I thinking, smiling so joyfully so early in the morning? Just as Luo Yuan reveled in his delight, a woman clad in a green dress suddenly entered the room. Her beauty was striking, with eyebrows like crescent moons, enchanting eyes, and a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that intoxicates the senses. Senior sister? Luo Yuan turned to the approaching Bairuoli, contemplating when she might assist him in refining his musical skills once more. At his words, Bairuoli's fair complexion flushed slightly, You spend all day not studying properly, only thinking of bizarre things. Senior sister, what are you thinking? I was referring to the serious practice of musical instruments. Luo Yuan took Bai Ruoli's delicate hand and gently sat down at the bedside. Our Xianyin sect regards music as the path. As a disciple, though I have faced numerous challenges in my cultivation, I should still diligently practice an instrument, shouldn't I? Bai Ruoli, naturally skeptical of his whimsical claims, shot him a playful glare. If only you had this realization sooner. At present, the sect faced financial strains, and last month's revenues from various branches had significantly declined. The master had already decided to assign him to the Xianyin Pavilion branch in the capital of the Dayan dynasty. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. The Xianyin sect venerates the art of music, and its disciples excel in musical skills, establishing various venues across the 4 great regions, known as Xianyin Pavilions. If memory serves him correctly, the largest and most populous of these is located in the capital of the Zhengzhou Dayan dynasty. Why then? Did the master suddenly wish to send him to the Dayan capital's branch? Luo Yuan was perplexed. She is well aware of my inadequacies. Senior sister, why did the master specifically choose to send me? Luo Yuan tentatively inquired. What else could it be? Bai Ruoli glanced at her junior brother, a hint of melancholy glimmering in her eyes. It's precisely because of your handsome looks. Our Xianyin sect predominantly recruits female disciples, and thus, over 90% of the patrons at the various Xianyin pavilions are male. The master believes that relying solely on female disciples to attract customers is insufficient. We must broaden our avenues, hence your assignment. All male patrons. Luo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively covered a certain part of himself. Senior sister, I can perform, but selling other services seems rather inappropriate. Where are your thoughts wandering? Bai Ruoli's fair face displayed a hint of annoyance. The master intends for you to attract female clientele. This could alleviate the sect's financial strain and perhaps even lead to the recruitment of promising new disciples. Bai Ruoli's tone was calm, yet her words carried an underlying hint of jealousy. She scrutinized her junior brother, whose handsome features and elegant demeanor made him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting, becoming increasingly captivating with each glance. Xia Yuan, once you arrive in the capital, be sure to keep your wits about you. All women out there, without exception, are treacherous if they treat you well. It is merely a desire for your body. Luo Yuan smiled without a word, absorbing Bai Ruoli's advice while contemplating strategies for the challenges ahead. Currently, the sect faced a dire predicament of financial scarcity and resource depletion. In essence, it boiled down to a lack of funds. The situation appeared even more critical than he had imagined. Otherwise, the master would not resort to such a desperate measure. How to alleviate this worry? The answer lies in wealth. Thus, the fundamental solution is to acquire money. Acquire money? How did this become about money again? Luo Yuan felt overwhelmed. In his previous life, he had toiled for this very matter, and now, despite traversing into a new realm, he could not escape it. Why is it that some are born into prosperity while others are destined to toil? The disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between humans and animals. Wait, Luo Yuan seemed to have recalled something. He now bore the identity of the adopted son of Shen Wanhao, the wealthiest man in the Eastern Domain, the largest trading firm. The Black Moon Chamber of Commerce belongs to his family. Most crucially, Shen Wanhao has no biological heirs, making him the sole successor. What a revelation! It turns out he is the one born into prosperity. Moreover, if memory serves him correctly, the headquarters of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce is located in the Dayan capital. In this manner, even the cost of time is saved. Even if one were to casually borrow a strand of hair from the Black Moon Chamber, it could sustain the entire Xianyin sect. No, that is not right. One's own possessions cannot be deemed as borrowed. This is referred to as moderation in acquisition. Just as Luo Yuan was lost in contemplation, a sudden roar echoed from the sky outside the sect. Sure Hao, come out here. Chapter 4. You seek Sure Hao. What concern is it of mine, Luo Yuan? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire Xianyin sect was thrown into an uproar. Luo Yuan's heart sank, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him stunned in place. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be that our sect truly has someone named Sure Hao? But wait, in a fantastical world, isn't anyone with such a name destined for great fortune and destiny? If someone bore this name, how could I possibly be unaware? If that were not the case, then why would that woman's voice resonate? Could it be that I am still dreaming? Luo Yuan contemplated for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the thought of slapping himself to ascertain whether he was in a dream. System, are you there? He called out urgently in his mind. However, the system remained silent. Please respond. This is urgent. You mentioned that it was a dream cycle. So why is she still here upon waking? Luo Yuan grew anxious. The system continued to ignore him. Damn it, will you respond or not? If you don't, then I am left with no options. Bairuoli slowly rose, gazing towards the direction of the sect, a hint of perplexity evident in her beautiful eyes. How strange, our Xianyin sect has always maintained good relations with others, and our disciples are known for their integrity. Why has someone come seeking trouble today? She then slightly turned her head, addressing Luo Yuan beside her. Xiao Yuan, do you know someone named Shihao? Huh? Oh, I don't know him. Bairuoli furrowed her brow. Xiao Yuan, why does your expression seem so odd? Also, why does your right eyelid keep twitching? Is it? I don't think so. Perhaps it's just that I've been too tired lately and haven't rested well. Luo Yuan instinctively wiped his forehead, realizing that his right eyelid was indeed twitching uncontrollably. With no other choice, he decided to cling to a flicker of hope and accompanied Bairuoli to the entrance of the sect to uncover the truth. At the grand gates of the Xianyin sect, two gatekeeping disciples looked helplessly at Gu Qingshang, their faces filled with distress. Miss Gu, you must be mistaken. There is no disciple named Shihao in our sect. Gu Qingshang's expression remained indifferent as she coldly replied, You need not deceive me. I am looking for someone named Shihao and will not trouble anyone else in your sect. The two gatekeeping disciples felt helpless. They thought, Goodness. We are not trying to deceive you. There is simply no one by the name of Shihao in our Xianyin sect. Behind them, numerous disciples of the Xianyin sect began to gather, curiously observing the renowned celestial beauty. After all, it is human nature to be intrigued, especially when the subject is such a prominent figure in the eastern region. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Xianyin sect? A voice echoed from the sky. And soon, the figures of Bairuoli and Luo Yuan gradually materialized before the crowd. Senior Sister Bai, thank goodness you have finally arrived. The moment the two gatekeeping disciples saw Bairuoli, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. At that moment, she seemed more comforting than a mother. Bairuoli's gaze shifted slightly to Gu Qingshang, and she couldn't help but feel surprised. According to rumors, this saintly woman from the Ningxian sect was as cold as a frozen pond, rarely showing her face outside the sect. Yet, why did she now appear with eyes filled with anger, her demeanor icy, even her hand trembling slightly around her sword? Could it be that there truly is a disciple named Shihao in the sect who has wronged her? If so, what could Shihao have possibly done to provoke such a reaction from the typically proud Gu Qingshang? With these thoughts in mind, she stepped forward and tentatively asked, So it is the esteemed Miss Qingshang who has graced us with her presence. We apologize for our previous negligence. May I inquire about the appearance and age of the Shihao you seek? This will aid me in having our elder search for him. However, Gu Qingshang did not acknowledge Bairuoli's words, her gaze firmly locked onto Luo Yuan, her eyes seemingly filled with unspoken words. Luo Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under her intense stare. This is bad. That gaze, that expression, everything feels so familiar. It cannot be, she is undoubtedly the one from my dreams. But why does she exist in reality as well? Could it be that in my dreams, the memories of others besides myself are retained? A terrifying conjecture began to form in Luo Yuan's mind. Before he could regain his composure, Gu Qingshang suddenly drew her sword. A flash of white arc light passing by as the blade pressed against his neck. Shihao, you have made it quite difficult for me to find you. Gu Qingshang fixed her gaze on Luo Yuan, her tone laced with a hint of triumph, as if her eyes were saying, Run, why don't you continue to run? The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and all eyes converged on Luo Yuan. Wait, could it be that the Shihao mentioned by Miss Qingshang is actually senior brother Luo Yuan? No way, how could senior brother Luo Yuan possibly be connected to the Ningxian sect? This guy has been hiding his talents. He has been so low-key that we never realized he had managed to associate himself with such a prestigious sect. Senior brother Luo truly has a fortunate fate. To share a night of passion with such a stunning beauty as the saintess of the Ningxian sect would be worth a millennium of longevity and the attainment of the Tao. The murmurs among the observing disciples flowed continuously, as they struggled to comprehend how their usually lackadaisical senior brother Luo Yuan had entangled himself with the illustrious saintess of the Ningxian sect. Seeing Gu Qingshang suddenly make a move towards Luo Yuan, Bairuoli's heart tightened. In a flurry, she hurriedly grasped Luo Yuan's hand, shielding him behind her. Miss Gu, you must have misunderstood something. This is my junior brother Luo Yuan, not the Shihao you seek. Moreover, my junior brother has long remained within the sect and has not stepped outside. He has never even set foot in the Ningxian sect before. Surely, you must have mistaken him. Luo Yuan? Gu Qingshang turned her gaze to the figure behind Bairuoli, her expression suddenly shifting to one of realization. A cold smile forming on her lips. Aha, so this is the famed Luo Yuan of the Xianyin sect, the one who has long remained secluded. With that, she elegantly flicked her wrist, retrieving a jade pendant from her waist and slowly extending it towards Bide. You must be familiar with this, as I doubt it is unknown to the people of your Xianin sect. The pendant was made of fine material, exquisitely crafted, and exuded a faint shimmering light, making it evident that it was no ordinary item. Upon the emergence of the jade pendant, a wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding disciples. This pendant held profound significance within the Xianin sect, symbolizing the direct lineage of the sect's master, with only 2 individuals in the entire sect possessing such an emblem. At this moment, with Bide still adorned with her pendant, all eyes inevitably turned towards Luo Yuan. Instinctively, Luo Yuan reached for his waist, only to be startled by the realization that his own pendant had mysteriously vanished. A sudden thought struck him. Could it have been during that incident? During the 2-month spin at the Mushiwei temple, Luo Yuan had periodically assisted Gu Qingshang in alleviating the remnants of the dragon blood poison within her. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed plausible that his pendant had been taken by her during that time. Gazing at the radiant pendant in Gu Qingshang's possession, a chill crept over Luo Yuan. If his speculation were accurate, it would imply that the protagonist of his dreams not only retained relevant memories, but that the associated items could manifest tangibly in reality as well. He cast a pleading glance towards Bide, yet the usually gentle and considerate senior sister regarded him with an unexpectedly fierce glare, as if to say, "You are on your own." The onlookers shared expressions of eager anticipation, awaiting Luo Yuan's explanation. After all, with both witnesses and physical evidence at hand, it was nearly irrefutable. Sure how, or rather, Luo Yuan, do you have anything to say? Gu Qingshang raised her elegantly sculpted chin, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. In contrast to her expectations of panic and anxiety, Luo Yuan's visage reflected confusion, his eyes brimming with innocence. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and addressed the assembly with measured calmness. "Miss Gu, I find it difficult to comprehend your intentions. Our encounter at the Mushiwei temple was merely a chance meeting, and we ought not to be entangled in this matter. As for what transpired thereafter, it was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Even my assistance in dispelling the dragon blood poison was an act of desperation. If you are insistent on seeking an explanation today, I have nothing further to say." Luo Yuan's demeanor was unhurried, as he artfully lowered his stance while elucidating the circumstances, appealing to both reason and emotion in his address. These words are impeccably articulated, yet they convey a different meaning to the ears of others. This, the poison of dragon's blood? Brother Luo certainly engages in extravagant affairs. I previously underestimated Brother Luo, believing him to be indifferent to women. Alas, Brother Luo and the fairy Qingshang actually share such a connection. Within this vast realm of cultivation, the phrase dragon's blood poison carries profound significance, and any cultivator with over 2.5 years of experience would surely comprehend its implications. Moreover, what Luo Yuan just mentioned was clearly about assisting Gu Qingshang in alleviating the dragon's blood poison. The meaning of this is self-evident. Deceiving others is one thing, but do not delude yourself. Gu Qingshang scoffed coldly, seemingly dismissing Luo Yuan's remarks with disdain. She then withdrew the jade pendant in her hand and, with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, declared, "There is no need for further discussion, Luo Yuan. Today, I present you with 2 choices. As for how you choose, when you choose, and the consequences of a wrong choice, you should be well aware in your heart." Upon her utterance, the countenance of all the disciples of the Xianin sect shifted dramatically. If Gu Qingshang's earlier demand could still be perceived as a personal appeal for an explanation, the 2 choices she now presented unequivocally served as an ultimatum to Luo Yuan, tinged with an undertone of coercion. Should Luo Yuan comply with her demands, all would be well. However, what if he refused? Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that Gu Qingshang would not relent easily. As the sanest of the Ningjian sect and a strong candidate for the next sect leader, offending Gu Qingshang was tantamount to offending the entire Ningjian sect. Should the foremost sect of the Eastern Domain take personal action, it would spell calamity for the relatively obscure Xianin sect. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Gu Qingshang slightly parted her lips, fixing her gaze upon Luo Yuan as she articulated the 2 choices. "First, we shall regard all that has transpired as an unfortunate accident. I will return this jade pendant to you, and from henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. However, this matter pertains to my reputation and that of the entire Ningjian sect. If the Xianin sect wishes to continue to exist, all members must solemnly pledge to remain silent and erase all related memories from the minds of those aware." Before she could finish, the attendees displayed expressions of horror. instinctively retreating several steps. For a cultivator, allowing others to erase their memories is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. This not only requires exposing one's soul to outsiders, but also carries a high risk of unforeseen accidents during the process. A moment of carelessness could result in lasting trauma and permanent impairment. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Qingshang's actions were a complete and utter torment for the members of the Xianin sect. Luo Yuan frowned, his expression grave as he replied, "Fairy Qingshang, the act of erasing memories is far too risky. I implore you not to make such a frivolous jest." Gu Qingshang narrowed her eyes slightly, a rare smile gracing her exquisite features, as if she had anticipated Luo Yuan's response. "In that case, let us consider the second choice. The second option is remarkably straightforward. I require neither the attendees to erase their memories, nor the members of the Xianin sect to maintain silence. And I certainly will not impose any burden upon anyone from your esteemed sect. On the contrary, my Ningjin sect shall generously provide the Xianin sect with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 50 vials of cleansing essence each year. Any disciple of the Xianin sect who possesses the requisite aptitude shall be granted the opportunity to cultivate within my Ningjin sect, with all necessary resources and manpower supplied by us." At the utterance of these words, the atmosphere became charged with astonishment. Countless disciples of the Xianin sect stared, utterly dumbfounded at Gu Qingshang, their eyes brimming with disbelief. It is worth noting that the annual revenue of the Xianin sect typically amounts to a mere 5,000 spirit stones. In recent years, due to a downturn in business across various Xianin pavilions, this figure has plummeted to less than 3,000. Yet here was Gu Qingshang, presenting an offer of 10,000 spirit stones. This sum equates to 3 years' worth of the Xianin sect's earnings. Moreover, the inclusion of cleansing essence, a miraculous substance capable of enabling a qi-refining cultivator to transcend their limitations and advance a level, is nothing short of extraordinary. Most crucially, she has even promised the opportunity for Xianin sect disciples to enter Ningjin sect for cultivation. As the foremost sect in the eastern region, a sanctuary revered among countless cultivators, the number of individuals aspiring to join Ningjin sect each year is incalculable. However, the actual chance of fulfillment is exceedingly rare. For a disciple of the Xianin sect to gain entry into Ningjin sect is undoubtedly a monumental leap, a source of immense glory for both the individual and their sect. In stark contrast to the previous, arduous choice, these enticing conditions seem almost celestial. Yet, what is the price, Qingshang Fairy? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, harboring an ominous premonition. Compared to the earlier harsh terms, this second option is undeniably much more favorable, to the extent that it feels surreal. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often conceal ulterior motives. Such a stark disparity suggests that there must be further, more unacceptable conditions lurking beneath the surface. I have but one requirement. A subtle smile graced Gu Qingshang's lips as she raised her jade-like finger, pointing directly at Luo Yuan. You, Luo Yuan, shall marry into Ningjin sect and become my Dao partner. Her final proclamation reverberated through the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily frozen in disbelief. Each person stared in astonishment at Gu Qingshang, questioning whether their hearing had faltered. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. It took a full 10 breaths for anyone to recover from the overwhelming shock. Marry into? Marry into? Did I hear that correctly? Qingshang Fairy desires Brother Luo to marry into her sect. No wonder Qingshang Fairy had previously posed such difficult demands. What she sought was not mere reputation, but rather an earnest desire for Brother Luo. My apologies, Brother Luo, but I must side with Qingshang Fairy this time. I cannot forsake the spirit stones. Indeed. Brother Luo, you should acquiesce to Qingshang Fairy. There is no need for further contemplation. For the members of a mid-tier sect like Xianin, establishing a connection with Ningjin sect is already a tremendous honor. Should they be fortunate enough to cultivate within Ningjin sect, it would be akin to their ancestors' graves emitting vibrant plumes of auspicious smoke. As for marrying the saintess of Ningjin sect, that is a thought too audacious to entertain. Not even the most fanciful dreams could conjure such an outcome. Yet now, this once elusive fantasy is unfolding before their very eyes, as Gu Qingshang, the saintess of Ningjin sect, has boldly proposed it. Should this information leak, one can only imagine the number of secretly infatuated cultivators who would storm the Xianin sect with swords drawn. As the party involved, Luo Yuan found himself momentarily dazed, his mind buzzing with confusion. Wait a minute, what is going on here? I was fully prepared for my tools of mischief to be confiscated, yet this unexpected scenario unfolds? While others find themselves in situations of being called off from engagements upon their arrival in another world, I am instead being compelled into marriage. Before he could voice his thoughts, Bairuoli, standing beside him, exhibited a glimmer of displeasure. She stepped forward, grasped Luo Yuan's hand firmly, and spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Fairy Chi-Chong, please refrain from jesting. Matters of great import in life cannot be treated so frivolously. If you have come to negotiate earnestly, the Xianin sect shall extend its proper courtesies. However, should you intend to impose such unreasonable demands, you are welcome to take your leave. Ruoli's stance was resolute, her words laced with an unmistakable hint of urgency. What a farce! My junior brother, whom I cannot even secure for myself, how could you dare to covet him? Nevertheless, Gu Chi-Chong appeared unperturbed by her remarks, her gaze drifting to the hands entwined before her, her brows knitting tightly. To her, Ruoli's actions were nothing short of a declaration of ownership, a blatant provocation. As the saintess of the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain, a figure who had experienced nothing but smooth sailing throughout her life, when had she ever faced such a challenge? This was intolerable. She could not abide it. With a slight lift of her chin, she met Ruoli's gaze head-on. Her voice cold as she replied, "Your sister is correct. Matters of great significance should indeed not be hastily settled. However, this ultimately concerns only Luo Yuan and me, and is of no concern to others." Gu Chi-Chong's voice was crisp and devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet the implication was unmistakable. "I find you displeasing. Mind your own business." Upon hearing this, Ruoli's lips curled into a smug smirk, her demeanor unfazed as she leisurely replied, "Indeed, outsiders have no right to interfere. Yet, as Luo Yuan's senior sister, I have been responsible for his care since his arrival at the Xianin sect. Thus, I cannot be considered an outsider. It is often said that an elder sister is akin to a mother. With his parents long deceased, I certainly have a say in his marital affairs. If I do not consent, Fairy Chi-Chong's affections would ultimately be mere unreciprocated feelings, lacking substance." "Oh?" Gu Chi-Chong raised an eyebrow, refusing to yield, as a senior sister. "You share no blood relation. You are merely part of the same sect at this moment, and should distance separate you, over time, that bond will naturally fade. Furthermore, though Luo Yuan and I may lack the formal title of husband and wife, we have shared countless intimate moments together. Even if we cannot become partners in the immediate future, how is that any different from being true companions?" Gu Chi-Chong deliberately emphasized the words intimate moments, showing no signs of concession. As her words fell, Ruoli's expression abruptly froze, her breath momentarily faltering, her snowy complexion darkening. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anger, and retorted, "Fairy Chi-Chong, your perspective is rather simplistic. There are countless couples in this world, yet many share different dreams while sharing the same bed. My junior brother is remarkably handsome. It is only inevitable that he will attract the attention of others. It would be to his benefit to encounter various types of women early on." Ruoli's words were laced with sharp undertones, almost pointing her finger at Gu Chi-Chong, as if to say, "Stay away from my precious junior brother." The exchange grew increasingly heated, neither party willing to yield, causing onlookers to shudder in trepidation. To the spectators, these two women, regardless of their beauty, grace, or figure, were truly exceptional. For anyone else, being favored by either of them would be an unimaginable fortune, yet Luo Yuan found himself the center of their rivalry. The male disciples present were consumed with jealousy, their envy palpable as they beheld the unfolding drama. Their initial confusion and astonishment morphed into admiration and envy, culminating in a touch of reverence for Luo Yuan's extraordinary luck. As the two women remained locked in their verbal duel, Luo Yuan finally resolved to intervene and alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. He glanced between the two enchanting figures and tentatively suggested, "Senior sister, Fairy Gu, perhaps you could." Silence. Both women interjected simultaneously, cutting him off. At that moment, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended from above, engulfing all present in an instant. Suddenly, a rift approximately 3 meters wide appeared in the sky, and a tall figure emerged from within. The disciples of the Xianin sect gasped in unison, exclaiming, "Sect Master!" As the figure fully stepped through the spatial tear, the crowd beheld her in her entirety. Clad in a pure white robe, her skin was as smooth as jade, exuding an aura of icy elegance. Her enchanting eyes were veiled in a misty haze, and a hint of authority lingered in her brow. It was none other than the sect master of Xianin, Imo. In terms of beauty, she was not outshone by Gu Chi-Chong, the one renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Domain, and in fact, she bore an added maturity that enhanced her allure. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, gracefully accentuating her figure. Upon her arrival, the distinct pressure of her combined cultivation level swept through the area, leaving the disciples struggling to breathe, with some even experiencing dizziness and discomfort due to the overwhelming force. As Imo appeared, Gu Chi-Chong's brow furrowed slightly. At her level, she was well aware of Imo Qingxiu's reputation. The Xianin sect had established its foothold in the Eastern Domain not solely due to its collective strength, but rather due to the formidable reputation of its sect master. In this realm, the last cultivator to break through to the transcendent stage had done so over 10,000 years ago. Thus, in the current spiritual domain, the Great Ascension level was the pinnacle achievable by mortals. Imo Qingxiu, possessing a 9th-level cultivation of the harmonization stage, was undeniably a formidable presence within the Eastern Domain, ranking among the few elite figures among the 4 major sections. If Imo Qingxiu were to personally intervene today, it seemed there would be little hope of securing Luo Yuan's departure. "Saintess, please take your leave," Imo Qingxiu stated calmly from above. "Matters of the heart cannot be forced." Guqi Chong bit her silver teeth, her grip tightening around her sword. Just as she prepared to respond, a hurried voice echoed within her mind. Moments later, her expression shifted, her delicate face revealing traces of reluctance. While Sect Master Mo's words hold merit, matters of emotion are often subject to human effort, and who can truly predict their outcomes? Having spoken, she sheathed her sword and turned to walk towards the sect's entrance. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something, she turned her head and earnestly addressed the distant Luo Yuan, enunciating each word. "The 2 conditions I mentioned earlier still stand. If you come to a realization, you may visit the Ningjin sect at any time. However, I advise you to contemplate carefully before coming for. Regardless of whether you choose the first or second option, there will be no escape." With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a jade pendant soared from her waist, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing precisely in Luo Yuan's palm. Before anyone could react, Gu Qingshan's figure had vanished from sight. Watching the direction in which Gu Qingshan had departed, Luo Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, a flicker of exhaustion akin to surviving a calamity surfacing within him. Imo Qingxiu cast a glance at Luo Yuan and by Ruoli, stating quietly, "You two, come with me." The pair exchanged glances, and a sense of foreboding slowly crept into Luo Yuan's heart. Could it be that the master was about to hold him accountable? Although she usually treated him with utmost kindness, this situation was undeniably different. There was a chance he might indeed face some admonishment. With a feeling of trepidation, the two followed Imo Qingxiu towards the council hall. Upon entering the council hall, Imo Qingxiu took her seat at the center, her gaze fixed directly on the approaching Luo Yuan. "Speak. What is the matter?" Her tone was neither warm nor cold, as gentle as a breeze, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly unremarkable tone that caused Luo Yuan's heart to sink. This was not good. It appeared that the master was genuinely angry this time. After careful consideration, he recounted the events that had transpired in his dream, of course, with a few minor alterations, merely a reordering of the cause, process, and outcome. However, to his astonishment, upon hearing his account, Imo Qingxiu displayed no signs of anger. Instead, she nodded with evident satisfaction, a rare look of approval gracing her features. "Very well, maintain this approach." Luo Yuan was momentarily bewildered, nearly questioning whether his hearing had failed him. Very well? What on earth was going on with the master today? After such a significant incident, not only was she not reprimanding him, but she was also encouraging him to maintain this behavior. Moreover, judging by her expression, her satisfaction seemed far from ordinary, as if her eyes were proclaiming, "My disciple Luo Yuan possesses the grace of a sea king." At a loss, Luo Yuan tentatively inquired, "Master, are you referring to which aspect?" Naturally, the aspect of dealing with women. Imo Qingxiu assessed him from head to toe, slowly remarking, "Even the holy maiden of the Ningjin sect is utterly captivated by you, disregarding her dignity to pursue you. What of those worldly women? After today's events, I am increasingly convinced that sending you to the Dang capital branch was an exceptionally astute decision." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan nearly lost his footing, almost colliding with a nearby pillar. "Good heavens! All this time, it turns out you wish for me to exploit my charms. Master, I believe this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps you should consider someone else instead. I think Ai Da's senior brother would be a fine choice. Or perhaps the junior brother from Changlu Guan. Both are adept in handling women." Luo Yuan hurriedly interjected, his face reflecting a desperate desire to survive. This task is not one that just anyone can undertake. If one were to take on such a responsibility, even the most resilient would struggle to endure. There is no need for excessive modesty. Within the sect, only you are truly capable of handling this matter. Imo Qingxiu spoke coldly, leaving Luo Yuan no opportunity to decline. "Time is of the essence. You shall set off tonight." As the night deepened, dark as ink with a sparse scattering of stars, Luo Yuan soared through the skies of the Eastern Domain aboard the flying spiritual artifact of the Xianyin sect, unwavering in his journey toward Zhongzhou. Beside him lay the already slumbering Bairuoli. The original plan was for Luo Yuan to embark alone. However, after Gu Qingshang's unexpected visit, Bairuoli's sense of urgency intensified, insisting on accompanying him to the capital of Da'in. Reluctantly, Imo Qingxiu acquiesced to her presence. Gazing up at the night sky, Luo Yuan found himself lost in contemplation. The events of the day had been so surreal that he struggled to comprehend them. Why did the occurrences in his dreams mirror reality with such precision? If everything that transpired in dreams also exists in reality, could the established causality in the real world be altered? Would the memories of others, aside from himself and the dream's heroine, also be preserved? Countless questions swirled in Luo Yuan's mind, leaving him bewildered. He had hoped to find answers later from the system. Yet his companion from the system had mysteriously fallen silent since their last encounter. Consequently, he could only rely on his own reasoning to unravel the mysteries ahead. Sighing softly, Luo Yuan realized that for now, he could only take one step at a time. Fatigue soon enveloped him. He shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position, and gradually closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Thus began the second cycle of his dream. Chapter 8. The second cycle of dreams, the choice of the princess. In this life, you were born into an esteemed scholarly family in the grand dynasty of Ain. On the day you turned one, your family held a traditional ceremony known as Zhuazhou to predict your future. A plethora of objects, brushes, armor, abacuses, long swords, and prayer beads were meticulously arranged before you, dazzling your senses. Naturally, your father, a man of letters, hoped you would inherit his scholarly legacy, participate in the imperial examinations, and achieve fame. Thus, he placed books in the most prominent position. Consequently, under the hopeful gazes of your family, you chose a book without hesitation and the rouge beside it. Your father fainted on the spot, remaining silent for 3 whole days. When you turned 6, an old monk visited your home, examined your bones, and foretold that you were destined to encounter a romantic calamity. The following day, your father resolutely enrolled you in the most prestigious academy of the time, Qifeng Academy, hoping that the righteous spirit of scholarship would dispel this ill fate. On your first day at the academy, you met 2 peers from the royal family. One was the 4th prince, and the other was the current emperor's daughter, Princess Qinan. Her beauty was striking, with an elusive chill in her gaze that evoked a sense of reverence. Despite donning the academy's scholarly robes, her regal and aloof demeanor shone through. Among the new students at Qifeng Academy, only the 3 of you were of similar age, and gradually, you became close friends. Together, you composed poetry, ventured outdoors, and explored the hidden volumes of celestial and earthly philosophies. The 4th prince was carefree and unconcerned with trifles, displaying none of the delicacies typically associated with royalty, leading to lively conversations between you two. At the age of 12, in the presence of the academy's headmaster, you pledged brotherhood with the 4th prince. Though Princess Qinan was a daughter, it was evident she possessed great ambition, as she actively chose to study at Qifeng Academy. However, you were surprised to find that the 4th prince seemed quite intimidated by his sister. Whenever she was present, he would discreetly slip away, leaving you alone with her. Years passed, and your academic talents flourished. You excelled in poetry, prose, and philosophy. Esteemed scholars vied for you to become their disciple, and even the headmaster praised your abilities. With remarkable academic achievements and an exceptionally handsome visage, your reputation at the academy soared, drawing admiration from many young ladies. During your teenage years, when feelings of affection began to stir, even Princess Qinan was not exempt. By then, she had blossomed into a captivating beauty, her figure exuding an air of maturity. Gradually, her glances toward you began to harbor deeper emotions. When you conversed, she would often shy away from your gaze, only to glance at you when you looked away. As the royal eldest daughter, she maintained a facade of cold pride before others, yet with you, a tender shyness emerged. As time passed, you began to sense this change in her demeanor, and your heart fluttered with unspoken possibilities, though you dared not dwell on them. After all, the most exasperating illusion one could face in life is the thought that perhaps she harbors feelings for me. At last, on the night of the Lantern Festival, she invited you to the flower market in the capital to admire the lanterns. Beneath an ancient banyan tree, she presented you with a hand-woven sachet, its meaning unmistakable. The young woman lowered her head, her beautiful eyes misty, and her exquisite cheeks tinged with a blush illuminated by the lantern's glow. For a moment, you were entranced after years of close companionship. How could you not feel a stirring in your heart for her? Amidst the fireworks, you accepted the sachet, and you embraced her tightly as the lantern shone brightly, and the moon hung over the willow branches. Lovers found solace in each other's arms after dusk. And you wished for time to stand still. At 17, you prepared to participate in the spring examinations in pursuit of an official career. You understood all too well that merely being in love with the princess would not suffice to win her hand. By the end of that year, rumors circulated in the court that the emperor was selecting a fief for the fourth prince, intending for him to be bestowed land the following year. Upon hearing this news, the usually vivacious fourth prince became melancholic, appearing listless and avoiding social gatherings. What was amiss? Soon to be a prince, why was he moping with a drink? You observed him with a playful glint in your eye, recalling how he often lamented his lack of freedom in the capital. Now that he was to be liberated from those constraints, why did he seem so disheartened? How dull, utterly dull, he muttered, raising the wine jug to his lips. Life is but a fleeting few decades, yet I am fated to squander my days in a fief. Even if I escape the confines of the capital, I will merely step into another prison. What meaning does such a life hold? Beside him, Princess Chinan's eyes lowered, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. To be born into royalty is our destiny. You shook your head, gazing at the despondent fourth prince, and spoke softly. To indulge in pleasure and squander one's days is indeed a meaningless existence. A ruler must sacrifice for the nation, a sovereign must guard the realm. This is the duty of one born to royalty. The fourth prince trembled at your words, his gaze fixated on you, as if something stirred within him. A ruler must sacrifice for the nation, he echoed, gradually igniting a spark of determination in his once dull eyes. From that moment, something within him began to evolve. The following year, the emperor selected a prosperous region in the south for the fourth prince to govern. However, he declined, raising his hand to draw a circle on the map's edge, amidst the scrutiny of the court. Father, I wish to go there, he declared, his eyes fierce, his words resolute. In the 12th month of that year, the fourth prince journeyed to the northern borders of the Grand Dynasty to govern, earning the title of Duke of Yanbei. In the early spring of the following year, you, along with thousands of students from Qifeng Academy, participated in the imperial examinations. Thanks to your years of preparation and extraordinary literary talent, you effortlessly achieved the top rank in the preliminary tests. During the subsequent palace examination, you encountered the reigning emperor for the first time, his distinctive visage leaving a lasting impression. The emperor personally posed a question: what constitutes the foundation of the world? Standing before the polished desk in the grand hall, you found yourself gripping a brush soaked in ink, yet unable to write. You closed your eyes, reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past 20 years, the beggar who passed by your doorstep in childhood, the vendor beaten to death by officials in your youth, the corpses of the starved beyond the academy walls in your adolescence. What, then, is the foundation of the world, O emperor? Royalty? Nobility? Officials? No, none of these. Water can carry a boat, yet it can also capsize it. What truly supports this world are the countless common people. As you slowly open your eyes, a surge of righteous energy stirs within you. You take up your brush and inscribe the title: "The people are precious. The sovereign is light," upon the imperial paper. With the stroke of your pen, the words come to fruition. Gazing at the densely packed characters before you, you suddenly comprehend the essence of scholarly pursuits. Enlightened, you feel an impulse and add a poem at the end of your original text to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to lay down a destiny for the populace, to continue the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. Upon the conclusion of the imperial examination, your work is submitted for the emperor's personal review. He is eager to discern the capabilities of the young man who has captivated his daughter. The moment he glimpses the title of your essay, he momentarily pauses, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This young fellow indeed possesses a certain audacity. Daring to proclaim such sentiments regarding the sovereign's insignificance in my presence, it is no wonder that Chinian has taken a liking to him. The esteemed scholars assisting in the grading nod in silent agreement, sensing something profound. As the evaluation deepens, the emperor's brow gradually furrows, his expression turning increasingly solemn. Upon reaching the concluding lines of your poem, he finds himself momentarily stunned, mentally savoring the weight of those 4 lines, a flicker of excitement igniting within his gaze. The 4 scholars beside him exchange astonished glances. This sovereign, who rose from humble beginnings, has weathered many trials and tribulations, mastering the art of remaining unperturbed amidst turmoil. When has he ever displayed such a demeanor? However, as their gazes shift to the final 4 lines of the poem, they are collectively struck with a profound sense of loss. Having once entered the political arena with similar aspirations for the nation and its people, they find that years of bureaucratic entanglement have dulled their initial fervor, transforming it into a pursuit of indulgence and excess. The 4 scholars glance at one another, an unexpected wave of shame washing over them. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to lay down a destiny for the populace. To continue the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. The emperor murmurs these lines, and suddenly, he slaps his thigh in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Excellent. This is precisely the spirit that our scholars of the great Yin should embody." On this day, the emperor was in high spirits and graciously bestowed upon you the title of the top scholar. Concurrently, he commanded that the final 4 lines of poetry be transcribed and inscribed upon a plaque, which was then ordered to be delivered to the Qifeng Academy, serving as a commendation for scholars across the realm. This year, you have just turned 20. As the host has awakened, the current cycle of dreams comes to a halt. With the dream concluded, Luo Yuan slowly opens his eyes. Compared to the previous dream, this one has evidently spanned a much longer duration. Nevertheless, the narrative within the dream remains unfinished. In this light, Luo Yuan pondered that this dream was indeed an intricate narrative. A chime echoed, announcing that the host could select one of the following 3 rewards to retain. Firstly, Brotherhood of the Academy. By choosing this reward, you will become a sworn brother of Zhao Di, the king of Yanbei. The king will regard you as a blood brother, and all his forces may be mobilized at your behest. Secondly, Extraordinary Talent. By selecting this reward, you will acquire unparalleled literary prowess, mastering poetry, prose, historical texts, and strategies without exception. Thirdly, Fate of Romantic Entanglement. By opting for this reward, you will be ensnared by the same peach blossom calamity as in your dreams, encountering countless women throughout your life, each likely to share a fleeting romantic connection with you. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Luo Yuan made his choice without much deliberation. "Brother Tongzi, I choose the first one." The second option held little value for him, as his current path in this world did not align with the Confucian cultivation system. Moreover, as a transmigrator, the profound works of philosophers and great minds from various eras were already etched in his memory. He had no fear of composing poetry. As for the third option, it seemed rather superfluous. With his striking appearance and status as the adopted son of the wealthiest man in the Eastern Domain, coupled with the current dream realm and its system of destined partners, did he truly require the fate of romantic entanglement? He was practically a peach tree himself. Having made his choice, Luo Yuan slowly sat up, stretched languidly, and instinctively surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly sensed something amiss. This wardrobe, these tables and chairs, this bed, how do they differ so greatly from my memories? What is happening? Wasn't I aboard a flying vessel? Why have I awakened in a different place? Could it be that I was ambushed en route? Luo Yuan hastily reached for his lower back, relieved to find his belongings intact. He quickly rose and hurried to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. What met his eyes was not an endless expanse of azure sky, but a bustling street teeming with life. The throngs of people jostled about, while shops lined both sides, their vendors calling out in a cacophony that crescendoed with each passing moment, enveloping him in the vibrant essence of urban life. A phrase began to surface in Luo Yuan's mind. Streets adorned with treasures, doors full of silks, competing in opulence. The bustling and vibrant scene before him was a sight he had never encountered since his journey began. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Bairuoli entered, and upon seeing Luo Yuan gazing out the window, a look of surprise blossomed on her delicate face. "Sha Yuan, you have awakened." "Senior sister, what is happening?" Luo Yuan turned, confusion etched across his features. "Why is it that I find myself in the grand capital of Dayan upon awakening? I felt nothing at all during the journey. You slept so soundly." "Of course you felt nothing," Bairuoli chided gently, casting him a reproachful glance. She reached out to touch his forehead, and upon confirming he was well, she sighed in relief. "That night, after you fell asleep on the flying spiritual vessel, you did not awaken. At first, I thought you were merely fatigued and did not give it much thought, but to my astonishment, you have been lying there for 4 days. "For days?" Luo Yuan blinked in surprise. The duration of this dream has been remarkably prolonged. It is no wonder that upon awakening, I felt so peculiar. I had, in fact, lain in bed for 4 consecutive days. Fortunately, I am no longer as devoid of cultivation as I once was. Otherwise, for days without sustenance could have led to my demise from starvation. "Sister Bai, has Brother Luo awakened?" A sudden sweet voice resonated from outside the door, prompting Luo Yuan to cast a puzzled glance at Bairuoli, realizing it belonged to a disciple from the branch of Xianin Pavilion. Bairuoli stifled a giggle. Covering her mouth, they have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of a particularly handsome direct disciple sent by the sect master for several days now. As she opened the door, a delicate young girl stood timidly at the threshold, gazing inside. The moment she caught sight of Luo Yuan, her eyes sparkled, and her legs involuntarily pressed together. Xiaoyu. This is the brother Luo you have been yearning to meet. Bai Ruoli beckoned the young girl to enter. Turning back to Luo Yuan, she added, this is Xiaoyu. She currently oversees the branch of Xianin Pavilion in the capital. The girl named Xiaoyu stepped in with a touch of shyness, performing a respectful bow. Greetings, brother Luo. Luo Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and promptly inquired, Miss Xiaoyu, what is the current state of the capital branch? Since I am here to provide technical assistance, it is imperative to fully comprehend the situation. While it is true that we can rely on the connections of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce to sustain the entire sect, it is far more beneficial to teach one to fish rather than merely providing fish. Filling a financial gap is never a viable solution. Generating wealth is the superior strategy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly as she lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. To be frank with Brother Luo, given the current revenue situation, I fear we may not be able to last more than a month. Less than a month. Luo Yuan's brow furrowed. Although he had anticipated that the situation might not be optimistic, the reality was more dire than he had imagined. The capital is the foundation of the realm, inundated daily with countless tourists, merchants, and chivalrous figures from all corners. During the imperial examination season, an even greater number of scholars flock to the capital. These individuals are ostensibly potential clients of the Xianin Pavilion. However, why has business dwindled to such an extent? With the vast flow of people in the capital, how has our Xianin Pavilion found itself in such a predicament? Luo Yuan turned slightly and inquired, could it be that the skills of our disciples in music and performance are inferior to those of others? Xiaoyu pressed her lips together and sighed softly, saying, Brother Luo, you underestimate us. Our Xianin sect, which embraces the Tao through music, truly stands unrivaled in the realm of performing arts. How could we falter in our area of expertise? Then what could be the reason? Bai Ruoli asked, her expression one of confusion. Could it be that the scholars in the capital have suddenly changed their dispositions, losing interest in the delights of music and performance? Sister Bai, you are overthinking this. Such is human nature, especially for scholars, for whom the appreciation of music and performance is as essential as eating and sleeping. It would be implausible for such inclinations to change so easily. Xiaoyu let out a faint sigh, expressing her helplessness. The true factor that has drawn our patrons away is the music office across the street. To be precise, it is the collaborative efforts of the music office and the Imperial Academy that have siphoned our business. The Imperial Academy? Is this not a royal official school? Why would it engage in the business of the pleasure houses? Could it be that the scholars from the Imperial Academy have also taken to selling their favors? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. While the Bureau of Music may be competing for business, why is the Imperial Academy involved as well? Xiaoyu sighed, saying, Senior brother, you may not be aware that the Bureau of Music's original business was rather lackluster, but 6 months ago, a student from the Imperial Academy visited to listen to music and spent a night with a dancer from the Bureau. Before departing, that student composed a poem for the dancer, and upon its release, the entire capital was stirred. Even the foremost literati, the Prime Minister, praised it highly. Since then, the dancer's fame spread like wildfire. Countless talented scholars and heroes flocked to the Bureau of Music, eager to catch a glimpse of the courtesan, which inevitably diverted business from others. The Bureau of Music, students, the Prime Minister. Luo Yuan pondered, sensing a hidden connection among these three. The Bureau of Music is a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Rights. The Imperial Academy is a well-known official institution, the largest educational authority. The Prime Minister, as a representative of the ancient bureaucratic system, sees the state's interests as his own. It all makes sense now. A student pens a poem. The Prime Minister facilitates. A dancer gains fame overnight. The Bureau of Music seizes the opportunity to expand. Both the Bureau of Music and the Imperial Academy are state enterprises, their interests intertwined, and mutual support is only natural. Luo Yuan suddenly realized that this was merely a collaborative hype. A wave of excitement surged within him. When it comes to poetry, I am far from weary. It is well known that the ability to compose verses is an essential skill for a time traveler, and it proves remarkably useful. As an ordinary student of the Imperial Academy, no matter how high my poetic talent, can it truly surpass that of the renowned scholars of history? Undoubtedly. I need only to borrow a few lines for inspiration to reach the pinnacle of this world's literary scene. Observing Luo Yuan deep in thought, Xiaoyu felt a sense of despair creeping in, silently lamenting, if even the person sent by the sect is at a loss, the Xianin Pavilion may not survive this challenge. The three fell into a prolonged silence. Both Bai Ruoli and Xiaoyu wore expressions of helplessness. For them, if the issue were related to singing and dancing skills, there might be some strategies to discuss. However, the method of using poetry for hype undoubtedly falls into their blind spot. Luo Yuan, given the current situation, we should promptly report to our master and allow her to make a decision. Bide sighed deeply and said, although the Xianin Pavilion in the capital is of utmost importance to our sect, we are now facing an almost insurmountable predicament. Rather than continuing to waste time as we are, it would be wiser to cut our losses. Bide's words were resolute, which struck Luo Yu's ears harshly, adding a note of sorrow to her expression. As the manager of the capital branch, she had undoubtedly invested countless efforts into running the Xianin Pavilion. Now, facing such difficulties, although the main cause was not her doing, it was inevitable that she would feel guilt and self-reproach. Sister, Luo Yu, the current situation may not be as dire as you think. At that moment, Luo Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head and smiled lightly. It is merely a matter of composing a poem. What could be so difficult? Bide shot him a glance and replied, composing a poem is not difficult. The challenge lies in crafting a masterpiece. Do you really believe you can produce a work of astounding brilliance? Bide's words were not a reflection of disbelief in Luo Yuan's talent. On the contrary, she had once heard their master speak of Luo Yuan's considerable gifts before joining the sect, claiming he had written a remarkable book titled Golden and Woven Wood. However, the issue is that literary talent and poetic ability are not necessarily interchangeable. After all, a master in one field may not excel in another. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, a mere decent poem might not suffice. Luo Yuan did not refute Bide's statement, but turned to Luo Yu, his expression already determined. Luo Yu, please prepare paper and ink for me. Observing Luo Yuan's confident demeanor, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel doubtful. Yet, she complied with his request, arranging the writing materials neatly on the wooden table before him. Luo Yuan picked up the brush and, under the watchful eyes of Bide and Luo Yu, began to write slowly, inscribing 4 lines of poetry. Clouds suggest garments, flowers evoke beauty, spring breezes brush the balustrade, dew is rich. Had I not seen you atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you under the moon at the Yao platform. With the final stroke, the poem was complete. The 2 women hurriedly leaned in to examine it. Upon seeing the 4 lines on the paper, their bodies trembled, and their eyes widened in awe, filled with astonishment. Clouds suggest garments, flowers evoke beauty. Bide murmured these lines softly, and vivid images flooded her mind. Beside her, Luo Yu fixated on the writing, her excitement palpable. This is not related to the level of one's literary cultivation, but rather an innate capacity for empathy deeply embedded in human genes. Brother Luo, once your poem is unveiled, it is likely to send ripples through the literary circles of the capital. Luo Yu turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration. As the manager of the capital's branch, she had encountered numerous exceptional poems in the past. On the contrary, many talented scholars who frequented the Xianin Pavilion to enjoy music would occasionally compose a few impromptu verses when they were particularly pleased. However, it was evident that compared to the poem before them, those were mere trifles. Luo Yuan, did you truly pen this? Bide slowly turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, incredulously asking, does this poem have a title? Luo Yuan smiled lightly, responding calmly, of course it has a name. However, the title will depend on the specific circumstances. He then directed his attention to Luo Yu, inquiring, young lady, during your years at the Xianin Pavilion in the capital, have you often made public appearances? Still immersed in the shock brought by the poem, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuan's question. After a brief hesitation, she replied, for the past few years, I have remained in the background, primarily responsible for receiving guests, who are mostly external disciples. Luo Yuan's eyes brightened. Being in the background. That is wonderful. That is precisely what is needed, remaining unrecognized by the public. Would you be willing to sacrifice a bit of your personal reputation for the sake of the Xianin Pavilion? Luo Yuan further queried. Without hesitation, Luo Yu nodded. As long as there is a way to help the Xianin Pavilion overcome this crisis, I would gladly sacrifice my reputation, even if it means being disgraced. A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face. Perfect. There is no need to seek others. Luo Yu was left stunned, pondering the meaning of sacrificing one's reputation. Why was Brother Luo asking her this question? And what did he mean by not needing to seek others? Only I truly understand the circumstances of the Xianin Pavilion. Who else could he turn to? Before she could collect her thoughts, she noticed Luo Yuan once again grasping his brush, inscribing the title of his poem beside the verses. Qingping Lu a brief respite at the Xianin Pavilion. After completing the title, Luo Yuan scrutinized it for a moment, feeling as though it still lacked something. Therefore, he added a line of small text beside it, in the 3rd year of Ningqing. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, feeling drowsy in loose garments, I unexpectedly heard the sound of strings, stirred by the melody. I proceeded to the Xianin pavilion to listen to the music. The little fisher girl remained awake, and together we spent a delightful night. The ecstasy here is beyond what mere mortals can convey. Done. Luo Yuan set his brush down on the desk, utterly pleased with his creation. Little Yu approached. And in an instant, she grasped the implication behind Luo Yuan's mention of sacrificing reputation, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Yet, after the fleeting embarrassment, she quickly recognized the brilliance of Luo Yuan's actions. The speed at which an extraordinary masterpiece spreads is undoubtedly swift, with a high likelihood of enduring through generations. If a mark could be left beside the title of such a celebrated work, both her and the Xianin pavilion's renown would ascend correspondingly. The possibility of being immortalized in history was not out of reach. Furthermore, the small text accompanying the title added a touch of alluring flavor to the poem's backdrop. A renowned piece coupled with a tantalizing tale, either one alone could captivate audiences. Thus, their combination promised to amplify its dissemination. Realizing the immense fortune contained within, Little Yu solemnly bowed to Luo Yuan. Indeed, senior brother Luo, your intellect surpasses all. I shall dispatch someone to spread this poem forthwith. Once she departed, Ruoli expressed her concerns. Though your method is commendable, it will inevitably take time to yield results. Should we not seek aid from the sect? No need for such trouble. Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. We can simply enlist the support of the Black Moon Merchant Association. Ruoli regarded him with a peculiar gaze. You still have connections with the Black Moon Merchant Association? Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Not many, just a tiny bit. Having arranged everything, Luo Yuan, accompanied by Ruoli, toured the various corners of the Xianin pavilion in the capital. By evening, he personally admired the graceful dances and performances of the pavilion's ladies, concluding that they were indeed exquisite. Later that night, Luo Yuan returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and once again circulated his internal spiritual energy. After several weeks, he felt his spiritual power had solidified further. The instability brought on by his prior rapid advancement had vanished entirely. Sensing the increasingly refined energy within him, Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the potency of his chaotic spiritual root. His training time and intensity were merely a fraction compared to others. Yet his cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several fold. A simple circulation and absorption of spiritual power allowed for significant progress in his cultivation. At this rate, it would not be long before he could break through once again. Having completed his practice, he rose, exhaled deeply to expel the stagnant energy, and then turned to lie down on his bed. Before long, drowsiness enveloped him. He gently closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The host once more entered the dream realm, initiating the dream archive. Archive successfully loaded, seamlessly continuing from the previous unfinished dream narrative. At the age of 20, you were the top scholar of your high school, a rarity throughout history, with only a handful who could rival your achievements. News reached your family, and your father, overwhelmed with joy, fainted, only to awaken and exclaim to everyone, "My son has succeeded." In this year, Princess Qianan returned from Qifeng Academy, having completed her studies. The emperor issued a decree, entrusting her with full authority over the supervisory bureau. This bureau is the most significant oversight institution in the Great Yin, and it is rumored that whoever controls it holds the secrets of the entire government. Upon the announcement, rumors swept through both the court and the populace, with ministers speculating wildly. The crown prince, endowed with both virtue and wisdom, had been groomed by the emperor with a political foundation. Yet, at this moment, a portion of power was unexpectedly conferred upon Princess Qianan. What could be the emperor's intent? Just then, the emperor issued another edict, proclaiming that Princess Qianan would marry the newly minted top scholar, Luo Yuan, with the wedding to be held on an auspicious date. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the realm. One was a newly crowned scholar known for his timeless literary works, while the other was the strikingly beautiful and newly empowered princess. Their union was bound to create a significant upheaval in the Great Yin's political landscape, potentially leading to the emergence of a new political faction under their banner. The day of the grand wedding soon arrived, enveloping the capital of Great Yin in an atmosphere of jubilance. As the most cherished daughter of the current emperor, your wedding to Princess Qianan was nothing short of opulent. The emperor even decreed that all administrative officials within the realm must send their congratulations within 3 months. with a penalty of 6 months' salary for noncompliance. The fourth prince, stationed far in the northern frontier, could not personally attend the celebration but sent a congratulatory letter through a messenger. The letter, apart from extending his best wishes for your nuptials, meandered through mundane topics. As you read the slightly hasty script, a gentle smile of appreciation graced your lips. It seemed the fourth prince had transformed in some ways, yet remained unchanged in others. On the wedding night, you gazed at Qianan, seated at the edge of the bed, adorned in a resplendent red gown, radiating beauty. As you slowly lifted the veil from her head, her slightly bashful visage captured your gaze. Despite having seen her countless times before, the moment the veil was removed, her beauty struck you anew, leaving you momentarily breathless. "Forgive me, Your Highness, for making you wait so long." You gently took her hand, speaking with a hint of remorse. "My lord, do you still call me Your Highness?" Shannon's head bowed slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Within the room, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow, and the atmosphere gradually became intoxicatingly romantic. On this night, the two of you, in the intimacy of your newlywed bliss, expressed your fervent affections to one another. After your marriage, you gained the favor of the crown prince, rapidly ascending 3 ranks in your official career, while Qianan gradually takes charge of the entire procuratorate, becoming a figure of immense respect and fear throughout the grand dynasty. Your lives grow increasingly tranquil, seemingly progressing in a favorable direction. However, this idyllic existence is short-lived. In the second year following your union, the crown prince unexpectedly passes away during an audience with the candidates of the imperial examination. The Imperial Medical Bureau exhausts every possible means, yet they are unable to ascertain even a hint of the cause of death. The reigning emperor had vested great hopes in the crown prince, nurturing him as his successor since childhood, investing over 20 years of effort into his development. It is not an exaggeration to say that, barring unforeseen circumstances, a smooth transition of imperial power was merely a matter of time. Some even jested that if the crown prince were ever to rebel, the emperor would not only refrain from anger, but would also kindly inquire if his troops were sufficient. Yet this devastating news shattered all such aspirations. That night, the old emperor's hair turned white overnight. Witnessing the sorrowful and aged emperor, both you and Qianan understand all too well that the political landscape of the Grand Dynasty is about to undergo a transformation. Indeed, as soon as the mourning period concluded, the emperor issued an edict to establish the crown prince's younger son as the heir apparent. Consequently, this aged dragon, in its twilight, unsheathed its sword against its former brothers in arms, those once esteemed founding heroes who now held high positions of power. The young heir had no choice but to ensure a stable transfer of power. Within a mere 6 months, a significant portion of the founding fathers was ruthlessly slaughtered, and countless powerful officials were dismissed, with their families also suffering the repercussions. You too found yourself somewhat entangled in this crisis, yet, owing to the late crown prince's favor and your connection to Princess Qianan, you ultimately managed to evade disaster. After this incident, you came to realize that merely possessing exceptional talent and lofty ambitions is insufficient for establishing a foothold in the imperial court. Subsequently, you sought the guidance of the esteemed scholars at the Qingfeng Academy to learn the principles of Confucian and Taoist cultivation. This form of cultivation diverges from conventional practices. It does not aspire to achieve monumental feats such as moving mountains or filling seas, but rather seeks to cultivate a profound sense of righteousness. With your extraordinary innate abilities and the distilled wisdom of illustrious sages from your previous life, you ascended to the realm of benevolence within a mere 7 years. Standing just a step away from the ultimate state of sagehood, the Academy's head and several learned instructors were astounded, proclaiming you to be a reincarnation of a sage. It is worth noting that even the founder of the Confucian school, upon reaching the realm of benevolence, was already at the age of understanding destiny. Yet here you were, nearly in your 30s. However, as time passed, no matter how fervently you endeavored, you found yourself unable to advance, as if an invisible shackle restrained you from breaking through to sagehood. After numerous fruitless attempts, you began to ponder whether the entrenched paradigms of Confucianism and Taoism, upheld for millennia, were indeed infallible. If the ultimate aspiration of all Confucian and Taoist disciples is to attain benevolence, what lies beyond? Is there something that transcends these established standards, enabling you to break free from the confines of the system? Through repeated contemplation and experimentation, a vague awareness began to dawn upon you. In the 12th month of that year, the elderly emperor passed away in the palace. In his final moments, he gazed longingly at the distant setting sun, his murky eyes betraying a sense of unfulfilled desire. The following year, a new emperor ascended the throne. As a youthful sovereign merely in his 20s, he should have been brimming with vigor and ambition to achieve great feats. Yet for some inexplicable reason, each time you encountered him in the court, you sensed an aura of dark despondency surrounding him, reminiscent of a living corpse. 6 months later, shortly after his ascension, the emperor heeded the counsel of two literati and decided to implement the reduction of feudal lords' powers. This sweeping initiative led to the exile of the Prince of Dai, the house arrest of the Qi royal family, the demotion of the Prince of Su to commoner status, and the tragic self-immolation of the Prince and Princess of Xiang in an instant. Fear gripped the hearts of feudal lords across the nation. The new emperor's next target for the reduction of powers was undoubtedly the formidable king of Yanbei, who commanded a substantial military presence in the northern frontier. Meanwhile, reports of mass disappearances of infants began to surface from various regions, predominantly around the capital and its vicinity. The missing infants share a common trait. They were all born on dark, ominous days, imbued with the potent energy of the underworld. Gradually, you begin to perceive the unsettling truth. Within the four directions of the spiritual realm, the southern domain is steeped in the most profound Yin energy, where the witchcraft sect has resided for generations, nurturing and refining their sinister arts through this dark essence. Infants, having just entered the world, are undoubtedly the most ideal vessels for such malevolent practices, coupled with the recurring aura of death that often envelopes the emperor. A chilling conclusion begins to crystallize in your mind. However, before you can take any action, this newly enthroned sovereign reveals his terrifying visage. Under the intoxicating influence of supreme power, his gaze becomes intolerant of any existence that might pose a threat to his imperial authority. A clandestine purge targeting the influential ministers of the court is already brewing in the shadows. Chapter 13. The Conspiracy of Witchcraft, ultimately ascending to the realm of the sage. This undoubtedly includes you, who has already attained a prominent position. The Great Purge has surged forth with relentless vigor, and those who have taken the vacated positions are none other than the Emperor's most devoted sycophants. Through your numerous observations, you have been astounded to discover that the aura emanating from these individuals mirrors the morbid essence exuded by the Emperor himself. In light of this troubling scenario, your unease intensifies. You suspect that both the Emperor and the newly appointed ministers have fallen under some form of enchantment, their every word and action manipulated by unseen puppeteers. To validate your hypothesis, on the day of the sacrificial rites, the moment the Emperor ascends the altar, you employ the Confucian art of insight and foresight. Within your gaze, the once magnificent golden dragon, emblematic of the great Yin's fortune, now appears broken and dim, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to dissipate with the slightest disturbance. Were it not for your formidable mental strength, you might scarcely perceive its existence. Most astonishing of all is the sight of the intricate dark patterns that envelop the fortune's golden dragon. These patterns seem almost alive, incessantly writhing and expanding, voraciously consuming the untainted portions of the dragoness surface. This is the Tintern devouring goo. Gazing at the intricate dark patterns adorning the surface of the fortune dragon, a story from the ancient texts of the Qingfeng Academy suddenly comes to mind. It is said that thousands of years ago, the Witch Goo sect orchestrated a plot in the central continent, casting the Tintern devouring goo upon the emperor of that era, with the intention of assimilating the dynasty's fortune and turning the countless lives of the central continent into sustenance. However, for reasons unknown, that goo mysteriously vanished, and the calamity of the witch goo was averted. Considering the emperor's earlier symptoms and the recent spate of missing infants, a terrifying hypothesis gradually forms in your mind. The true emperor may have perished long ago. The one seated on the dragon throne now is but a soulless puppet controlled by the Witch Goo sect. The fortune dragon symbolizes the rise and fall of a nation's destiny. Should the great fortune of the Yin dynasty be assimilated by the Witch Goo sect, the consequences would be unimaginable, a disaster of cataclysmic proportions for the millions of lives across the realm. After the sacrificial rites, you hurriedly sought out Qin and at the Supervisory Institute, sharing your discoveries and thoughts with her. To dispel the Tintern devouring goo requires the invocation of pure righteousness, harnessing the most primal forces of nature to purify it. Yet, at this moment, you have yet to step into the realm of the sages. Forcibly invoking the natural powers could very well lead to dire repercussions. In the secluded chamber of the Supervisory Institute, you fix your gaze upon Qin An's eyes and jest. If one day the situation becomes utterly irretrievable, permit me to make an attempt. should fortune favor my endeavor. It would justify the years spent immersed in the teachings of the sages. Tears glistening in her eyes. Qin chokes back her emotions and asks, what if you fail? To die in pursuit of the Tao, one would hold no regrets. You turn away, your demeanor resolute, yet fail to notice the fleeting glint of determination in Qinan's eyes. The following day, during the court assembly, Qinan unexpectedly swears fealty to the emperor, declaring her willingness to purge all treachery from the supervisory institute. Gradually, she turns to point at you, accusing you of treason, and proceeds to enumerate 24 charges against you. Your pupils widen in disbelief as you gaze at her, met only with her cold, unfamiliar glare. The emperor had long desired your removal, and Qinan's sudden act of righteous betrayal undoubtedly played into his hands. In the midst of your bewilderment, you are imprisoned in the dungeons on charges of treason, while Qinan petitions the emperor for the honor of personally interrogating you. The day of the interrogation swiftly arrives, and within the confines of your cell, you observe her impassive visage, forcing a bitter smile as you inquire, should I address you as Qinan or as the esteemed head of the institute? Her breath catches, a momentary flicker of pain crossing her features, before she adopts an expressionless demeanor and replies, you would do better to consider how to extricate yourself from this predicament. For once you perish, all will be lost. After a grueling 6 hours of interrogation, the Supervisory Institute fails to extract a shred of evidence from your lips. Nevertheless, you are still burdened with a baseless accusation destined for execution. Following this, Qinan seems to transform into a different person, becoming ruthless and resolute, drawing the emperor's trust even further. The world whispers of how the head of the Supervisory Institute, consumed by ambition, will stop at nothing for the coveted position of authority. Within the depths of your despair and prison, you resolve to make a final stand on the day of your execution. You bribe a jailer, persuading him to deliver a letter to the king of Yanbei. The letter reads, should I fail, mobilize your forces to march on the capital, thus preserving a glimmer of hope. On the day of your execution, however, it is not the jailer who comes to escort you to the execution grounds, but a woman clad in the garb of the Supervisory Institute. You recognize her as one of Qinan's loyal assassins, who had been by her side since her days at the Qifeng Academy. She unlocks the cell door and slowly produces a letter from her bosom, handing it to you. Furrowing your brow, you open the envelope in a state of confusion. However, upon reading its contents, it feels as if your world has crumbled, a buzzing echoing in your mind. Forgive me, my husband, for I have deceived you all along. On that day, when you expressed your desire to wager your life for a chance, I understood and respected your decision, yet after much contemplation, I could not bring myself to agree. To me, it matters not whether anyone else exists in this world, but I cannot bear the thought of losing you. When you read this letter, I will already be en route to the palace. If I succeed, you shall remain unharmed. Should I fail, the evidence against you will vanish along with my betrayal. Please forgive my unilateral decision. I have never sought supreme power, only your safety. You previously asked whether I am the head of the institute or Qinan. Fool, there is no head of the Supervisory Institute. I have always been your Qinan. As you reach the end of the letter, your hands tremble uncontrollably, and your expression shifts to one of profound anguish. A lifetime spent studying the teachings of sages fills your mind with thoughts of duty to the nation and the welfare of the people. Yet, in the end, you find yourself unable to protect your beloved. If you cannot even safeguard your closest kin, how can you rescue the world from peril? You slowly close your eyes, the myriad experiences of the past 30 years flashing through your mind. You finally grasp the source of your shackles, a surge of righteous energy enveloping you. At this moment, the expansive execution grounds seem to transform into a sanctuary of enlightenment solely for you. Everything around you becomes acutely clear, as if nothing could impede your resolve even slightly. On this day, you finally entered the realm of the sages. Chapter 14. Minister Luo Yuan, Your Majesty, please embrace death. Upon your arrival at the imperial palace, it was already surrounded by the imperial guards. Gazing at the ominous aura soaring above the palace, an unsettling premonition stirred within you. With the protection of the officials from the supervisory court, you swiftly gained entry into the palace's interior. Before your eyes lay dozens of corpses sprawled across the ground, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood. The emperor stood before the grand hall, his eyes vacant, devoid of color, his face ashen, a mere shell of a man. Two death warriors clad in the attire of the supervisory court swung their blades toward the emperor, the steel scraping against his dragon robe, inch by inch penetrating deeper, producing a cacophony of harsh metallic sounds. Suddenly, The emperor's features contorted, tendrils of black mist emanating from his crown as he sneered. Do you think a mere dozen foundation-level warriors can disrupt the Tintern devouring Qi? His palm shot upward, a swirling vortex of darkness forming within. The two warriors appeared to be gripped by an unseen force, their eyes glazing over, their hands gradually succumbing to weakness. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattered throats, the two warriors were utterly robbed of life. Subsequently, their flesh began to wither at a visible pace, as if all their essence had been siphoned away, leaving behind nothing but desiccated husks. In a futile sacrifice, they had not gained a single chance. Nearby, Qinan witnessed the scene before her, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes. Her complexion was ghastly pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her once radiant face now bearing a heart-wrenching sorrow, clearly at the end of her strength. The emperor slowly approached the distant Qinan, mocking laughter escaping his lips. In truth, I did not wish to harm you, but unexpectedly, your husband possesses such sharp intuition, uncovering the secret of the Tintern devouring Qi. Do not fret. Once I deal with you, I shall swiftly eliminate him, and you two shall soon reunite. With that, he summoned a surge of dark energy, launching it directly toward Qinan. Just then, a wave of pure energy surged from behind, dispersing the black vortex. The emperor turned sharply, a malevolent expression emerging on his pallid face. Husband, what are you doing? Qinan's eyes filled with panic upon seeing your sudden arrival. We must flee. After a moment of shock, the emperor erupted into laughter. You arrived just in time. It saves me the trouble of dragging you out myself. With your hands clasped behind your back, your scholarly robes billowed in the wind, your aura suddenly deepening as if thunder rumbled within your chest. The situation was far worse than you had imagined. The emperor before you was evidently fully controlled by the Gu, and the fortune of the Da'in Empire had likely been tainted beyond repair. With a resolute thought, you summoned an overwhelming surge of righteous energy, enveloping the entire realm. In an instant, the sky seemed to darken. The palace, the capital, the borders, and every corner of the Da'in Empire, its citizens collectively turned their gazes toward the imperial city as though summoned by an unseen force. You have stepped into the realm of sages. A flicker of fear crossed the emperor's face. He hastily formed seals with his hands, a swirling mist of blood materializing around him as he attempted to escape using the blood escape technique. Buzz. Just as his figure vanished, he collided with an invisible barrier, his frantic attempts to burn his essence proving futile. The omnipresent righteous energy sealed off all his avenues of retreat, rendering him trapped. Breath after breath, energy from the heavens converged upon you, flooding your being. You closed your eyes, feeling the immense natural power coursing through you. Then, extending your hand toward the distorted figure of the emperor, you proclaimed, I, Minister Luo Yuan, bearing the wishes of all living beings, beseech your majesty to embrace death. As your words fell, the surrounding righteous energy surged, the vast natural force locking onto the emperor's essence, descending with unparalleled pressure. Boom. In that moment, a shattering sound echoed through the heavens, severing the connection between the Tintern devouring Qi Gu and the Da'in fortune. After a struggle filled with wails, the shadows surrounding the emperor gradually dissipated, his face devoid of any vitality. The Tintern devouring Qi Gu, parasitic upon the host's life force, would see the host perish once the Gu was extracted. After completing this feat, your consciousness grew exceedingly hazy, a profound weakness engulfing your body as you began to topple backward. The cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism offered no enhancement to your physical form, and now, as you bore the weight of the natural energy, you were overwhelmed, your life force gradually fading. In a daze, you felt your head nestling into a soft, nurturing embrace, a familiar aura enveloping you. Through your blurred vision, you caught a glimpse of Qinan's tear-streaked face, her tears falling upon yours, mingling with bitterness and sorrow. Outside the palace, the sounds of battle erupted, the clatter of hooves and the clash of swords echoing in your ears. You knew the Yanbei army had arrived. With great effort, you raised your hand, using your last reserves of strength to gently wipe away the tears from her face, offering a faint smile. In the next life, I shall not study in this year. The king of Yanbei, under the pretext of purging traitors, personally led an army of 300,000 iron cavalry into the capital to eliminate corrupt officials. A great conflagration erupted within the palace, incinerating all traces. The Yanbei forces discovered dozens of corpses amidst the flames, which were submitted for the king's personal verification. After a cursory glance at the disfigured bodies, the king proclaimed to the public that the emperor had perished in the inferno amidst the chaos. On the following day, He stood silently beneath the locust tree at Qingfeng Academy for an entire day and night, without uttering a single word to anyone. Just as the world anticipated the king of Yinbei's ascension to the throne, he unexpectedly ordered a withdrawal of troops, returning tirelessly to Yinbei. The populace speculated that he feared the infamy of treason, yet the true reason remained unknown to all. In September of the same year, with the support of the court officials and the king of Yinbei, the princess regnant ascended the throne, ushering in the era of Ningqing, and became the first empress in the history of the Dayan dynasty. As this dream cycle concluded, the host awakened. The current number of completed cycles, 2, required for system upgrade, 210. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the second dream cycle. You may choose one reward from the following options. Chapter 15. A 7-character verse shakes the capital Sacred Heart. By selecting this reward, the host shall receive the Sacred Heart and virtue, eternally sheltered by righteous energy. Immune to all malevolent forces, poisons, curses, and charms. Tenfold Devouring Insect Curse, a curse crafted by the witchcraft sect of the Southern Spiritual Domain. Merging various toxic creatures and extraordinary herbs, capable of attaching to the Emperor's body, siphoning the dynasty's fortunes to empower the wielder. Supervisory Institute's chief. By choosing this reward, the host will become the adopted son of the current chief of the Supervisory Institute, able to command all covert agents within the Dayan realm. Yet again, I am confronted with this vexing choice of 3. Luo Yuan sighed, lamenting why he must always face such challenging decisions, feeling the weight of tension in every pore. Why can't you distribute rewards more reasonably, Brother Tongzi? After calming his emotions, he began to analyze the merits and demerits of these 3 rewards. Firstly, the second reward was certainly not an option, not because it lacked strength, but due to the lack of space to accommodate such a thing. Although, as a cultivator, one should not be overly merciful. It would be unscrupulous to employ a curse against the emperor, draining the nation's fortunes. Moreover, the current empress is wise and virtuous, and under her governance, the strength of the Dayan rises steadily. Thus, there is no justification for siphoning her fortunes. If fortune were to be drawn, it would more fittingly be her drawing from mine. This leaves the choice between the first and third options, where selecting the first would essentially grant oneself a permanent buff effect. This buff would be extraordinarily formidable, translating to immunity from any abnormalities. The mere immunity to all curses, poisons, and charms would allow one to traverse the Southern Spiritual Domain with ease. The third reward is indeed remarkable. The Supervisory Institute stands as the most formidable oversight authority in the Great Een, with countless operatives dispersed throughout its vast expanse. Even within the various cultivation sects of the 4 spirit domains, numerous spies dispatched by them can be found. It is no exaggeration to assert that if one were to gain power within the Supervisory Institute, it would effectively exert control over half of the bureaucratic landscape of the Great Een. After considerable contemplation, Luo Yuan ultimately decided to select this option. While the Supervisory Institute offers myriad advantages, its primary influence remains confined within the secular realm of the Central Continent's dynasty. Even though the 4 great spirit domains and the Central Continent maintain a mutually beneficial relationship, the predominant authority still resides with those who possess strength. With the blessing of a sage's heart, not only would he be shielded from various forms of covert poisoning and assassination, but he would also likely thrive before the scholars of the National Academy. Thus, this choice could be seen as a triple boon. Upon finalizing his reward, Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling above. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy engulf him. The events that transpired in his dream felt strikingly real, and he remained ensnared in the emotions of that dream, unable to extricate himself for some time. After calming his thoughts, he gradually rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and prepared to seek out Little Yu to inquire about the reception of that poem. However, as he stepped outside his room, he immediately sensed something amiss. A cacophony of noise echoed from downstairs, accompanied by a tumultuous crowd, causing the floor beneath him to creak ominously. The soundproofing of this room leaves much to be desired, Luo Yuan silently lamented. He then slowly pushed open the door and descended into the grand hall below, where the sight that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. The hall of the Xianin Pavilion was teeming with people. Every seat, every private booth, and every bench was completely occupied, with not a single spot available. The clinking of glasses, the murmur of conversations, and the strains of string music intertwined seamlessly, occasionally interrupted by bursts of heated arguments and shouts. The entire hall buzzed with life and was resplendent with energy. Despite this, a steady stream of individuals continued to flow in from outside, inquiring about available seating, only to depart with expressions of disappointment upon receiving negative responses. Some, undeterred, formed long lines on the sun-drenched street outside. The cacophony of the scene starkly contrasted with the usual desolate ambience. Had it not been for the sight of the Xianin Pavilion's insignia within the hall, Luo Yuan might have been led to believe he had mistakenly entered the wrong venue. His gaze shifted slightly, surveying the crowd gathered in the hall. In this gathering, the majority are scholars, adorned in elegant attire, seated in small clusters, engaging in spirited discourse. "Brother Han, have you heard? At the Xianin Pavilion, there is a young fisher girl whose beauty is said to rival that of a national treasure, and her skill in playing the zither is unparalleled, truly a paragon of both grace and artistry." Amidst the assembly, a handsome youth raised his cup towards a gentleman dressed in green, his expression tinged with a hint of daydream. "Indeed, I have heard," replied the gentleman, clinking his cup and downing the contents in a single gulp, adding with a smile, "The verse Qingping Lu, a brief respite at the Xianin Pavilion, has already spread throughout the capital. To be honest, I have come today solely to catch a glimpse of the fisher girl's beauty." "It seems you are also a connoisseur," remarked a young man, adorned in the attire of a wealthy gentleman, who sighed with a touch of regret. "After immersing myself in the capital's pleasures for so long, I was unaware that such a beauty resided in the Xianin Pavilion. Clouds evoke garments, flowers inspire beauty," mused a student from the Guozijian, his face brimming with envy. "If only I could spend a night in her company, I would gladly trade my chance at the highest honors for such an experience." A chorus of voices clinked cups and exchanged whispers, their words overflowing with admiration for the fisher girl. Among this group, a few figures stood out distinctly. Clad in moon-white brocade robes, they neither mingled with others nor engaged in conversation, bearing an air of haughty distinction. The garments they wore, which Luo Yuan had seen in dreams, were undoubtedly the attire of Qingfeng Academy. Observing the scene before him, Luo Yuan comprehended the situation. As expected, his composition of the seven-character Qingping Tiao had indeed made an impact. Indeed, the resonance of such timeless verses is remarkable, especially in this city, rich in literary minds, where one need not worry about the spread of their influence. Even the students of Qingfeng Academy have come to seek fame. "Xiaoyuan, have you awakened?" Just as Luo Yuan was lost in thought, the voice of Bairuoli suddenly pulled him back to reality. "Senior sister, how many days have I slept?" Luo Yuan inquired. Judging by the current bustling atmosphere of Xianin Pavilion, his poem must have circulated for some time. "3 full days, Bairuoli replied, a hint of concern gradually appearing on her delicate face. "Xiaoyuan, you haven't caught some strange illness, have you? Why have you been sleeping so deeply lately?" "Perhaps I've been overexerting my mind recently, and my spirit is somewhat depleted." Luo Yuan casually fabricated an excuse, then shifted the topic. "Senior sister, how has business been at Xianin Pavilion these past few days? How many spirit stones do we earn each day?" Although he already had a rough idea, he was eager to know the specifics, as it would determine whether to proceed with the next phase of his plan. Bairuoli, somewhat skeptical of Lian's explanation, slowly remarked, "Speaking of which, the response to your poem has truly been unexpected. Since Xiaoyu sent people to disseminate it, it has spread throughout the literary circles of the capital in less than a day. The number of visitors has increased exponentially, nearly tenfold compared to usual. And our daily spirit stone income could equal that of an entire month. The girls are nearly overwhelmed." Luo Yuan nodded. Such an outcome was clearly within his expectations. If even the literary drivel penned by the students of the Imperial Academy could gain notoriety in the capital, it was only logical that his rendition of Li Taibai's timeless masterpiece would garner equal acclaim. Bairuoli glanced at Luo Yuan's unperturbed expression and suddenly seemed to recall something. Her tone laced with worry. "Now that our business at Xianin Pavilion is booming, while Xiaoyu may possess some charm, she is not of such extraordinary beauty as to bewitch the nation. Moreover, she does not match the breathtaking descriptions in your poem. I fear that you are concerned that, over time, patrons may grow weary after a couple of visits and not only refrain from returning but also criticize us for false pretenses." Luo Yuan gently tucked a strand of Bairuoli's hair behind her ear, smiling as he queried, "What type of individuals do you think are drawn here because of that poem?" "Naturally, they are literati," Bairuoli answered without hesitation. "What is the defining characteristic of literati?" Luo Yuan pressed further. "Perhaps arrogance?" Bairuoli replied with a hint of uncertainty. "Precisely. Scholars often carry a proud spirit, and are most averse to losing face in front of others. Even if someone is dissatisfied, if the majority remains silent, their first inclination will not be to critique Xiao Yu's appearance, but to question their own taste. This is akin to the tale of the emperor's new clothes, Luo Yuan articulated confidently. The emperor's new clothes? What is that? Bai Ruoli furrowed her brow. Although the current sovereign is a woman, her new attire is not something our girls at Xianin Pavilion could wear. It is merely a reference. As long as you grasp the concept, that suffices. Luo Yuan scratched his head, suddenly realizing that this world did not encompass Anderson's tales. By the way, senior sister, accompany me to a place shortly. Where to? The headquarters of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce. In the resplendent chambers of the Da'in Imperial Palace. An elderly man dressed in court attire stood solemnly. His hair was white, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his murky, old eyes contained a glimmer of vitality. It would be difficult for anyone to believe that this seemingly frail old man was the current head of the civil ministers, Ning Qian, who had maintained a high position through 3 reigns. Opposite him, the Empress Qingyan sat gracefully at her desk, holding a newly presented memorial, her coldly beautiful visage revealing a trace of worry. After a long pause, she set down the document and asked lightly, Elder Ning, how are preparations for the 4 Regions Conference coming along? The old chancellor slightly bowed, responding, Your Majesty, all has been arranged, but it seems there is a discrepancy with the list from the Eastern region. The representative sent by the Condensing Sword sect to the capital appears to be the Saintess Gu Qingshang, rather than the sect master Gu Chunjun. Upon hearing this, the Empress's beautiful eyes remained calm, displaying little surprise. The Condensing Sword sect is the foremost sect of the Eastern region. It is not unreasonable for them to nurture a successor. She then shifted the topic, inquiring, Since I have been in seclusion within the palace after the ancestral rites, have there been any notable happenings in the capital recently? Ning Qian pondered briefly before replying. It is said that a remarkable poem has recently emerged, composed by a student of the Imperial Academy for the courtesan of the Ministry of Rites, and it has spread widely throughout the capital. If it is indeed a masterpiece, it will undoubtedly gain renown. It has been quite some time since the Da'in literary circle has produced good poetry. The Empress sighed softly, displaying little interest. After a moment, she seemed to recall something, her gaze gradually taking on a melancholic shimmer as she unconsciously murmured, as if reminiscing or confiding. If we speak of poetic talent, who in the world could rival my husband's prowess? The words, neither too heavy nor too light, fell perfectly into the ears of Ning Qian, the venerable minister, causing him to shudder. Husband, wait, did I hear that correctly? Husband? When did His Majesty acquire a husband? At that moment, it felt as though a thunderous storm was reverberating around Ning Qian, leaving his mind in a dizzying haze. As a seasoned official who had served through 3 reigns, he had watched the Empress Ning Qing grow from her youthful innocence to her remarkable talents in her prime, witnessing her ruthless determination as she ascended through the ranks of power. Yet, he had never heard of her having a husband. It was astonishing. Not only had she consistently presented herself as disinterested in male affection, but she had also rebuffed the court's repeated suggestions to take male consorts with threats of annihilation against anyone who dared to raise the issue again. So what did her spontaneous utterance of husband signify? Could it be that she had secretly resolved her personal matters? Ning Qian took a few deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. Despite his insatiable curiosity, he restrained the impulse to inquire further. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, he understood well the boundaries of inquiry. The emperor's private affairs undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. After reporting on the discussions held during the 4 Regions Conference, Ning Qian hastily departed from the palace. As he settled into his carriage, his thoughts lingered on the implications of the emperor having a beloved, which could stabilize the nation's foundations, thus quieting the concerns of the officials in the Ministry of Rites. Just then, a subordinate beside him handed him a piece of paper, inscribed with 4 lines of poetry and several smaller notes. Master Ning, this is the latest masterpiece circulating in the capital, and young Master Yin insisted that you must read it personally. The sudden interruption of his thoughts made the seasoned chancellor display a hint of impatience. Haven't I seen this poem before? What does that rascal want with it again? Ning Qian accepted the paper, his gaze sweeping across its contents. Suddenly, he froze, as though struck by lightning, remaining motionless. His eyes fixated on the words, and his hand gripping the paper began to tremble uncontrollably. What a splendid poem. Truly splendid. The usually stoic chancellor of the cabinet was now fervently slapping his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. This is the caliber of poetry that our great Yin should embody. He leaned out of the carriage window, eagerly asking, "Who is the author?" Replying to the master. Young Master Yin did not disclose the author when he handed over this paper. He merely mentioned it was from Xianin Pavilion. Observing his master's uncharacteristic demeanor, the attendant outside couldn't help but feel surprised. As the chancellor of the cabinet, Ning Qian was regarded as the foremost literary figure of the realm, with only a few, like the great scholar of Qingfeng Academy, able to compare with him. Given his status, he had encountered countless exceptional works. What could possibly provoke such a reaction? As the attendant pondered, the voice of the old chancellor echoed from within the carriage once more. "Change course. We shall not return to the residence." "Not return? Master, where are we going?" "To Xianin Pavilion." The headquarters of the Black Moon Commerce was situated in the most affluent and bustling area of the capital, merely a few streets away from Xianin Pavilion. Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli arrived by carriage and reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. Standing before the entrance of the Black Moon Commerce, they were greeted by a striking emblem. A colossal black crescent moon loomed above the building, surrounded by exquisite jade and agate, exuding an air of grandeur and magnificence. Is this the taste of wealth? Luo Yuan couldn't help but reflect, and then he slowly approached the two gatekeepers stationed at the entrance. "Gentlemen, I kindly request that you inform Lord Shun of my visit. I, Luo Yuan from the Xianin sect, have pressing matters to discuss with him," he ventured cautiously. Although he currently held the status of Shun Wanhao's adopted son, he was uncertain whether the rewards bestowed by the system applied solely to Shen Wanhao. The two gatekeepers regarded Luo Yuan's attire with evident disdain. "Our master is extraordinarily busy, and his time is precious. He cannot meet with just anyone," they remarked dismissively. Observing their reaction, Luo Yuan quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that the system's rewards only altered the fate of Shen Wanhao and did not extend to others. With no other recourse, he resolved to employ his financial prowess. Just as he prepared to retrieve a spirit stone from his pocket, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from within the gates, accompanied by an exuberant shout. "Oh, my dear son, you have finally returned." A middle-aged man, resplendent in luxurious brocade and with a substantial belly, dashed out of the merchant's hall, trailed by several flustered servants. "Godfather!" Luo Yuan exclaimed, extending his arms to embrace him, a smile gracing his face that bore no hint of incongruity. Witnessing this scene, the two gatekeepers stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "Son, he is the master's son. When did the master acquire a son?" Bai Ruoli, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, her mind swirling with countless questions. Wasn't little Yuan an orphan? How could he suddenly have a father who is the wealthiest man in the eastern region? Is this what he refers to as the network of the Black Moon Chamber? Can this truly be deemed merely a trifling matter? Amidst the astonished gazes of the three, Luo Yuan and his foster father embraced for a considerable time before slowly parting. Shun Wanhao scrutinized his adopted son with a mixture of joy and concern, saying, "Xiao Yuan, look at you. You were so determined to pursue immortality. After spending a few years at the Xianin sect, you've become so gaunt. Enduring hardship is part of the path to cultivation." Luo Yuan maintained his smile, and then pulled over by Ruoli, introducing her to Shun Wanhao. "Foster father, this is look at you, my boy. You've even found yourself a wife during your travels." Before Luo Yuan could finish, Shun Wanhao interrupted him excitedly. "Xiao Yuan, how could you not bring your wife home sooner for me to meet? I've been worried sick about the family legacy being left without an heir while you pursued immortality." Bai Ruoli's face flushed with embarrassment as she interjected softly, "President Shun, you've misunderstood. I am not Xiao Yuan's wife." Shun Wanhao smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing, "Oh, my memory. I nearly forgot that in your cultivation sect, one does not refer to a spouse as a wife, but rather as a Dao partner." He then extended his right hand and slowly removed a jade ring from his ring finger, presenting it to Bai Ruoli. "You arrived unexpectedly, and I had no time to prepare a proper gift. While this ring may not be exceptionally rare, it is presentable enough. Consider it my token of welcome. In the future, I shall have someone prepare more splendid gifts. My daughter-in-law must not be overlooked in matters of betrothal. This exquisite jade ring possesses remarkable quality. Its hue smooth and refined, with a subtle aura that radiates a refreshing tranquility, clearly distinguishing it as no ordinary item." Just as Bai Ruoli was about to decline, Luo Yuan extended his hand to accept the jade ring on her behalf, expressing gratitude to his godfather. "We are all family. There is no need for such formalities," Shen Wanhua replied, a cheerful smile illuminating his face. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, "Luo Yuan, I believe your Xianyin sect is based in the eastern region. What brings you to the capital so unexpectedly this time?" "To speak candidly, we have a matter for which we seek your assistance," Luo Yuan replied, proceeding to recount the situation regarding the Xianyin pavilion in detail. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanhua's gaze reflected bewilderment, as if he had encountered an utterly absurd situation. "Is it merely a matter of someone encroaching on your business? Why complicate matters? Simply purchase the other brothels and be done with it." "Ah well." Luo Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the mindset of the affluent was beyond the comprehension of those of us burdened by societal constraints. After a brief silence, he asked, "Godfather, do the items sold by the Black Moon Merchant Association come packaged?" Shen Wanhua nodded. "Naturally. Is there any identifiable branding on that packaging?" "None whatsoever," Shen Wanhua replied slowly. "Regardless of the merchant association, for the convenience of customers, it is customary not to embellish the packaging." "Precisely," Luo Yuan mused, playing with the ring in his hand. He continued, "Godfather, would it be possible to implement the following from now on? Let the goods flowing through the Black Moon Merchant Association feature the Xianyin Pavilion's branding on their packaging. Additionally, a line of small text could be included. This year, for the festive season, do not listen to tunes elsewhere. For melodies, visit the Xianyin Pavilion. In return, each Xianyin Pavilion will contribute 10% of their annual spiritual stone income to the Black Moon Merchant Association. Furthermore, whenever the Xianyin Pavilion participates in major spiritual realm competitions or attends significant events, they will also display the Black Moon Merchant Association's branding on their sect attire." Luo Yuan articulated his well-prepared proposals with a calm and steady cadence. The first being to leverage the expansive platform of the Black Moon Merchant Association to promote the Xianyin Pavilion brand while providing a financial contribution to the platform. This behavior, in his previous life, was aptly termed as advertisement. The latter, in turn, leveraged the brand of the Xianyin sect to enhance the platform's influence. This behavior, in a previous life, was aptly termed exclusive sponsorship. Based on his observations during this period, such an advanced promotional model had yet to emerge in this world. Should he manage to implement it first, leveraging the substantial platform of the Black Moon Commerce Association, the benefits it could yield would be immeasurable. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's proposal, Shen Wanhao's brows gradually furrowed, and his expression became increasingly solemn. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration seemed to illuminate his mind, enveloping him in a profound sense of enlightenment. This sensation is akin to the exhilaration he experienced when he first garnered his fortune. As the wealthiest individual in the Eastern Domain, Shen Wanhao possesses an astute business acumen that is nothing short of formidable. Without the need for further elaboration from Luo Yuan, he immediately discerned the immense commercial opportunity embedded within this concept. Although the Black Moon Merchant Association currently reigns supreme in the Eastern Spirit Domain, its foothold in other spirit realms remains relatively tenuous. For years, Shen Wanhao has grappled with the challenge of market expansion, and Luo Yuan's proposal undoubtedly presents a novel perspective. The influence of a mere Xianyin sect may be limited, yet what if it were a prominent sect like the Ningjian sect? In such a scenario, during any grand occasion, the sight of everyone adorned in the Black Moon Merchant Association's emblem would make it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Shen Wanhao's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at his adopted son, his eyes brimming with pride and enthusiasm. "Truly, my adopted son is endowed with a natural flair for business. Father, there is no time to lose. Shall we proceed to the Xianyin Pavilion to discuss the particulars?" Luo Yuan urged, seizing the moment. Shen Wanhao readily acquiesced, and the three of them promptly boarded the carriage of the Black Moon Merchant Association, heading directly towards the Xianyin Pavilion. As they neared the pavilion, Luo Yuan's mind sparked with curiosity, and he suddenly inquired, "Father, have you ever frequented such establishments in the past?" Shen Wanhao's expression turned stern, and he replied gravely, "Nonsense. Are you not aware of who your father is? Venues like the Xianyin Pavilion and the Music Bureau hold no interest for me." In the very next moment, a young woman from the Xianyin Pavilion approached, her voice sweetly melodic. "Master Shen, it has been quite some time since you last graced our Xianyin Pavilion. Are you here to see Miss Ying today?" Shen Wanhao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over him. He coughed twice and waved his hand dismissively, saying, You all know how it is. Business entails unavoidable socializing. At that moment, another maiden from the Xianin pavilion, standing at the doorway, appeared as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly approached Luo Yuan, her expression fraught with anxiety. Senior brother Luo Yuan, you have finally returned. Our Xianin pavilion is on the verge of being besieged. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the notion of a disturbance. What is the meaning of this? Who would dare to cause trouble beneath the emperor's gaze? It has barely been a short while since I departed, and yet trouble finds us. Could it be that a guest is dissatisfied? It is. The people from the teaching bureau. The young girl gasped for breath, gesturing towards the hall. In recent days, our Xianin pavilion has enjoyed a surge in reputation, reclaiming their business. Just this morning, as soon as you left, they brought along that talented scholar from the Guozijian to stir up trouble, even claiming that your poem is a mere imitation of another's work. Imitation? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, the poem was not his original creation. Yet was there truly a figure akin to Li Bai in this world? What grounds are there for such an accusation? Moreover, matters of scholarship cannot simply be dismissed as imitation. He hastened into the hall, where he beheld a young man clad in a blue scholar's robe, standing in the midst of the crowd, holding a wine cup, lamenting, "On that day at the teaching bureau, I composed 2 poems for that courtesan, intending one for posterity and the other for my own enjoyment. Yet, I was deceived by a scoundrel who pilfered my work, thereby misleading the world and usurping my name. If we allow such ruffians to flourish, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace for our Da'in poetry community, an even greater shame for our Da'in literati." The gathered scholars furrowed their brows at his words. Some scoffed, while others wavered. After all, this talented scholar from the Guozijian had recently penned a renowned piece, while the author of the Qingping Lu, a brief respite at the Xianin pavilion, had not yet made an appearance, casting doubt upon the matter. You speak nonsense. A nearby disciple of the Xianin pavilion could no longer contain herself and retorted angrily. This work was crafted by our senior brother Luo Yuan. What business is it of yours? The blue-clad scholar sneered in response. What a farce. I, Lu Zigong, a distinguished student of the Guozijian, would never stoop to slandering an obscure sect such as yours. It is you, Xianin pavilion, who resorts to attracting patrons with stolen poetry. I could easily report you to the authorities, and from this day forth, you shall find no business. The words were spoken with an overbearing arrogance, invoking official authority to exert pressure, instantly diminishing the confidence of the young women from the Mystic Sound Pavilion by 3 parts. Who would have thought that the Imperial Academy, revered as a sacred sanctuary for scholars across the land, could produce such unsavory characters? Just then, a resonant voice suddenly rang out from behind, capturing the attention of everyone present. Lu Zigong, the scholarly man in blue robes, sharply turned his head to see the figure slowly stepping into the hall. His tone was hostile. So you are Luo Yuan? I am your father. Luo Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he casually uttered these 4 words. Such vulgar language, truly the mark of an uncultured brute. Lu Zigong sneered with disdain. Brother, why such words? I merely followed your own logic. Luo Yuan feigned surprise, his face a mask of bewilderment. You claim this poem is not mine because I have never proven I wrote it. By that same reasoning, I must be your father, for your esteemed mother has never proven she did not share intimate relations with me. The moment these words were spoken, the hall erupted in laughter. Lu Zigong's expression twisted through a series of emotions as he struggled to suppress the urge to curse. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Enough talk. Luo Yuan, dare you compose a poem here today, side by side with me? Let the gathered audience judge whose work prevails. The victor's words shall stand as truth." "Oh, what manner of poem shall we compose, brother Zigong?" Luo Yuan arched an eyebrow, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Just when I was itching to put someone in their place, you deliver yourself right to me. Joke S on you, when it comes to poetry, or rather, borrowing it. I'm a professional." Ode to an object, Lu Zigong deliberately chose the theme he excelled in most. Perfect, Luo Yuan nodded slightly, already summoning several renowned odes to objects in his mind. With a sweeping glance at the crowd, he announced, "In that case, I shall humbly present mine first." Then, under the watchful eyes of all, Luo Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and began reciting with measured grace, clenched upon the green mountain, never loosening its grip, its roots anchored deep within the shattered rocks. Tempered by countless trials, steadfast and unyielding, let the winds rage from east to west, north to south. As the final line fell, the hall plunged into stunned silence. Several seconds passed before someone snapped back to reality, exclaiming with fervor, "Magnificent! Truly magnificent! What a masterful metaphor, using bamboo to symbolize resilience." That last line is clearly a rebuke of Lu Zigong's behavior. Though countless odes to bamboo exist throughout history, none have captured even half the divine essence of this piece. The artistic conception of this poem surpasses even the earlier Qing Pingyu. How could someone capable of such brilliance be a fraud? For a moment, the entire assembly was awestruck by the poem's profundity, voices rising in unanimous praise. Observing the reactions around him, Shun Wanhe beamed with pride, puffing out his chest. "My son Luo Yuan possesses the bearing of a future Grand Chancellor." Lu Zigong stood frozen, his face a portrait of disbelief as he stared at Luo Yuan amidst the crowd, as though he had just swallowed 3 pounds of excrement. His expression twisted in utter dismay. Though he loathed to admit it, the moment Luo Yuan's ode to bamboo was spoken, he knew victory was beyond his reach. Tempered by countless trials, steadfast and unyielding. Let the winds rage from east to west, north to south. Such a dazzling, peerless line, worthy of raising a toast to its brilliance. Just then, an electrifying voice suddenly rang out from beyond the doors, drawing all eyes toward its source. A voice in the hall cried out in excitement. It's the Grand Chancellor." Chapter 19. The entire hall stunned. 2 titans vie for 1 man. The sudden exclamation caused all present to rise in unison. The Prime Minister, the foremost among civil officials throughout the ages, occupies a position of unparalleled authority in the court, truly standing as one above 10,000. Furthermore, the current Prime Minister also holds the esteemed title of Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy, revered in the hearts of scholars across the realm. The sudden arrival of such a distinguished figure undoubtedly marks the most momentous occasion in the history of Xianin Pavilion. "Master Minister, it has been a long time. Why have a few strands of silver graced your temples?" Shun Wanhao smiled as he approached to pay his respects. At his level, he indeed had the privilege of befriending the Prime Minister. The affairs of the state are burdensome, and with a son who brings no pride, it is hard to be untroubled. Ning Qian sighed with a wry smile. Unlike Shun, who has such an exceptional adopted son, I cannot help but feel a pang of envy. Upon hearing this, the students in the hall were secretly alarmed. Could it be that the Prime Minister's unexpected visit to Xianin Pavilion was not solely for Shun Wanhao, but rather for Luo Yuan? "Your Excellency, you flatter me. My son possesses only modest literary talent, unworthy of such praise." Although Shun Wanhao spoke these words, his heart was already bursting with joy. It is a universal aspiration for parents to wish for boundless prospects for their children. Though he shares no blood ties with Luo Yuan, after all these years, he has come to regard him as his own son. With Ning Qian's commendation, he felt even more convinced of his earlier belief. "My son Luo Yuan possesses the demeanor of a prime minister." Ning Qian responded with a gentle smile. "You are too humble, President Shun. Your son's poetic talent is well recognized. A piece like Xingping Lu vividly captures the beauty of the world, while his bamboo poem eclipses the brilliance of countless verses throughout history. He is truly a prodigy." Such compliments left even Luo Yuan himself feeling a tad bashful. Then, Ning Qian turned to Lu Zigong beside him and said gravely, "Starting tomorrow, you need not come to the Imperial Academy any longer." Luo Yuan looked on in astonishment. This prime minister seemed to possess a keen sense of discernment. Yet, the next moment, Ning Qian's gaze fell upon him. "Young friend Luo Yuan, I initially came today merely to see you, but having heard your recent exquisite verses, I have changed my mind. Your Excellency, please speak freely." Luo Yuan replied with a slight bow, puzzled by the old man's intentions. "I wish to have you enter the Imperial Academy and take you as my disciple. What say you?" This brief statement was as thunderous as a bolt from the blue, leaving the gathering in utter shock. The Imperial Academy stands as the highest institution of learning within the realm of Dayan, rivaled only by Qingfeng Academy across the land. Gaining admission to the Imperial Academy is the lifelong dream and honor of scholars everywhere. It is no exaggeration to say that stepping through its gates is tantamount to securing a future position in the bureaucracy. Most crucially, the Prime Minister's words clearly indicated that he sought not merely to enroll Luo Yuan in the Imperial Academy, but to personally take him as his apprentice. Such an extraordinary opportunity, if bestowed upon an ordinary person, would undoubtedly be a supreme honor earned only through the virtuous deeds of countless ancestors. At this moment, Shun Wanhai quickly realized the gravity of the situation and eagerly nudged Luan's back, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, Xiao Yuan, quickly express your gratitude to the Prime Minister. At this juncture, the gazes of those present turned towards Luo Yuan, filled with envy and admiration. Young and accomplished, gifted with remarkable talent, with a wealthy godfather and a mentor who is the Prime Minister. Most importantly, his appearance is strikingly handsome. The disparity among individuals is, quite frankly, more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. However, just as everyone anticipated Luo Yuan would acquiesce, an aged voice resonated once more from outside the hall. Humph. To associate such an extraordinary talent with someone like Ning Qian would be nothing short of a monumental waste. The tone of the voice was not particularly high, yet it seemed to possess a magical force that guided it deftly to the ears of each individual present. Amidst the gathered crowd, an elderly man strode confidently into the main hall of the Xianin Pavilion. His hair was a silvery white, his stature slightly bent, and he wore a dark gray scholar's robe, his countenance radiating warmth and kindness. A few students from the Qingfeng Academy recognized him, their expression shifting from surprise to reverence as they hurriedly paid their respects. Students have met the esteemed president. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The president? This elderly gentleman was indeed the head of Qingfeng Academy. To witness the two titans of the literary world today was a fulfillment beyond measure. Who would have anticipated that the visitor was none other than Meng Zhou, the president of Qingfeng Academy, the only scholar of the current era capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Ning Qian in the literary realm. Meng Zhou, why do you not remain in the academy to impart knowledge, and instead venture here? The old chief minister's brows furrowed, a sense of unease stirring within him. What an excellent inquiry. Meng Zhou laughed heartily and replied, Qingfeng Academy earnestly welcomes the wise from across the land. Naturally, this old man is here to recruit disciples. In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards Luo Yuan and with utmost seriousness declared, Young friend, I am Meng Zhou, the president of Qingfeng Academy. I perceive in you a remarkable spirit of righteousness, and I hereby extend a genuine invitation for you to join our institution. What say you? As his words echoed, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The presence of President Meng clearly indicated his intent to vie for a disciple with Chief Minister Ning. Two illustrious scholars openly competing for a student, and in such a place of revelry. What a sensational tale it would be if this were to get out. Meng Lauer, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I, the minister, arrived here first, and thus, Luo Yuan shall naturally be taken under my wing. Ning Qian, feeling as if facing a formidable enemy, even altered his self-reference from old man to I, the minister. Meng Zhou let out a cold snort, disdainfully retorting, Scholars across the realm should choose a worthy tree to settle upon. Do you think my Qingfeng Academy is akin to the sordid grounds of your Guozijian? Old fool, with so many students in the world, why would you compete with me for them? Ning Qian, growing impatient. The esteemed prime minister resorted to coarse language in his desperation to secure a student. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhou could no longer remain composed. Instantly shifting to an aggressive stance, what do you intend to do? Today, I shall claim that student. At that moment, Bai Ruoli, gathering her courage, interjected, Director Meng. Minister Ning, may I have a word? The crowd turned their gaze, astonished by the presence of such an ethereal beauty from Xianin Pavilion. Under their scrutiny, Bai Ruoli continued, to be frank, Luo Yuan has long since joined our Xianin sect, accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. Thus, I fear I must disappoint both of you. Luo Yuan, seizing the opportunity, hastily chimed in, what my senior sister says is true. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed attention, but several years ago, I already pledged allegiance to my sect, which has treated me with great kindness. I dare not seek another master. My young friend Luo Yuan, you worry unnecessarily. Ning Qian chuckled, stroking his beard. The Xianin sect and the Guozijian are distinct entities. One is a sect of cultivation, and the other a mundane academy. There is no conflict, and I believe your master would not refuse. Meng Zhou nodded slightly, proclaiming, excellent. To remain grateful to one's master while seizing this opportunity displays commendable virtue, truly befitting my disciple. He then took out a small piece of jade and presented it to Luo Yuan, smiling. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press further. Accept this jade pendant. It contains a sliver of my righteous energy. Should you find yourself in peril, simply shatter it, and I shall sense your plight within the span of a few breaths. A mere jade pendant, Is it worth such accolades? Ning Qian retorted defiantly, producing a token from his waist and offering it to Luo Yuan. As the assembly beheld the token's appearance, they were left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. The golden token, smooth in texture, was indeed a gift from the emperor. Ning Qian, stroking his long beard, stated nonchalantly, with this token, you may enter and exit all government offices in the capital, including the supervisory court, without restriction. Such a precious offering could not be declined without appearing rude. That would be sheer folly. Luo Yuan accepted the jade and token, expressing his profound gratitude. I shall forever remember the immense kindness bestowed by both esteemed gentlemen. In the next breath, he shifted the conversation. If you would not mind, why not rest here in the Xianin Pavilion, listening to music and watching the dance? It would be a modest gesture of my appreciation. The two esteemed scholars fell silent, their expressions reflecting their dilemma. Should you gentlemen honor me with your presence, I shall cover all expenses for today, Luo Yuan added. At this, the students present exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. The Prime Minister toils day and night for the nation. It is only fitting he takes time to relax. Indeed, whether one paid or not was inconsequential. We could not bear to witness the Prime Minister exhausting himself. Several scholars from Qingfeng Academy echoed, Director, as Confucius once said, joy is the disposition of a gentleman. How can we, as Confucian scholars, not adhere to the teachings of the great sage? Observing this scene, Luo Yuan chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the inclination to seek enjoyment is an inherent trait of humanity. He then waved towards the hall, instructing, bring forth the finest private room on the second floor. Today, let us ensure both gentlemen's spirits are lifted. Before long, a group of elegantly dressed young women emerged from the inner hall, escorting the two esteemed scholars up the stairs. As they ascended, the scholars reluctantly remarked, this is too much, Luo Xiaoyu. You are overly gracious. Luo Xiaoyu, if this gets out, where shall I place my dignity? Watching the two scholars depart amidst the company of charming ladies, Luo Yuan swiftly pulled Bairuoli aside and whispered, Senior sister, please find two disciples skilled in painting and have them capture the scene of the two scholars enjoying the music. Accompany it with a few lines of text. On a certain day in a certain month, the Prime Minister and the director of Qingfeng Academy convened at Xianin Pavilion, enjoying music throughout the night, departing at dawn with expressions of great delight. Luo Yuan had his reasons. Although many literati frequented Xianin Pavilion, it was still a place of indulgence, and many were reluctant to come due to social pressures. Once the Prime Minister and the Academy Director, two leading figures of the literary world, took the initiative, the concerns of students across the realm would undoubtedly dissipate. If even the Prime Minister attended a musical soiree, what would prevent a mere scholar from doing the same? This was the power of the celebrity effect. As evening fell, Director Meng Zhou emerged from the entrance of Xianin Pavilion, his spirits lifted. The young women within displayed remarkable talents, rekindling feelings of his youth. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, he was handed an imperial edict by the waiting censor. Enter the palace to meet the emperor. Inside the palace tea room, the empress sat opposite the venerable director, surrounded by incense arranged in neat rows, wafting fragrant purple smoke. It was well known throughout the Dain dynasty that the empress once studied at Qingfeng Academy. Thus, she treated the former director with great respect. Are you implying that, after reaching the realm of a Confucian sage, though the physical body may perish, the spirit remains eternal? The empress slowly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her expression. Meng Zhou gently nodded. Indeed, upon attaining sagehood, though the body may perish, the spirit is shielded by the righteous energy of heaven and earth, never to dissipate. Under certain conditions, it may even inhabit another's body, thus achieving rebirth. Our greatest sage of Confucianism exemplified this, and even after his passing for centuries, there are still those seeking his reincarnation. The empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her cold countenance betraying an unusual ripple of emotion. After a moment, she spoke again. I have heard that today, the director had a dispute with Minister Ning at a certain establishment of pleasure in the capital, seemingly over a student. Meng Zhou felt a bead of sweat form. His face flushed with embarrassment. I must confess, that young man named Luo Yuan possesses extraordinary talents. In a moment of impulse, I sought to protect such talent, which led to my disagreement with Minister Ning. What did you say? The empress abruptly raised her head, her brows furrowing deeply. The young man you mentioned is named Luo Yuan? Indeed, Meng Zhou responded, astonished. He is a disciple of the sect master of the eastern region Xianing sect. Might your majesty also be acquainted with this individual? The empress fell into a brief silence, her expression as cold and indifferent as ever. Yet, the hand that clasped the teacup trembled slightly, oblivious to the tea that spilled across the table. After a long moment, she suddenly rose and turned away. I am somewhat fatigued. Let us visit the academy and pay our respects to the dean another day. Meng Zhou, observing this, felt puzzled, yet deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. He hastily stood and bowed. This old one takes his leave. Your Majesty, please rest early. As soon as Meng Zhou departed, the empress summoned her personal guard from outside. You are to personally visit the Xianyin Pavilion and invite that lad, Luo Yuan, to the palace for an audience with me. Remember, you must extend the invitation graciously. Should there be the slightest hint of negligence, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, the guard acknowledged the command and withdrew with utmost respect. The soul is immortal. It can inhabit another, memories temporarily sealed. Meng Zhou's words echoed incessantly in the empress's mind, reigniting a hope that had long been extinguished within her. She slowly clenched her hands, her crystalline fingertips embedding into her palms, eliciting waves of pain. My beloved, should miracles exist in this world, I shall not allow you to depart from my side again. In the Xianyin Pavilion on the third floor, Luo Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of stale breath, concluding his training for the day. A foul odor emanated from his body, causing him to frown slightly. It was the impurities expelled during the circulation of spiritual energy. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Luo Yuan resolved to descend and take a bath. Although, with his current cultivation, purging the filth from his body could be accomplished with a simple cleansing spell, the crux lay in the presence of someone to attend to him during the bath. Wasn't he a fragrant massage before sleep delightful? An hour later, Luo Yuan returned to his room, his face radiant with satisfaction from the bath, his legs feeling pleasantly weak. It must be said that the ladies of the Xianyin Pavilion were all exceptionally talented, beautiful, and skilled in playing the flute. He immensely enjoyed their company. After tidying up, Luo Yuan leaped forward, throwing himself into the embrace of his bed. What alleviates worries? The answer: sleep. Every sleepless night is the greatest betrayal of a warm bed and soft blankets. Drowsiness soon overtook him. He closed his eyes and swiftly slipped into slumber. The third dream cycle commenced. Image Repository, Chapter 21. The third simulation, I and my iceberg beauty master. In this life, you were born on the fringes of the Eastern Spirit Domain, at the border with the Northern Spirit Domain, in a place known as Lingyan City. The Northern Spirit Domain has long been a stronghold of the demonic clan, while the cultivators of the Eastern Spirit Domain pride themselves on being the righteous path. For over 10,000 years, the conflicts between these two domains have been relentless. Your father warned you from an early age. Demons are born steeped in dark spiritual energy. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and envious, embodying all negative emotions in the world. Every cultivator of the Eastern Spirit Domain should take it upon themselves to eradicate the demonic clan. Influenced by these teachings, from the moment you could remember, the mark of the demons was deeply etched in your mind, and whenever you spoke of them, it was with gritted teeth, wishing to devour their flesh and drink their blood. Your family was immensely prosperous, the foremost power in Lingyan City, with your mother hailing from a merchant family and your father revered as the greatest master in the city. You spent your childhood in blissful ignorance. However, this idyllic life was short-lived. At the age of 16, a sudden demonic plague erupted at the borders of the Eastern Spirit Domain. The demon army, led by the demon emperor of the Northern Spirit Domain, launched a massive assault. As the battleground where the two domains clashed, Lingyan City became the focal point of this conflict. On that fateful day, sheltered by the might of your family's guardians, you beheld the rumored Northern Demon Emperor through the ethereal projection of spiritual energy in the sky for the first time. She was a vision of ethereal beauty, her jade-like visage unparalleled, her enchanting eyes veiled in mystery. It seemed as if she harbored countless charms, making it impossible to meet her gaze. Every inch of her radiated an unparalleled allure and seduction, capable of stealing one's soul with a mere glance. The image of the demon emperor starkly contrasted with your preconceived notions. You had always imagined demons as fearsome and loathsome beings, evoking terror at their mere presence. For the first time, you found yourself questioning the beliefs instilled in you since childhood. Was there truly such a vast chasm between humanity and the demons? Could the enmity between humans and demons ever be resolved? Yet, swiftly, your father's and kin's admonitions resurfaced in your mind, and you dismissed this terrifying thought. The demons were a calamity by nature, heretics to be exterminated. This mantra echoed in your heart, and you felt fortunate not to have been bewitched by the demon emperor. Little did you know that this fleeting glimpse had already sown a seed deep within your subconscious. 6 months later, with the aid of the congealed sword sect and the leaving fire sect, the demonic plague was quelled, and the demon army retreated to the northern spirit domain. During the battle against the demons, your father fell while protecting you and your mother from a group of powerful demons. Overwhelmed by grief, your mother chose to follow him in death. In the blink of an eye, your once warm and happy family was shattered. Desperate for vengeance, you resolutely embarked on the path of cultivation. Your innate talent for cultivation began to shine through, and driven by hatred, your progress was rapid. In just 3 years, you ascended to the second stage of foundation establishment, a talent unmatched in Lingyan City for centuries. However, just as you believed that revenge was within your grasp, the spiritual energy within you inexplicably began to dissipate. Over the next 6 months, your cultivation plummeted, no matter how hard you tried. You could not halt the disintegration of your spiritual essence. Ultimately, your cultivation stagnated at the third stage of chi refinement. In a single night, you fell from grace, losing the halo of genius that once surrounded you, and the attitudes of the clan's higher-ups towards you shifted dramatically. Those of your peers, who had long resented you, now met you with disdain and increased difficulty. Without your parents' protection and lacking a strong cultivation foundation, you found yourself like a stream without a source. A tree severed from its roots, utterly reliant on no one. Eventually, after much deliberation, the elders of the clan decided to expel you from the family. After considerable struggle, you finally uncovered the secret behind the loss of your spiritual energy. Adorning your chest was an ancient jade pendant, a relic left to you by your mother, which had silently absorbed your spiritual essence for a long time. The pendant housed a soul, and despite numerous attempts to awaken it, you had always met with failure. In desperation, you collapsed by the roadside on a snowy day. Just as your consciousness began to fade, a white figure suddenly appeared in your line of sight. When you opened your eyes, you found yourself in an unfamiliar environment. You felt enveloped in a fragrant aura, cocooned within a soft quilt. As you turned your head slightly, an exquisitely beautiful face instantly captured your attention. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the woman before you, a sense of familiarity welled up within your heart. It seemed as if you had encountered her somewhere before, yet you could not recall where. She introduced herself as Wu, a wandering cultivator from the northernmost part of the eastern spirit domain. She was remarkably well informed about your circumstances, even aware of the secret behind your loss of spiritual energy, and promised to help you restore your cultivation, but only if you agreed to become her disciple. Without hesitation, you accepted her offer, having lost everything. The only motivation sustaining you was revenge. Upon agreeing to become Wu's disciple, the jade pendant indeed ceased its absorption of spiritual energy, and your cultivation gradually began to recover. In the ensuing years, you practiced under her guidance at the border between the eastern and northern spirit domains. She taught you the ways of cultivation, assisted in refining your body, and even willingly used her own blood to purify your soul, while you took care of all the mundane tasks. In your eyes, your master was aloof and seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet she would occasionally reveal a flicker of different emotions when faced with you. In the presence of this ice-cold beauty, you often shared amusing anecdotes from your life, introduced her to novel experiences she had never encountered, and occasionally interspersed these tales with risque humor. Initially, she remained silent on the matter. However, as time passed, you noticed a hint of curiosity and intrigue sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Eventually, it seemed she realized what you were doing. Her brows would furrow, and she would scold you for your impure thoughts. Nevertheless, she refrained from harshly reprimanding you, and these light-hearted exchanges gradually became a regular part of your master-disciple relationship. Little by little, the once frosty demeanor of her exquisite face softened into smiles, and at times, a hint of seduction in her gaze could leave you momentarily entranced. You were oblivious to why your master treated you so kindly, yet you found yourself utterly enchanted by this feeling. As it bestowed a sense of belonging upon your wandering soul, days turned into weeks, and the hatred in your heart seemed to wane. You almost forgot the original purpose of your journey alongside her. Occasionally, you even wondered if, in this lifetime, you could not exact revenge. It would be acceptable to drift through the world with your master. Yet, you found it perplexing that your master seemed to possess profound knowledge of the demon's habits and movements. No matter how powerful the demon, upon sensing her presence, they would involuntarily display fear and submission in their gaze. Until one day, the soul within your jade pendant suddenly awakened. That soul initiated communication with you, revealing a secret that could overturn the very fabric of the world. Chapter 22. The awakening of the Creator's divine will and the acquisition of innate spiritual treasures. The soul residing within the jade pendant identifies itself as the incarnation of the Creator's essence. Having long dwelt within this artifact, quietly observing the world she has fashioned, she is the primordial source of all laws and beings, having birthed every race, including humans, deities, demons, and spirits. After crafting the myriad forms of existence, she chose to undergo a form of transcendence, merging with the Tao and departing, leaving only a fragment of her divine soul to wander the world. In her vision, all races and beings should coexist in harmony, born equal and devoid of discrimination, slander, hatred, and bloodshed. However, throughout the eons, the strife among the various races has persisted unabated. The conflicts between humans and spirits, humans and demons, and infighting within the human race have only intensified. Among these, the clash between humans and demons stands out, gradually evolving into a war between two great spiritual realms. This is in stark contradiction to her original vision at the dawn of creation, and she could not bear to witness the two races she had birthed turn against one another. Ultimately, she resolved to reincarnate using the remnants of her divine essence, forcibly quelling the strife between humanity and the demon race with her creative power. However, the magnitude of the energy required for rebirth was immense. Relying solely on a fragment of her soul to accomplish this feat was akin to chasing a mirage. Left with no alternative, she tethered her spirit to this jade pendant, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from each bearer to gradually accumulate power. By the time it reached you, the gathering of energy was nearly complete, just a step away from her resurrection. Upon hearing the soul's narration from within the pendant, your own essence trembled violently. The sudden influx of information was overwhelming, leaving you momentarily stunned. Wait, you interrupted the Creator God, confusion etched on your face. If that is the case, why reveal this secret to me now? Or perhaps, have you already completed your reincarnation? The Creator God's spirit fell silent for a moment before responding gently. Because I see hope in you. A hope potent enough to quell the discord between the demon and human races. Hope? You scoffed, saying, as the Creator God who has been by my side for years. You must clearly understand the profound hatred I harbor for the demon race. Moreover, as a mere practitioner at the transformation stage, how could I possibly reconcile the enmity that has spanned millennia between our races? No, you are unlike other mortals. I can perceive that although your heart is shrouded in hatred, deep down, you do not entirely subscribe to the notion that the demon race is inherently wicked. The Creator God's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. Furthermore, perhaps you have yet to realize that your cultivation physique is the ancient sacred body that has existed since the creation of the world, destined to surpass all living humans in the future. Only with the ancient sacred body can the spirit vein remain intact and the root of your essence flourish, even after years of my energy absorption. Of course, the most significant reason is your identity. Identity? You furrowed your brow, perplexed. Your family has taken pride in exterminating demons for generations, and your parents perished due to demonic threats. If anything, your identity should compel you to an eternal conflict with the demon race, not reconciliation. Sensing your confusion, the Creator God's voice resonated once more. What I refer to as identity is not your original lineage, but rather the bond forged between you and your master. While I have not experienced the emotions of mortals, I can discern that through your years together, a sentiment has blossomed between you and your master that transcends the mere teacher-student relationship. Deep within your heart, do you truly wish for her to be merely your teacher? Perhaps this additional sentiment between you and your master is the key to preventing conflict between the two races. Enough. Your brow furrowed deeply, interrupting the Creator God. I do not care whether you're a Creator God or any other deity. My master is simply my master, with no other identity. Your voice quivered slightly, for even you could not fathom what you would do if one day your dearly beloved master, who has shown you immense kindness, were to transform into someone else, bearing an identity you could never accept. How would you confront her? Your thoughts spiraled into chaos as your spirit began to ache from prolonged concentration. It is futile. One day, you will find the answer yourself. The Creator God lamented softly before her consciousness faded into darkness, slipping back into slumber. As her voice gradually dissipated, your awareness began to awaken. The host has awakened. This cycle of dreams has been temporarily halted. Completed dreams, 2. Current number of dream cycles, 4. System upgrade required, 410. Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. As he stretched his limbs, he was surprised to discover that his body was not as stiff as he had anticipated. This indicates that the recent cycle of dreams did not consume an excessive amount of time. In truth, Luo Yuan harbored a certain hope for this. Maintaining a dream duration of merely 1 or 2 days would suffice. Firstly, it would facilitate explanations to his senior sister and the others. Secondly, a shorter dream duration would imply a greater number of cycles required within a narrative. An increased number of cycles would consequently yield more rewards. Who would not relish the opportunity to reap benefits from the esteemed Tongzi? Nevertheless, while the duration of dreams may be brief, other aspects cannot afford to be similarly constrained. As this pertains to matters of dignity, just as Luo Yuan was lost in contemplation, the system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully completed a dream cycle and may select one reward from the following options. 1. The Homing Jade Pendant, an innate spiritual treasure born at the dawn of chaos, imbued with primordial spatial divine power. It possesses infinite space capable of accommodating all things in the world. When in proximity to extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, it emits a unique response, allowing for the cultivation of spiritual herbs, thereby accelerating their growth and enhancing their efficacy upon maturity. 2. The demon-slaying Tiger General, a divine weapon long held by the Luo family of Lingyan City in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Crafted from the purest and most radiant steel, it naturally restrains demonic entities, instilling fear in all demons that cross its path. As he beheld the two rewards that materialized before him, Luo Yuan swiftly made his choice. Without a moment's hesitation, without a doubt, he opted for the first option. In previous circumstances, he might have lingered over the second choice. Given that it was a divine weapon safeguarded and passed down through generations, possessing unique demon-slaying properties, thus surely of considerable caliber. However, the crux of the matter lay in the comparison with none other than an innate spiritual treasure. Infinite space, treasure sensing, accelerated growth of spiritual herbs. Any one of these abilities, when considered alone, would be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, the Homing Jade Pendant combined all three capabilities into a singular entity, devoid of any adverse effects upon usage. From any perspective, it was a divine object among divine objects. After selecting his reward, Luo Yuan promptly placed all his valuable possessions into the Homing Jade Pendant. He then focused his thoughts and released his spirit into the internal space of the pendant. Regrettably, it did not harbor a creator deity as he had envisioned. Instead, it revealed a vast, gray expanse of boundless space. Such a pity. I had hoped for an additional bonus. Luo Yuan withdrew his spirit with a tinge of disappointment. Having organized his belongings, he stretched languidly, preparing to descend for breakfast and enjoy some music, while also checking on the operations of the Xian'an Pavilion over the past few days. If all went according to plan, the advertising and exclusive sponsorship initiatives would have commenced during the time he spent in the dream. However, as he opened his door, he was met not by the sweet and charming maidens of the Xian'an Pavilion, but rather by a burly man clad in light armor, holding a document. His face adorned with a full beard and accentuated by two prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Good heavens, what a striking figure! Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the man's imposing visage, questioning whether he had perhaps traversed into another realm. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the bearded man suddenly sprang to life, his previously weary eyes now brimming with elation. He rushed forward, tears of joy in his eyes, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Young Master Luo, you have finally awakened. If you had not roused, I would have fainted at your doorstep." "Excuse me, who exactly are you?" Luo Yuan, startled by the man's unexpected advance, took a step back and hurriedly replied, "Our Xian'an Pavilion is a legitimate establishment, selling art and not bodies. Even if one were to sell themselves, you should not come seeking me. Is this not an abduction?" He added silently to himself, "Little Yuan, you misunderstand." Ruoli gently ascended the adjacent staircase, pointing to the bearded man. "This is Lord Lu Ting, an imperial bodyguard from the palace. He has been waiting for you for nearly 2 days." "An imperial bodyguard?" Luo Yuan pondered. "What business could someone from the palace have with me? Could it be that the emperor wishes to see me? Ah, it is Lord Lu. I apologize for the misunderstanding, mistaking you for a rogue. I hope you can forgive me." Lord Lu. A professional smile graced Luo Yuan's face as he cautiously inquired, "Pray tell, what brings you here, Lord Lu? Is it the emperor who wishes to see me?" "No misunderstanding at all, young Master Luo. You are too courteous," Lu Ting replied, rising to adjust his demeanor and stating slowly, "By the emperor's decree, I have been instructed to personally invite young Master Luo to the palace. So it is indeed the emperor seeking me." Luo Yuan mused inwardly. "Yet, I have had no prior dealings with the current sovereign. Why the sudden summons to the palace? Is it due to the recommendation of the Prime Minister? Or perhaps a recognition of my literary talents? No, even though I have gained some notoriety in the capital these past few days. The Emperor's demeanor should not warrant such peculiarity. If she desired my presence, she could simply issue a decree. There would be no need to send an imperial bodyguard to escort me personally. These circumstances are untenable. What could possibly be the reason then? Suddenly, Luo Yuan's mind stirred, and an alternative possibility emerged in his thoughts. Could it be that the current Empress Ningxing in the palace is none other than the Princess Qianin from his dreams? Coupled with the earlier incident involving the saintess of the Ningxian sect pressuring him into marriage, everything began to make sense. Lord Lu, has His Majesty given you any other instructions? Luo Yuan inquired once more. The Imperial Guard pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His Majesty only instructed me to swiftly escort young Master Luo into the palace to meet her. There were no further directives. He then gestured towards the outside and respectfully added, Young Master Luo, time is of the essence. Her Majesty has been waiting for nearly 2 days. We should hasten our departure. Regardless of whether his assumptions were accurate, it would be prudent to meet her. Thus, Luo Yuan resolved to follow the Imperial Guard to the royal carriage heading towards the palace. As soon as Luo Yuan departed from the Xianin Pavilion, a group of unexpected visitors arrived at the entrance. They were a band of swordsmen, all clad in moon-white robes, wielding bronze longswords. And an aura of impending danger surrounded them. Should any cultivator from the Eastern Spirit Domain be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. For the attire worn by these swordsmen was not ordinary clothing, but the ceremonial garb of the esteemed Ningxian sect, the foremost sect of the Eastern Domain. Among this cohort, one woman stood out strikingly. Her beauty was exquisite, as if carved from flawless ice and snow, with eyes as tranquil as a cold pond, exuding an air of aloofness that repelled those who approached. Upon seeing this group at the entrance, the young lady at the front desk of the Xianin Pavilion felt a twinge of apprehension, yet she approached them with utmost professionalism. Esteemed lady, have you come to listen to some music? Guqi Chong did not respond, her gaze sweeping over the hall. If you are not here for music, you must be here to appreciate poetry. The private rooms on the second floor have been hosting talented poets recently. Perhaps you may find a poem to your liking. Not receiving a reply from Guqi Chong, the front desk attendant continued with a polite smile, slightly disheartened by the absence of the figure she sought. Guqi Chong shook her head lightly and said, I am here to find someone. Her tone was calm and measured, her voice reminiscent of fragile ice clinking against glass, both melodious and imbued with a hint of chill. Searching for someone? The front desk attendant suddenly enlightened. You must be looking for senior brother Luo, correct? Unfortunately, you have arrived at an inopportune moment. He has just been summoned to the palace by His Majesty. Had you come a moment earlier, you might have encountered him. To the palace? Guqi Chong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Does your Xianin sect still maintain ties with the Dain royal family? Esteemed lady, you jest. The front desk attendant chuckled softly, her tone tinged with amusement. We, the Xianin sect, are merely a secondary sect in the Eastern Domain. How could we possibly have any collaboration with the royal family? It would be more plausible to suggest that His Majesty has taken a liking to senior brother Luo and wishes to include him in the harem. Upon hearing these words, the young ladies of the Xianin Pavilion erupted into a chorus of delicate laughter. Indeed, one cannot deny that brother Luo is exceptionally handsome and possesses considerable literary talent. Even the Grand Minister of the Inner Cabinet and the President of the Qifeng Academy are vying to take him as their disciple. It is entirely reasonable for the Empress to take notice of him. Absolutely. After all, the current sovereign is a woman, and since her ascension, she has yet to take a male consort. It is only natural that she harbors such intentions now. Just a few days ago, I overheard some guests mention that the Grand Minister, unable to secure a disciple, is contemplating marrying his daughter to brother Luo. The surrounding chatter filled Guqi Chong's heart with unease. Although she understood that these were likely mere jesting remarks, what if Luo Yuan truly became entangled with those women? What if he genuinely caught the eye of the Grand Empress of Dain? Would she not be? Guqi Chong's delicate brows furrowed deeply, and her exquisite visage gradually darkened with a chilling aura. Before the young lady at the front desk could speak again, she abruptly turned, her inner spiritual energy surging to its utmost, propelling her swiftly toward the imperial palace. The disciples of the Ningxian sect exchanged bewildered glances, hurriedly following her while calling out, Saintess, where are you going? To the palace, to see the Empress. In the Dain imperial palace, within the tea chamber, the ministers of the right stood in neat rows, their expressions grave and beseeching. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the very foundation of the nation. It cannot be delayed any longer. Indeed, Your Majesty, should this matter remain unresolved, The future of the Dayan dynasty will be in jeopardy. The national fortune is at stake. We implore your majesty to take a consort soon. Opposite them, Empress Ningxing lifted her teacup, taking a measured sip before responding. It is still premature for such discussions. The affairs of the state are pressing. I prioritize the nation's concerns above all else. The Minister of Right stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, taking a consort to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage is the most pressing state affair. He paused briefly before continuing. In the past, each of our great ancestors had numerous wives and concubines by the time they reached your age. Emperor Taizong had more than 10 sons by the time he was 30. And Emperor Renzong, presumptuous, who granted you the audacity to speak so recklessly about our ancestors. The Empress's expression darkened instantaneously, and she struck the armrest beside her with force, exclaiming, I shall make it clear today, whether or not to take a consort is my private affair, and it is of no concern to you. From now on, anyone who dares to present petitions regarding this matter shall face severe punishment. As her words echoed, several ministers of the rights hastily knelt, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Just then, a maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Lord Luo has returned to the palace with young Master Luo. Upon hearing this, the Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled, and the previously dark expression on her face was replaced with unmistakable joy. Really? Where are they now? The young maid lowered her head slightly and respectfully answered, Your Majesty. They are waiting outside. The Empress could no longer contain herself, rising abruptly, excitement radiating from her. Quickly, invite them in. The ministers of the rights exchanged astonished glances at her exuberance. In their recollections, this sovereign was unparalleled in political strategy and cunning, remaining unperturbed even in the face of monumental events. What sort of individual could evoke such a reaction from her, compelling her to dispatch imperial guards for a personal welcome? In the next moment, amidst the expectant gazes of the ministers, the imperial guard, Lu Ting, strode into the tea chamber. Close behind him was a young man clad in a white robe. His features were extraordinarily handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, and he moved with a calm grace, emanating an ethereal charm with every gesture. Upon seeing the newcomer, the ministers were momentarily taken aback, only to be swept by an indescribable wave of elation within their hearts. Such beauty, such grace, is truly the epitome of a captivating enchantress, a perilous seductress indeed. No wonder His Majesty has consistently shown indifference towards the consort. It appears he had already envisioned a suitable candidate in his heart. At the moment the Empress laid eyes upon Luo Yuan, her expression momentarily faltered, and her breath quickened slightly. Those icy eyes, usually as cold as a frozen pond, now trembled violently, and the atmosphere around her became chaotically disordered in an instant. Her gaze fixated on Luo Yuan in the center of the hall, as if she had lost all capacity for rational thought. My beloved, is it truly you? The sovereign ruler of the Central Plains murmured softly, gazing at the visage she had long yearned for, her eyes shimmering with a dreamlike haze. Within her heart, all feelings of unwillingness, longing, and grievance intertwined, relentlessly washing over her thoughts. The very air around her seemed to quiver in response to the Empress's emotional turmoil, enveloping the space in an extraordinary ambience. Consort. The Minister of Rights felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Why did Her Majesty refer to him as such? When had she taken a consort? Could it be that she had already favored this individual? The other officials of the Ministry of Rights exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar intrigue towards Luo Yuan. As for Luo Yuan, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Indeed, this was yet another instance of a dream materializing into reality. The Empress before him was none other than the Princess Qianin from his dreams. Moreover, judging by her reaction, she evidently possessed memories from those visions. Thus, a dilemma arose. Should he reveal his identity to her? Luo Yuan's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Should he align himself with the Empress? His future would be assuredly prosperous, and his life would be devoid of worries. After all, with the Empress's favor, could any enterprise within the vast realm of Dayan rival the Xianin Pavilion? Yet, therein lay the crux of the matter. She was the Empress. Should he truly partake in such indulgence, he would no longer be able to pursue his previous ambitions. What of his senior sister? What of his master? What of the enchanting fairy Qingshan? What of the maidens of the Xianin Pavilion? What of all the exquisite beauties yet to be wed across the realm? The thought of such a predicament pierced Luo Yuan's heart with anguish. He was not a scoundrel. He merely wished to provide a home for all the celestial maidens of the world. With this resolve, Luo Yuan took a step forward, a glimmer of uncertainty manifesting in his gaze as he inquired, "Your Majesty, do you recognize me?" According to the narrative of his dreams, he had perished after provoking the will of the people to slay the emperor, if memory served him right, in the very embrace of Qianan. This provides a compelling proof of existence beyond the mortal realm, as long as one does not voluntarily acknowledge it. Even the arrival of Jesus cannot substantiate the identity of the individual. The Empress paused, suddenly recalling the words of Dean Mengsho, who had mentioned that those who attain the sage realm have their souls protected by the grand righteousness, allowing them, at the right moment, to attach themselves to a new body and complete their reincarnation. This implies that, at this moment, Luo Yuan possesses only a fragment of his soul from before reincarnation, and his memories are temporarily sealed. The Empress realized, "No wonder my husband does not recognize me." She quickly composed herself and softly spoke, "In just a few days, you have composed 2 timeless masterpieces, stirring the literary circles of the capital, prompting Elder Ning and Dean Ming to set aside their pride and engage in rivalry. Such a remarkably gifted individual, how could I be unaware of you?" The officials from the Ministry of Rites began to grasp the situation. The potential male consort before them was indeed the renowned talent, Luo Yuan. It was a relief that they did not recognize me, Luo Yuan thought to himself, and continued, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am merely—" "Do not call me Your Majesty," the Empress interjected hastily, her gaze filled with warmth that seemed capable of melting the heart. "Call me Qianan." The several officials from the Ministry of Rites, witnessing this, were further convinced. The person before them was undoubtedly the male consort personally appointed by the Empress. Not only had she sent the imperial guards to welcome him, but even her self-reference had shifted from enemy in his presence. Most crucially, the Empress had allowed him to address her as Qianan. It is known that Qianan was the title she held before ascending the throne, and the only one who could address her as such was her birth mother, Empress Dowager Fuyu. Now, she had allowed Luo Yuan to call her by that name. There could be no mistake. This was the future emperor consort. Do not be overly modest. Such talent, if obscured among the masses, would be akin to a pearl buried in dust. The Empress gazed at Luo Yuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Her expression seemed to convey, "No wonder he is the man I have chosen. Even after reincarnation, he remains exceptional." Suddenly, the Empress seemed to recall something and shifted the conversation. "Luo Yuan, do you have a wife?" Upon hearing this, the officials of the Ministry of Rites felt a renewed sense of certainty. This was a sure thing. "I have been cultivating in the eastern region for many years and have not yet married." Luo Yuan's heart sank. What was happening? Were they forcibly trying to take him in? Could it be that this world also indulged in substitute literature? The Empress nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Then, do you have someone you fancy?" Luo Yuan paused, about to respond when an urgent report came from outside. "Your Majesty, the sanest of the request and audience." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan felt a sudden chill run down his spine. This is bad. Why has she come here? Instead of staying in the Eastern Ling region, why has she come to the central continent? The sanest of the? The Empress frowned slightly, seemingly surprised at the timing of the visit. With some time remaining before the 4-region conference, why was the sanest of the so eager to seek an audience? She then turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, a hint of peculiarity emerging in her expression. Luo Yuan hailed from the Xianin sect, which, like Gu Qingchang's, belonged to the Eastern Ling region. Could it be that they? But soon, she dispelled that thought. In her memory, although the Xianin sect and were both situated in the Eastern Ling region, their statuses were worlds apart. As the sanest of the, Gu Qichang held an esteemed position. How could she possibly have any connection with Luo Yuan? The Empress slowly returned to her seat and instructed the attending maid, "Allow her to enter." Moments later, Gu Qichang, clad in white, appeared before everyone. Upon entering, her gaze instantly fixed upon Luo Yuan. Seeing him properly attired and composed, she let out a long sigh of relief. The Empress, noticing Gu Qingchang's reaction, furrowed her brow slightly and spoke. "With half a month remaining before the 4-region conference, what brings you to visit at this time, Saintess?" Gu Qichang bowed to the Empress and replied, "The 4-region conference is indeed of utmost importance to us in the Eastern region, but I have not come solely for that purpose." "Oh?" The Empress raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray, elaborate." "I wish to request a person from your Majesty." Gu Qichang spoke lightly, her gaze instinctively glancing in Luo Yuan's direction. "He is currently within the grand capital of Didin." The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, "For the Saintess to come in person to seek an audience with me, it must be a matter of significant importance regarding an individual. Could it be an enemy of your sect in the central continent?" As the foremost sect in the eastern region, it was not uncommon for them to have enemies across the spiritual domains, and the Empress considered her conjecture reasonable. Gu Qichang glanced at Luo Yuan from afar and shook her head gently. Not at all. Not an enemy. Could it be that the saintess has taken an interest in a talented young noble from a prominent family and wishes to recruit him into the Empress inquired further. Gu Qichang continued to shake her head, speaking in an exceedingly calm and natural tone. This person is neither foe nor friend, but rather, my beloved. The sound of clattering echoed as the disciples of the outside were struck dumb, their swords clattering to the ground. Luo Yuan nearly stumbled, almost colliding with a nearby pillar. The Empress was taken aback, but her smile remained intact. Speak freely, saintess. No matter which young master you have set your sights on, I shall personally facilitate your marriage. In the Empress's view, since Gu Qichang had taken the trouble to seek her out, it indicated that she was in a state of unrequited love for that beloved. If she were to propose assisting in the marriage, it would not only earn goodwill from but also significantly strengthen the relationship between Da'in and the eastern region, making it a win-win strategy. No matter how one viewed it, it was a sure profit. Gu Qichang looked up at the Empress and asked, Your Majesty, do you truly mean it? Certainly. The Empress nodded slightly. A ruler does not speak lightly. Upon hearing this, the saintess's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of cunning flashing across her face. She slowly raised her right hand, delicately pointing towards Luo Yuan, and fixed her gaze on the Empress, enunciating each word. Your Majesty, I desire him. As soon as these words left her lips, the officials from the Ministry of Rites felt their legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. They looked at Gu Qichang in disbelief, each pair of eyes wide open and mouths agape, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. The peerless beauty, the enchanting saintess of the actually, wanted to compete for a man with the Empress? And to demand him in front of the Empress? What is this? Is it a face-to-face confrontation? If this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly ignite a sensational uproar across the spiritual realms. The Empress furrowed her brows. Her countenance gradually enveloped in an air of frigid severity as she coldly declared, This individual is unacceptable. When asked why, she retorted dismissively, There is no reason. Her tone was resolute, starkly contrasting the politeness she had earlier exhibited. Throughout the vast empire of Da'in, should a holy maiden take a fancy to any man, I would readily arrange a marriage for you. Yet this man, I cannot possibly acquiesce. Gu Qichang huffed lightly, as if anticipating such a reaction, and calmly responded, This man is neither a prominent minister of the court nor a consort of your majesty. He is merely handsome. Why can't your majesty grant him this opportunity? The Empress, upon hearing this, could hardly contain her agitation. Were it not for the formidable foundation of the Ningjian sect, she would have erupted in anger. Grant him an opportunity? This is my man. To allow him to become yours would be tantamount to placing a green hat upon my own head. Taking a moment to compose herself, the Empress's regal aura surged forth, and she solemnly stated, Since I have said this, rest assured I have my reasons. But you, esteemed holy maiden, as the foremost holy maiden of the Eastern domain, could summon countless men to risk life and limb for you with but a mere gesture. Why are you fixated on such an inconspicuous individual? Unyielding, Gu Qichang replied, Your Majesty, as the Emperor of Central State, could have any man beneath the heavens at your disposal. Why restrict yourself to just Luo Yuan? The two exchanged retorts, neither willing to concede an inch, leading to a palpable stalemate in the atmosphere of the tea chamber. The tension between Gu Qichang and the Empress crackled in the air, their gazes locking as if sparks were dancing between them. As the saying goes, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. The officials of the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Guards stood to the side, apprehensive and silent, aware that the situation was far too rare and extraordinary for them to intervene. A single misstep in speech could jeopardize their very lives. Gu Qichang regarded the Empress with a grave expression, realizing she was facing a formidable adversary. Unlike Bairuoli, who was somewhat naive and easily swayed, this opponent was a sovereign, equally adept in cunning, beauty, and guile. Even her own pride in her figure paled in comparison to that of the Empress. Damn. How can this woman have no flaws? After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her teeth, seemingly having resolved to unleash her most potent move. Your Majesty, although you profess to value Luo Yuan, it remains merely a verbal declaration. Unbeknownst to you, I have already forged a deeper bond with him. Gu Qichang's tone was calm, yet her gaze held a hint of provocation. Essentially, she was asserting, not only can I covet the man you desire, but I can also take action. The look in her eyes seemed to convey, Your Majesty, your man is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes turned icy, her retort unwavering. The holy maiden has just stated that as the Emperor of Central State, I could, should I wish, claim any man in this world for myself. It is quite clear. You think you alone can possess him? Apologies, but I have already been with him prior to his reincarnation. The surrounding officials listened in shock, their hearts racing, too terrified to even breathe audibly. The implications of those few exchanged words were overwhelming, so explosive that they began to doubt whether they would leave the palace alive. As the dialogue between the two women unfolded, Luo Yuan felt an increasing sense of unease. What utterances of ferocity are these? One is the holy maiden of and the other is the empress of the Central Plains. Can such words truly escape your lips? Have you considered the feelings of the other party involved? It is infuriating. When shall our male comrades rise to the occasion? Observing the unwavering demeanor of her opponent, Gu Qingshang let out a soft snort and continued, even if your majesty can forcibly bind Luo Yuan to your side, it ultimately remains a reluctant compliance. Those who are retained through such means are no different from puppets on strings. She paused momentarily, then gradually directed her gaze towards Luo Yuan, continuing. The circumstances between him and me are entirely different. The ways in which our bond can be deepened far exceed your majesty's imagination. As these words fell, the venue was engulfed in a profound silence. The Minister of Rites hastily bowed his head, silently repeating 1,000 times the mantra of propriety. A multitude of disciples from the outside the door promptly collapsed in shock. Luo Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, experiencing a sensation akin to public humiliation. Is it truly appropriate to utter such things before an audience? Discussing such matters in private would suffice. Yet, it appeared that these seemingly lethal remarks did not significantly affect the Empress. A faint smirk began to adorn her exquisite visage as she replied coolly. Though your excellency the holy maiden possesses unparalleled beauty, in certain respects, your understanding remains rather superficial. What merit is there in such antics? If this is what you refer to as entirely different, then I must admit to being somewhat disappointed. Reflecting upon the early days of her marriage with Luo Yuan, she pondered the myriad of methods they had explored. After all, she was but a young maiden, and such trivialities had long since lost their novelty for her and her husband. As her words lingered in the air, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Gu Qingshang's face. She had unleashed her full arsenal, revealing her trump cards. Yet her opponent remained unflustered and composed in the face of such intense scrutiny. This opponent is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Just as she was about to speak again, an elder from the hurriedly conveyed through sound transmission from outside, Saintus. The task assigned to us by the sect master during this journey is to successfully complete the Four Realms Conference, which pertains to our core interests in the Central State. Should any unpleasantness arise between us and the monarch of the Da'in Kingdom, it is feared that it may adversely affect our subsequent discussions. The elder's words were anything but subtle, nearly spelling out his intentions. The implications were crystal clear. At such a critical juncture, dear Saintus, you must not succumb to the folly of infatuation. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshang's expression hardened slightly, a weight of seriousness gradually manifesting in her gaze. At this moment, she harbored no intention of retreat. However, should both parties continue to bicker, it would inevitably lead to a situation where neither would gain anything. If it were merely a matter concerning the interests of the Ningxian sect, she might have been able to disregard it. Yet, this time, the Ningxian sect represented the broader interests of the entire Eastern Spirit domain, entangled in a web of disputes that were difficult to quantify. After all, this was the territory of others, and it was unlikely that she would emerge unscathed. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of cultivators from the various spiritual domains faced suppression from the royal fortune during their time in the secular dynasty, and their realms would also be restricted. Should the opposing side choose to create difficulties, she would find herself utterly powerless. Contemplating this, Gu Qingshang took a deep breath. Her icy eyes once again fixed upon the Empress before her, and she stated, "In that case, Your Majesty, perhaps we should allow time to bear witness, to see whether Luo Yuan truly wishes to serve as your subordinate or has other allegiances." In her view, Luo Yuan was ultimately a cultivator of the Eastern Spirit domain and would not remain in Zhangzhou for long. Once she returned to the Eastern Spirit domain, she certainly had ways to seize the initiative. Should the esteemed Saintus insist on this course, then I shall naturally accompany you to the end. The Empress spoke with unwavering determination, her countenance revealing no trace of concession. However, do not blame me for not warning you. In all my life, whatever I have desired, I have never failed to obtain. Coincidentally, I feel the same, Gu Qingshang replied. Lu Ting, see off the esteemed guest of the Ningxian sect. Yes. As she watched Gu Qingshang's figure recede into the distance, a flicker of concern arose within the Empress's heart. Although her bond with her husband was profound, he was currently undergoing the process of reincarnation, with his memories yet to fully awaken. If, during this time, he were to fall in love with another, what would she do? After much contemplation, she found solace in her heart. If that moment were to truly arrive, perhaps she would be able to accept it calmly. The mere chance of reuniting with her husband in this lifetime was a tremendous gift from the heavens. As long as he still held a place for her in his heart, that would suffice. After all, compared to sharing this affection, her greatest fear was evidently losing him. That excruciating feeling was something she never wished to experience again. With this thought in mind, the Empress turned her gaze toward the officials of the Ministry of Rites who had been listening for quite some time, instructing, "You may all withdraw. I wish to speak privately with young Master Luo." Privately? The officials were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly grasped the implications and hurriedly exited the tea room. A lone man and woman, in a single chamber, combined with the Empress's earlier words. Even a fool could discern the meaning behind it. Before leaving, the Minister of Rites shot Luo Yuan a knowing smile, his expectations unmistakable. In an instant, the once crowded tea room was left with only Luo Yuan and the Empress, Ning Qing. "Young Master Luo, when I spoke earlier, did anything come to your mind?" The Empress inquired tentatively, hoping to evoke some memories from the past. "Forgive my ignorance. I merely thought your Majesty's words were a jest regarding Fairy Qingshang." Luo Yuan lowered his head slightly, his words concealing no hint of deception. The highest realm of feigning ignorance is to deceive oneself. His expression bore a hint of confusion, sincerity, and even a touch of innocence, presenting a facade of utter unawareness that revealed no clues. "A jest? Do you truly believe that what I just said was merely a jest?" The Empress slowly rose, stepping closer to Luo Yuan, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. Gazing at the face she had long yearned for, the emotion she had harbored within her heart became increasingly difficult to contain, coupled with the sense of crisis brought about by Gu Qingshang's earlier outburst. She felt an almost overwhelming urge to compel Luo Yuan to act against the Emperor within this tea room. "Please, Your Majesty, clarify." Luo Yuan maintained his composure, albeit with a hint of bewilderment in his tone. Observing his reaction, a flicker of disappointment surfaced in the Empress's beautiful eyes. She shook her head gently, saying, "It is nothing, merely a recollection of old matters." She had hoped that after hearing her earlier exchange with Gu Qingshang, Luo Yuan would recall something significant. Yet, given the present circumstances, it seemed to have had no substantial effect. Perhaps her words had been too cryptic. Shifting the topic, she asked, "I have heard that young Master Luo was originally cultivating in the Eastern Spirit Domain. What brings you to migrating at this time? Could it be that you were contemplating settling here?" Luo Yuan did not conceal the truth, explaining, "I was indeed cultivating in the Eastern Spirit Domain, but recently, our sect's various enterprises have faced difficulties. Thus, under the orders of my master, I have come to the capital to resolve these issues." "I see." The Empress nodded gently, appearing contemplative. After a lengthy pause, she turned her gaze back to Luo Yuan and spoke again. "Young Master Luo, I wish to propose a transaction with you. How do you feel about that?" "A transaction?" Luo Yuan was taken aback. Why would she wish to engage in a transaction with me? What kind of transaction? In what regard? With a hint of curiosity, he replied, "Your Majesty, please proceed. Are you familiar with the Four-Domain Conference?" The Empress inquired. "Such a significant matter concerning the distribution of interests among the four spiritual domains." "I am certainly aware of it," Luo Yuan responded. If he recalled correctly, he had once heard Mo Qingqiu speak about the origins of the Four-Domain Conference. For cultivators in this world, whether for daily cultivation or trade, spirit stones were indispensable. Ordinary quality spirit stones could only be used for transactions, while higher quality spirit stones could aid in cultivation. However, the veins that produced high-quality spirit stones were exclusively found in Zhangzhou. Consequently, if the various spiritual domains desired a sufficient quantity of high-quality spirit stones, they had no choice but to cooperate with the Zhangzhou dynasty. Yet, therein lay a dilemma. The number of spirit veins was limited, and how to allocate them became an insurmountable conflict among the various spiritual domains. After all, everyone desired a larger share for themselves. Thus, in the context of this scarcity, the Four-Domain Conference came into being. Every 3 years, the major spiritual domains would send representatives to Zhangzhou to negotiate the distribution and ownership of the spirit veins under the auspices of the Emperor of Zhangzhou. Simultaneously, the Four-Domain Conference also served to mediate conflicts and quell disputes. For instance, the discord between the demonic clan of the Northern Spirit Domain and the cultivators of the Eastern Spirit Domain had been raised at the Four-Domain Conference countless times. Yet each time ended in failure to mediate. The Empress's gaze shimmered as she continued, "Since you are familiar with the Four-Domain Conference, you must understand its purpose. The transaction I wish to propose to you is based on this very point." Luo Yuan displayed a look of confusion and said, "Your Majesty, please do not jest. Although my knowledge is limited, I understand that the outcome of the Four Regions Conference is influenced by various constraints. How could we possibly engage in negotiations based on that? The Empress smiled faintly and responded, if it were merely a matter of distributing spiritual veins, I would have no authority to decide. However, as the host, my Dain imperial family can indeed claim 2 spiritual veins. For many years, due to the scarcity of cultivators in the Central Plains, these 2 veins have remained unused. This time, I can bestow them upon the Xianin sect, but in return, young Master Luo must accompany me to the Four Regions Conference in half a month. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and he replied solemnly, Your Majesty. Spiritual veins are vital resources for cultivation. I possess neither merit nor virtue. If I were to accept such a significant favor, I fear it would provoke discontent among cultivators across the land. What does young Master Luo mean? The Empress furrowed her brow, a hint of tension in her demeanor. Naturally, I accept, Luo Yuan declared without hesitation. 2 entire spiritual veins. If managed properly, the Xianin sect could thrive for generations, even if one were to contemplate it with the utmost deliberation. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression softened, and she smiled, saying, If that is the case, then this matter is settled. I hope young Master Luo can honor our agreement. At that moment, her thoughts had completely shifted. The so-called Four Regions Conference and Imperial Spiritual Veins were merely a facade. If Luo Yuan desired it, she could easily gift them to him. The conditions were primarily meant to ensure that Luo Yuan remained in the Dain capital for an extended period. Her reasoning was simple. Since her husband could not regain his memories anytime soon, she would start from his current state, striving to keep him by her side. As long as Luo Yuan remained within the Yin's borders, she felt assured that he would not be taken away by another woman. However, if he returned to the Eastern Spirit Domain, she would be powerless to intervene. Furthermore, having him appear alongside her at the Four Regions Conference would serve as an indirect proclamation of their bond. When faced with representatives from the various spiritual domains, this act would be tantamount to declaring to the world, Behold, this is my man. When Luo Yuan returned to the Xianin pavilion, it was already nearing evening. Upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed something unusual. The pavilion was brightly lit and bustling. Yet the neighboring shops along the street had all closed for business, even removing their signs. Luo Yuan scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Strange. Why would these shops choose to close during peak hours? Could it be that they are aware they cannot compete with the Xianin pavilion and have opted to avoid the rush? That cannot be right. There are not many venues on this street. Logically, most shops should not be considered competitors to the Xianin pavilion, so they have no reason to retreat. Just as Luo Yuan pondered this, several receptionists approached him with smiles, saying, I wondered which young master was so handsome. It turns out to be Brother Luo returning. Seeing them, Luo Yuan quickly inquired, Why are all the shops on this street closed? The receptionist giggled and said, Brother Luo, you may not know, but this entire street now belongs to our Xianin pavilion. All of it belongs to us? Luo Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What on earth is going on? This is all thanks to President Shin, one of the young ladies replied with a smile. This morning, Lord Shin came to the Xianin pavilion to listen to music. Before leaving, he felt that our pavilion's location was too cramped and uninviting, so he generously spent a fortune to purchase all the shops in this area. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Although he knew his godfather was wealthy, he had not anticipated such extravagant generosity. In the highly coveted capital, to acquire an entire street of shops was a display of the wealth of the richest man in the Eastern Domain. Indeed, the mindset of the affluent is often beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Returning to his private third-floor chamber, Luo Yuan removed his outer garments and sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing his cultivation for the day. As time passed and his spiritual energy circulated and condensed within him, he sensed the faint signs of a breakthrough. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom. In an instant, he felt something within his spiritual veins rupture. A stream of pure, invigorating energy surged from his dantian, gradually flowing throughout his body. Golden core, 4th level. He had finally broken through. Luo Yuan felt a flicker of joy as he sensed the changes in his cultivation. It had been more than half a month since his last breakthrough, and during this time, he had neither relied on external forces nor engaged in practical combat. His sole method of cultivation had been the most fundamental practice of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Remarkably, he had achieved a leap in his realm within a mere 10 days. The chaotic spiritual roots are indeed formidable. Subsequently, Luo Yuan circulated his energy through several cycles to stabilize the newly acquired spiritual power within him. Once everything was in order, he turned over and lay down on the bed. Drowsiness soon washed over him, and within moments, he drifted back into slumber. The host re-entered the dreamscape, commencing the dream's progress. The loading was successful, and he had successfully resumed the unfinished contents of the previous dream. Chapter 28, Journey to the Northern Spirit Domain. The true identity of Qingwu ever since the awakening of the Creator Gods while during the last encounter, there had been no further activity from the Jade Pendant. You had not divulged any of this to your master, continuing to train alongside her as usual. Your interactions with her remained unchanged from the past. Yet the words spoken to you by the Creator God lingered in your heart. What I refer to as identity is not derived from your original birth, but rather stems from the master-disciple relationship between you and your master. Though I have not experienced the emotions between mortals and spirits, I can clearly perceive that over the years, a bond has formed between you and your master that transcends mere teacher-student affection, reflecting upon your innermost feelings. Do you truly wish for her to remain solely your master? These words cling to one's mind like a persistent parasite, surfacing in the stillness of the night, compelling you to engage in uncontrollable musings. Gradually, you become aware of certain discrepancies, as all the previously overlooked details coalesce into a singular realization. Why is the spiritual cultivation method she taught me so remarkably unique? Why did I experience such an overwhelming sense of familiarity upon our first meeting? Why do those of the demon race instinctively shy away from her presence? Why does she consistently refrain from discussing the Northern Spirit Domain? Moreover, during our numerous confrontations with the demon race over the years, her approach has been to incapacitate rather than annihilate. Could it be? Could it be that an unsettling premonition grows ever stronger within you, as a possibility unimagined in the past begins to quietly emerge in your heart? A profound sense of unease and dread gradually envelopes your being, as these ironclad truths batter your consciousness, rendering it impossible to turn a blind eye. Finally, on one fateful day, you seek out Qingwu, and, before her, voice the question that has long resided in your heart. Master, what is your true identity? Your voice carries a hint of hoarseness, subconsciously yearning for Qingwu to immediately deny it all. However, the response you receive is a prolonged silence. After a moment, she takes your hand, and the scene shifts to unveil a completely new vista before you. Master, where are we? You inquire, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. The Northern Spirit Domain, and Qingwu replies, her beautiful eyes revealing an unwavering resolve. The Northern Spirit Domain? You exclaim, feeling a surge of trepidation. Master, this is the stronghold of the demon race. Before you can finish, a scene before you silently interrupts your words. From a dense thicket ahead, the sounds of two children playing resonate. Peering through the layers of obstruction, you catch sight of two young girls. Accompanied by their mother, they frolic around a bamboo ball, laughing joyfully. Suddenly, the ball slips from their grasp, rolling gently to your feet. One of the little girls looks towards you, her bright eyes flickering with a hint of timidity. Yet, after a moment of struggle, she musters her courage and calls out to you, Big brother, could you please toss the ball back to me? You pause for a moment, then gently pick up the bamboo ball and return it to her. Thank you, big brother. The little girl beams, her delicate features radiating gratitude, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Mother told me that those who are kind and generous in this world are truly good people. You must be one of them, right? Gazing into the innocent depths of her eyes, something within you stirs, and a faint smile unconsciously graces your lips. This is not a matter of carnal desire, but rather a primal yearning deep within for the beauty of exquisite things. Master, how could they possibly be in the Northern Spiritual Domain? You turned your gaze towards Qingwu, a hint of bewilderment slowly emerging in your expression. If discovered by the demon clan, their fate would surely be. Qingwu shook her head gently and whispered, They are the demon clan. Boom. Her words, spoken so lightly, struck like thunder, rendering your mind momentarily blank. The demon clan. They are the demon clan. In your conventional understanding, the demon clan embodies all that is negative in the world. They are born brutal, fierce, and bloodthirsty, an heretical scourge to be eradicated at all costs. How could they possibly be the demon clan? Your pupils trembled incessantly, unable to reconcile the harmonious family before you with the demon clan you despised so vehemently. As you observed, even the demon clan possesses their own cherished ones, friends, and kin. They too harbor unique emotions, joys, and sorrows. The essence of the demon clan and the human clan is, in truth, not so different. Qingwu spoke softly, each word resonating deeply within your soul. Yet, your heart was filled with boundless animosity towards the demon clan. And as you gazed upon this warm scene, words failed to escape your lips. Your spirit was in turmoil. The beliefs you had steadfastly constructed over the years seemed to be collapsing, reshaping, collapsing, reshaping. Just as your thoughts spiraled into confusion, and Qingwu grasped your hand once more, and as the scene shifted again, your gaze fell upon an entirely different spectacle. The room before you was grandly arranged, adorned with opulent decor, and at its center stood a chair exquisitely carved from superior spirit jade. The arrangement is clearly indicative of an extraordinary residence, rather than an ordinary abode. Is this the Lord's mansion? A sudden realization strikes you as you recognize the building you find yourself in. And Qingwu has concealed your presence, and at this moment, you stand in a hidden corner, discreetly observing everything in the room. Suddenly, you seem to notice something, your pupils dilating sharply, your lips quivering uncontrollably. Your gaze seemingly pinned to a particular spot in the room. In one corner, several figures are gathered around a table crafted from exquisite spirit jade, continuously toasting and engaging in lively conversation. The individual seated at the outermost edge, based on his appearance and attire, is evidently a member of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan. What brings them to the Lord's mansion? Are they secretly planning an attack on the Eastern Spirit Domain once again? Countless questions swirl in your mind. But as your gaze shifts, these uncertainties are abruptly shattered, replaced by an even deeper sense of shock and confusion. Next to the demon man sits a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, clad in the robes of the Luo sect. The Luo sect? Were they not the primary force against the demonic plague years ago? Why would an elder of the Luo sect be seated alongside demons? And the person beside him, the former lord of Lingyan City, who was supposed to have perished in that calamity. Your brows furrow tightly, your thoughts spiraling in turmoil until you finally discern the identity of the figure seated at the very edge. It is none other than the esteemed elder of your former clan. The scene before you is utterly shocking, an inexplicable chill creeping up from your feet, causing your hands to tremble involuntarily. Just then, Qingwu suddenly dispels her concealment and swiftly moves before the four individuals. You are demons. The four stare at the suddenly appearing Qingwu in terror, as if confronted with the most horrifying vision imaginable, their pupils shrinking and trembling. In the next moment, you witness a flash of purple light in Qingwu's eyes, and the four individuals' eyes instantaneously lose all color, resembling marionettes left lifelessly in place. With a gentle wave of her jade arm, Qingwu tosses them before you, whispering, "What you are about to hear is the truth behind the calamity that befell Lingyan City many years ago." Chapter 29, Soul Capture and Heart Collapse. The truth of the demonic plague as Qingwu's words resonate, her fingers subtly twist, and a dark purple glimmer ignites in the eyes of the four. Their gaze regains clarity once more, yet their bodies remain motionless, as before, devoid of any extraneous actions. Is this the soul-capturing technique? Observing the reactions of the four individuals before you, it became apparent that their souls had been entirely seized by the master. Qingwu's gaze first settled upon the elder of the Luo sect as she calmly inquired, "Why did the Luo sect only make its appearance at the end of the demonic calamity in Lingyan City 5 years ago?" The elder's expression was blank, and he replied in a mechanical tone, "The Demon Clan, engaged in battle, suffered severe casualties. It was better to wait until both sides were mutually weakened, and then reap the benefits." As soon as his words fell, your expression instantly froze. Among the four great sects of the Eastern Spirit Domain, the Luo sect was the closest to Lingyan City. Yet it was the last to arrive at the battlefield after the outbreak of the demonic crisis. This question has lingered in your mind for many years, leaving you perplexed. The truth behind it is chilling. What is more astonishing is that the Luo sect, one of the four major sects in the Eastern Spirit Domain, has prided itself on righteousness for centuries. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath its resplendent facade lies such filth and corruption? Qingwu's gaze slowly shifted to the Lord of Lingyan City beside her, as she spoke once more. "The chaos began 5 years ago at the Hour of the Rat. At that time, you were the city lord. Knowing the situation was dire, why did you choose to suppress the news?" The former city lord's eyes were vacant, each word deliberate. "Lingyan City, remote and sparsely populated. If I had not planned ahead, my life would have been destined to be confined to the transformation realm. Only by collaborating with the Demon Clan could we have any possibility of advancement. As the city lord, are you content to watch your citizens suffer slaughter for the sake of your own path?" You furrowed your brow, unable to restrain your inquiry. "Such trifles, their deaths are inconsequential." The former city lord's tone was devoid of any emotion. Even his soul showed no signs of struggle or resistance. Qingwu withdrew her gaze and turned to the last elder of the Luo clan, speaking softly once more. In the early stages of that chaos, the Luo clan remained untouched by the flames of war, yet, curiously, they suffered an exceedingly bizarre attack as the turmoil neared its end. On the day Luo Hongqiu fled with his family, the path they took should have been devoid of demons. Why did he suddenly find himself encircled? The elder's soul resisted fiercely, yet he could not escape the grip of the soul-capturing technique. He spoke dully, It was I who secretly communicated with the city lord, informing him of their escape route, allowing the demons to ambush them on that inevitable path, and upon sighting Luo Hongqiu and his family, to leave not a single survivor. A buzzing filled your mind, your eyes losing focus, your face turning pale. Luo Hongqiu, your father's name. And in the latter stages of the demonic calamity, it was indeed your father who perished while trying to save you and your mother amidst the demon onslaught. Could it be? Could it be? Your lips trembled, your chest felt as if it were being sliced by countless blades, your breath became erratic. And Qin Wu turned to you, her gaze profound. The next question, I believe, should be posed by you. You struggled to control your chaotic heart and took a deep breath, looking at the elder of the Luo clan, the man who had once cast you from your family, and gritted your teeth. My father held you in high regard within the family, treating you as a venerable elder. Had it not been for my father, your son would have perished at the hands of the demon clan long before. Why have you condemned our family to death? A flicker of purple light flashed in the elder's eyes, and he spoke in a dazed manner. Luo Hongqiu, his brilliance was too great. If he were not eliminated, I could never fully seize control of the Luo clan. As the words fell, the last glimmer of hope within you shattered, your expression devoid of doubt. The soul-capturing technique forcibly controls the souls of others under such circumstances. The will of the victim is entirely at the mercy of the practitioner, rendering deceit impossible. The city lord, in pursuit of these pivotal revelations, after years of your investigation, remain elusive, yet master unexpectedly articulates them effortlessly. And Qin Wu sighed deeply, her enchanting eyes slightly averted as she softly spoke. Xiao Yuan, do you recall the fleeting projection of the demon emperor that appeared over Lingyan City just before the clash between humans and demons? Her words resonated like the most enchanting melody, stirring the very depths of your soul. The scene that unfolded in the skies above Lingyan City remains indelibly etched in your memory, a vision you could never hope to forget. It was the first time you beheld the visage of one from the demon race, igniting within you profound questions regarding the dichotomy of humans and demons. The projection of the demon emperor is forever imprinted within your consciousness and spirit, vivid even to this day. You slowly lifted your gaze, perplexed, and inquired. The projection of the demon emperor captivated hearts and souls. The entire populace of Lingyan City witnessed it. Why, master, do you pose this question? And Qin Wu's eyes shimmered gently as she replied tenderly, because it was none other than I, the one standing before you now, who cast that spiritual projection that day. In an instant, her expression shifted, and a hint of allure emerged on her previously ethereal countenance. Her gaze, suffused with a spring-like enchantment, and the beguiling charm radiating from her features rendered you momentarily spellbound. This disorienting sensation, this enchanting aura, is strikingly reminiscent of the moment you first encountered the projection of the demon emperor. Who are you? You took a hesitant step back, your voice trembling as you inquired. Who are you, truly? With a gentle sweep of her delicate hand, a veil of ethereal energy gradually receded from her visage, revealing an unparalleled beauty capable of captivating the world. And Qin Wu gazed at you, her lips softly whispering, my true identity is that of the sovereign of the northern spirit realm, the empress of the demonic clan who reigns over all demons in existence. The moment that visage appeared, the last remnants of hope and chance in your heart were utterly shattered. The very master you held closest, depended upon, and felt the deepest gratitude towards, turned out to be of the demonic lineage, the very demon emperor you had once sworn to eradicate upon sight. In this moment, the bullet you fired at the age of 16 has finally struck you at your brow. And Qin Wu steps closer, gently pressing your face against her chest. Her voice soft as she says, I understand this is not easy for you to accept, but regardless of what happens, I shall always be your master. On the eve of that calamity, I had cast a projection above Lingyan City, intending to intimidate the masses, yet inadvertently discovered that you bore the ancient sacred body, as well as the peculiar aura emanating from the jade pendant upon your chest. The battle between demons and humans has persisted for millennia, leaving both sides utterly exhausted, with many unaware of the reasons for their conflict and animosity. In such circumstances, it is imperative for someone to step forward to halt this strife. You are endowed with the ancient sacred body, and in the future, your limits shall undoubtedly surpass all of humanity. I believe in the grand design. You are the one destined to represent the human race. Coincidentally, at that moment, you were falsely accused and expelled from your family, prompting me to find you, take you as my disciple, assist in restoring your spiritual veins, and guide your cultivation. However, the course of events has far exceeded my expectations. During our time together, I listened to your joys and sorrows, felt the happiness you brought me, and cherished your attentive care. All of this was a sensation I had not experienced in 1,000 years as the emperor, leaving me insatiably yearning. Gradually, I became accustomed to your presence. yet simultaneously feared that on the day you learned the truth, you would resolutely depart from me. It is almost laughable. Once, I believed no man in this world could capture my eye, yet I found myself falling for a younger member of the human race. And Qingwu's voice lingered softly in your ear, each word gentle yet soul-piercing. Suddenly, the ground beneath you began to tremble violently. Strange blue lights surged from the earth without warning, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This is bad. It's the demon sealing array. And Qingwu's delicate brows furrowed deeply. And she hastily pulled you to flee. But it was too late. The pervasive blue light swiftly enveloped you, confining you tightly within the array. In the next moment, a blaze of fire erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming heat rushing toward you. Boom. Flames exploded before Qingwu, creating a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, dozens of unfamiliar cultivators from the Lihua sect stood before you. You glanced at the elder from the Lihua sect who had been ensnared earlier, and suddenly realized. When his soul was attacked, it shattered the soul crystal retained within the sect, alarming the higher echelons of the Lihua sect. They pinpointed your location through the elder's memories before his consciousness faded and learned of the demon emperor's presence, prompting their full mobilization. Seizing the moment of your distraction, they laid a trap outside the city lord's mansion and activated the demon sealing array hidden beneath the mansion, vowing to eliminate the demon emperor there. Faced with the formidable Lihua sect, and Qingwu's gaze and aura gradually turned frigid, a fierce battle on the verge of eruption. In truth, within Qingwu's peak cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, she could easily crush this group of elders whose highest cultivation was merely in the integration stage. However, under the suppression of the demon sealing array, her strength dwindled to less than 30% of its original power, and as time passed, she began to falter under their relentless assault. Demon Emperor, today this city lord's mansion shall be your grave, one elder from the Lihua sect exclaimed. Fire surging in his hands, flames roaring forth with a deafening sound. You dare to presume to kill me? And Qingwu gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A fierce resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a dark purple light radiated from her body. Her previously waning aura surging explosively, enveloping the surrounding space in an overwhelming demonic might. Realizing something was amiss, you understood she intended to exhaust her blood essence. You rushed forward in alarm to stop her, but before you could reach her, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy repelled you. Boom. An incomprehensible torrent of dark spiritual energy descended, obliterating nearly all of the Lihua sect's core combatants. Once this was accomplished, and Qingwu, drained of her strength, let her hands fall limply, her body slowly descending from the air. Outside the city lord's mansion, commotion erupted. The fierce clash had already alerted other cultivators within Lingyan City. Seizing the fleeting moment, you hastily caught your master, using your utmost speed to escape from the city lord's mansion. Ultimately, you delved deep into the heart of the northern spirit domain, a place shrouded in the miasma of millennia, where cultivators from the eastern spirit domain could not possibly enter. Though you had temporarily evaded danger, and Qingwu's condition was dire. She had forcibly burned her blood essence, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. At this moment, her life hung by a thread. You attempted to channel spiritual energy to her, using various treasures from heaven and earth to protect her lifeline. Yet none proved effective. In a moment of urgency, you suddenly recalled the Creator God residing within the Jade Pendant. The Creator God, the origin of all things, the source of all laws, must possess a means to save your master. With the tiniest glimmer of hope, you quickly released your soul into the Jade Pendant, attempting to communicate with the Creator God's essence. However, all that greeted you was profound silence, and Qingwu's vitality continued to wane. And as you watched the deepening pain etched upon her delicate face, your heart was tormented as if engulfed in flames. In desperation, you even resorted to forcibly colliding your own soul with that of the Creator God, hoping to awaken her. Yet, this was the essence of the Creator God, a realm of such height that as a mere mortal spirit, how could you possibly stir even a fragment of it? After several futile attempts, you realized it was all in vain. How strange. Why was your spirit so uncontrollable? Just as despair threatened to engulf you, a voice, ancient and expansive, resonated from within the Jade Pendant. Your spirit surged with renewed hope as you heard the Creator God speak. Her spiritual veins are completely destroyed, her soul exhausted, and her body bears multiple fatal wounds. To survive solely by mortal means is utterly impossible, but if it is you, the situation may be different. The Creator God's words caused you to lift your head abruptly, excitement flooding your expression. What must I do to save my master? Within the Jade Pendant, the Creator God's voice echoed once more. You have worn this pendant, which I inhabit, for an extended period. Whether it be your body, spiritual energy, or soul, they have all been infused with the unique essence of the Creator God. This essence is the most primal and powerful force in existence, capable of defying order and reshaping the cycle of life and death. If you can transfer a portion of this essence into her body, perhaps, there is still a glimmer of hope. The essence of the Creator God. Yes, the essence of the Creator God, clinging to the last thread of hope. You urgently inquired, what must I do to transfer the essence of the Creator God into my master? Within the jade pendant, an abrupt silence enveloped the atmosphere. After several moments, a profound and ancient voice gradually emerged. The essence of the Creator deity is unlike ordinary spiritual energy. To transfer this divine essence into another's body, one must achieve a perfect amalgamation of spiritual energy, physical form, and soul, given your current capabilities. Achieving such a soul integration from a distance is an endeavor as challenging as scaling the heavens. Thus, the only recourse available to you is to engage in the fusion of spirit and body with her. No sooner had these words departed your lips than a resounding tumult surged within your mind. Spiritual energy is stored within the meridians of the body, yet, as Qin Wu is currently unable to receive this energy through her meridians, the only option left is the exceedingly peculiar method of rescue catches you completely off guard. Your thoughts are in disarray as you grapple with two conflicting choices. She is your mentor, the sovereign of the demon realm. If she were to commit such an egregious act, how could you ever face her again? Yet, if you do not act, her life hangs in the balance. Even if you manage to preserve her life force, her future cultivation would undoubtedly suffer significantly. Given your mentor's proud disposition and her exalted status, how could she ever acquiesce to such a fate? Gazing at the increasingly frail figure of Qin Wu before you, you grit your teeth and resolve to act. Though you may bear no face to confront your mentor in the future, it is far better than never seeing her again. Ultimately, saving your mentor's life is paramount. You raise your hand slightly, conjuring a mist of spiritual energy that envelopes the surroundings, obscuring all sight and perception within a 10-mile radius. Thus, you commence the endeavor to save your mentor's life. The host has awakened. The current dream cycle has been suspended. Completed dream cycles. 2. Current iterations of the dream cycle. 5. System upgrade required. 510. Luo Yuan opened his eyes and slowly sat up from his bed, patting his face to shake off the drowsiness of a long slumber. It must be said, the narrative style of this dream cycle system is truly multifaceted. The previous two storylines revolved around secret realm explorations and the intrigues of dynasties. Goodness, this time it is plunged directly into the battle between humans and demons. If this trend continues, will there be encounters with the beast tribes and aquatic races, cycling through all the myriad beings of the heavens? Ding. The host has successfully completed a dream cycle and may choose one reward to retain. 1. Breath of the creation deity, originating from the primal force of the Creator. It is the most elemental and powerful force in existence. By selecting this reward, the host will receive a strand of the purest breath of the creation deity. When the host is on the brink of death, it can grant a miraculous rebirth and elevate their cultivation by a significant realm. 2. Devouring Sky Demon Technique, a core technique unique to the lineage of the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Domain, which requires the infusion of dark spiritual energy for cultivation. Upon reaching full mastery, it allows the absorption of others' essence, transforming it for one's own use. Contemplating the two rewards from this dream cycle, Luo Yuan found himself lost in thought. The first reward appeared rather intricate. In simpler terms, it was akin to a one-time resurrection item. And it doesn't even occupy inventory space. Not only does it possess no side effects, but it also facilitates a substantial breakthrough in cultivation. In pivotal moments, it could prove to be extraordinarily effective. The second reward is rather impressive. It belongs to the core techniques of the Northern Spirit Domain, characterized by its formidable ability to devour and absorb energy. With this technique, I need not fear the depletion of spiritual power during battles. As long as I face a sufficient number of opponents, I can ensure a continuous source of spiritual energy for myself. After much contemplation, Luo Yuan finally made his decision. I choose the first option. Though the devouring demon technique is indeed remarkable, it necessitates the cultivation with dark spiritual energy. To master it to a significant degree requires a considerable amount of dark energy, which is quite scarce given that I mostly reside in the Eastern Spirit Domain and Central State. In comparison, the Genesis Divine Breath imposes far fewer restrictions. Once selected, it will permanently adhere to me without the need for any maintenance conditions, automatically activating its effects when necessary. Choosing it equates to securing an insurance policy for myself. It's a decision that guarantees no loss. After selecting his reward, Luo Yuan donned his garments, tidied himself up slightly, and set out to find Bairuoli. From Bairuoli, he learned that he had spent 3 days in this dream. Sister, Did anything significant happen at Xianyin Pavilion during my 3 days of slumber? Luo Yuan inquired, holding a steaming piece of red sugar glutinous rice cake, chewing as he spoke. Although his current cultivation level rendered eating unnecessary, it remained a delightful indulgence. Bairuoli gently wiped the sugar residue from the corner of Luo Yuan's mouth with a handkerchief, responding softly, "Overall, things have been quite normal these past few days. As you anticipated, after a period of hiding, Xiaoyu reappeared, and the guest's enthusiasm has not only remained but has intensified, with even more frequent visits. Furthermore, our collaboration with the Black Moon Merchant Association has significantly raised the profile of Xianyin Pavilion. Previously, our clientele mainly consisted of scholars and wanderers. Now, we have patrons from all walks of life, including practitioners from various spirit domains." Luo Yuan nodded, taking a bite of the rice cake, and asked, "Has anything major transpired in the capital these past few days?" Bairuoli pondered for a moment before stating, "Let me think. I recall now. Recently, a group of Taoists from the southern spirit domain arrived in the capital. They claimed to be from the Taoist sect and set up a debating ground, publicly inviting scholars from across the realm to engage in discourse. Should anyone surpass them, they would be rewarded with a spiritual artifact from the sect." "The Taoists from the southern spirit domain?" Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What brings them to the capital of Da'in? Are they here for the Four Domains Conference?" Bairuoli shook her head. "That remains uncertain. Under the allure of the spiritual artifacts, numerous scholars have taken to the stage to debate over the past few days. But all have ultimately faced defeat. The scholarly prestige of Da'in has evidently waned before the Southern Domain's Taoists. The traditional scholarly faction of Da'in is visibly on the decline in the face of this external challenge, and the Emperor is quite troubled by this. This morning, he issued a decree. Anyone who can achieve 3 consecutive victories in the debating ground, regardless of their background, will receive a generous reward." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan appeared contemplative. He then stuffed the remaining rice cake into his mouth and mumbled, "Sister, where is this debating ground? We might as well join the fray." As Luo Yuan and Bairuoli arrived at the debating ground, they found it teeming with people. The crowd surrounded the venue, creating a veritable blockade, and amidst the throngs, gasps of astonishment and lamentation punctuated the air, adding to the already vibrant atmosphere of the capital. At the center of the debating ground sat an elderly Taoist clad in a grayish-blue robe, facing off against a scholar from the Chi Feng Academy. Both of whom were seated cross-legged, engaged in a tense spiritual duel. Their eyes were tightly closed, brows furrowed, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, indicating the intensity of the psychic battle. Above them, a shimmering barrier of spiritual energy vividly displayed the entirety of their mental conflict. Luo Yuan and his sister maneuvered through the crowd until they finally squeezed into the inner circle. They observed the scholar on stage suddenly begin to tremble uncontrollably, the surrounding energy becoming increasingly chaotic, and he appeared on the verge of collapse, as though he might tumble off the stage at any moment. The onlookers reacted with sighs of disappointment, some even clapping their hands in frustration and turning to leave. Luo Yuan, sensing something amiss, approached a bystander and inquired, "Good sir, are the two on stage engaged in a duel?" The man, displaying a resigned expression, replied, Young friend, you are unaware. These Taoists from the Southern Spirit Domain visited the capital 2 days ago, ostensibly to attend the Four Domains Conference. However, the leader of their group openly challenged our scholars, claiming that studying is futile, and set up this debating ground, inviting scholars to take the stage. The contention between Confucianism and Taoism has existed since ancient times. Yet what can debate achieve? Luo Yuan pressed further, and what of the outcome? The man sighed deeply. The contention of Confucianism and Taoism revolves around orthodoxy and principles. If there were mutual exchanges, it would be one matter, but now, 2 days have passed, and not a single scholar has lasted even the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Luo Yuan pondered this revelation, recalling that the witchcraft sect he dreamed of originated from the Southern Spirit Domain. Previously, he had assumed that the Southern Spirit Domain was comprised solely of lesser sects. Yet it seemed there existed such a reputable Taoist order. Just as Luo Yuan was lost in thought, the scholar on stage suddenly turned pale, then vomited a mouthful of blood, uncontrollably falling from the debating ground. As even the students from Chi Feng Academy faced defeat, the crowd erupted once more into a chorus of sighs. Though most had anticipated this outcome, the disappointment remained palpable as the Taoist upon hearing these words. The expressions of the crowd dimmed significantly. The opponent was merely an ordinary disciple of the Tao sect. While they had dispatched 2 of the most esteemed Confucian scholars of the present age, even if they emerged victorious, it would hardly be a matter of pride. and they would easily be branded as having achieved an unworthy triumph. Should any unforeseen complications arise during the process, the consequences would be far more detrimental. Within the palace, the Empress stood atop a pavilion where a projection of spiritual energy displayed the unfolding scene of the debate arena. The headmaster of Qifeng Academy, it seemed, was unable to prevail against that Taoist. Observing the Qifeng Academy scholar tumble from the debate stage, the Empress subtly shook her head, her countenance grave and cold. The old Taoist techniques appeared to possess an unusual intricacy. Behind the Empress, the venerable headmaster Ming, his hair streaked with gray, gazed intently and remarked, "It appears that the Tao sect has come well prepared this time." The defeat of the Qifeng Academy scholar was, naturally, a blow to the dignity of the headmaster. Whether prepared or not, a loss is a loss. The Empress furrowed her brow, her gaze sharpening. In past gatherings among the four domains, while there have been occasional conflicts between the Tao sect and our esteemed Dain Confucian scholars, it has never escalated to such a grand display. What, I wonder, is the true intention behind this action from the Tao sect? It is my humble opinion that this is a prelude to an internal struggle for the orthodox lineage within the Tao sect, Ning Qian interjected, having remained silent until now. An internal struggle for the orthodox lineage? The Empress's delicate features reflected a hint of confusion. What do you mean by that, Elder Ning? Ning Qian stepped forward and elucidated. The Tao sect originally stemmed from a single source, but 5,000 years ago, the 10th Taoist sect leader ascended, leaving behind a cryptic final message. Disagreements arose within the Tao sect regarding its interpretation, ultimately leading to the division into the celestial and human sections. Each sect has long claimed to be the rightful heir to the Taoist tradition, resulting in relentless disputes. Thus, every decade, a debate is held, with the victorious sect's leader assuming the title of Tao sect master for the subsequent 10 years. The implication being that the current leader of the human sect has come to the capital to prepare for the struggle for orthodox lineage? The Empress inquired. Your Majesty is astute. Ning Qian nodded slightly. Leading the delegation to the capital is the current leader of the human sect, Xian Songzi. His mastery of worldly human Tao will greatly benefit him if he triumphs over the scholars of the realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned to inquire, Elder Ning, Headmaster Ming, does the National Academy or Qifeng Academy have any suitable candidates for the contest? The two esteemed scholars fell into a silence. Following the defeat of Qifeng Academy, Ming Zhou was already feeling disheartened. Ning Qian also bowed his head in silence. Under normal circumstances, he would have surely mocked Qifeng Academy's defeat. However, the current situation was different. They were now on the same side, and the National Academy could not produce a competent contender. The Empress sighed inwardly, realizing that it seemed inevitable for the Tao sect to gain the upper hand this time. Just then, the scene in the spiritual energy projection shifted, and her eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement surfacing within them. She gracefully raised her hand, lightly gesturing towards the projection, and a youthful smile unexpectedly graced her usually stern visage. Gentlemen, a turning point has emerged. The two scholars turned abruptly, astonished to discover that Luo Yuan's figure had appeared beneath the debate arena unbeknownst to them. Chapter 33, Luo Yuan. It is time to showcase true skill. Upon the debate arena, the elderly Taoist stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, an elder clad in a crimson Taoist robe stroked his beard with a gentle smile. His form resembled that of a crane, standing firm like an ancient pine, exuding an ethereal presence from afar, yet upon closer inspection, he was shrouded in an air of dust and mundanity. At this moment, the attention of the crowd was captivated by the old Taoist in the foreground, oblivious to the presence of the elder behind him. Yet, none could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous elder was the representative of the Southern Spirit Domain team, one of the two foremost leaders of the Tao sect. The head of the human sect, Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi took a few steps forward, gesturing for the former to step aside, and then addressed the gathered assembly. I have heard that the Dain Confucian scholars possess profound depth. Are there any among you willing to step forth and engage in debate? The assembled scholars exchanged glances, hesitating for a long while, yet none dared to advance. Observing this, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Xian Songzi's lips, and he continued, in that case, I shall proceed with my discourse, allowing you all to catch a glimpse of the subtlety of Taoist principles. Of course, should anyone experience enlightenment during my lecture, they are welcome to join our Tao sect on the spot. As soon as these words fell, a wave of discontent rippled through the audience. It was one thing to stage a grand display on their territory, but to openly provoke the esteemed literary circles of Dain was altogether another matter. At this moment, the audacity to openly undermine others is astounding. The scholars present seed with indignation, yet they find themselves powerless. Alas, when one's strength pales in comparison to another's, it is inevitable to be belittled and mocked. Moreover, the capital of the Great Yin is under the auspices of the dynasty's fortune, which suppresses the realms of those cultivators and warriors. Even if they wish to persuade with reason, it remains a futile endeavor. Not far away, atop an inn's loft, the disciples of the sword condensation sect gaze impassively at the unfolding events in the Taoist debate. Surprisingly, the mystical arts of the southern spirit domain prove so profound that even the learned scholars of Great Yin find themselves outmatched. One disciple leans against the railing, a mocking smile gracing his features. An elder of the sword condensation sect slightly shakes his head and remarks, in a battle of wits, perhaps the Taoists fall short compared to the Confucians, yet in the art of combat, the Confucians are woefully outclassed. He then diverts his gaze to the nearby Gu Qingshang, inquiring, Saintess, what is your perspective on this discourse? Gu Qingshang, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion, delicately sips her tea and replies nonchalantly. The contention between Confucianism and Taoism has existed since ancient times. Victories and defeats are entirely normal. With that, she gently sets down her cup and rises to depart. For her, the outcome between Great Yin and the Taoists holds little significance. Her purpose for visiting the capital is twofold: to participate in the Four Domains Conference and, more importantly, to vie for men. Meanwhile, at the debate venue, Xian Songzi stands proudly, disregarding the silent scholars beneath him. Observers, witnessing his brazen demeanor and the prolonged absence of challengers, cannot help but sigh in despair. How has the Confucian community of Great Yin fallen so low? Is there not a single scholar capable of sanctioning these arrogant Taoists? The disparity in the struggle between Confucianism and Taoism is glaringly evident. After a decade of diligent study, what was the purpose of their toil? Amidst the crowd, some scholars, wavering in their resolve, begin to question the correctness of their commitment to Confucianism. Just as despair settles over the audience, a resonant and commanding male voice suddenly breaks through the murmurs, declaring, Esteemed Taoist, may I request a chance to contest? The resounding call pierced through the stillness of the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of all present. They turned to follow the sound, and there, at the forefront of the assembly, stood a man clad in a white robe, hands clasped behind his back. His attire exuded opulence, his features strikingly handsome, and his demeanor exuded an ethereal grace. Rather than possessing the air of a scholar, his countenance bore a hint of the nonchalance typical of noble science. In a distant palace, the empress's gaze shimmered with intrigue, her eyes fixated on the figure projected by spiritual energy, the weight of her prior concerns dissipating in an instant. Meanwhile, from the lofty heights of an inn, Gu Qingshang, who had been preparing to leave, was captivated by the sudden appearance of Luo Yuan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, prompting her to select a vantage point of superior observation before gracefully resuming her seat. The crowd stirred with murmurs upon witnessing Luo Yuan's sudden emergence. Who is this individual? Is he here to engage in discourse? He certainly does not appear to be so, judging by his attire. Could he be a frivolous youth from a wealthy family? Frivolous youth? Such blind ignorance! This is clearly the renowned talent from Xianin Pavilion, Luo Dekaizi. At last, someone in the throng recognized Luo Yuan. Luo Dekaizi? Is this the prodigy who pinned Qing Ping Lu, a gift to the little fisher at Xianin Pavilion? Indeed, he is the one who incited contention between Dean Ning and Minister Meng, famed for his verses that encapsulate the beauty of the world, and whose bamboo poem eclipses the works of antiquity. In the realm of poetry, none can surpass him. Ha 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 ha. Who dares to claim our Yin's literary circles are devoid of talent? With Luo Dekaizi present, let us see how long these arrogant Taoists can maintain their bravado. As the name of Luo Yuan spread through the crowd, a flicker of hope reignited in their hearts. Especially among those who had personally witnessed the poetic duel at Xianin Pavilion, their spirits soared as they placed their hopes entirely upon Luo Yuan. Behind Luo Yuan, Bairuoli gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering her concern. Little Yuan, engaging in philosophical debate is vastly different from composing poetry. Just moments ago, even the students from Chi Feng Academy were vanquished. Are you certain you wish to? Her worries were not unfounded, after all. Proficiency in poetry does not guarantee mastery in strategy or debate. Poetry is but one facet of Confucian scholarship. To triumph in a contest of wits and argumentation, one must be well-versed in the 6 arts and canonical texts. Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively with a serene smile. Rest assured, senior sister, if I lacked confidence, I would not step forward. In truth, he had initially intended to observe quietly from the sidelines, but his vested interests were now intertwined with the Dain Confucian Forum. Not to mention, the daily influx of literary scholars attending performances contributed significantly to Xianin Pavilion's prosperity. Furthermore, Having previously leveraged the influence of the esteemed Ning Qian and Ming Shou to promote Xianin Pavilion, assisting the Dain Confucian Forum now seemed a matter of reciprocity. Moreover, with the Empress as a connection, he shared a camaraderie akin to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Faced with the Taoist sect's blatant provocation, it was only just, both emotionally and rationally, to lend his support. Besides, under the assurance of his own capability, who would shy away from the opportunity to shine in public? As a transcendent being, he must fully leverage the advantages of his unique position. After observing this world for an extended period, he discerned that while Confucianism and Taoism bore similarities to his previous existence, their development was comparatively stunted. In such circumstances, he felt no pressure in navigating the intricacies of this philosophical contention. In matters of Taoism, could anyone surpass Laozi and Zhuangzi? In terms of Confucianism, could anyone rival Confucius and Mencius? Chapter 34. Taoist, your path is misguided. The leader of the human sect, Xian Songzi, regarded the slowly ascending Luo Yuan with a faint smile. Esteemed friend, this philosophical debate is a contest of principles. You are required to engage in 3 discussions with my 3 disciples. If you can persuade them all within half a day's time, you shall emerge victorious. Conversely, should you falter in any of the discussions, it will signify the triumph of our Taoist sect. Luo Yuan nodded gently, internally lamenting the cunning nature of this elder. To claim victory, he must win all 3 rounds, while his opponent only needs to prevail in one. Yet he was unable to voice his grievances directly, for they were in the heart of the Yin's capital, where the Confucian scholars held the advantage. Pursuing absolute fairness might lead to allegations of bias. Seeing Luo Yuan acquiesce, Xian Songzi slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his smile widening. Judging by the crowd's reaction, Luo Yuan appeared to hold significant standing within the Dain Confucian Forum. Although he may not rival Ning Qian or Ming Shou, he was assuredly a prominent figure. If he could surpass him, perhaps his own Taoist practices might advance further. With a subtle shift, he gestured to Luo Yuan. Please, Taoist friend. As Luo Yuan ascended the debate platform, Xian Songzi receded, leaving before him the previously encountered elder in a green robe. The green-robed Taoist bowed respectfully to Luo Yuan and stated, I am Qin Xian, an inner disciple of the human sect. I humbly seek your guidance. Luo Yuan settled into a cross-legged position and inquired, Taoist, what shall be the subject of our first discussion? The green-robed Taoist did not respond immediately. Instead, he gradually closed his eyes, a flicker of spiritual light manifesting upon his forehead. In an instant, the illusion surrounding the debate platform transformed dramatically, ethereal energies wafting through the air. What sorcery is this? Luo Yuan concentrated, sensing the ambient space, discovering no discernible difference in atmosphere. It appeared to be merely a diversion. The sole distinction was that the visions within their souls would be projected onto the spiritual energy screen outside the debate arena. Public execution? Luo Yuan's heart raced with alarm. This is unacceptable. I must swiftly enter a state of contemplation. Otherwise, the trove of learning materials, amounting to several tens of gigabytes, that I have carefully preserved in my mind will inevitably be exposed to the world. Before he could make a move, the voice of the Taoist Qin Xian resonated gently within the realm of the spirit. The Confucian path advocates for active engagement in the world, striving to influence the fate of nations, while our Taoist school believes that all things in the world should align with nature and follow the natural course of events. Thus, the topic for this first discourse is action and inaction. As his words faded, an abundance of pale blue spiritual energy emanated from his soul, gradually enveloping and shrouding Luo Yuan's spirit. Is this trick again? The shameless Taoist has no sense of decency, employing the same tactic repeatedly. This maneuver is exceedingly treacherous, capable of subtly inciting the hearts of men, which was precisely the reason for my earlier defeat. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. In the previous discourses, it was evident that the Taoist Qin Xian had employed similar methods from the very outset. As his spirit became encircled by the azure spiritual energy, vivid scenes began to flicker incessantly in his mind. In the 50th year of the Great Yin's founding, court officials instigated discord against Prince Yu, secretly plotting against his brother to usurp the throne. In the 160th year, the crown prince, incited by the court officials, rebelled, committing patricide at the Zhuxian Gate to seize power. In the 300th year, the then minister of the Imperial Academy, beset by personal interests, unjustly executed his entire family of 5 to prevent his cousin from exposing him for treason. To murder one's sovereign as a subject, to slay one's father as a son, to betray one's brother as a sibling, the rights have crumbled, the music has deteriorated, and the court is in disarray. Yet all of this springs from the Confucian scholars' insistence on active worldly engagement. Is the cultivation of oneself, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world truly of such paramount importance? Faced with the evidence presented by Taoist Qin Xian, Luo Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss. The opponent employed a method of factual argumentation. Had he resorted to ordinary reasoning, he might have genuinely struggled to gain the upper hand in theoretical discourse. Moreover, this line of reasoning directly targeted the three principal goals of Confucianism: self-cultivation, governance, and world peace. This fundamentally seeks to uproot the Confucian platform. If a less resolute Confucian scholar were in my place, he might have already shattered his convictions. However, regrettably, I am not a Confucian. I lack the finesse to persuade through reason, but I excel in reasoning. Luo Yuan secretly scoffed. As long as I do not harbor convictions, I cannot suffer their shattering. This level of discourse shall not confound me. Observing Luo Yuan's prolonged silence, the crowd surrounding him could not help but feel anxious on his behalf. From a distant pavilion, Gu Qingshang's beautiful eyes brimmed with anger. Her silver teeth clenched. These foul Taoists from the southern spirit domain, having agreed to debate, dare to employ Taoist techniques in secret. Upon my return, I shall cleave that person's Taoist temple with a single sword. Within the palace, the empress watched the unfolding scene, a trace of worry appearing on her jade-like countenance. Elder Ning, in such circumstances, does Luo Yuan possess a way to break the stalemate? Ning Qian sighed deeply and replied, though Luo Yuan has innate talent, he remains unrefined by orthodox Confucian teachings. In the face of such an assault of Taoist techniques, he is likely to face dire consequences, unless what? The empress urgently inquired. Unless he possesses the heart of a sage. Ming Zhou interjected. Only then can he receive protection, remaining unperturbed by external distractions and maintaining clarity of mind. In the debate arena, Luo Yuan's spirit became highly concentrated as he pondered his countermeasures. The opponent advocated for the theory of non-action to assail the Confucian principle of action. If I merely retaliate with the theory of action, I would likely be at a disadvantage, at best achieving a stalemate. Is there a perspective that can transcend the constraints of both? Luo Yuan's thoughts momentarily stagnated, as though the answer lay just beyond his grasp. At that moment, he yearned to rise and deliver a couple of sharp rebukes to that Xin Songzi. What was promised to be a debate has turned into a philosophical conundrum. Indeed, none of the sects emerging from the southern spirit domain are earnest. Suddenly, a refreshing aura seemed to permeate his mind, piercing through the azure spiritual energy that enveloped his spirit, invigorating him. A resonant, intense sound reverberated within his spiritual realm. That azure energy began to collapse and disperse, akin to a punctured balloon. Ultimately, only two slender threads of spiritual energy returned to the soul of the Qin Xian Taoist. Is this the heart of a sage? The two eminent scholars gazed at the scene reflected in the spiritual energy projection, gasping in unison. As waves of pure energy surged towards his spirit, Luo Yuan felt a sudden clarity emerge in his mind, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. The heart of a sage can immunize against all poisons, charms, malevolence, and distractions, while continuously expelling external disturbances to safeguard oneself. The external Taoist techniques attacking his spirit triggered an innate protective mechanism within him. Under the purification of the heart of a sage, it would not take long to expel and dissolve the external intrusions. In the debate arena, the old Taoist opened his eyes, his face suddenly paling, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. The Taoist techniques were dispelled, and his spirit evidently suffered significant backlash. In that instant, Luo Yuan grasped the answer he had long sought. He gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the Qin Xian Taoist, and calmly stated, "What you call non-action is not mere passivity or withdrawal from the world. What you call action is not solely the pursuit of fame and profit. Taoist, your understanding of the Tao is excessively narrow." Qin Xian pondered his words, then wiped the blood from his lips, asking in confusion, "May I inquire, how do you mean?" The crowd turned their attention towards Luo Yuan, eagerly awaiting his reply. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Action has its excesses, and non-action has its inadequacies. Thus, the path I follow is neither non-action nor mere action, but rather, it is the path of possibility. What constitutes possibility? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's eyes brightened, his injuries momentarily forgotten as he eagerly pressed for an answer. Possibility encompasses both action and inaction. This is the essence of possibility. Luo Yuan continued, his tone imbued with a sense of purpose. Life is fleeting. We must exert our utmost efforts without questioning the outcome. He then rose slowly, facing the assembly, and proclaimed, "I am but an unworthy individual, and my lifelong aspiration is to be concerned for the troubles of the world before my own joys." Boom. As his words fell, it was as though a thunderclap resounded in the ears of the crowd, leaving them breathless. The vast debate arena fell into a profound silence. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. After a full 5 breaths, someone began to recover from this overwhelming intellectual impact. The scholars present gazed with brilliance in their eyes, as if a spark of insight had ignited within them, their expressions gradually shifting to excitement and exhilaration. Action and action. In the essence of possibility, young Master Luo is indeed a remarkable figure. Studying is not for personal glory, but for the welfare of all. This is the great path that we scholars should pursue. I can never repay young Master Luo for his enlightening guidance. I shall visit the Xianin Pavilion in the near future. Among the crowd, Bai Ruoli stared blankly at her spirited junior brother on stage, her eyes nearly sparkling. In the distant inn, Gu Qingshang unconsciously wore a faint smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. In the far-off palace, the empress nodded in satisfaction. Although her demeanor remained composed, her heart surged with emotion. Behind her, the two eminent scholars were momentarily stunned by Luo Yuan's words. As if they had reached a profound realization. To be concerned for the troubles of the world before my own joys. What an enlightening revelation. Ming Zhou clapped in excitement, his beard trembling with enthusiasm. Ning Qian, too, was filled with awe, exclaiming, "The existence of Luo Yuan is truly a boon for the Confucian platform of De'in." Action and action. The Taoist Qin Xian softly repeated Luo Yuan's words, as if something within him was quietly evolving. After a long while, he slowly rose and respectfully bowed to Luo Yuan. "I, a humble Taoist, have learned much. This debate belongs to you, Taoist Luo." Witnessing the old Taoist concede, the crowd erupted in applause, their spirits soaring. What a relief. This is the caliber we scholars of De'in should possess. A mere Taoist sect dared to challenge our esteemed Confucian platform, only to bring shame upon themselves. With young Master Luo present today, I ask, who among the Taoists would dare to ascend this platform for debate? In the past few days, the De'in Confucian platform faced repeated defeats, with no one able to endure even a single incense stick's worth of time in the debate arena. Such a grim situation, even when considering the entirety of the illustrious history of the Great Yin, can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the darkest moments. However, the victory of Luo Yuan serves as a much-needed respite, akin to the long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. For the scholars of the capital, this event is an immense source of encouragement. Upon the preaching platform, Xian Songzi cast his gaze towards Luo Yuan in the distance, a flicker of astonishment briefly illuminating his eyes. Although he had not previously heard of Luo Yuan's name, he was well aware of the profound heritage of the Great Yin, which abounds with exceptional talents. Thus, a single defeat was within the realm of acceptance for him. He then slightly turned his head to regard a strikingly beautiful Taoist nun clad in a Taoist robe beside him. "Mingchen, the second round is yours," he proclaimed. The enchanting Taoist nun, named Mingchen, gently nodded her head before gracefully stepping onto the preaching platform. Luo Yuan gazed at the alluring and curvaceous figure of the nun before him, a deep sigh escaping his heart. Her visage, her figure, and at such a tender age, she has become a Taoist nun. It is indeed a pity that she is destined to lead a life devoid of knowledge. Casting a peculiar glance at Luo Yuan, a hint of perplexity adorned Ming Chin's ethereal countenance. Yet, within her heart, she dared not let her guard down. The earlier debate had revealed that her opponent was far from an ordinary foe. Luo Daoyu, the second contest shall revolve around the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. As practitioners of the Tao, we advocate for the natural way, thus in this endeavor, I shall not engage in verbal sparring with you. Instead, we shall compete in the manipulation of elemental transformations. With that, Mingchen gracefully retrieved an entirely dark golden compass from her robes, placing it flat upon her palm. This artifact, known as the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Disc, would emit varying elemental energies in accordance with the surrounding spiritual energies density. Given that the capital of Dan was currently in the early spring, with a biting cold prevailing, it would predominantly release the purest ice energy. Luo Daoyu need only endure the ice energy released by the disc for a quarter of an hour to claim victory in this debate. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd could no longer remain seated, directing their ire towards the distant Xian Songzi, exclaiming, "Shameless old Taoist! You promised a debate, yet you require Luo Yuan to endure the onslaught of spiritual energy? Indeed, who is unaware that your sect excels in the manipulation of the 5 elements? Is this not akin to cheating?" The murmurs of discontent echoed, questioning the integrity of the challenge. Unperturbed, Xian Songzi regarded the crowd with a calm demeanor, stating, "If this is a contest of skill and principles, it is only natural to employ our strengths. If my sect were to disregard the 5 elements, it would be as absurd as your Confucian scholars neglecting poetry and prose." From a distant balcony, an elder of the Ningjian sect observed the unfolding scene. Shaking his head slightly, It seems that Xianzongzi is determined to take this seriously. He has even brought forth such a treasured artifact for this debate. He then turned to Gu Qichang with a knowing smile. Saintess, it appears your beloved may falter in the second round. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc is a treasure of the Taoist sect, and when wielded to its full potential, the elemental powers it releases can be insurmountable, even for a practitioner at the integration stage. Thus, the elder of the Ningjian sect surmised that although Luo Yuan possessed certain commendable skills, he was ultimately just a disciple of a second-rate sect. In light of such a vast disparity in prowess, the difficulty of securing victory in this second contest was akin to scaling the heavens. Gu Qichang merely smirked at his words, saying nothing in reply. As an eyewitness to the events at the Muxue Sacred Mountain, she was acutely aware that Luo Yuan, having inherited the Ice Emperor's legacy, would not fear any chill the world could muster. As the rules for the second round were announced, Luo Yuan nearly laughed aloud. Why choose any other element when ice energy was at play? After fully refining the Ice Emperor's legacy, his affinity for ice energy had reached an unparalleled zenith. No matter how formidable the ice energy, it could not inflict harm upon his body or soul. On the contrary, remaining within an ice-rich environment would enhance his absorption of spiritual energy, significantly accelerating his healing and recovery. Verily, in this debate, he was endowed with the advantage of time, place, and circumstance. To fail now would be most impolite. In the midst of the audience's anxious gazes, Ming Qin's delicate hand glided over the surface of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc. As her palm passed, the inscriptions upon it began to illuminate in response, transforming the once dull compass into a radiant beacon. Moments later, the flickering inscription ceased, and a brilliant icy blue light erupted from its center. Instantly, an onslaught of chilling ice energy surged forth, enveloping the entire arena. In an instant, the temperature within the arena plummeted, as shards of ice erupted from the ground, accompanied by a wave of frigid air. From a distance, the expansive arena appeared shrouded in dense white mist, as if transported to an Arctic realm. The overwhelming cold emanating from the arena forced the surrounding spectators to retreat in haste. Observing this, Xianzongzi raised his left hand, casting a barrier around the debate arena to contain the frigid air. Witnessing the spectacle within the arena, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror. What manner of technique is this? Is this the might of the Taoist treasure? It can alter the seasons and dim the heavens in an instant. The chilling atmosphere was so severe that a mere mortal would succumb within seconds. Could Luo Gongzi endure for a full quarter of an hour? Little Yuan, you must not come to harm. Bai Ruoli clutched her dress tightly, her palms damp with perspiration from anxiety, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Luo Yuan as he stepped into the frigid domain. As Luo Yuan's feet crossed the threshold into the icy realm, a piercing cold wind assailed him, momentarily halting his motion. Yet, within his perception, this icy gust did not bring with it an unbearable chill, but rather a refreshing sensation, an unparalleled delight. In that instant, he felt his spiritual meridians expand, and the flow of his spiritual energy became remarkably smooth. For an ordinary person, this would be a suffocating cold capable of extinguishing the soul, yet for Luo Yuan, who had fully refined the Ice Emperor's legacy, it transformed into an invaluable boon for cultivation. Indeed, as Luo Yuan focused on the changes within his spiritual meridians, he marveled at the potency of the Ice Emperor's legacy. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc, as a treasure of the Taoist sect, released ice energy of remarkable purity. With his spiritual meridians harmoniously fused with the Ice Emperor's legacy, he found himself absorbing the untainted ice energy with fervor, akin to a parched land welcoming the long-awaited rain. If he were to remain in such an environment for an extended period, even without deliberate cultivation, his realm would surely experience significant elevation. The surrounding Taoist disciples gazed in disbelief at the serene and contented Luo Yuan, their mouths agape in astonishment. How is this possible? As members of the Taoist sect, they were well aware of the formidable power of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc. Hence, they could not fathom how Luo Yuan could endure so long amidst this icy tempest. In the midst of his perplexed gaze, time slipped away, second by second. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 9 minutes. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed under the infusion of ice spirit energy. Only a third of the allotted 15 minutes remained. The audience surrounding the debating arena held their breath, their focus unwavering, unwilling to miss a single moment of this crucial juncture. Observing Luo Yuan, who appeared composed amidst the tension, Xianzongzi began to sense an unease, his expression gradually darkening. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Finally, after approximately 30 minutes, the operation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc gradually came to a halt, its surface of icy blue light flickering out. The ice spirit energy in the debating arena dissipated, leaving behind only a few puddles of melted snow. Mingqian gazed at the yin-yang five elements disc in her hand, astonishment reflecting in her beautiful eyes. The elemental divine power of the compass. Had it truly been exhausted? With a pang of regret, she retrieved the disc, descending from the transmission arena in silence. Though she made no outward show of her feelings, the outcome was manifestly clear. At that moment, the time exceeded the prescribed quarter hour by more than double. Instantly, the surroundings of the transmission arena erupted in fervor. Young Master Luo had indeed triumphed over the Taoist sect in 2 consecutive contests, truly a prodigy. An excited vendor clapped, admiration shining in his gaze as he looked at Luo Yuan. How dare the mere Taoist sect provoke our grading Confucian circle? Even if they wield their sect's sacred artifacts, they too are destined to fall beneath the feet of our learned gentry. Several scholars voiced their exhilaration, their faces glowing with unparalleled pride. The Southern Domain Taoist sect is not but trifling. Ultimately, all paths in the world must bow to our Confucianism. Among the crowd, Bairuoli watched Luo Yuan, enscathed amidst the chaos, and let out a long breath. She cared not for who triumphed between the Great Yin Confucian Circle and the Southern Domain Taoist sect. Her sole concern was for Luo Yuan's safety. In the distance, an elder from the Ningxian sect, who had spoken earlier, stood frozen in place. After a moment, he gradually regained his senses and, with a dawning realization, turned to Yu Qingshang and said, "Saintess, I now understand your choice in him. This young man is destined for greatness." Yu Qingshang lifted her exquisitely pale chin, and for once, a rare smile graced her normally frosty countenance. The initial part of her words brought her immense satisfaction, her smile seemingly declaring, "Behold, this is the man chosen by the holy maiden." However, upon hearing the latter part, her demeanor shifted abruptly, and she retorted decisively, "Why wait for the future? The greatness is already manifest." Within the palace, the Empress's gaze was fixated on the shimmering aura before her, momentarily entranced. Such extraordinary talent and spirited vigor bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband from her memories. Behind her, Meng Shou stroked his beard with a faint smile, his expression brimming with pride. "A master of both Confucianism and Taoism, truly a worthy disciple of mine. Old man, what business do you have with Luo Yuan?" Ningqian could no longer contain himself, unabashedly cursing in the presence of the Empress. "This is clearly my disciple." In the debate arena, Xian Songzi surveyed the crowd that erupted in cheers, his brows furrowing slowly, his countenance growing increasingly grave. While the defeat in the first round was somewhat anticipated, the failure in the second round far exceeded his expectations. Having deployed the sect's most treasured artifact without eliciting even the slightest flaw from the opponent could not merely be classified as a failure, it was a catastrophic defeat. To secure victory in the contest of doctrines, the final round must be infallible. He took a deep breath and stepped once more to the center of the debate arena. Addressing Luo Yuan, "To my astonishment, not only has you, Dao friend Luo, gained profound insights in Confucianism, but your accomplishments in Taoist arts are also commendable. Such exceptional talent stirs within me the desire to engage in discourse. Thus, for this third round, I shall personally preside. Dao Master, this is already the third round. Can we not conduct a more conventional debate?" Luo Yuan remarked, observing Xian Songzi, who had taken his seat. "Let us refrain from the ethereal clashes in icy realms. We are all scholars here, and the experience feels lacking." Indeed, Xian Songzi unexpectedly nodded in agreement, then solemnly continued, "The 10th generation leader of our Dao sect, known as Xia Yaozi, was a paragon of Taoist mastery in our history. Before his ascension, he left behind a final testament consisting of merely 3 words. The first, human; the second, nature." Just as Luo Yuan was becoming engrossed in the discourse, Xian Songzi abruptly fell silent. This left him quite unsettled, akin to an uncomfortable interruption during a moment of relief. "Taoist, what is the meaning behind the ancestral words?" Luo Yuan inquired. "I do not know." "That is precisely the subject of our discourse," replied the old Taoist. Luo Yuan felt perplexed. This elder was certainly not adhering to conventional reasoning. Within the palace, the Empress furrowed her brow as she listened to the voice emanating from the luminous screen. The ancestral words. What could this mean for the Taoist sect? Behind her, Meng Shou scoffed disdainfully. "This Xian Songzi has truly gone to great lengths, bringing forth the conflict of Taoist lineages between the celestial and the mortal." The Empress's beautiful eyes gradually revealed traces of astonishment as she recalled the earlier mention by Ningqian of the Taoist schism triggered by the ancestral words. In the arena of discourse, Luo Yuan pondered for a moment before tentatively posing a question. "Taoist, in your view, what constitutes heaven, and what constitutes humanity?" Heaven embodies the Tao of nature, symbolizing all things in existence, while humanity represents the essence of human nature, Xian Songzi replied with composure. All things in nature. Humanity and nature. Does this not ultimately distill into the question of the relationship between humanity and nature? The Taoist philosophy of my past life seems to converge on the same path, Luo Yuan mused, sensing he was nearing a breakthrough. Continuing with his inquiries, he asked, Taoist, is there a commonality between humanity and nature? Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Songzi shook his head. Humanity is humanity, and nature is nature. The boundaries between the two are starkly defined, with no semblance of similarity. Oh, I see. With Xian Songzi's reaction and the earlier mention of the ancestral words, Luo Yuan swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. The so-called conflict of Taoist lineages fundamentally represented the opposition between humanity and nature. The source of all these issues could be traced back to that particular ancestor. Why choose to be cryptic? Had they simply left behind a statement about the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature, there would have been far fewer complications in the generations that followed. Having discerned the breakthrough point, the subsequent steps appeared much simpler. He took a slow, deep breath and remarked, Taoist, it seems I have unraveled the meaning behind the ancestral words left by your sect's forebear. Oh? Xian Songzi's eyes widened in surprise as he inquired. What insights does Taoist Luo possess? The conflict of Taoist lineages had persisted for a millennium after so many years of debate. The understanding within the Taoist sect regarding this ancestral phrase was nearing its limit. As a seeker of the Tao, Xian Songzi felt a genuine anticipation for Luo Yuan's perspective on this matter. However, Luo Yuan did not directly answer his question. Instead, he began to recount a tale. Last night, as I drifted into slumber, I had a dream in which I transformed into a butterfly, soaring freely through the realms. Everything in the dream felt incredibly real. I experienced the world as the butterfly, perceiving its sights and sounds, as though I truly were that butterfly. Yet, upon awakening, all of it vanished without a trace. Taoist, whom do you believe dreamed of whom? Naturally, it was the Taoist who dreamed of the butterfly, Xian Songzi responded, his tone light and airy. Then why could it not be the butterfly that dreamed of me? Luo Yuan countered. Xian Songzi momentarily faltered. As if a flash of insight pierced through his mind, invigorating his spirit. What do you mean by that? Luo Yuan paused and slowly articulated, humanity exists within nature. And nature may also be utilized by humanity. Therefore, whether I dream of the butterfly or the butterfly dreams of me, there is no essential difference. Humanity and nature are inherently one, inseparable. To truly transcend the constraints of these two, one must attain a certain realm. What realm? Xian Songzi's expression grew increasingly animated, his eyes reflecting a longing not seen in decades. Please, Taoist Luo, enlighten me. Luo Yuan gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the clear azure sky, and softly declared, the unity of heaven and humanity. These four succinct words fell like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully against Xian Songzi's steadfast beliefs, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I dreamed of the butterfly dreamed of me. Humanity and nature, nature and humanity, transcending constraints. Xian Songzi repeated Luo Yuan's words, as if something within him were undergoing a profound transformation. Humanity is part of nature, and nature may also be utilized by humanity. The division between heaven and humanity is non-existent, the unity of heaven and humanity. This is the unity of heaven and humanity. I have comprehended it. Suddenly, Xian Songzi opened his eyes wide, a faint aura of clarity emanating from him. He gradually rose, looking at Luo Yuan with respect and saying, Taoist Luo, your words have awakened the dreamer. In this third discourse, it is I who have been defeated. As his words fell, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Although they could not grasp the intricacies of the conversation, it was evident that Xian Songzi had conceded. Victory! It is I, the great Yin's Confucian Circle, who has triumphed. Young Master Luo is indeed a person of celestial talent. With him, our great Yin's Confucianism shall flourish for centuries to come. From now on, should anyone in the capital dare speak ill of young Master Luo, they shall be at odds with my AI Lu Academy. Within the carriages outside, several noble young ladies stared intently at Luo Yuan, their eyes seemingly capable of shedding tears. Who would have thought that the Xian Songzi, through misfortune, would unexpectedly unravel the ancestral words that have troubled our sect for a millennium? On the upper floors, the elder of the Ningjian sect sighed in contemplation. Taoist, shall we not continue? Luo Yuan observed Xian Songzi's abrupt concession and thought to himself that he still had a wealth of theories yet to express. I have already gained something far more precious. The outcome of this debate has become trivial. Xian Songzi waved his hand and sincerely bowed to Luo Yuan. Taoist Luo, your profound understanding is truly admirable. Should you visit the Southern Spirit region in the future, my sect shall honor you as a distinguished guest. The heartfelt praise resonated through the gathering crowd, eliciting exclamations of delight. Even the leader of the opposing faction conceded defeat, acknowledging the overwhelming triumph. This was no ordinary victory, but a resounding success. Just then, a booming voice interrupted the jubilant atmosphere. Imperial decree. A tall, imposing figure rushed into the throng, followed closely by a royal carriage. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yuan recognized Lu Ting, the imperial guard who had previously come to escort him to the palace. Lu Ting approached Luo Yuan with hurried steps, gasping for breath as he delivered the message. Young Master Luo, His Majesty has summoned you. Please make haste to the palace after concluding your affairs here. To the palace? Luo Yuan was taken aback by the announcement. Is the Empress seeking me again? Why would she wish to see me at this moment, precisely as the debate concludes? Could it be that I inadvertently revealed my righteous aura during the discussion, and she has sensed something? Yet, that seemed implausible, for she had not been present at the scene. Confusion clouded Luo Yuan's mind as he accepted the imperial decree. Ultimately, amidst the cheers and adulation of the citizens, he boarded the carriage bound for the royal palace. From a distant pavilion, Gu Qingshan watched the carriage recede into the horizon, her silver teeth clenched slightly, a hint of pallor gracing her exquisite features. That woman again, that woman. One day, I shall bind you to my side, ensuring you cannot escape. Upon arriving at the palace, the twilight sky cast a soft glow. As Luo Yuan approached the palace gates, he noticed two esteemed scholars exiting. Director Meng, Elder Ning. Have you just concluded your audience with His Majesty? Luo Yuan inquired, peering out from the carriage window. We just accompanied His Majesty in observing the debate in the city. Young Master Luo's celestial demeanor has vanquished formidable adversaries from the Taoist sect, leaving me in utter admiration, Meng Shou remarked, his gaze filled with appreciation for Luo Yuan. Moreover, His Majesty holds you in high esteem, and it seems that after today, you shall become a trusted aide to the Emperor. Ning Qian chuckled, stroking his long beard, as if he had anticipated the Empress's regard for Luo Yuan. Observing the debate, Luo Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the palace, too, possessed similar spiritual projections akin to those surrounding the debate venue. This implies that Qinan is capable of witnessing the entirety of my three discussions. It seems my earlier conjecture was indeed correct. Qinan possesses memories related to my dreams, and just now, while observing the discussions, she sensed the righteous aura surrounding me. With so many intertwining factors, it appears quite challenging for me to separate my dream self from my real self. What if she truly inquires about me? Should I confess directly, or offer further explanations? Alas, it seems prudent to take one step at a time, at least for now. Recognizing Qinan remains an unresolved matter. Should it come to a point of utmost necessity, I shall seek alternative methods. As Luo Yuan pondered silently, he followed Lu Ting into the imperial palace. As they ventured deeper, a palace maid suddenly appeared, halting their progress, and took over from Lu Ting to guide Luo Yuan further. May I inquire, young Master Luo, what has the Emperor summoned me for? Luo Yuan asked, gazing at the young maid beside him, whose delicate features were striking. The maid shook her head gently and replied softly, Young Master Luo, His Majesty has merely instructed me to escort you to the sleeping quarters. Beyond that, no further instructions were given. Sleeping quarters? Luo Yuan's mind became momentarily bewildered. If he sought my counsel, the tea house or the side hall would suffice. As the evening drew near, I was unexpectedly summoned to the imperial chamber. Surely, it could not be for the purpose of serving in a more intimate capacity? With a tinge of apprehension and a hint of unease, Luo Yuan followed the young maid to the threshold of the chamber. Upon pushing open the grand doors, he halted abruptly, momentarily frozen in place. Inside the chamber, the Empress languidly reclined upon her bed, draped in exquisite silks that accentuated her flawless figure. Although he had witnessed this scene in dreams countless times before, the reality of it stirred his soul profoundly. What was the meaning of this late-night summons? Was this a test of my resolve? After all, I am a man of dignity. Steeling himself, he approached the Empress, bowing respectfully. This humble subject, Luo Yuan, pays his respects to your Majesty. You, Sir Luo, have today championed our Gradian dynasty's prestige in the capital, and your contributions are indeed commendable. The Empress remarked as she gracefully rose, her tone devoid of imperial authority, infused instead with a touch of youthful whimsy. How should I reward you? She stepped closer, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon her beloved, radiating an array of tender emotions. Such minor achievements are but at your Majesty's discretion, Luo Yuan replied, maintaining his bow, his voice steady and unperturbed. As he slowly raised his gaze, he sought to discern her thoughts through her expression. However, his view was obscured by the adornments at her waist, preventing him from fully grasping her visage. The Empress leaned down to assist him upright, her gaze resting on his handsome face, a soft smile gracing her lips. Since my ascension, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Today, your triumph over the Taoist sect has rejuvenated the scholarly reputation of our great Yin. If I do not reward you handsomely, I fear I may silence the voices of scholars throughout the realm. In addition to the 2 spiritual veins previously promised, I shall decree that you be appointed as the national master of the Yin dynasty on an auspicious day. While the rank of national master may not be high within the bureaucracy, its practical significance in court is second only to that of the prime minister. To attain this position is to unlock immeasurable benefits. Luo Yuan quickly rose to express his gratitude. Thank you for your majesty's grace. Do not be so hasty in your thanks, the empress replied, her eyes shimmering with mischief as she observed him. This reward, on the surface, is that of the national master, but behind it lies a different expectation. Your majesty may speak freely. Luo Yuan's heart raced, yet he stood tall, meeting her gaze with composure. Privately, I wish for you to be my consort, she stated calmly, her lips parting to utter those 4 words. Your majesty. This appears somewhat inappropriate. Luo Yuan's countenance shifted slightly, pondering how the empress had dispensed with pretense. Allow me to finish, she interjected gently, placing a delicate finger on his lips. I understand your heart is not entirely here, and I know you will not linger long in the Yin dynasty. But rest assured, I will publicly declare you as our national master. Only in private shall you assume this other identity. I shall not concern myself with your entanglements with other women. But there is one stipulation. When alone with me, your thoughts must dwell solely upon me. Her tone bore a hint of concession, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a trace of pleading. It was not the language of a sovereign, but rather that of a secluded beauty lamenting her solitude. Faced with such earnestness, Luo Yuan found it difficult to refuse. Your Majesty's favor is beyond what I can repay, he declared, though he recognized this was merely an expression of her affection. Until they had formally acknowledged their bond, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Beyond what you can repay. The Empress's lips curled into a playful smile. Her expression suddenly tinged with intrigue. If you desire, I can offer you an opportunity for repayment right now. Without allowing Luo Yuan a moment to comprehend, she swiftly drew him to her side. Outside the palace walls, the imperial guards stood in precise formation, ever vigilant to the sounds that surrounded them. Their spirits were taut, leaving no detail that could threaten the palace as security overlooked. After all, as the elite force directly under the emperor's command, their singular and paramount duty was to safeguard the empress's safety. Yet, they could never have imagined that the very empress they vowed to protect with their lives was currently facing an assassination attempt from an outsider within the depths of the palace. Chapter 39. In your heart, do you still regard me merely as your master? The night was as dark as ink, the clouds obscuring the moon. In the chamber's dragon bed, enveloped by a fragrant aura, Luo Yuan succumbed to slumber and swiftly descended into a dreamscape. Upon detecting the host returned to the dream realm, the narrative resumed from where it had previously halted. Re-entering the cycle of dreams, Luo Yuan felt a wave of disorientation. If memory served correctly, he had just reached a pivotal moment in aiding in Qing Wu's recovery when the last dream had concluded. He had just accomplished a significant task in reality. Yet here in the dream, he found himself still engaged in earnest endeavors, assassinating an emperor in one realm, while deceiving a mentor in another. He had truly pushed the boundaries of audacity to their limits, to preserve in Qing Wu's life essence. He had followed the Creator Goddess counsel, engaging in a dual cultivation of soul and body with her. And Qing Wu's injuries were grave. Although the Creator Goddess essence was effective, it alone was insufficient. After an entire night of merging souls, he transferred a significant portion of the Creator Goddess essence into her spiritual veins, retaining only a sliver of the primordial divine power bestowed upon him by the Creator God. This power was his last line of defense, capable of defying order and altering fate at a critical moment. Under the influence of the Creator Goddess essence, and Qing Wu's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even her damaged spiritual veins and life source astonishingly returned to their original state. Amidst his anxious watch, and Qing Wu's beautiful eyes gradually fluttered open. Though gravely wounded, she retained a fragment of clarity, and thus was fully aware of the events that had transpired. In the instant their gazes met, both were overtaken by a sense of awkwardness and unease. Compared to their previous master-disciple relationship, their bond had undeniably deepened. The sudden shift in dynamics left them both at a loss, unsure of how to confront one another. Master, you began, yet faltered, struggling to find the right words. It felt as though something lodged in your throat prevented you from uttering another syllable. Do you still call me master? And Qing Wu's delicate lips parted as her enchanting gaze met yours directly. Until this moment, Do I still merely hold the title of master in your heart? Faced with her unwavering gaze, something within you stirred, as if a long-sealed door within your soul had been gently opened. The emotions that had long been suppressed and buried deep within surged forth in a torrent. You could not help but question whether, at this moment, with your master, the empress of the demon clan, there truly remains so many reservations and barriers between you. Or rather, must there truly continue to exist such apprehensions and barriers? Having transcended even the chasm of life and death, what more can the judgments of the mundane world hold? Qinwu, you gently uttered her name, and in your gaze, all hesitation finally dissipated. You exchanged a smile, and in that moment, it seemed as though only each other's figures remained in your sight. Ultimately, Qinwu led you back to the Hall of 10,000 Demons, an edifice that belonged solely to the Demon Emperor and served as the very heart of the Northern Spirit Domain. From that point onward, you resided with her in the Hall of 10,000 Demons, presenting yourself to the world as a close attendant of the Demon Emperor. To maintain discretion, you never utilized any spiritual power in public, even striving to avoid conversations with outsiders whenever possible. Though both you and Qinwu harbored intentions to alter the current relations between your two clans, the deep-seated enmity between them could not be resolved in a mere day or night. The cultivators of the Eastern Spirit Domain regarded the demon clan of the Northern Spirit Domain as heretics, and the sentiment was reciprocated. This animosity was particularly pronounced in the core of the Northern Domain where the demon clan's high-ranking members gathered. Should you ever employ spiritual power or techniques of the human race, the likelihood of your true identity being revealed would undoubtedly increase significantly. This presents a considerable predicament, both for yourself and for Qinwu, the Demon Empress. Although the days spent in a foreign land are arduous, you gradually acclimate as time passes. After all, Qinwu is the only individual to whom you feel a profound connection in this world. Wherever she is, that is where your heart finds solace. During your time in the Northern Spirit Domain, you share daily life with Qinwu, journey together, and embrace each other in slumber. You occasionally share amusing anecdotes from your life, surprise her with little delights, and at times, engage in acts of defiance against your mentors. Everything unfolds much like the days spent in cultivation within the Eastern Spirit Domain. In a moment of reverie, it seems that everything has changed, yet simultaneously, nothing is altered. Sometimes, as you gaze upon Qinwu's exquisite visage, you cannot help but secretly yearn for a life of tranquility spent in her company. How blissful that would be. All animosities, grievances, and past sufferings, may they fade with time, vanishing completely from your existence. Seasons change, and in the blink of an eye, you have resided in the Northern Spirit Domain for a full year. Throughout this year, under the leadership of the four major sects of the Eastern Spirit Domain, a relentless pursuit against you has ensued across various locations. Among these sects, the Luo sect takes the lead, suffering devastating losses in the battle against the Demon Emperor at Lingyan City, which may render them unable to fully recover their strength for the next century. Their hatred for you, who rescued the Demon Emperor, runs deep. As you accompany Qinwu daily, the higher echelons of the demon race in the Northern Spirit Domain have gradually grown accustomed to your presence. They regard your handsome visage and your close association with the Demon Emperor as a sign that you are merely a favored consort sought by him. In an effort to avoid direct conflict with the Eastern Spirit Domain and to hasten the peace between the two races, Qinwu has begun to slowly retract the strongholds established along the borders of the Eastern Spirit Domain, ordering the demons at the juncture of the two realms to minimize contact with the cultivators from the east. However, this action has incited dissatisfaction among the hawkish factions within the demon hierarchy. Voices of discontent have emerged, blaming your presence for the Demon Emperor's altered decisions. Consequently, there have been calls for your expulsion from the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Qinwu, discerning their ulterior motives, chooses to ignore their unreasonable demands. As time flows, a year has swiftly passed in the Northern Spirit Domain. At the dawn of this new year, you notice an unusual change in your physical condition. A subtle decline in your internal energy manifests, yet your spiritual power and soul remain unaffected. Initially, you dismiss it as a side effect of prolonged exposure to dark spiritual energy. However, as time progresses, this situation escalates to a point of concern. Soon, every passing day sees your energy wane further. You and Qinwu have explored countless methods, yet no cause could be identified. It is not until one day, when the will of the Creator God awakens once more, that you learn the true reason. To defy the heavenly order invites retribution. Your ancient sacred body, by its very nature, contradicts the established order, bringing upon you various misfortunes since birth. As a son, you suffer the loss of both parents. As a friend, you face betrayal. As a disciple, your sect faces annihilation. If you cannot rapidly grow stronger within a short time, your energy will be subject to divine punishment, leading to a swift downfall. Previously, the essence of the Creator God within you provided a buffer against such divine retribution. However, after transferring this essence to Qingwu, you find yourself bereft of protection, destined to confront a grim fate. At this juncture, your energy has dwindled to a critical state. With less than 3 months of lifespan remaining, in the final moments of your life, you resolve to take action. Fate has dealt you an unfair hand. Yet you still possess the will to fight back, if only to prove that you once existed. A month later, you invoke the name of the Demon Emperor to convene with the leaders of the 4 major sects of the Eastern Domain at the border. Your sole objective is to utilize the last vestige of the Creator God's power within you to forcibly alter the will of the sect leaders, thereby directly terminating the conflict between the 2 races. Upon arriving at the agreed location, you promptly articulate your thoughts and experiences to the 4 sect leaders. However, the centuries-old grievances between the 2 races are far too profound to be resolved with mere words. Before you can finish speaking, they suddenly turn against you. Each leader of the 4 sects is a pinnacle figure in this world. This represents the utmost limit you can exert in your current state. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 10 zhang. Just as they were about to enter the realm you envisioned, a dark purple light suddenly shot forth from the side, colliding violently with the 4 figures. The Demon Emperor. The expressions of the 4 sect masters darkened instantly, each of them bracing for a formidable challenge. Master, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor's silhouette, you were taken aback. If I do not come, should I merely watch you meet your demise? And Qingwu's voice was frigid, rare for her to admonish you. I have told you before, the peace between our 2 races cannot be achieved overnight. How could you, with nothing but your words, persuade these 4 obstinate old men before you? She was unaware of your true intentions, believing you still harbored some semblance of faith in humanity. Before her words could fully dissipate, a sound of tearing air pierced through, as several blazing flames surged towards you. The leader of the Lihua sect harbored an intense hatred for you, and at this moment, with both of you revealing yourselves, he wished nothing more than to eradicate you on the spot. And Qingwu hastily summoned her spiritual power to block the flames, soaring into the air to engage in fierce combat with the leader of the Lihua sect. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in a shroud of dark purple demonic shadows intertwined with crimson flames. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot skyward, forcibly separating the 2 contending forces. The 5 individuals in the sky turned in shock, discovering that your figure had stealthily approached them unbeknownst to them. Sha Yuan, what? What are you planning to do? And Qingwu gazed at the radiant light emanating from you, sensing something amiss. You looked at Qingwu, a determined smile slowly gracing your face. Master, in my life, I have traversed on thin ice, my existence as fragile as dust, drifting like a rootless duckweed in this vast world. It was not until I met you that I truly found a sense of belonging and refuge. You have protected me, cherished me, loved me, poured your heart into me, indulged me in every way, and for all of this, I find myself at a loss to repay you. In this moment, allow me to fulfill my duty as your disciple. As the words left your lips, the radiant light of the Creator's divine power enveloped all beings present, and your body began to shatter. Sha Yuan, no. And Qingwu let out a heart-wrenching cry, tears cascading down her beautiful eyes. As the Emperor of all demons, the supreme ruler of the Northern Spirit Domain, she had never felt as desperate and helpless as she did at this moment. In a world shrouded in white, your body gradually transformed into countless fragments, leaving no trace behind. May the 2 races of humans and demons never be entangled again. May all beings in the world know no strife. Your final voice echoed softly, gradually fading with the wind. Time became an indeterminate stretch as, in the vast expanse, only Qingwu remained. She stood there, dazed, gazing at the spot where you had vanished, her eyes seemingly devoid of all color. Just then, the voice of the Creator resonated within her soul. Though the physical body may perish, the spirit remains. Luo Yuan may not have truly vanished. Demon Emperor, there exists an unfinished karma between you and him. And Qingwu was suddenly jolted awake, her heart racing with excitement as she exclaimed, Are you saying Sha Yuan is still alive? Where is he now? The Creator's voice echoed once more. The Creator's divine power I bestowed upon him originates from my very essence. Although the divine power contained within is not as potent as before, it can still support a mortal spirit through a cycle of reincarnation. While I cannot ascertain the specifics of his rebirth, I am utterly convinced that he still exists somewhere in this world. However, the divine power he used to alter his will before his death, which remains to support his reincarnation, is still an unknown factor. If the divine power for reincarnation is insufficient, then his time, experiences, memories will inevitably deviate. You must prepare yourself mentally. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. And Qinwu murmured softly, gazing at the spot where your body had dissipated. Luo Yuan, no matter what, I will surely find you. Chapter 41. The Demon Emperor personally ventures to Zhangzhou. The Four Domains Conference commences. This dream cycle has concluded. The host has awakened. Current completed dream cycle count, 3. Current ongoing dream cycle count, 6. System upgrade required, 610. Luo Yuan slowly awakened, his eyes meeting the opulent decorations of the palace's inner sanctum. The Empress was nowhere to be found, leaving only traces of lingering fragrance beside him, a reminder that everything that had transpired was far from mere fantasy. He gradually sat up, moistening his parched lips, and let out a wry smile. Indeed, in the dream, his fate had once again culminated in a heroic demise. Yet, despite the outcome, the overall experience of the dream was rather delightful. After all, the Demon Emperor in the dream was truly magnificent. No wonder the energy within him had been waning. Living in the Demon Emperor's palace, day in and day out, who could withstand such indulgence? By the way, what reward awaits me this time? Luo Yuan's thoughts stirred as he suddenly remembered the reward yet to be claimed. Upon detecting that the host had successfully completed this dream cycle, the following rewards may be selected for retention. 1. Coexistence of humans and demons, by selecting this reward. The intentions of the upper echelons of the four major sects in the Eastern Spirit Domain and the Demon Clan in the Northern Spirit Domain will be altered, erasing their mutual hatred and initiating a path towards peace between the two races. 2. Eternal blood feud, by selecting this reward. The existing animosity between the two factions will deepen further, leading to an impending bloodbath between the two spirit domains in the near future. However, the attitude of both sides towards you will remain unchanged, placing you in a completely neutral position. 3. Close attendant of the Demon Emperor, by selecting this reward. You will gain the status of a personal attendant to the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Domain. Gazing at the three rewards before him, Luo Yuan fell into deep contemplation. The three rewards, in a strict sense, pertain to identities. Much like the previously chosen identities of the son of the wealthiest man and the close friend of the king of Yebei. Selecting such rewards entails a manipulation of causal realities. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution in their choices. The first option symbolizes the realization of my dream's conclusion, a restoration of peace between humans and demons. However, a significant drawback exists. Only the will of the elite can be altered, while the perceptions of the countless ordinary cultivators cannot be changed swiftly. It holds some merit. Yet its flaws render the first option uncertain. The second reward exacerbates the existing conflicts in reality. Although my position of absolute neutrality has considerable potential for growth, it hinges on the premise of an intense war between the two great spiritual domains. Should hostilities erupt, the Xianyin sect, as a faction of the Eastern Spiritual Domain, would inevitably be embroiled. While I could maintain my neutrality and remain untouched, my master and senior sister might not be so fortunate. The risks of the second option are too great, laden with uncontrollable elements, thus it is to be dismissed. As for the third option, it is likely superfluous. Based on my prior experiences, the protagonist of my dreams will most likely retain her memories in reality. This implies that my current relationship with the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spiritual Domain mirrors that of the dream. Hence, there is no need for the so-called identity of a close attendant to the Demon Emperor to gain anything, rendering this third option evidently useless. Consequently, I am left with only the first option. Brother Zongzi, I choose one, Luo Yuan declared impassively. Next time, please provide more useful rewards. I would prefer not to rely solely on the process of elimination. Having completed this, Luo Yuan rose from his bed, dressed, and planned to stroll around the palace. As soon as he opened the grand door of his chamber, a young palace maid, who had been waiting anxiously outside, rushed in with an excited expression. Wonderful! Young Master Luo, you're finally awake. If you had woken up soon, the Four Domains Conference would be in jeopardy. The Four Domains Conference? What do you mean? Luo Yuan paused, perplexed. Isn't there still several days before it begins? Also, what do you mean by saying the conference can't proceed without my awakening? What has happened? The young maid replied urgently, on that day, His Majesty summoned you to the palace for the night, intending to send you back the next day. However, you have been asleep for 5 consecutive days. The Sanus of the Sword Condensation sect has been demanding an explanation from His Majesty, and representatives from the major spiritual domains are still awaiting at the venue. The conference is set to start in just 15 minutes. I fear that if we delay, His Majesty may end up clashing with the Saintus. The gravity of the situation struck Luo Yuan, realizing that his dream cycle had lasted far longer than anticipated. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, He hurriedly followed the young maid towards the conference venue. In the northern spiritual domain, within the hall of 10,000 demons, a slender figure lounged languidly against the throne. Her beauty was striking, adorned in a purple robe, her dark, profound eyes shimmering with an enchanting violet glow. Her exquisite form, accentuated by the flowing fabric, highlighted her alluring curves, exuding an irresistible charm. Before her, two attendants stood respectfully, awaiting their orders. Jean, what is the progress of the Four Domains Conference? Is there any news from the delegation heading to Zhangzhou? In Qin Wu's voice, soft and languorous, seemed to captivate the soul. One of the attendants stepped forward slightly and replied respectfully, reporting to Your Excellency. The progress of the Four Domains Conference is proceeding smoothly, but it seems there was an unexpected incident in Dayan's capital. The leader of the Taoist sect from the southern spiritual domain set up a debate arena in the city, only to be defeated by a scholar from Dayan. Oh? And Qin Wu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Such a remarkable individual exists in Zhangzhou? What is his name? He is a scholar named Luo Yuan, as confirmed by our spies. He originally hails from the eastern spiritual domain. What did you say? And Qin Wu abruptly stood, her alluring demeanor vanishing, replaced by shock and disbelief. Are you certain this scholar is named Luo Yuan? The attendant, taken aback by her sudden shift, stammered, Why yes, it is absolutely true. After a moment of silence, and Qin Wu spoke again, her tone resolute. I shall personally attend this Four Domains Conference. Jean, activate the Dimensional Extreme Array. I must depart for the conference site immediately. Your Excellency, you intend to go personally? The attendants were taken aback, for the Dimensional Extreme Array was a rare treasure, operable only once every 100 years. They could not comprehend why she would change her mind at this juncture. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but why the sudden decision to attend personally? Given your capabilities and experience, you should be more than adequate for such a situation. And Qin Wu did not respond, her gaze drifting toward the direction of Zhangzhou. A hint of sorrow and determination surfaced in her enchanting eyes as she whispered softly, as if reminiscing or confiding, Xiao Yuan, this must be you. Even if there is but a 1 in a billion chance, I will find you. If miracles exist, I shall never allow you to leave my side again. With that, she stepped into the already activated Dimensional Extreme Array. A tremendous surge of spatial divine power enveloped her entirely. In the next moment, Qin Wu's figure vanished without a trace, leaving her attendants bewildered in her wake. Chapter 42. Sleeping on the Empress's bed daily. Can this be called a national master? In the imperial palace of Dayan, the usually quiet council chamber was now bustling with representatives from various domains. The representatives of the Sword Condensation sect from the eastern spiritual domain, the Taoist sect from the southern spiritual domain, the demon representatives from the western spiritual domain, the demon representatives from the northern spiritual domain, and the representatives from the Zhangzhou Dayan were all seated, filling the chamber with a lively atmosphere. As the host, the Empress of Dayan naturally occupied the central seat. Today, she donned splendid attire, her already exquisite beauty further illuminated. However, beside her was an unprecedentedly vacant seat, seemingly left for a specific individual. More strikingly, there was no clear separation between this seat and the Empress's, with both positioned side by side, lacking any discernible hierarchy. In the realm of Zhangzhou, the only individuals who could stand on equal footing with the great Yin's Empress, aside from her still-living mother, were the esteemed powers from the 4 spiritual domains. The onlookers were filled with anticipation, their gazes reflecting a sense of eager expectation. However, Gu Qingshang maintained a stoic expression, her lovely eyes betraying a hint of displeasure as she scoffed softly. She had witnessed Luo Yuan being escorted back to the palace by the imperial guards. And in the days that followed, he had yet to emerge. It was evident to whom this seat was reserved. Your Majesty, now that representatives from the 4 domains have arrived, I dare to inquire who this seat beside you is reserved for? Xian Songzi stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with hope. Is it for the Taoist friend Luo, with whom I discussed philosophy in the capital? The Empress's gaze tightened slightly as she gently shook her head. This esteemed guest has been invited in my personal capacity, and the truth shall reveal itself in due time. Taoist, I urge you to remain patient. In truth, she longed to affirm it outright, but the uncertainty of whether Luo Yuan had awakened loomed over her. The maid she had dispatched had yet to return with news, leaving the attendance of Luo Yuan at the 4 Domains conference still in question. Upon hearing her response, Xian Songzi returned to his seat in the southern spiritual domain. Disappointment etched across his face, and his gaze swept across the crowd in the grand hall. After a few seconds, he withdrew his gaze again, still unable to locate the figure he sought. Master, perhaps it is best we let it go, the young Taoist priestess Mingchen whispered behind him. Although Luo Daoist possesses remarkable abilities, he is ultimately not part of the core power circle of the Great Yin. He is unlikely to attend such an occasion. Shen Songzi shook his head, responding with resignation. My intention is not merely to seek his counsel on matters of Dao, but rather for a greater purpose. Not to inquire about the Dao? Then what, Master? Mingchen asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Do you wish to learn from him how to navigate the complexities of women? After all, he often resides in the enchanting Xianin Pavilion, surrounded by beauties. So he must be quite adept in this regard. Upon saying this, it seemed Mingchen suddenly recalled something, her eyes brightening. Oh, right, Master. Just a few days before we left the sect, several women claiming to be your disciples came seeking you. They mentioned, cough, Mingchen. The Tao naturally unfolds. Some matters should simply be left unsaid. Xian Songzi hurriedly interrupted, fearing for his dignity should she continue. My aim is to have Luo Daoist accompany us back to the southern spiritual domain. His insights on the concept of harmony between heaven and humanity have profoundly resonated with me. With the impending conflict over the Dao traditions, perhaps this is the opportunity for our sects to reunite. Mingchen, now enlightened, paused before asking, Master, what if Luo Daoist declines? Then, I shall have to impose upon you. Mingchen's eyes widened slowly. But Master, our sect primarily cultivates the Taishang Wuching teachings, which forbids romantic entanglements. Does it not? Mingchen, that is the heart of the celestial sect, Xian Songzi remarked, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead, regarding his somewhat naive disciple. Just as he expressed his exasperation, two figures appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, capturing his attention. Upon recognizing one of them, an unusual spark of excitement flickered across the face of the head of the human sect, and his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Luo Daoist, I have finally awaited your arrival. His voice drew the attention of all present, the representatives turning their heads towards the grand hall's entrance. Young Master Luo has arrived? Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly approached, taking Luo Yuan's hand and introducing him to the gathered assembly. Today, representatives from the various spiritual domains have convened at the Great Yin, and I wish to take this opportunity to introduce this esteemed individual beside me, our new National Master. Luo Yuan. National Master? The many officials of the Great Yin were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. The position of National Master was of utmost importance. And yet the Empress had readily bestowed it upon an outsider? Among the officials, only the Chief Minister Ning Qian and the Minister of Rites maintained their composure, exchanging knowing smiles as they observed the Empress and Luo Yuan, seemingly unfazed by the announcement. From her seat in the eastern spiritual domain, Gu Qingshan also noticed Luo Yuan's arrival. Her gaze fixated on the hands clasped between the Empress and Luo Yuan, her brows knitting together in discontent. How dare you hold his hand? Noticing Gu Qingshan's unusual reaction, a barely perceptible smile curved the Empress's lips. She then turned to Luo Yuan, her expression filled with concern. National Master, after that night, you remained unconscious in my chamber, causing me great worry. Fortunately, the royal physician has assured me that you are well, allowing me to rest easy knowing you are in the sleeping quarters. Otherwise, I fear I would have been unable to focus on state affairs these past few days. That night? In the chamber? In bed? The audience suddenly became alert at her words. These seemingly ordinary words, when combined, carry an unexpectedly profound implication. Good heavens! The reigning Empress is indulging in such scandalous affairs? The cultivators from the four spiritual domains remained silent, yet each one pricked up their ears, eagerly anticipating the earth-shattering revelations to come. Simultaneously, they all cast peculiar glances at Luo Yuan. Their instincts whispered that this man's relationship with the Empress was anything but simple. To dare sleep in the Empress's bed at night, how could he merely be called the Imperial Preceptor? Since when has any Imperial Preceptor in history dared to assassinate the Emperor on a daily basis? Chapter 43, The Empress versus the Saintess. The third round of the battlefield at the southern spiritual domain seating area, Xian Songzi observed Luo Yuan and the woman holding hands nearby, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had only perceived Luo Yuan as exceptionally learned and gifted, but never had he imagined such romantic entanglements. Not only was Luo Yuan intimately involved with the ladies of the pleasure quarters, but he was also entangled with the reigning Empress herself. Such a man, possessing striking beauty, exceptional talent, and an innate ability to win the hearts of women, as well as a profound understanding of the harmony between heaven and humanity, might indeed coax the aloof and formidable disciple of the heavenly sect, Iron Tree, to bloom. Xian Songzi silently resolved that after the Four Domains Conference, he must strive to persuade Luo Yuan to accompany him back to the southern spirit domain. At this moment, The Empress observed the reactions of those gathered in the grand hall, her radiant smile noticeably deepening. It was evident that the anticipated effect had been achieved. The most effective means of asserting sovereignty is to seize the high ground of public opinion first. Even if, in time, the truth diverged from their expectations. An indelible impression would remain in their minds. When the event truly unfolded, it would come as no surprise to them. Subsequently, the Empress subtly raised the clasped hand she held with Luo Yuan, casting a deliberately provocative glance towards Gu Qichang. That gaze bore a hint of disdain and a touch of triumph, as if to declare, "What of the saintess of the sword sect? Even if you have managed to steal a few moments with him by sheer luck, I am the legitimate consort. As long as I devise ways to keep my husband by my side, indulging in nightly revelries, I can completely drain his affections. Thus, he shall no longer have the inclination to pursue other women. At that juncture, no matter how enchanting Gu Qichang may be, he shall not cast a second glance in her direction." Faced with the Empress's brazen provocation, Gu Qichang tightened her grip around the sword sheath, her jade-like fingers paling from the exertion. For reasons unknown, her typically steadfast heart wavered uncontrollably at the mere mention of Luo Yuan. She perceived that the Empress had purposely uttered those words to assert her dominance before so many witnesses. Should she step forward, she would instinctively be categorized as the third party in their relationship. After all, humans are inherently emotional beings, often swayed by preconceived notions, regardless of their level of cultivation. A wave of unprecedented fear washed over her heart, igniting a genuine sense of crisis within the usually proud saintess of the sword sect. If the Empress were to succeed, what identity could she adopt to approach Luo Yuan in the future? A third party? An outsider? Or would she simply resign herself to calling the Empress sister? To be mocked is trivial, to lose one's status is monumental. How could the esteemed saintess of the sword sect ever be relegated to the background in matters of the heart? Resolving this dilemma, she abruptly stood, stepping forward to gently link her arm with Luo Yuan's, defiantly asserting, "What of the national master? Ultimately, Luo Yuan belongs to the Eastern spirit domain, and what my sword sect can offer him far surpasses the offerings of a national master from the Great Yin." Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the hall, as Gu Qingchang's unexpected move struck the crowd like a thunderclap, rendering them speechless. All representatives stared, astonished, at Gu Qichang, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The previously passive cultivators from the four domains could no longer contain themselves, whispering amongst one another, "Did I see that correctly? The saintess of Qichang is indeed entangled with Luo Yuan? What manner of person is he to captivate the hearts of such two extraordinary women? Surely, he must be a prodigious disciple from a recently prominent sect. If he lacked true skill, the admirers of the saintess alone could drown him in spit." The murmurs of astonishment and incredulity filled the air, as no one could fathom that the renowned and untouchable saintess of the sword sect, Gu Qichang, would willingly lower herself to publicly display such intimacy with a man. More critically, she was vying for the affections of another woman. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. And to make matters even more complicated, her rival was none other than the Empress of the Great Yin. In terms of beauty, status, figure, and power, both women epitomized the pinnacle of femininity in their era. Any ordinary person fortunate enough to win the affection of either would consider themselves immensely blessed. Yet, this sudden emergence of Luo Yuan allowed him to bask in the favor of both, inciting jealousy and rivalry between these two stunning beauties. Many young men in the audience gazed at Luo Yuan with envy, feeling as if they had bitten into 10 lemons. Countless male cultivators who secretly admired Gu Qichang were left seething with jealousy, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. However, in that moment, the most unsettled individual in the hall was none other than Luo Yuan. Surrounded by two enchanting beauties, even the air around him was imbued with a captivating fragrance. Under normal circumstances, he might have relished the moment, but given the current situation, such indulgence could easily lead to disaster. After all, sharing the affections of two women is no simple matter. If mishandled, it could result in calamity. Observing Gu Qingchang's bold actions, the Empress displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, responding with a calm demeanor, "Though I have not stepped into the realm of cultivation, I have heard that within every sect, schemes and intrigues abound. Compared to the carefree life within the palace, which do you think Luo Yuan would prefer? Furthermore, should he remain in my Great Yin, he would not only enjoy my royal favor day and night, but if he were to take a liking to any woman within the palace, I could easily grant her to him. And given the nature of the esteemed saintess, it is likely that she would not tolerate any other woman by his side." With that, the Empress leaned closer to Luo Yuan, gently entwining her arm around his. Facing the Empress's relentless advance, Gu Qichang felt no fear. Instead, she raised her chin, meeting her gaze directly. Your Majesty, it is said that the most heartless are those in imperial families. If we are to speak of intrigue and manipulation, where could rival the palace of Gradine? Furthermore, while men may admire beauty, they do not usually descend to such desperate measures. To use this as leverage only reveals a superficial understanding of the man beside you. As she spoke, she subtly drew Luo Yuan's arm closer to her, defiantly asserting her own claim. This was merely a matter of embracing a man's arm in public. The saintess could certainly do so as well. With arms held tightly by two exquisite celestial beings, Luo Yuan found himself reluctant to withdraw. At that moment, he almost wanted to shout, "Yes, that's right. I am indeed that superficial." Yet, upon reflection, he found it inappropriate. Such earnest matters could hardly be deemed superficial. They simply embodied the essence of a gentleman. Shallow? The Empress raised her delicate eyebrows, a playful smile gradually blossoming upon her exquisite visage. The holy maiden's assertion is rather misguided, she remarked. Men are creatures driven by the allure of novelty. Even the most ethereal beauty, when lingered upon for an extended period, may eventually become tiresome. Over time, one can never be certain when another woman might stealthily capture their attention. The Empress's voice flowed like a gentle breeze, making it difficult to discern the veracity of her words. The subtle changes in her expression were profoundly intriguing. Each frown and smile was laden with theatricality, rendering her a stark contrast to the woman she had been before Luo Yuan's arrival. The stark contrast left the assembled ministers in the audience with goosebumps. Having navigated the treacherous waters of court politics for decades, their ability to discern character had been honed to perfection. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the usually decisive and formidable sovereign harbored such an unknown facet, such demeanor, such words, and that subtly envious glance tinged with a hint of resentment. She appears far from the countenance of a sovereign, rather. She resembles a jealous concubine vying for favor in the imperial harem. All of this, however, emanates from the man beside her. The ministers cast their gazes upon Luo Yuan, and a unanimous thought arises in their minds. Regardless of circumstances, one must cultivate a favorable relationship with this newly appointed national master, for no other reason than the potential of his whispers in the Empress's ear, which could ensure a smooth path in their bureaucratic endeavors. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshang listened to the Empress's vague insinuations, her expression betraying no hint of change. A dismissive smile crept upon her usually frosty visage, a sneer manifesting as she coldly remarked, "What of those faded flowers and wilting willows? Even if they momentarily gain an advantage, what of it? The time and effort Luo Yuan expends on them may very well pale in comparison to the hours I have shared with him in slumber." Such brazen words, once spoken, caused the crowd to collectively gasp in astonishment. They could not help but re-examine the man before them, known as Luo Yuan. Aside from his strikingly handsome appearance, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. What enchantment did he possess that could captivate the renowned fairy Qingshang of the Eastern Domain to such an extent? She even dared to utter such explicit words in front of everyone. At that moment, Luo Yuan felt a surge of trepidation. Confronted by the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, he experienced a sensation akin to being stripped bare before them. Surely, one must wonder, is it appropriate to speak in such a manner? Such matters are best discussed privately. To voice them at this moment would irrevocably tarnish my virtuous reputation. However, it must be said that Gu Qingshang's words bear a kernel of truth. After all, I have personally experienced this during the initial cycle of dreams. During our nearly 2-month stay in the Twilight Snow Temple, Gu Qingshang and I were inseparable. I tended to her ailments countless times, easily exceeding 100. It is evident that her capabilities far surpass those of ordinary women. Alas, if her possessiveness were not so intense, I might have been inclined to overlook certain matters. A man's overly stringent control often yields the opposite of the intended effect. My dear girl, such behavior will not win a man's heart. Suddenly, a sultry, enchanting laughter resonated from above the grand hall, capturing the attention of all present. The voice carried an arcane allure that sent tremors through the souls of all present. Some weaker-willed male disciples found their primal desires stirred by this demonic resonance, their consciousness slipping into hallucinatory states as uncontrollable heat surged through their bodies. With serene awareness and tranquil spirit, Elder Xin Song formed hand seals, slowly invoking the heart-cleansing mantra, like being struck by an awakening blow. The male disciples abruptly emerged from their delirium, regaining fragments of clarity in their expressions. Then, a massive amethyst spatial array materialized above the grand hall. As the dimensional rift expanded, an elegant violet silhouette gradually descended from the magical formation. When the assembly beheld the newcomer's countenance, the northern spirit realm's seating area fell into deathly silence. Several seconds elapsed before the demonic representatives belatedly reacted. They scrambled to their feet, Bowing deeply toward the aerial figure, we pay homage to Your Eminence. Your Eminence. These two syllables sent involuntary shivers through the gathered crowd. Every northern delegate present represented the demonic aristocracy. Within the four spirit realms, only one being commanded such universal reverence from the northern contingent, none other than the demon emperor of the northern domain. As this realization dawned simultaneously upon the assembly, countless gazes converged upon the suddenly manifested figure above the hall. Chapter 45. At last, my disciple with the spatial array's gradual dissolution. And Qingwu's form became fully visible to all. Clad in flowing lilac robes, her willow leaf eyebrows arched above alabaster skin. Cascading ebony tresses reaching mid-waist where they undulated along her contours. Her mesmerizing eyes, veiled in misty allure, shimmered with profound violet luminescence, a single glance capable of ensnaring souls. Every inch of her being radiated the most exquisite temptation imaginable. Without conscious effort or calculated seduction, she effortlessly commanded the undivided attention of all present. Such an enchanting visage, such a bewitching figure, it caused the men present to be overwhelmed, their blood surging uncontrollably. Even the calming incantation could not dispel the desire that had been inexplicably stirred within them. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, a sudden, inexplicable jolt of alarm coursed through Luo Yuan's heart. This is the end. Surely, this is the end for Alcuin. The woman beside him was already a source of great distress, and now a third had arrived. What is the intention behind all this? For a fleeting moment, he began to question whether everything was orchestrated behind the scenes by the system. Why does it always seem so coincidental that just after he awakens from one dream, the leading lady from that very dream arrives at his doorstep? If they came one by one, perhaps he could engage in profound discussions and understanding with them in reality. Yet, they always seem to congregate in the same setting. In such circumstances, no matter how adept his time management skills may be, he simply cannot cope. Master, why are you and the senior brothers silent? At the seat in the southern spiritual domain, Ming Chen looked back at his fellow disciples, who wore expressions of dazed incomprehension, and inquired with some confusion, has the demon emperor secretly cast a spell of allure? Shen Songzi shook his head and replied calmly. This is not a deliberate enchantment by the demon emperor, but rather an innate charm she possesses, coupled with her profound cultivation, which has reached the limits attainable in this era. The vast disparity in power inevitably influences those around her. If she were to fully unleash her allure, no man in this world could withstand the temptation. And what about you, master? Ming Chen asked inopportunely. As for me, I am indeed impervious. The demon emperor in Qingwu is undoubtedly the pinnacle of beauty among all women in the northern spiritual domain. Across the vast expanse of the northern spiritual domain, be it humans, demons, spirits, aquatic beings, sword spirits, artifact spirits, or other races, anyone who has beheld the true visage of the demon emperor would harbor no doubts regarding her beauty. However, this is limited to the northern spiritual domain and a minuscule fraction of those in other spiritual realms who have witnessed in Qingwu's true form. Within the four spiritual domains, there are many who have yet to see the demon emperor with their own eyes. Thus, when her true form was revealed, the once cacophonous hall of discussions fell into an eerie silence, especially at the eastern spiritual domain seating. The young disciples of the sword condensation sect stared in astonishment at Qingwu, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Occasionally, the sound of someone swallowing hard could be heard. Is this the demon emperor of the northern domain? One disciple from the sword condensation sect stammered, his eyes wide with incredulity. Such unparalleled beauty exists within the demon clan? Beside him, an elder of the sword condensation sect appeared entranced, momentarily lost in admiration. I never imagined the demon emperor of the northern domain would possess such celestial grace. We, confined to the eastern spiritual domain for so long, were utterly unaware. In the minds of the sword condensation sect members, the demons of the northern spiritual domain were expected to be fearsome beings with grotesque features. Even if the reality wasn't as exaggerated as described, they were certainly not perceived as beautiful. At the very least, when compared to the women of the eastern spiritual domain, they were far from remarkable. Not to mention the multitude of stunning fairies and saintesses of the eastern spiritual domain. Yet, they never anticipated that in Qingwu, as the empress of the demon clan, would possess such ethereal beauty that a single glance could leave them spellbound. In terms of appearance alone, she was undoubtedly on par with Gu Qingshang, hailed as the first beauty of the eastern spiritual domain. Moreover, combined with her captivating figure, the allure she exuded subtly surpassed even that of Gu Qingshang. At the seats occupied by the ministers of the Great Yin, Ning Qian slowly stroked his beard, a rare glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky old eyes. The demon emperor's presence signifies that a dispute is inevitable during the discussions of the four domains. Elder Ning, your words are misguided. The Minister of Rites interjected calmly. The conflict between the two Eastern spiritual domains has persisted for a millennium, with both sides mutually restraining each other. For our great Een, this is not without its benefits. They then turned in unison, directing their gaze toward the representative seat of the Eastern spiritual domain. However, the scene before them left them utterly perplexed. At the Eastern spiritual domain seating, the elders and core disciples of the Sword Condensation sect exhibited no trace of hostility. Not only that, but even Gu Qingshang, standing beside Luo Yuan, displayed no special reaction. Strange, exceedingly strange. The long-standing enmity between the Eastern and Northern spiritual domains is well known throughout the four spiritual domains. Typically, a cultivator from the Eastern domain would seize any opportunity to harm a demon that strayed from the Northern domain. How much less so could they fathom that the being standing before them was the Empress of the Demon Clan? What is happening? The brows of the two ministers gradually furrowed as numerous doubts began to swirl in their minds. Observing the sudden silence within the grand hall, the Empress, her expression as cold as ice, slowly spoke, shattering the somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Although I had long heard of the unparalleled demon emperor of the Northern domain, Ling Yin, I had never witnessed her in person until today, when I realized her reputation was not unfounded. The participation of the Demon Emperor in this four domains conference surely promises to be recorded in history. While I remain unaware of Qingwu's sudden appearance, it undoubtedly proves advantageous rather than detrimental to this conference. After all, when multiple parties' interests are entangled, the presence of those with greater authority leads to more direct and effective decision-making. However, Qingwu before me appeared oblivious to her words. Her gaze fixed intently on the distant Luo Yuan, her soft lips parting. Xiao Yuan, I have finally found you. Chapter 46, The Demon Emperor's Disciple. Just how much background does Luo Yuan possess? Disciple? As the words fell, the crowd held their breath. Who exactly is Luo Yuan? Why is he associated with the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Domain? Was he not the national master of the Da'in? How has he now become the disciple of the Demon Emperor? Could it be that Da'in has secretly formed an alliance with the Northern Spirit Domain? Within the Grand Hall, a cacophony of discussions erupted. This shocking revelation was undoubtedly the first time all present cultivators had heard such news. It also led them to an exaggerated understanding and speculation regarding Luo Yuan's identity and background. Occupying the position of national master, the Empress's affection, the Saintess's infatuation, the Demon Emperor as a mentor, any one of these four connections would suffice to elevate an ordinary individual's status and background significantly. Yet, Luo Yuan embodies them all. Such a terrifyingly remarkable backdrop is scarcely found within the entire four-direction spirit domain. Not far away, Gu Qingshang gazed at the approaching Qingwu, her brows knitting together as a multitude of uncertainties, accompanied by a keen sense of crisis, surged within her heart. When did Luo Yuan take the Demon Emperor as his master? If her memory served her correctly, his mentor should have been Mo Qingqiu, the head of the Xianin sect. What, then, is the situation with this suddenly appearing Demon Emperor? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? After much deliberation, Gu Qingshang remained utterly perplexed. Yet her intuition warned her that this Demon Emperor from the northern region harbored decidedly abnormal intentions towards Luo Yuan. In a similar predicament, the Empress beside her concurrently reached the same conclusion. The Demon Emperor's presence in Zhangzhou was far from a mere participation in the Four Domains Conference. At this moment, if one were to identify the most composed individual in the room, it would undoubtedly be Luo Yuan. Although the Demon Emperor's sudden appearance caught him off guard, his prior experiences with the materialization of dreams rendered the situation somewhat within the realm of reason. After a brief moment of confusion, he swiftly steadied his mind and devised a counter-strategy. O fade of nonchalance, delay, and feigned ignorance. As long as I do not acknowledge it myself, not even the Demon Emperor, nor even the Son of Jesus, could pinpoint me. He then gradually lifted his gaze, meeting Qingwu's penetrating eyes. And with a tone laced with confusion and a hint of urgency befitting an encounter with an exalted figure, he inquired, Senior Demon Emperor, I have grown up in the Eastern Spirit Domain in Zhangzhou since childhood, and my master is the head of the Eastern Spirit Domain Xianin sect. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? The exquisite performance, accompanied by a gaze and expression of utmost sincerity, momentarily caused Qingwu, despite her profound familiarity with Luo Yuan's essence, to hesitate. Just as she was about to speak again, the voice of the Empress resounded beside her. Demon Emperor, I assure you, every word spoken by Lord Luo is indeed the truth. He is currently a disciple of the Xianin sect in the Eastern Spirit Domain, under the tutelage of Sect Master Mo Qingqiu. Surely, you have mistaken him for someone else. The mention of the Eastern Spirit Domain and the Xianyin sect caused Qingwu to pause, a flicker of confusion and disbelief gradually appearing on her enchanting visage. Luo Yuan's previous denial had already shaken her confidence, and now even the Empress was corroborating his words, compelling her to reevaluate her judgment. She turned her gaze back to Luo Yuan, only to be met with the same sincere and innocent expression, leaving no hint of deception. It became evident that this Luo Yuan truly did not recognize her. As the flicker of hope dimmed, a pang of despondency surged within Qingwu. She had painstakingly gathered information, leaving no stone unturned, and even resorted to utilizing the dimensional array, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. Yet, at that moment, a memory of the Creator God's words resurfaced in her mind. Though his physical form had perished, his divine essence still lingered in this realm. Before his demise, he had altered his will with the Creator's power. The extent of the divine power that remained to support the cycle of reincarnation was uncertain. His memories, experiences, and the passage of time in his reincarnation would inevitably be skewed. Memories can indeed be distorted. And Qingwu suddenly regained her focus. As if a revelation struck her. The insufficiency of the Creator's power for reincarnation meant that Luo Yuan's memories, identity, and experiences would be altered. Thus, it was no wonder he did not recognize her. Otherwise, given Luo Yuan's affections for her, how could he deliberately choose not to acknowledge her? It all fell into place. All she needed was to find opportunities to interact more with Luo Yuan, occasionally reminding him of their past, and eventually, he would recall his memories of her. With this thought, Qingwu slowly spoke. So, he is a disciple of the Xianyin sect. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion, esteemed guests. It is simply that I had a beloved disciple named Luo Yuan a millennium ago, whose features bear a striking resemblance to this young friend. Upon seeing his face, I was momentarily overwhelmed by emotion and mistakenly identified him as my deceased disciple. With that, Qingwu turned and returned to her seat in the Northern Spirit Domain. The demon envoy in charge quickly relinquished his position, hesitatingly asking, "Your Excellency, at this juncture, why?" And Qingwu's gaze sharpened, interrupting him. "No need for further inquiries. I have my own plans." As Qingwu settled back down, Ningqian promptly spoke up. The bond between the demon emperor and her beloved disciple is a natural sentiment, one that I too understand deeply. If this matter were to become public, it would not tarnish the demon emperor's reputation but rather become a cherished tale in the history of the Four Domains Conference. With his words echoing, he turned slightly to the Empress, reiterating, "Your Majesty, there is no time to waste. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us commence this grand assembly." The Empress, already inclined to proceed, seized upon Ningqian's words. "Elder Ning speaks wisely. Time is of the essence. Esteemed guests, please take your seats." Though Gu Qingshang wished to remain by Luo Yuan's side, the weight of the situation compelled her to reluctantly return to the representative position of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Luo Yuan, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped the tumult of the moment. Thus, the highly anticipated Four Domains Conference finally commenced amidst a series of stumbles. In the capital of the Great Yin, at the Xianyin Pavilion, Bide sat at the entrance, gazing blankly at the ceaseless flow of people in the bustling street. Her brow furrowed, as if caught in a web of unshakable worries. It had been nearly 10 days since Luo Yuan entered the palace, yet she had received no word of his return. This was the longest they had been apart since he joined the Xianyin sect. How was he faring in the palace? Why had the Empress suddenly summoned him? And why must he remain there for so long? Countless questions swirled in her mind, turning her into a living embodiment of curiosity. As she pondered, the transmission jade at her waist vibrated violently, snapping her back to reality. "Is my master calling for me?" The thought crossed her mind as she slowly took down the jade, infusing it with a faint surge of spiritual energy to release the voice within. "Ruoli, I am aware of much of what you and Luo Yuan have been doing in the capital, and your contributions have been pivotal in reviving the Xianyin Pavilion. The Southern Spirit Domain's Xianyin Pavilion is currently struggling, and with the impending sect disputes, the Heavenly Sect's leader has invited me to attend. Once you have concluded your affairs, I suggest you and Luo Yuan visit the Southern Spirit Domain to assist me with this task. Regardless of the outcome, you must return to the sect immediately after the sect disputes conclude, as the Eastern Domain competition will soon commence, and we need to finalize our representatives." With a sharp chime, the transmission jade ceased its trembling, and Mo Qingshuo's voice faded away. Bide contemplated her master's words, reflecting on the Southern Spirit Domain, the sect disputes, and the urgency of returning before the Eastern Domain competition. Did she want Luo Yuan to participate this time? For now, she decided to wait for Luo Yuan's return from the palace before addressing these matters. In the Imperial Palace's council hall, The previously orderly meeting had devolved into chaos. Intense shouts and discussions filled the air as representatives from various spirit domains argued vehemently. Their faces flushed in the heat of contention over the coveted spirit vein. This vein has always belonged to our Western spirit domain. Why should it be ceded to you? A representative of the demon clan declared, pointing accusingly at a Taoist from the Qingxian sect, his words laced with unwavering resolve. Dear friend, you have monopolized this vein for a millennium. Can't you allow our southern spirit domain to enjoy it just once? The venerable Taoist Qingxian shook his head in resignation and slowly proposed, let us proceed as follows. The western and southern spiritual realms shall jointly develop this spiritual vein. As a condition, my sect from the southern spiritual realm shall generously offer the demon clan 30,000 superior spirit stones. What say you to this? The representative of the demon clan scoffed coldly, his expression turning grave. What nonsense is this? This spiritual vein has blessed my clan for a millennium. It has long become an inseparable part of our heritage. How dare you think we would relinquish it? 30,000 spirit stones to barter for a vein? You must be dreaming, old Taoist. Do you truly believe my clan is composed of those who are solely motivated by profit? Qingxian chose not to respond to his words, but instead extended a hand, his face impassive, and calmly stated, 50,000 stones. This is the bottom line for the southern spiritual realm. That was your assertion. It's a deal. The representative of the demon clan's eyes narrowed, and a smile crept upon his lips, one that was difficult to conceal. Truly, you are a master of your craft, dear Taoist. I consider you a friend from this day forth. Observing the somewhat theatrical scene unfold within the grand hall, the Empress shook her head in resignation and addressed the assembly. In light of this, the ownership of this spiritual vein shall be jointly held by the Western and Southern spiritual realms for the coming years. Do any of you have objections? Silence filled the hall, indicating a consensus had been reached among the parties. The Empress nodded gently, signaling a scribe to record this agreement as proof for the future. She then turned her attention to the assembly once more, declaring, next, we shall discuss the allocation of a rare crimson gold spiritual vein located at the borders of our great Yin. This vein is known for its abundant production of exquisite spirit stones and has been under the control of the Eastern spiritual realm for the past 60 years. If any of you are interested in this vein, you may propose your terms for negotiation. As her words echoed, representatives from various spiritual realms focused intently on the map marking the location of the crimson gold vein, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The crimson gold vein was exceedingly rare, the sole one of its kind in the central continent. Since its discovery, all major spiritual realms had coveted it, eager to claim it as their own. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the previous veins were merely appetizers. This crimson gold vein was the main course. The representatives from all domains rubbed their hands in anticipation, their gazes intense, awaiting someone to make the first bid. However, if one were to claim that anyone was uninterested, it could only be Luo Yuan. At this moment, he sat quietly in his seat, his gaze wandering as he searched for the stunning sights among the representatives of the various spiritual realms. His thoughts were simple. I am but a tool. And unless absolutely necessary, there is no need for me to involve myself in these matters. After all, one must always think thrice before acting. First, is it possible to refrain from action? Second, can it be postponed until tomorrow? Third, can it be delegated to another? Provided nothing unexpected occurs, I can simply coast through this conference. Afterward, I can return to the Xianin Pavilion to listen to some tunes and enjoy a massage. Such a life is truly enviable. Yet, it is often at such moments that unexpected events transpire. Just as Luo Yuan resolved to remain a mere observer, a voice suddenly resonated within his soul, a woman's voice. It was a transmission from Gu Qingshan, Luo Yuan, as a member of the Eastern spiritual realm. Your ability to safeguard the ownership of the crimson gold vein is crucial to the collective interests of all Eastern spiritual realm cultivators. We will make the first offer. You need only provide subtle support to help us secure this vein, and thereafter, you may do as you please. Startled by the sudden communication, Luo Yuan contemplated. Gu Qingshan seeks my assistance? It appears she wishes for me to leverage my position as the national master for some clandestine maneuvering. Should I grant this favor or not? Wait, she mentioned I could do as I please. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, the Empress's gentle voice echoed again, National Master. Please remain silent during the contention for this vein. If the various spiritual realms mutually undermine each other, our great Yin will reap the benefits. Remember to visit my palace later for your reward. A reward from the palace? What kind of reward? Is it what I think it is? Your Majesty. This puts me in a difficult position. In that moment, Luo Yuan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, not due to the prospect of the reward itself, but because he rather enjoyed the sleeping environment within the Empress's palace. just as he grappled with whether to assist Gu Qingshang or the Empress. A third voice echoed in his mind. Luo Yuan, this spiritual vein is of paramount importance to my demon clan. If you can help the northern spiritual realm secure this vein, rest assured I shall not treat you poorly afterward. The sound was exceedingly familiar to Luo Yuan. It could only belong to Qinwu. After all, in the recently concluded cycle of dreams, he had shared many years of companionship with Qinwu, their bond being exceptionally close. However, a dilemma now arose. With 3 women gathered around the table, whom should he choose? Assisting Gu Qingshang might displease the Empress. Supporting the Empress would certainly provoke Gu Qingshang to overturn the table in protest. As for aiding Qinwu, he found himself lacking a suitable identity and position to do so. At last, it is indeed a complete stalemate. Perhaps I should try the read but not reply tactic? Luo Yuan suddenly had a whimsical thought to feign death and disengage entirely. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that given their proximity, it would be absurd to claim he had not received the transmission. Just as he was mulling over this predicament, a foreign transmission echoed within his consciousness. Dear young friend Luo Yuan, this spiritual vein has long been coveted by the southern spirit domain. Could you assist in discreet negotiations? Should the endeavor succeed, I assure you, I shall express my profound gratitude. Luo Yuan felt exasperated. Revered Taoist, why are you joining the fray again? After a brief moment, he finally devised a strategy and sent a spiritual transmission to Gu Qingshang. Fairy Qingshang, we have endured trials together in the Twilight Snow Temple, sharing life and death. Our bond is genuine and steadfast. Given our friendship, I am naturally inclined to support you unconditionally. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingshang paused, and a blush gradually appeared on her frosty visage. Particularly the phrase about his unconditional support felt like honey poured into the softest part of her heart, filling her with a delightful sweetness. He had always cherished that time in the Twilight Snow Temple. He truly cared for my feelings. He holds me dear. Gu Qingshang gently raised her delicate hand to her ample bosom, as if she could hear the rhythmic beating within. After launching a barrage of sweet words, Luo Yuan swiftly delivered a second message. Although I serve as the Grand Master of the Da'in Kingdom and must maintain a low profile, for your sake, Fairy Qingshang, I am willing to take risks. I will endeavor within the limits of my capabilities, and should my efforts fall short, I hope you will not hold it against me. Just do your best, and even if you fail, it is of no concern, Gu Qingshang hastily replied, her tone tinged with urgency and care. Please do not overexert yourself. Hearing her response, Luo Yuan sighed in relief. Indeed, this approach was effective. First, he showered her with compliments, expressing his willingness to assist while subtly strengthening their bond. Next, he acknowledged the potential for failure, thereby perfectly mitigating any post-failure risks. Lastly, he humbly attributed any shortcomings to his own limitations, invoking her sympathy and ensuring she would not blame him. A seamless trifecta, executed flawlessly. Genius plan next. Luo Yuan sent a transmission to the Empress beside him. Your Majesty, as the Grand Master of the Da'in Kingdom, I am acutely aware of the kindness you have bestowed upon me. Your generosity has not gone unnoticed and is deeply etched in my heart. Given such grace, I am undoubtedly inclined to support you unconditionally. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress's previously serious demeanor dissipated, and a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. Her heart melted like snow under the blazing sun, overwhelmed by sweetness at the thought of him being unconditionally supportive of her. She slightly turned her head, her gaze towards Luo Yuan growing tenderer, her beautiful eyes seemingly brimming with affection that could overflow. It seems that close interactions with my husband do bear fruit. Although he has yet to fully regain his memories, the emotions buried in his subconscious undeniably lean towards me. With a bit more effort, and by inviting him to the palace more often, he will surely recall everything soon. Meanwhile, observing the noticeable change in the Empress's expression, Luo Yuan seized the opportunity and transmitted again. As a practitioner of the Eastern Spirit domain, I should naturally gravitate towards it. Yet, for your sake, I am willing to risk my reputation. I will strive to remain discreet, and should my careless words lead to unfavorable outcomes, I hope you will not blame me. You need not be so hard on yourself. Success lies in human endeavor, yet results are in the hands of fate. How could I bear to blame you? The Empress quickly reassured him, her words filled with compassion. Having sent the first 2 transmissions, Luo Yuan proceeded to craft a third. Esteemed Demon Emperor, though our encounter has been brief, I cannot explain why I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first seeing you. Ordinarily, I would gladly assist you, but the current circumstances are unique. As I serve as the Grand Master of the Da'in Kingdom and am a disciple of the Eastern Spirit domain, thus, I can only offer my limited support discreetly. I will do my utmost within the confines of my capabilities, and should my involvement lead to adverse outcomes, I hope for your understanding." And Qingwu shivered at his words, her breath momentarily caught, as the atmosphere around her seemed to shift. First encounter, familiarity. These phrases echoed in her mind, her enchanting eyes gradually sparkling with realization. My intuition was indeed correct, though Luo Yuan has yet to regain all his memories. He still harbors deep, unspoken feelings for me. Even if this is our first meeting, he would still lean towards me unconditionally. This means that I need only to engage with him more, and his memories will inevitably resurface. And Qingwu gazed at Luo Yuan from a distance, her lovely eyes gradually revealing an affection that was hard to conceal. Looking at the reactions of the three women, Luo Yuan thought to himself that he had secured his position. To tread upon two boats is called fickle, to tread upon three is called skillful. In my past life, I at least read the El Sher Chuanxiu and absorbed the wisdom of my ancestors. Such a minor love triangle, how amusing. As for Xianzongzi, well, Luo Yuan chose to overlook him. At this moment, representatives from various spirit domains were engaged in final discussions within the Grand Hall, determining the stakes for the forthcoming negotiation. Seizing the opportune moment, the representative from the Eastern Spirit Domain spoke first. "The Crimson Gold spiritual vein is an exceedingly rare treasure. My Eastern Spirit Domain is willing to offer 100,000 high-grade spirit stones annually to the De'in royal family. And I hope the other spirit domains will grant us this consideration." As soon as he finished, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing. How much? 100,000? The Eastern Spirit Domain has made such a staggering offer right out of the gate. Clearly, they are determined to secure the Crimson Gold spiritual vein. Given that the Eastern Spirit Domain is already rich in resources and formidable in strength, such a bid is not surprising. The representative from the Western Spirit Domain was quick to respond, raising the stakes. "Coincidentally, my Western Spirit Domain is also quite interested in the Crimson Gold spiritual vein. And we are willing to offer 120,000 high-grade spirit stones for the mining rights." 120,000? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Is the Crimson Gold spiritual vein truly worth such a fortune? It is astonishing that the price can be increased by 20,000 coins in an instant. And this is merely for a singular mining right. In light of this situation, the representatives of the Eastern Spirit Domain appeared to have anticipated such developments, unhesitatingly raising their bid to, "We, the Eastern Spirit Domain, are willing to offer 150,000 coins." As soon as the quotation was announced, the crowd present could not help but gasp in astonishment. A staggering 150,000, a sum that could last a lifetime. In the span of merely 1 minute, the price of a single spiritual vein surged by an astonishing 10,000 premium spirit stones. Such a terrifying surge in prices. Even the Minister of Revenue, who deals with wealth daily, has never encountered anything like it, and his hands tremble slightly as he writes. The Empress, listening to the steadily rising bids, slowly curves her lips into a barely perceptible smile. She then turns to the assembly in the Grand Hall and states with a calm demeanor, "The representative of the Eastern Spirit Domain has offered 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Do any of the esteemed guests wish to bid higher?" The representatives present exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in silence. Although the representative of the Western Spirit Domain was eager to continue bidding, the figure of 150,000 high-grade spirit stones had far exceeded their expectations, compelling them to withdraw from the competition with reluctance. Observing this development, the Empress began to speak. "Even so, the ownership of this Crimson Gold spirit vein shall..." Suddenly, before she could finish, a soft and enchanting voice resonated throughout the hall. "I, from the Northern Spirit Domain, am willing to offer 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the Northern Spirit Domain seat. 200,000? The Northern Spirit Domain can actually put forth such a substantial bid. It became clear why the Demon Emperor personally attended. It was to hold back this ace. With the bid of 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, the ownership of the Crimson Gold spirit vein was likely to change hands. The representative of the Eastern Spirit Domain's expression darkened slightly as he pronounced, "As expected of the Demon Emperor from the Northern Domain, your generosity is indeed remarkable. However, we from the Eastern Spirit Domain shall never concede the Crimson Gold spirit vein easily. Your Majesty, we from the Eastern Spirit Domain are willing to offer 220,000 high-grade spirit stones." 220,000 high-grade spirit stones was already the utmost limit their side could accept. Nevertheless, and Qingwu unhesitatingly opted to raise the stakes. "I shall offer 250,000 high-grade spirit stones." Demon Emperor, do you truly wish to oppose the Eastern Spirit Domain? The representative of the Eastern region abruptly stood, his face visibly contorted with displeasure. He never anticipated that. Having already gone all in, the opposing side could still present a higher bid. And Qingwu remained calm and unperturbed, speaking leisurely, in the contest for spirit veins. It is indeed the highest bidder who prevails. As an elder of the sword-condensing sect, have you truly forgotten such a basic principle? Her reasoning was simple. As long as her side secured the spirit vein with a high bid, there would be no need for Luo Yuan to take risks to assist her covertly. In other words, while the crimson gold spirit vein was indeed significant, she was far more reluctant to put Luo Yuan in a difficult position. Meanwhile, at the Southern Spirit Domain's representative seat, Xian Songzi watched anxiously as the bids escalated. He was not reluctant to bid higher, rather. He was awaiting Luo Yuan's affirmative response. If Luo Yuan could secretly support him, perhaps he could still vie for the crimson gold spirit vein. However, from the moment he sent a message until now, there had been no reply from Luo Yuan. Xian Songzi furrowed his brow, pondering. Strange. Why has Taoist Luo responded to my message? Surely my transmission went through. At that moment, he felt like a lovesick puppy, eagerly awaiting a response after sending a lengthy message. Even a simple acknowledgement would send him into a frenzy. Yet the pressing issue was that his message had been marked as read, yet there was no reply. As he observed the competition intensifying between the two major spirit domains of the East, Xian Songzi could no longer contain himself and sent another message to Luo Yuan. Taoist Luo, why do you ignore me? Luo Yuan gave no response. Taoist Luo, I noticed the expressions of the sword-condensing sect Saintess, the Empress, and the Demon Emperor were slightly unusual. Have you conspired with those three female Taoists? Luo Yuan remained silent. Forget it. It seems Taoist Luo has his reasons. I shall inquire with them myself. Hearing this, Luo Yuan became anxious. If Xian Songzi truly went around asking each one, wouldn't he be exposed? No. Taoist, please do not stir trouble. He hastily communicated to Xian Songzi. Taoist, you misunderstand. Regarding the ownership of the spirit vein, I have long conceived a more suitable method, and I was just discussing its feasibility with the three of them. Oh, what brilliant scheme is this? Xian Songzi inquired again, intrigued by Luo Yuan's proposed cleverness. Taoist, I wish to strategize, Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly. I typically ride a sword. I do not require a steed, Xian Songzi retorted. Luo Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly transmitted. Taoist, my method is one of unprecedented ingenuity throughout history. I have named it touch and compete. Touch and compete? What does that entail? Xian Songzi asked, perplexed. In simple terms, it is a rather unique form of collective sparring. Explaining it is somewhat complicated, but you shall understand shortly, Luo Yuan thought to himself, lamenting that this method, initially intended for attracting patrons to the Xian'an Pavilion, was now being unveiled prematurely. There was no choice. The consequences of his own actions would ultimately require his own resolution. He then slowly rose to his feet, addressing the representatives of the Eastern and Northern spirit domains, who were on the verge of conflict. Esteemed guests, might I suggest a word? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the previously quiet Grand Master of the Da'in Kingdom. The Empress slightly tilted her head, surprised. What insight does the Grand Master possess? Luo Yuan stepped forward, speaking steadily. You are all esteemed representatives of the major spirit domains, possessing ample experience in the four-domain conferences. I trust you are aware of the inherent flaws within this system. The many representatives present were momentarily taken aback. The flaws of the four-domain conference. What on earth was he trying to say? As they pondered, Luo Yuan continued, in the struggle for spirit vein allocation. Weaker spirit domains often find it challenging to secure the spirit veins they desire. To ensure their developmental needs, they frequently have to engage and trade with other domains, which inevitably means relinquishing some of their earned interests. As soon as he finished speaking, the representatives from the Western spirit domain furrowed their brows, their expressions serious and contemplative. Among the four spirit domains, the Western spirit domain was the weakest in overall strength, needing to concede to others in every conference, as evidenced by their recent dealings with the Southern spirit domain. His words, though blunt, struck at the heart of the matter. After a brief pause, Luo Yuan continued, conversely. Stronger spirit domains must invest substantial quantities of spirit stones to ensure that their desired spirit veins are not taken by others. Thus, the expenditure on spirit stones to vie for the spiritual veins surpasses the benefits derived from them, rendering such an outcome a complete inversion of priorities. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the Eastern spirit domain fell into silence, some even unable to suppress their nods of agreement. This point raised by Luo Yuan undoubtedly highlighted their most significant flaw. In each session of the Four Domains Conference, they are compelled to expend a colossal amount of spirit stones to contest the rights to the spiritual veins. However, even with the crimson gold spiritual vein, the annual yield of superior spirit stones is limited. After deducting routine expenses and the contributions made to Dayan, what remains is often a mere fraction. Having analyzed the first two scenarios, Luo Yuan turned to the Empress beside him. As for Dayan, although it reaps considerable benefits from each four domains conference, a grave risk persists. The amount acquired is extremely unstable, and the division of spiritual veins has a time limit. While this session may yield 300,000 superior spirit stones, the next could dwindle to merely 30,000. Such fluctuations may seem inconsequential for a cultivation sect. Yet for a secular dynasty, it poses a significant vulnerability. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and the Prime Minister Ning Qian fell into deep contemplation. Although Dayan is fundamentally agrarian, supplemented by commerce, the benefits from the Four Domains Conference constitute a substantial portion of the national treasury. The stability of the court's revenue directly impacts crucial mechanisms such as warfare, disaster relief, salaries, rewards and penalties, and the imperial examination system. Given its implications for the populace and military affairs, the issue of unstable profits is indeed non-negligible. Reaching this point in thought, Ning Qian raised his head and inquired, "Young friend Luo, despite the many inherent flaws of the Four Domains Conference, it remains the best method at this stage. Could it be that you possess a solution to its existing shortcomings?" Inwardly, Luo Yuan marveled at Ning Gulao's astuteness. Just as he was pondering how to introduce the topic, Ning had already set the stage for him. He then extended a finger, gently waving it in the air, and replied, "Not at all. My approach does not merely address the flaws. It aims to completely overturn the existing system. In my vision, the new allocation method requires no expenditure of spirit stones from the major spirit domains while ensuring absolute fair competition. Furthermore, it would enable Dayan to receive a stable income of spirit stones at regular intervals." "Oh?" The Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "What method do you propose, National Master?" The crowd's gaze fixated upon Luo Yuan, eagerly anticipating his solution. If he could simultaneously resolve all issues and avert disputes arising from the competition for spiritual veins, it would indeed be a win-win situation. Luo Yuan began to pace gently within the hall, articulating his thoughts. "The method I propose is quite simple. We need to clear a plot of land on the outskirts of the capital, dividing it into two main sections. Each side will have 3 paths, upper, middle, and lower, along which 4 watchtowers will be erected, equipped with concealed crossbows. Should any target enter the range of a watchtower, it will automatically launch an attack. At the termini of the 3 paths, fortifications will be constructed. If one side's fortress is breached, it will be deemed defeated. Each major spirit domain will dispatch 5 disciples to the designated area to gather resources and craft equipment. Should they be knocked down by contestants from other domains, it will count as a defeat. Fallen participants must return to their fortress to recuperate before they can re-enter the arena after a set period. The 4 spirit domains will compete in a round-robin format, with final rankings determining the rights to the spiritual veins. Simultaneously, a circle of spectator stands will be erected around the competition area, allowing any audience member to purchase tickets with spirit stones to gain entry. The spirit domains will also bear the cost of the venue. All revenue generated from this will exclusively belong to Dayan." With Luo Yuan's words, the crowd erupted into excitement, their breaths quickening with palpable enthusiasm. Being representatives of the Four Domains Conference undoubtedly indicated their high status within their respective sections. They had participated in many similar events, such as sect competitions and spirit domain contests. Suddenly hearing of such an innovative competition format, they glimpsed the boundless possibilities it contained. This method would not only test the comprehensive strength of a spirit domain but also assess the level of collaboration among different sections. The unique techniques practiced across various sects and even among different disciples of the same sect would yield a fascinating and harmonious spectacle, especially when combined with the environmental conditions and resource distributions. Most importantly, given the proximity to Dayan's capital, the cultivation levels of practitioners would be constrained by the dynasty's fortune, ensuring that such a competition would not lead to significant casualties. This proposed method is truly brilliant. Just then, a dissenting voice emerged from the Southern Spirit Domain's representative seat. "May I ask, National Master, it is well known that the Eastern Spirit Domain is renowned for producing divine weapons, while the Southern Spirit Domain excels in crafting spiritual tools. If we allow the use of weapons and spiritual tools, would it not be disadvantageous to the other spirit domains?" The crowd, upon hearing this, regained their composure. The representative's point was indeed valid. If weapons were permitted, there would inherently be an invisible unfairness. For instance, a sect like the Sword Cultivation sect, which specializes in swordsmanship, would begin with an advantage over others. Luo Yuan waved his hand slightly, smiling as he replied, I have already considered this matter. During the competition between the two spirit domains, the use of personal spiritual tools or weapons will be prohibited. Only the specific weapons and spiritual tools we provide will be allowed. Should they wish to utilize higher-tier spiritual tools and weapons thereafter, they must exchange spirit stones and resources collected within the competition arena. Naturally, the types and capabilities of the spiritual tools will be subject to certain restrictions, ensuring that no excessively lethal tools are introduced. With this pronouncement, all apprehensions among the representatives were swiftly assuaged. An innovative competition format, sect collaboration, avoidance of casualties, relative fairness. Such an almost perfect mechanism is undoubtedly the most fitting for the allocation of spiritual veins. Ningqian, stroking his beard, sighed, indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Young friend Luo not only possesses profound knowledge but also showcases exceptional insight. With such ingenuity, he has adeptly resolved the long-standing issues surrounding the distribution of spiritual veins. I find myself feeling inadequate. Mingqian, with her sparkling almond-shaped eyes, turned her head to look at Xianzongzi and remarked, Master, Luo Yuan's abilities are truly remarkable. Xianzongzi shook his head, saying, Mingqian, I am neither blind nor deaf. Meanwhile, in the northern spirit domain, Qingwu gazed at Luo Yuan from a distance, a gentle affection gradually reflecting in her eyes. Is this what he refers to as doing his utmost? To fulfill my request, he has gone to great lengths to devise such a clever scheme. Xiao Yuan, you indeed still harbor feelings for your master. In the east spirit domain, Gu Qingshan gazed intently at Luo Yuan in the distance, a faint smile gradually curving her lips. Is this what he refers to as doing his utmost? To spare me disappointment, he has gone to great lengths to devise such intricacies. Indeed, Luo Yuan, your heart still leans towards this holy maiden. In the grand hall, the empress gazed dreamily at Luo Yuan before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with vibrant hues. Is this what you refer to as doing your utmost? To meet my expectations, you have meticulously crafted this entirely new mechanism to solidify the benefits our great Yin has garnered from various parties. My dear husband, your heart indeed still leans towards me. She gently tilted her head and gazed at Luo Yuan, speaking softly, National Master, this method is splendid. It not only satisfies the interests of all parties but also offers numerous advantages to our great Yin, making it a win-win situation. Furthermore, once this event is propagated, it will undoubtedly increase the flow of people in our capital, which will greatly benefit the commercial development of our great Yin. In my view, we should proceed as you suggested. The ministers and representatives present all voiced their agreement. Such a mutually beneficial scenario was naturally something everyone desired to witness. The empress nodded lightly and then inquired, National Master, since this competition format was created by you, why not name it after you? Name it after me? Luo Yuan was taken aback. To be honest, he had always been somewhat resistant to naming events. After all, it relies purely on luck. For instance, a Luo Yuan cup would be rather lowbrow. Moreover, if someone happened to have the name Airplane, wouldn't that mean the competition named after him would have to be called? After pondering for a moment, he turned to the empress and slowly said, Your Majesty, you overestimate me. I have merely exerted a modicum of effort. The ability to devise this method is also due to your nurturing and favor towards me. In such a grand public setting, one must speak adequately. He paused briefly before continuing. If this initiative is implemented, our great Yin will be the foremost host, thus it can be regarded as your Majesty's gift to the realms. As it is a sovereign's bestowal, the recipients should take it as their lifelong honor. Why not name it the glory of the sovereign? The glory of the sovereign. The empress mused over this somewhat peculiar name, nodding with a faint smile. This name is excellent. National Master, you truly do not disappoint me. Do any among you have objections? Though her exterior exhibited little turbulence, internally, she was already overjoyed. My husband even favors me in naming it. How he loves me. The crowd, though puzzled by this strange suggestion, refrained from voicing their thoughts. After all, it was merely a name. And compared to the immense benefits this competition could bring, it was ultimately insignificant. Seeing no one object, the empress, with her crimson lips slightly parted, declared, Then let us proceed as the National Master suggested, first conducting a trial run in the capital for 7 days. Afterward, we shall hold an official Glory of the Sovereign tournament. And based on the results, we will determine the ownership of the Crimson Gold Spirit Vein when Luo Yuan returned from the palace. It was nearly the hour of 8 p.m. The Xianin Pavilion was brightly lit, with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments flowing continuously, starkly contrasting with the desolate atmosphere of the street across. Through his recent series of management strategies, The Xian'an Pavilion had become the most popular dance and song establishment in the capital of Great Yin, even showing signs of monopolizing the market. Reflecting on the series of events he had experienced in the capital, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Success truly permeates throughout one's life, just as he stepped into the Xian'an Pavilion. The two hostesses responsible for receiving guests instantly displayed expressions of delight, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, Luo Shixiang, you have finally returned. Qingzhu, Hong Yuan, you have worked hard." Luo Yuan greeted the two young women with a smile and then inquired, "How has the Xian'an Pavilion been faring during my absence? Have the senior sisters been managing well?" "Rest assured, Luo Shixiang, everything is fine at the Xian'an Pavilion, and Bai Shiji is also doing well. Though she has been somewhat worried about you." The girl named Qingzhu covered her mouth and giggled. Then, as if recalling something, she slapped her forehead. "Oh right. Luo Shixiang, just before you returned, a group of people suddenly arrived, seemingly also coming from the palace, and the leading lady specifically requested to see you. Moreover, judging by their attire, they do not appear to be local residents of Zhongzhou." "A lady?" Luo Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Who could this woman be seeking him at this hour, especially after the Four Domains conference? Moreover, if they were not locals, it meant they were not from the palace. Who else could it be? Could it be that haughty Yuqi Chong? Besides saying she wanted to see me, did she mention anything else? Luo Yuan asked. She claimed to be the Demon Empress of the Northern Domain. The Northern Domain Demon Empress? Luo Yuan was taken aback. What could Qingwu want at this time? Logically, shouldn't she be busy preparing for the competition over the spirit vein? In a state of confusion, Luo Yuan stepped into the second-floor private room belonging to Bai Ruoli. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his senior sister, Bai Ruoli. She seemed to have lost a bit of weight in the few days since they last met, her delicate face exhibiting traces of fatigue. Upon seeing him, Bai Ruoli's beautiful eyes brightened instantly, exclaiming with joy, "Xiao Yuan, you have returned. They didn't mistreat you during your stay in the palace, did they?" "What are you thinking, senior sister? The Empress summoned me to the palace merely for a brief exchange, feeling a rapport. She kept me for a few more nights of enough discussion." Luo Yuan smiled as he took Bai Ruoli's delicate hand, gently inquiring, "By the way, senior sister, I heard from Qingzhu that the Demon Empress came looking for me?" Bai Ruoli nodded lightly. Indeed, the Demon Empress is currently waiting in the opposite room. As soon as she finished speaking, a sultry voice suddenly came from behind, causing Luo Yuan to startle. "Young Master Luo, you have kept this esteemed one waiting for quite some time." Luo Yuan abruptly turned around to find a Qingwu standing behind him, followed by a group of representatives from the Demon Clan. A glance revealed that most of them were familiar faces from the Four Domains conference. Luo Yuan slightly cupped his hands towards Qingwu before replying, "Demon Empress, you overestimate me. It was merely a small effort, not worthy of mention. Moreover, I merely proposed a new approach to the distribution of the spirit veins. Whether we obtain the Crimson Gold spirit vein ultimately depends on the fortunes of the Northern Spirit Domain." And Qinglu's gaze was firmly fixed on Luo Yuan as she smiled gently. "Though that may be the case, it is still an opportunity that young Master Luo has secured for our Northern Domain. In the past, should our Northern Spirit Domain wish to acquire this Crimson Gold spirit vein, it would inevitably incur great costs." She then took a couple of steps closer, gazing into Luo Yuan's eyes, and continued softly, "With your talents, it would be a pity for you to remain in this great Yin capital. Would you be interested in returning with this esteemed one to the Northern Spirit Domain?" At such close proximity, Luo Yuan could scrutinize his dream mentor up close. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase surfaced in his mind. A maiden whose lowered gaze cannot glimpse her toes may be deemed peerless in this mortal realm. Return to the Northern Spirit Domain? Bai Ruoli's delicate brows furrowed sharply upon hearing this. Without awaiting Luo Yuan's response, she seized his hand and shielded him behind her. "Senior Demon Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Luo Yuan belongs to our Mystic Sound sect. Why should he accompany you to the Northern Spirit Domain?" No sooner had the Sword Condensation sect's holy maiden departed than the Central Continent's Empress arrived, and now the Northern Spirit Domain's Demon Emperor appeared at their doorstep. Trembling with indignation, Bai Ruoli thought, "Why must these ill-intentioned women constantly covet my junior brother?" And Qingao tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over Bai Ruoli with an enigmatic smile. "Little sister, being overly possessive of a man might just drive him away." Then she cast a bewitching glance at Luo Yuan behind Bai Ruoli. "Don't you agree, young Master Luo?" Bai Ruoli's eyelids twitched violently as she involuntarily retreated 2.5 steps. A woman's intuition told her that this Northern Domain Demon Emperor was undoubtedly the most formidable rival she had ever encountered. Not only did she possess devastating beauty, but her very demeanor exuded an innate sensuality. The effortless allure radiating from her slightest movement far surpassed even the most beguiling maiden in the mystic sound pavilion. A woman of such caliber, should she become infatuated with her own junior disciple, undoubtedly poses a significant and formidable threat. Contemplating this, she gently bit her silver teeth, resolutely asserting, "Esteemed Demon Emperor, while I may lack the authority to oversee his every action, I cannot stand idly by and witness him being led astray by women with ulterior motives, ultimately falling into a predicament. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish my reputation as a senior sister for failing to safeguard him." The implication of her words was unmistakable. Where did such a flamboyant and audacious figure come from? "Do not cast your eyes upon my junior." And Qingwu chuckled lightly at this remark, ceasing her playful banter with Bairuoli, and slowly began to speak. "Little sister, I do not intend to do anything untoward to Luo Yuan. Rather, I wish to extend an invitation for him to visit the Northern Spirit Domain for a thorough investigation and to discuss matters of collaboration. I plan to establish a Xianin pavilion in the heart of the Northern Domain, entirely modeled after the grandeur of the Grading capital. The materials and labor required will be supplied by my Northern Spirit Domain, with the annual profits divided such that your Xianin pavilion retains 70%, while my Northern Domain takes merely 30%. This arrangement would not only facilitate an increase in the flow of people to the core of my Northern Domain, but also repay the favor Luo Yuan bestowed upon me during the Four Domains Conference. What are your thoughts on this collaboration? Collaboration? Bairuoli was momentarily taken aback, her previously simmering anger dissipating in an instant, her demeanor softening considerably. It turned out that the Demon Emperor's intentions were not to usurp her beloved Luo Yuan, but rather to seek partnership with our Xianin Pavilion. It is worth noting that the Xianin Pavilion has established branches in the Eastern, Western, and Southern Spirit Domains, as well as in Zhangzhou, yet has yet to venture into the Northern Spirit Domain. The Demon Emperor's proactive approach to collaborate with us, coupled with such alluring terms, was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washed over Bairuoli. The Demon Emperor had extended a kind offer, yet she had misconstrued her intentions. Thankfully, the esteemed Demon Emperor was magnanimous. Had she laid blame upon me, the promising future of Xianin Pavilion could have been jeopardized. Reflecting on this, Bairuoli felt a shiver of apprehension and patted her chest, stepping forward to express her apologies. "Demon Emperor, I regret that I failed to grasp the underlying meaning of your words earlier. If I have inadvertently offended you in any way, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. It is of no consequence," and Qingwu waved her hand dismissively, signaling the surrounding demon attendants to withdraw. She then turned her gaze back to the somewhat constrained Bairuoli and spoke softly. "However, since I have presented such generous terms, should your Xianin Pavilion not offer some reciprocal gesture?" Bairuoli was momentarily stunned but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Given the favorable conditions proffered by the other party, it would be unreasonable for them not to reciprocate in some manner. She promptly summoned the young ladies of Xianin Pavilion from outside, instructing them carefully, "Ensure that we treat the esteemed Demon Emperor and her entourage of noble demons exceptionally well tonight. For the next month, their expenses at Xianin Pavilion shall be entirely waived." And Qingwu, delicately toying with a strand of her hair, remarked nonchalantly, "I have no need for mere spirit stones. They hold no value for me. But what does the Demon Emperor truly desire?" Bairuoli's brows furrowed slightly, sensing a twinge of foreboding, and Qingwu rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile dancing on her lips, as the Demon Emperor of the Northern Domain. "Rare treasures and powerful artifacts are trivial to me. What piques my interest now is simply people." She then turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, a seductive smile gracing her features as she added, "Little sister, may I borrow your junior today?" Bairuoli's expression froze, her delicate features reflecting a mix of disbelief and astonishment. An unparalleled shock and confusion enveloped her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Good heavens! Is it possible to play this game as well? Is this what you refer to as the terms of exchange? You are merely waiting for me at this juncture. I see. She took a slight step forward, gazing intently at the smiling Qingwu, and solemnly declared, "Senior Demon Emperor, our Xianin sect has always been dedicated to serving female clients, engaging solely in legitimate business. If you seek a male companion, I kindly suggest you look elsewhere." Bairuoli's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Coupled with her commanding tone, it was as if she had written the words leave across her face. And Qingwu's previous remarks had misled her, leading her to believe that the other party was genuinely interested in discussing a collaboration. Bairuoli's heart was filled with indignation. She had just felt guilty for having offended her. Little did she know, it was all aimed at her young junior disciple. Indeed, every woman approaching Xia Yuan outside seemed to harbor ulterior motives. One and all, they were all coveting his physique. Observing the vigilant Bai Ruoli before her, and Qingwu smiled lightly and said, "Sister, you misunderstand. Establishing a large branch of Xianin Pavilion involves numerous and intricate matters. What I mean is for Luo Yuan to come to my room tonight, so we may jointly discuss the pertinent details regarding the establishment of the Xianin Pavilion branch, as well as negotiate specific aspects of it." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoli could no longer remain composed, even with her usual dullness. She grasped the underlying implications of Qingwu's words. Discussing the specifics was nothing more than a clandestine affair behind her back. Not only was there an attempt to lure him away, but she had the audacity to suggest that Luo Yuan visit her chamber in her presence, as if she could summon anyone to her bedchamber at will, whether you are the demon emperor of the northern domain or the holy maiden of the sword sect. If you dare to harbor treacherous intentions towards my junior disciple, you shall receive no kindness from me. Senior demon emperor, if you are here to earnestly discuss cooperation, our Xianin Pavilion would certainly extend a warm welcome. However, if you harbor such unrealistic notions, I must ask you to depart. Our Xianin Pavilion seeks to develop in the northern spirit domain, but we shall never trade the significant matters of our disciples' lives as a bargaining chip. With that, she subtly shifted her stance, completely placing Luo Yuan behind her, her grip on his hand tightening slightly. Witnessing the escalating dispute between the two women, Luo Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Wasn't it agreed that they would discuss cooperation? Why had it devolved into a contest for a man? Had they even considered my feelings as the person involved? Oh. Observing the possessive Bai Ruoli, and Qingwu raised an eyebrow and lightly remarked, "Little sister, your reluctance to allow me near your junior disciple suggests that you wish to keep him all to yourself? It is understandable, after all. Who wouldn't harbor a few thoughts when accompanying such a handsome junior disciple day and night?" The tone of this statement is rather flat, yet it seems imbued with an invisible enchantment. In an instant, it unveiled all the secrets hidden within Bai Ruoli's heart, leaving her momentarily flustered. Caught off guard by the revelation of her thoughts, Bai Ruoli's expression flickered with a hint of panic as she stammered, "And no, that's absurd. I am merely Xiao Yuan's senior sister. It is only natural for me to look after him. How could there be any notion of monopolizing him? Only natural?" And Qingwu replied, her slender waist twisting as she stifled a light laugh, her voice soft as she continued, "In your chamber, I have sensed more than just a hint of Luo Yuan's presence. What sort of natural care necessitates such attention?" At her words, Bai Ruoli's expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening gradually, her mind momentarily stalling. The rumors of the demon emperor of the northern region, capable of ensnaring one's soul and captivating one's heart, proved to be true upon this encounter. Before her, it felt as though all her external facades had been stripped away, leaving her utterly exposed, with not a single secret left to conceal. Even the aura within her own room was laid bare before her. The woman truly embodies the terrifying rumors surrounding her. Bai Ruoli steadied her mind, ready to voice her rebuttal, when Qingwu's figure stealthily appeared before her like a specter. The moment their eyes met, her enchanting gaze was filled with a bewitching violet light, leaving Bai Ruoli's soul momentarily blank. Almost instantly, Qingwu's sultry voice once again graced her ears, her warm breath brushing against Bai Ruoli's earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine, while cautioning against letting any scheming woman approach Luo Yuan. She couldn't help but contemplate her own duplicitous intentions. "Little sister, your thoughts are hardly innocent," she teased. Bai Ruoli, taken aback by such audacity, found her expression shifting chaotically. Unable to articulate a response, a peculiar flush gradually spread across her face, creeping up to her delicate neck. Before the demon emperor, she resembled a defenseless little rabbit, utterly at the mercy of her tormentor. The most critical aspect was that Qingwu's words resonated with her innermost thoughts, leaving her without grounds to contest. "Demon emperor, please refrain from mocking my elder sister. She is rather shy," Luo Yuan interjected, witnessing Bai Ruoli's helplessness against Qingwu's advances. "The matter of establishing a branch of the Xianin Pavilion involves numerous aspects. I shall discuss some details with the demon emperor at a later time." Upon hearing this, Qingwu slowly shifted her gaze to him, her enchanting eyes fixed upon his, as she smiled faintly. "Luo Yuan, do you truly dismiss what I just said?" Luo Yuan understood precisely what Qingwu referred to, maintaining his composure and feigning calmness. "Demon Emperor, I implore you not to jest." Qingwu chuckled, her face radiating an alluring charm. She leaned closer to Luo Yuan, softly murmuring, "You often engage in ambiguous activities with that little sister behind you. It seems you are not one to adhere to restraint, yet you just rejected me. Could it be that you harbor other illicit thoughts?" Gazing at the captivating visage before him, Luo Yuan couldn't help but recall the recent completion of the third dream cycle. In the latter half of that dream, He had returned to the Hall of 10,000 Demons in the North Spirit Domain alongside Qingwu. There, he came to realize two significant truths. First, even the Supreme Demon Emperor, who gazes down upon the world, possesses all the desires and cravings inherent to humanity, both psychologically and physiologically. Second, the bed within the Hall of 10,000 Demons was of exceptional quality. However, it must be noted that while the experiences within the dream mirrored reality closely, there remained subtle differences when compared to actual encounters. Thus, as Luo Yuan found himself reliving the enchanting scenes from his dreams in such proximity, he couldn't help but reflect on the undeniable distinction between online romance and real-life encounters. Just then, the music and dance from downstairs abruptly ceased, plunging the vast Xianin pavilion into silence, soon replaced by the sounds of hurried footsteps. A sharp, high-pitched call resonated from outside the pavilion. Her Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty? Luo Yuan was taken aback, the peculiar sensation stirred by Qingwu dissipating instantly. The Empress had come? Why would the revered Empress of the Central Continent visit such an establishment at this hour? With the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, the Empress soon appeared at the door of the private room on the second floor. Although the young women downstairs could surmise what was occurring within, they dared not impede the Empress. Standing before the door, the Empress, filled with anticipation, pushed it open, eager to see her beloved. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of Qingwu and by Ruoli, causing her previously joyful expression to falter. The next moment, she finally spotted Luo Yuan. But why was he sandwiched between these two women? Particularly Qingwu. Why was she so close to him, nearly encroaching upon his space? Realizing the scene before her, the Empress quickly grasped the situation. Yet again, here were two women vying for her husband's attention. What sin had she committed to attract such persistent suitors? Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she regarded Qingwu with a hint of surprise as the hour approaches. Why does the Demon Emperor linger in this establishment instead of preparing for the Spirit Vein competition? Only by posing the first question could she reclaim the initiative. This experience was gleaned by the Empress during her confrontation with Gu Qingshang. If she were to allow her opponent to speak first, it would be easy to fall into the trap of self-justification, thus losing the upper hand throughout the exchange. However, she was up against the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Domain, a formidable adversary far beyond Gu Qingshang's caliber. In QNGW. Instead of displaying even a hint of fluster, leisurely remarked, "As for the contention over the spiritual veins, I shall delegate that matter to my subordinates. As the sovereign of a realm, why should I concern myself with such trifles? Naturally, I shall go where I please." She continued, "Yet, Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, to personally visit this establishment of indulgence at such a late hour is indeed quite a display of interest." The Empress shook her head and replied coolly, "You are mistaken, Demon Emperor. I have come tonight to confer with Master Luo regarding important matters." Important matters? NQNGW echoed, a playful smile gradually gracing her exquisite features. "What unfortunate timing, Your Majesty. Master Luo has already consented to discuss matters with me tonight. I fear you may be disappointed." Her tone was soft and melodious. Yet she emphasized the words important matters with a weight that implied much more than it overtly stated. Ruoli clenched her fists tightly, her frustration manifesting in her restless pacing. "I suspected as much. This woman speaks of discussing details, but she is clearly plotting something nefarious." Realizing that a direct approach had failed, the Empress swiftly redirected her focus to Luo Yuan. "Master, you had promised to visit my chambers for a reward after the conclusion of the Four Domains Conference. Why then, did you leave before the event's end? If I do not bestow this reward upon you, I fear I shall find no peace tonight." "A reward? In your chambers?" The moment the words left her lips, Ruoli's brow furrowed deeply, sensing the underlying implications in the Empress's statement. NQNGW's lips curled into a subtle smile as she turned to Luo Yuan, her expression rich with meaning. Receiving a reward is quite ordinary, after all. As the Empress of the Great Yin, granting a reward is merely a matter of saying a few words. However, the crux of the issue lies in the location. Rewards can be given anywhere, so why must it be in the Empress's chambers? Something is amiss. There is definitely something gravely wrong. Seemingly perceiving the unease in the expressions of the two women, the Empress pressed her advantage. "Master, during your stay in the palace those few nights, did you sleep soundly? My personal maid informed me that you had to lean against the wall to walk upon rising." With each word, the Empress's statements became more explicit, casting a triumphant glance at the two women before her. It was as if she were declaring, "The man for whom you are fighting tooth and nail has already been thoroughly claimed by me." The private room echoed with a cacophony of lascivious banter. sending shivers down the spines of the maidens outside the Xianin pavilion. During this period of interaction, they believed they had gained a certain understanding of this senior brother Luo. He was handsome, possessed profound knowledge, and exhibited exceptional intelligence. Most importantly, he had a remarkable ability to win the affection of young ladies. Such a man, regardless of his surroundings, is undoubtedly a coveted treasure, often surrounded by women, which is nothing short of ordinary. However, the issue lies in the fact that those who gravitate towards him are no ordinary women. Just look at the distinguished figures visiting the Xianin pavilion daily. They are none other than the demon emperor of the northern region or the human emperor of the central continent. Even his own esteemed senior sister Bai has been so affected by his entry into the palace that she is consumed by thoughts of tea and food. These three women, in terms of beauty, figure, and grace, can be deemed the epitome of femininity in this era. Yet, astonishingly, all three of these impeccably flawless women have devoted their affections solely to Luo Yuan. This evoked a series of unspoken associations within them. If Brother Luo could charm both the demon emperor of the northern region and the emperor of the central continent, surely he wouldn't be immune to the allure of those saintly maidens from the eastern spirit domain, would he? In the next moment, their gaze was drawn to a procession appearing in the distance, gradually making its way toward the Xianin pavilion, clad in pristine white robes and wielding long swords. They were unmistakably disciples of the sword condensation sect. An elder disciple of Xianin pavilion, observing the figure leading the group, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that the celestial maiden Qingshang from the sword condensation sect?" As Gu Qingshang approached a few young women, she inquired with an air of calm, "Could you kindly inform them that Gu Qingshang from the sword condensation sect has come to visit?" The attendants, Qing Zhu and Han Yuan, hesitated, stammering, "See celestial maiden Qingshang. Brother Luo is currently in the second-floor suite discussing important matters with Sister Bai and the others. He may not have time to meet with you right now. Would you like to rest inside for a bit, sister? Sweet. They." Gu Qingshang immediately seized upon the key words in their speech, her brows furrowing deeply. Before Qing Zhu and Han Yuan could react, she swiftly made her way toward the main hall of Xianin Pavilion. "Wait, celestial maiden Qingshang, please hold on. The emperor and the demon emperor are also inside." Qing Zhu called out anxiously to stop her. However, Gu Qingshang paid no heed to her objections and ascended the stairs to the suite on the second floor. "Oh no." Qing Zhu looked at the stunned expressions of her companions, helplessly smiling as she muttered, "It seems Brother Luo is in for quite a time." With her heart racing, Gu Qingshang bounded up the stairs and pushed open the small door of the suite. The sight that met her eyes sent a tremor through her body, her sword nearly unsheathing itself. "Demon Emperor, remove your hand from Luo Yuan." Gu Qingshang strode forward, forcefully pulling Luo Yuan away from Qingwu. Her gaze remained fixed on Qingwu, brimming with vigilance, while she felt confident against the other women beside Luo Yuan. The presence of the demon emperor from the northern spirit region instilled in her a sense of insurmountable dread. In terms of beauty, Qingwu was her equal, and perhaps even surpassed her in the natural allure that captivated men. Regarding physique, Gu Qingshang could easily outshine others, yet when compared to Qingwu, she felt diminished. As for cultivation, Qingwu was the emperor of the demon clan, her true power unfathomable, likely reaching the pinnacle of the world. If one were to compare, even her master, Gu Chunjun, would pale in comparison, and Gu Qingshang herself was utterly incomparable. In an instant, Gu Qingshang found herself at a loss, unable to identify any aspect in which she could outshine Qingwu. As the esteemed holy maiden of the sword condensation sect, the most radiant woman among the younger generation of the Eastern Spirit domain, she had been so easily overshadowed by another? A potent sense of crisis enveloped Gu Qingshang, causing her to grip Luo Yuan's hand tighter. Qingwu scrutinized the suddenly intruding holy maiden of the sword condensation sect, a playful smile gradually appearing on her lips. Truly, the renowned celestial maiden Qingshang of the Eastern domain is not only strikingly beautiful, but also employs such unique methods in vying for a man's affection. Gu Qingshang's demeanor turned frosty as she replied coldly, "As a disciple of the sword condensation sect, my actions are always upright and sincere, unlike you, a member of the northern demon clan, who resorts to underhanded tactics in your pursuits." "Underhanded tactics?" Qingwu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing at her lips. "I fail to comprehend your accusation. I have always pursued my interests openly. There is nothing clandestine about it. If you doubt me, feel free to ask the two beside you." At that moment, the sound of shattered jealousy echoed from both sides, causing Luo Yuan's heart to race. Ah, what a demon emperor from the northern spirit region, what a bold approach to seduction. Gu Qingshang scoffed, her silver teeth clenched. And Qingwu, as the ruler of the northern region, is this how you govern the myriad demons? And Qingwu turned gracefully, unhurriedly responding, whether I can govern the myriad demons is uncertain, but I can certainly govern the hearts of men. Her words bore no flaws, intensifying Gu Qingxiang's wariness. In exasperation, she decided to take a risk and pose the ultimate question. Luo Yuan, you must decide, who do you choose between her and me? The Empress also turned her gaze to Luo Yuan, her intent unmistakable. National Master, do not entangle yourself further. Come with me to the palace for your reward. Bai Ruoli gazed longingly at her junior disciple, as if silently pleading, Little Yuan, you will stay with your senior sister. One to you? Only in Qingwu regarded Luo Yuan with a knowing smile, her alluring eyes inviting him in. Her subtle expressions seemed to convey, whomever you choose, I shall not mind. Faced with the synchronized gazes of the four women, Luo Yuan mustered his courage and suggested, since we are all here, why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion? Before he could finish, the expressions of the three women darkened instantly, their eyes radiating a chilling aura. And Qingwu smiled serenely at Luo Yuan and remarked meaningfully, I have no objections, but it seems your charming companions are rather reluctant. Luo Yuan quickly swallowed the words he had yet to voice, retreating a couple of steps. Indeed, in such situations, silence was often the wisest course of action. He cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Ruoli, inwardly lamenting, Senior sister, your level is too low, you cannot partake in the battle among them. Ultimately, after a series of negotiations, the three women reached an agreement. They would wait for the results of the competition in 7 days before deciding Luo Yuan's fate. In the suite on the second floor, Luo Yuan lay on his bed, utterly exhausted. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind as he contemplated his next moves. Earlier, Bai Ruoli had informed him that their master intended to send them to the Southern Spirit Domain. To be honest, he had longed to visit the Southern Spirit Domain, renowned for its peculiar wonders among the 4 great spirit domains. Moreover, with the heart of a sage within him, he was immune to any poison, curse, or charm in the world. Thus, a journey to the Southern Spirit Domain posed no safety concerns. The Taoist sect. Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled the connections he had with Xinsongzi. Should he indeed venture to the Southern Spirit Domain, perhaps he could seek a ride from Xinsongzi. To speak candidly, the petite Taoist named Ming Chun possessed a remarkable charm, embodying the essence of a sweet and endearing beauty. It would be an opportune moment to become acquainted with her. Chapter 56. With just a fleeting glance, she supplanted the deity I had revered for half a lifetime. Lost in thought, a profound drowsiness began to envelop him, and Luo Yuan's eyelids grew heavy. Unable to resist the urge to close, he stifled a yawn, turned over, and found a comfortable position, gently shutting his eyes. In a mere moment, he succumbed to the embrace of slumber. As the host was detected to have entered the realm of dreams, the 4th cycle of dreams commenced. In this life, you were born into an ordinary family in the Southern Spirit Domain. Your parents are both wandering cultivators within the Southern Spirit Domain, and the family barely makes a living by gathering intelligence for the major sections. Though this life is filled with toil, it remains relatively fulfilling, as the first 4 years of your existence are spent enveloped in happiness and joy. However, at the age of 5, your family becomes embroiled in a dispute between the cult of witchcraft and the Taoist sect. The practitioners of witchcraft suspect that your parents have divulged information to the Taoists, resulting in the exposure of their carefully laid traps surrounding the Taoist stronghold. Ultimately, your parents meet a tragic fate, falling victim to the malevolent forces of the witchcraft cult. Their forms grotesquely altered, their essence utterly obliterated. Alas, why must this narrative begin with the tragic demise of both parents? Luo Yuan silently laments within the depths of his consciousness. Yet, concurrently, he becomes acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this dream, as the saying goes. The sacrifice of one's parents invokes boundless powers. In this dream, the self within it is undoubtedly endowed with immense opportunities and profound karmic connections. Following the tragic demise of your parents at the hands of a malevolent cult, you, at the tender age of 5, found yourself bereft of all support. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, severed from your roots. Just as you reached the depths of despair, Master Ningjue, the abbot of Wugo Temple, took you in, bringing you to the sanctuary of the temple. Among the 3 predominant forces in the Southern Spirit Domain, the Taoist sect and the malevolent cult hold the foremost positions. Although Wugo Temple stands alongside the other 2 as one of the 3 major sects, its prominence is largely attributed to the illumination of Buddhist teachings. In terms of sheer strength, it may not even rival an ordinary upper-tier sect. Nevertheless, for a child as young as you, it remains an exceptionally perfect refuge. At the age of 7, the abbot personally shaved your head, and thus, you naturally became a monk of Wugo Temple. The monks within the temple regard you as one with innate wisdom, and the abbot has repeatedly expressed astonishment at your comprehension of Buddhist doctrines. If all proceeds as expected, it will merely be a matter of time before you inherit your master's legacy and assume the role of the next abbot of Wugo Temple. Seasons change, and as time passes, you find yourself in the 12th year of your life within the hallowed halls of Wugo Temple. On this day, the master of the Taoist heavenly sect visited the Immaculate Temple, where all the monks gathered in the guest hall, you being no exception. The master did not come alone but was accompanied by dozens of disciples. Among the crowd behind him, you noticed a young lady clad in a blue long dress. Her beauty was striking, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. The blue attire stood out brilliantly amid the sea of plain white robes. For someone like you, who had never encountered a woman before, this enchanting girl was undoubtedly a potent poison, compelling your gaze to linger upon her uncontrollably. You found yourself staring blankly at the girl in blue from a distance, your eyes transfixed, entirely unaware that you had violated the precepts of the monastic order. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and turned her gaze toward your direction. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, your heart fluttered slightly, an indescribable sensation coursing through your being. Instinctively, you recovered, hastily lowering your gaze, palms pressed together, softly reciting Amitabha. In the realm of the 4 spiritual domains, the customs of the southern spiritual domain are particularly unique. The festival of falling autumn is a traditional celebration that has been observed since ancient times in the southern spiritual domain. On this day, every household and sect adorns their homes with lanterns and sets off fireworks to pray for blessings. Without the abbot's permission, monks of the Immaculate Temple are forbidden from leaving the monastery to partake in the worldly lantern festival, as it constitutes a severe violation of Buddhist precepts. However, in the 18 years of your life, you have spent most of your time within the confines of the Immaculate Temple, in the company of flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas. Although your devotion to Buddhism is sincere, deep down, you harbor a subtle yearning for the bustling world outside. Thus, on the evening of this year's festival of falling autumn, you secretly slipped out of the temple, evading your master and the gatekeeper. To disguise yourself, you purchased a mask to wear. Coincidentally, on the day of the festival, everyone in the lantern market donned masks, a custom that has persisted in the southern spiritual domain since ancient times. The lantern market was ablaze with vibrant lights, captivating you entirely. Amidst the cacophony of festivities, you seemed to forget your identity and the precepts of the Buddhist community, merely wishing to be an ordinary person reveling in the ephemeral pleasures of life. Just as you wandered through the market, lost in the moment, you suddenly bumped into someone. Leaning down, you discovered it was a girl bent over. You quickly helped her up, and in that instant of eye contact, your gaze momentarily froze. Despite the mask, you recognized her, the girl in blue who had accompanied the master of the heavenly sect during their visit to the Immaculate Temple. You are the little monk from the Immaculate Temple? The masked girl realized and recognized you as well. How rude, how rude. You quickly bowed your head, palms pressed together. Yun Qian, how long will you continue to be willful? Return to the sect with me. A stern reprimand echoed from a distance. Panic surged within you. If your master or brothers discovered your absence, you would surely face confinement. The girl turned pale with alarm and, in a flurry, grasped your hand, pulling you in the opposite direction. Wait, miss, in the haste. You had no time to refuse and found yourself swept away by her through the bustling crowd. Eventually, you managed to elude her master's gaze and settled in a quiet alley. Little monk, we have certainly shared a trial together, the girl said, wiping the sweat from her brow, her smile radiant. I could have been spared this ordeal, you murmured, hinting at your reluctance. The girl seemed to sense the truth behind your words, her expression faltering. I don't care. You're with me now. With a resigned shake of your head, you chose not to argue. She then recalled something and asked, by the way, little monk, why did you stare at me so intently that day in the guest hall of the Immaculate Temple? A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint fragrance of her presence, stirring your heart in disarray. Finally, you replied, I merely thought that although the young lady was part of the heavenly sect, she did not resemble its disciples. Not resembling the disciples of the heavenly sect? The girl pouted, indignant. What do you mean by that? You met her gaze and replied slowly, as far as I know. The Taoist heavenly sect practices the path of transcending emotions, advocating the abandonment of desires and distractions from feelings. Yet, you possess an ethereal aura, your features captivating. You hardly appear to be one who has severed emotional ties. Upon hearing this, her eyebrows arched into crescent moons as she trotted over to sit beside you. You are quite the intriguing monk. Do you know who I am? I do not, you answered, your demeanor unflinching. She leaned closer and asked, then do you know what my relationship is with the master of the heavenly sect? I do not. You slightly turned your head away, avoiding her piercing gaze. Do you know why I alone can forego the heavenly sect's robes and remain unbound by its rules? I do not. 3 times you have answered with ignorance. Are all monks from the Immaculate Temple as dull as you? She remarked, examining your profile with a hint of disappointment. I do not, seeing your flustered demeanor. The girl burst into laughter. Little monk, I was merely teasing you. You turned slightly at her words, and there she was, her charming smile illuminating the night, the vibrant fireworks reflecting in her eyes. In that moment, you found yourself entranced, forgetting all else. After a brief pause, you realized your indiscretion and hastily diverted your gaze. Palms pressed together, silently reciting sutras. Yet, the verses you had once memorized with ease now eluded you completely. Your heart, once steadfast in devotion, had faltered. On this night of the festival of falling autumn, you conversed with her for hours, uncovering countless stories about her life. This naturally encompasses her identity as well. Luo Yuan, a direct disciple of the esteemed leader of the Tao sect, left behind a sound stone inscribed with the emblem of the Tao sect on the day of her departure. This unique communication device serves as a token of the bond established between the two of you. The day following her departure, you found yourself alone in the grasslands of the back mountain of Wuku Temple, where you took out the sound stone. You gazed intently at the spiritual energy markings of the sect, your fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns upon its surface, while a subtle smile gradually formed at the corners of your lips. On this day, upon the verdant ground you deem a sanctuary for spiritual cultivation, you astonishingly refrained from reciting the Buddhist scriptures. At that moment, perhaps unbeknownst to you, the young maiden from the Taoist sect who unexpectedly entered your life would irrevocably alter the trajectory of your existence. With but a single, unadorned glance, she usurped the place in your heart once reserved for the teachings you had revered for half a lifetime. In the subsequent year, Luo Yuan's visits to the Immaculate Temple became increasingly frequent. Initially, she would disguise her intentions under various pretexts. However, as time progressed, she ceased her pretense altogether, making a beeline for your quarters upon each arrival. Her frequent appearances did not go unnoticed by the monks of the Immaculate Temple, who began to speculate whether their abbot had secretly forged an alliance with the leader of the heavenly sect. As your conversations deepened, so too did the intimacy of your relationship. Gradually, you unveiled another facet of this extraordinary young woman, a prodigy of the heavenly sect, who bore her own hidden burdens beneath an exterior of innocence and carefree spirit. As the direct disciple of the sect's leader, she was destined to inherit the title of Holy Maiden, ultimately assuming the mantle of leadership. The heavenly sect espouses the path of transcending emotional attachments. To inherit its legacy, one must sever ties with the past, relinquish romantic bonds, and forsake all that one currently cherishes. For her, who is naturally unrestrained, this is undoubtedly cruel and painful. Little monk, tell me, if in the future I become the leader of the heavenly sect, will we still be as we are now? The young girl cradled her delicate face in her hands, her eyes reflecting deep anguish. Compared to the numerous constraints imposed by the path of the Tao, she seems more afraid of losing you as a friend. Miss Yuan, perhaps you should heed the words of this humble monk, you replied gently, noticing her troubled expression. In the affairs of life, disappointments prevail more often than not, and true contentment is a rarity. Some things cannot be forced or coerced. Unbeknownst to you, the way you addressed her had subtly shifted from benefactor to Miss Yuan. But what if I insist on forcing it? Luo Yuan slightly raised her exquisitely pale chin, her tone laced with a hint of defiance and pride. Little monk, sometimes in this life, one does not necessarily need the counsel of others, unless one experiences it firsthand. Understanding remains elusive. Her words resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, stirring ripples in your tranquil heart. You clasped your hands together and lowered your gaze, contemplating all that had transpired. On the eve of the falling autumn festival when you were 19, Luo Yuan sought you out at the Immaculate Temple. Little monk, let us visit the lantern market once more, at the place where we first met. Sneaking out of the temple repeatedly was already a grave transgression, let alone accompanying a young woman. However, you ultimately succumbed to the persistent pleas of the girl. At last, you acquiesced with a simple all right, under her hopeful gaze. On the night of the falling autumn festival, you evaded the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper and stealthily slipped out of the immaculate temple to meet Luo Yuan at the agreed-upon spot. The lanterns had just been lit, illuminating the entire street, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The streets were alive with an array of vibrant lanterns swaying gracefully, resembling countless stars adorning the night sky in brilliant colors. Luo Yuan led you through the lantern market, where laughter and joy echoed endlessly as you savored various delicacies, admired street performers, guessed lantern riddles, and released sky lanterns. You both reveled in the warmth of human existence, seemingly forgetting all troubles and worries. Before long, you found yourselves by the lakeside, where the clear waters reflected the bright lights from both shores, an exquisite sight. At that moment, standing on the bank with hearts pure and serene, you had long since forgotten any notions of rules or the natural order of the Tao. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. As the rain intensified, you sought refuge beneath a nearby eave, gazing at the world outside, now shrouded in rain, as a peculiar emotion surged within you. The pedestrians hurried by, their expressions flustered as they sought shelter from the unexpected downpour. You stood under the eave, observing the scene, pondering the myriad experiences of life. The raindrops felt cool against your skin, like delicate strings of a zither, gently playing in the air and bringing a refreshing sensation to your face. A chill breeze swept through, mingling the coolness with the faint fragrance of the girl beside you, causing an involuntary shiver to run through your body. Little monk, what is the matter? Luo Yuan tilted her head slightly, her starry eyes fixed intently on your flushed cheeks. Why is your face so red? You, at a loss for words, attempted to turn your head to evade her gaze. Yet the space beneath Eve was too confined, and you were so close that it felt as though you were on the brink of embracing each other. No matter how you averted your gaze, you could not escape her penetrating stare. In that instant, your embarrassment and awkwardness had nowhere to hide. Unexpectedly, she rose onto her toes, slowly nearing you, her radiant eyes shimmering like stars as she softly inquired, "Little monk, do you like me?" Your heart jolted, and you instinctively took 2 steps back. Faced with her intense gaze, you found yourself wanting to retreat. After a moment, your expression dimmed, and you sighed. You may ask such a question, but I cannot entertain such thoughts. Some matters are destined to remain unanswered. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air thickened with an unexpected silence. What are you thinking? I was just teasing you, came her melodious laughter, pulling you back to reality. You, as always, are so easy to tease. Luo Yuan gently wiped the droplets from your face, her smile as bright as ever. However, in the fleeting moment when she looked down, a flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. After the falling autumn festival, life returned to its tranquil rhythm. Luo Yuan continued to visit the immaculate temple frequently, and in her laughter, it seemed as though nothing had changed. The abbot, Master Ningjue, observed everything but remained unconcerned, believing that you both shared similar interests and would surely become close companions. After all, one was a disciple of Buddhism, and the other a successor of the heavenly sect. Both were meant to renounce any notion of love. If a monk and a Taoist maiden could truly fall in love, then surely a chicken could play football. As days passed, an unrealistic fantasy began to take root in your heart. If only everything could remain as it was in that moment. Yet, the truth could not be concealed forever. One ordinary afternoon, 2 young monks, sent to the back mountain to gather firewood, witnessed your playful interaction with Luo Yuan. Upon returning, they shared the incident with the other monks in the temple. Master Ningjue soon learned of the matter and summoned you before him. Gazing directly into your eyes as he asked, "You honor, have you ever done anything to wrong the immaculate temple?" You shook your head, your expression calm. "A monk does not speak falsehoods. My master believes in you." Master Ningjue nodded, then inquired, "You honor, in your heart, who holds greater significance? The holy maiden of the heavenly sect, or the Buddha?" You bowed your head in silence, unable to meet your master's gaze or confront the Buddha's dignity. But your silence spoke volumes. Seeing this, Master Ningjue sighed and said, "You possess innate wisdom and are destined to connect with our Buddhist teachings. I have watched you grow, and I cannot bear to cast you out of the immaculate temple, nor can I bear to lose such an insightful disciple from our fold. Here is what I propose. I shall grant you 1 more month to reflect on your heart, and then share your answer with me." The following day, the abbot confined you to a solitary room and instructed the entire temple to remain silent on the matter. In the dimness of the confinement room, you pondered deeply. You recall the tragic demise of your parents at the hands of the sorcerers. The vivid memories of your initial arrival at the pure temple flood your mind. You reflect on the oath your master took when he shaved your head on that fateful day. As a disciple of the Buddha, Destined to become the future abbot of the Pure Temple, you have already taken refuge and should thus renounce the entanglements of the mortal world. Your life is meant to be accompanied by the flickering light of ancient lamps and the wisdom of the Buddha. And you ought to cast aside the mundane affections of this earthly existence. After countless internal struggles, you finally resolve to forget her. Yet, how easy is it to erase someone from your heart? Though the origin of your feelings is elusive, by the time you recognize them, they have already taken deep root. In the confines of your meditation chamber, as you recite the scriptures, it is not the teachings of the Buddha that resonate in your ears, but rather the sound of her laughter, reminiscent of silver bells. When you drift into slumber, it is not the visage of the Buddha that graces your dreams, but her smile, warm as the gentle spring breeze. In moments of quiet contemplation, the scenes from that day in the lantern market invade your thoughts. Little monk, shall we go watch the fireworks over there? Little monk, does this hairpin suit me? Little monk, why is your face so red? Little monk, do you like me? Do I like her? Do I truly like her? You set aside the sutras in your hands, unable to suppress the turmoil within, your brow furrowing in contemplation. After a brief moment, you find solace in a smile as clarity dawns within your heart, slightly turning your body. You gaze upon the solemn and austere statue of the Buddha in your chamber, your hands slowly coming together in reverence. Yet, within the traditionally devout gaze, a hint of confusion now lingers. In your mind, two formidable thoughts clash violently, perpetually assaulting your Buddhist heart. After a prolonged silence, you exhale deeply, murmuring softly to yourself. Is there a way in this world to achieve both, neither disappointing the Buddha nor forsaking her? The host has awakened. The current dream cycle has ceased. The number of completed dream cycles, 3. The number of dream cycles conducted, 710. Luo Yuan gradually opens his eyes and sits up from the bed. Instinctively, he reaches for his head, and upon feeling his thick, dark hair, he lets out a long sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Not everyone can bear the title of a bald monk. If it were truly like in the dream, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone for the next 2 months. In the next moment, the system's prompt echoes once more in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a dream cycle. You may choose one reward from the following options to retain. 1. Baptism of Buddha's light. Upon selecting this reward, your body will undergo a baptism of radiant Buddha's light, significantly enhancing your physical form, enabling you to surpass the strength of practitioners 2 major realms above your own. 2. Colorful robe. The treasured garment of the Pure Temple in the Southern Spirit Domain. Wearing it will protect the bearer from toxic and malevolent energies. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak practitioner at the integration realm in critical moments. 3. Innate wisdom. By selecting this reward, your comprehension of Buddha's teachings will be greatly enhanced, allowing you to memorize any scripture within 3 recitations and to grasp its profound meanings after 5 thorough readings. This time, all the rewards were items related to the Buddhist faith, perfectly aligning with the identity he dreamt of. Gazing at these 3 rewards, Luo Yuan fell into deep contemplation. The first option was quite appealing, as it could directly enhance the strength of his physical body, greatly aiding in the improvement of his combat prowess. After all, solely cultivating the soul without strengthening the body is ultimately insufficient. Comprehensive development is indeed the best strategy. The second reward was a magical artifact that could ward off all forms of malevolent energies and toxins, and at a critical moment, it could even shield him from a fatal blow. In simpler terms, it would act as a means to negate debuffs, complemented by a one-time defensive measure. However, upon reflection, did this not overlap significantly with the functions of his sacred heart? As for the third option, Luo Yuan felt it was merely a filler provided by the system. Why would he, in perfect health, need the wisdom roots of Buddhism? He had no intention of renouncing the world. After some deliberation, Luo Yuan made his choice. System, I choose option 1, regardless of the circumstances. Opting for a choice that enhances combat capability could never be a misstep. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Bathed in this golden radiance, Luo Yuan felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, the latent strength within his muscles swelling significantly. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the golden light gradually faded. Luo Yuan exhaled a deep breath, focusing on his current physical strength, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, compared to before, his body had become astonishingly robust. His cultivation level was roughly at the mid-stage of the golden core. And according to the system's description, the physical strength enhanced by the Buddhist light equated to an increase of 2 levels in his fundamental realm. This meant that even though his cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, his physical strength rivaled that of a practitioner at the transformation stage. If he were to reach the limits of his cultivation, Would there not be anything in this world capable of shaking him even slightly? Remarkably, this was tantamount to an indirect sanctification of his physical form. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Ruoli slowly entered. Sha Yuan, you are awake. She had grown accustomed to Luo Yuan's penchant for slumber, for in this realm of cultivation, there were those who could sleep for millennia. As long as Sha Yuan was not gravely harmed, she had no cause for concern. Senior sister, how long did I sleep this time? Luo Yuan inquired. A full 7 days, Bai Ruoli replied as she settled beside the bed. The competition you proposed, the Glory of Kings tournament, is about to commence today. 7 days? Luo Yuan marveled inwardly, realizing his timing for awakening was impeccable. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked again, Senior sister, how has the public responded during the trial period over the past 7 days? Bai Ruoli pondered briefly before responding, speaking of which, your innovative competition format has indeed shown promise. Once trialed in the capital, it swiftly gained popularity, with spectators flocking to watch every day. In just these 7 days, many practitioners from the surrounding spiritual realms have come in droves, and even our master has heard of it. Luo Yuan nodded slightly. Such an outcome was clearly within his expectations. The MOBA game had taken the world by storm in his previous life, and its intrinsic appeal and adaptability were beyond question. In contrast, the current competitive methods in this world largely remained in a relatively primitive stage of arena dueling. The mechanics of the MOBA game, compared to that, was a dimensional strike. By the way, senior sister, how did your discussions with my godfather go? Luo Yuan inquired further. Before entering his dream, he had specifically instructed Bai Ruoli to coordinate with Emperor Shenwanha regarding the competition. All participating sects were to don standardized competition attire, which must bear the insignia of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce. The weapons and low-tier spiritual artifacts required for the competition were to be provided entirely by the well-resourced Black Moon Chamber. This was the sponsorship plan he had previously proposed to Shenwanhao, which had long been hindered by its impracticality. The upcoming Spirit Vein allocation competition undoubtedly presented the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Bai Ruoli remarked, after you and I discussed it that day, I sought out Uncle Shen early the next morning. He is indeed a titan of the business world, possessing an astute vision in this regard. As soon as I outlined the general concept to him, he grasped its essence in an instant. After several days of relentless work, the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce has successfully prepared all the costumes and equipment required for the competition. All the costumes and equipment for the sects within the 4 domains in just a few days? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Truly, one could not doubt the efficiency and insight of a person who had attained the status of the richest in the Eastern Spirit domain. When Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli arrived at the competition venue, the stands were already overflowing with spectators. A glance revealed that every seat was occupied, clearly demonstrating the fervor surrounding this event. From a vantage point, Luo Yuan surveyed the competition arena, which closely resembled his initial vision, save for a few minor discrepancies. The entire arena was structured around 3 pathways, each adorned with 3 watchtowers, culminating in a circular fortress at the end of each path, serving as the base for each faction. Xia Yuan, the competition is about to commence. We should take our seats. Our position in Xianin Pavilion is located on the eastern side of the stand. Bai Ruoli, glancing around anxiously, appeared to be preoccupied with some concern. Yet, the very next moment, her greatest worry materialized. From the entrance of the opposite passage, the voice of the Empress rang out. National Master, why not come to the central seat of the stands with me? I have already prepared a spot for you. The central stand was her exclusive domain, offering the best view while allowing one to avoid the throngs of people, a most suitable place for viewing the competition. No sooner had she finished speaking than another voice, cool and detached, echoed from the entrance of a different passage. Luo Yuan, as a practitioner of the Eastern Spirit domain, it is only reasonable for you to sit among your fellow sect members. The position reserved for you by this saintess is by no means inferior to that so-called central seat. Upon hearing this, the Empress's lips curled into a cold smile as she slowly approached Gu Qingshan. Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks of tension. Saintess, your assertion is misguided. As a high-ranking minister of our great Yin, the National Master ought to observe the competition alongside me. The Empress's words carried an undeniable authority, revealing her unwillingness to yield on this matter. Gu Qingshan snorted lightly, her voice icy as she replied, Your Majesty, Luo Yuan is a practitioner of the Eastern Spirit domain. It is only fair that he sits with his peers, no matter how splendid the central seat may be, if it is not suitable for him. It remains merely a one-sided desire. Her stance was equally resolute, emphasizing the phrase one-sided desire with particular weight. though she claimed the seat was unsuitable. Everyone present understood the true implications behind her words. The Empress's brows furrowed as she realized that Gu Qingshang was determined to contest her on such a trivial matter. Just as she prepared to speak again, a sultry and enchanting laugh suddenly interrupted the tension. "Ah, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune time." Accompanied by this beguiling voice, a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her figure graceful and her features captivating, slowly entered the crowd's view. The appearance of Qingwu instantly put the three women on high alert, each regarding her with an expression that suggested she was far from benign. Bide, in particular, displayed an almost palpable wariness. After all, each of them had previously suffered at her hands and were all too aware of her formidable nature. With a smile, she approached Luo Yuan, her enchanting eyes seemingly capable of piercing into one's soul. "Luo Yuan, why not join me? Our seating in the northern spirit domain is certainly no less inferior than any other place. Moreover, I can offer you some unique viewing experiences." Her words were laced with temptation and provocation, clearly indicating her desire not to miss this opportunity. "Unique experiences?" Gu Qingshang's brows furrowed deeply as she retorted coldly, "Demon Empress, you are the ruler of the northern spirit domain. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your dignity over a man? In front of so many, do you still wish to employ your seductive tactics?" The Saintess's words struck a nerve. "I fail to comprehend your insinuation, Saintess. When have I ever suggested employing such tactics?" And Qingwu's gaze danced as she replied softly, "I merely extended a courteous invitation to Luo Yuan to join me. If he agrees, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not press the matter. Yet, how has it morphed into me shamelessly vying for a man in your words?" With her light-hearted remarks, she deftly deflected Gu Qingshang's accusations. While her previous comments had indeed hinted at flirtation, as long as she did not admit it, those insinuations would remain just that, insinuations. Consequently, this made Gu Qingshang appear petty for being the first to voice her criticism. Moreover, while Qingwu's words seemed nonchalant, they were, in fact, the most lethal. As others engaged in fierce contention over Luo Yuan's seating, only she added the clause that she would not force the matter if he declined. The adage retreating to advance truly encapsulated her strategy. By granting the other party a semblance of freedom and mastering the delicate balance of tension and ease, one could indeed capture their heart. Truly a femme fatale? Gu Qingshang silently gritted her teeth, seething with indignation, observing the trio of women before her. Bide felt a wave of regret wash over her, her frustration manifesting in impatient foot-stomping. As expected, these women were drawn to the sin of competition. If only she had acted sooner and whisked Xiao Yuan away. Just as the Empress, Gu Qingshang, and Qingwu were embroiled in a dispute over Luo Yuan's seating, a commanding and resonant voice suddenly pierced the air, shattering the stalemate. "Ladies, there is no need for further contention. I have prepared a special seating arrangement for each of you." As the words fell, a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, exuding an air of affluence, gradually emerged from the opposite passage. "Godfather." Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of delight crossed Luo Yuan's face. "Family, who understands?" After being surrounded by a horde of desperate women for so long, finally, someone has come to my rescue. The arrival of Shen Wanhao momentarily froze the atmosphere. The Empress, Gu Qingshang, and Bide all turned to regard him, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. The Empress's countenance darkened as she silently marveled. "Chairman Shen is actually the adoptive father of my husband in this life. It appears that in the future, I must extend certain privileges to the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce within the Grading Realm." Gu Qingshang furrowed her brow slightly, and a rare expression of confusion flickered across her typically composed features. As the foremost commercial entity in the Eastern Spirit Domain, she was certainly aware of Shen Wanhao's esteemed reputation. However, she never anticipated that he had such a connection with Luo Yuan. Shen Wanhao had no sons, making Luo Yuan his sole heir. She had previously harbored concerns about facing opposition from the higher echelons of her sect due to her association with Luo Yuan. Yet, given the current circumstances, it could be argued that, in a certain sense, they were a match made in heaven. A faint sense of delight arose within Gu Qingshang, and her gaze towards Shen Wanhao now resembled that of a daughter-in-law regarding her father-in-law. Nevertheless, Shen Wanhao seemed oblivious to her gaze. He approached Luo Yuan directly, gently patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Yuan, I apologize for not informing you earlier. This competition is of immense scale, attracting a multitude of spectators and involving the actual interests of various spirit domains. To ensure the audience's confidence, I have arranged for you and the esteemed fairies to serve as judges. The duties are not cumbersome. You need only to provide a brief commentary after the event concludes." "Not cumbersome at all," Luo Yuan quickly interjected. "This is a family matter, and such formalities are unnecessary. Rest assured, Uncle Shin, I will ensure everything is arranged clearly. In truth, he had little interest in the role of a judge, but Shin Wanhao's arrangement was perfectly timed, effectively addressing the increasing demands of the fairies for Luo Yuan while alleviating the tensions surrounding his singular position. What was the point of contention? Was it not far more delightful for everyone to coexist harmoniously? Seeing Luo Yuan take the initiative, the other 4 women chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Their responses imbued with a hint of matrimonial harmony. Thus, a dispute sparked by seating arrangements was quelled by Shin Wanhao's intervention. Luo Yuan, by Ruoli, the Empress, Gu Qingshang, and a Qingwu proceeded towards the judges' seats prepared specifically for them to witness the grand competition. Meanwhile, Shin Wanhao stood aside, watching their retreating figures, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had observed the entire exchange but chose to intervene only at the last moment. After all, any one of these 4 women could potentially become his future daughter-in-law. Assisting one could easily lead to accusations of bias. Nonetheless, he harbored a predisposed inclination towards one in particular. He retrieved a high-quality communication jade from his pocket and discreetly transmitted a message to the increasingly distant by Ruoli. Ruoli, Uncle Shin can see that you genuinely care for Xiao Yuan, and he, in turn, is somewhat reliant on you. Fear not, regardless of others' opinions, Uncle Shin will support you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoli's delicate features flushed with a rosy hue. Shin Wanhao's words filled her with elation. Yet she dared not speak too loudly for fear of being overheard by those ahead. She could only respond in a hushed tone, Thank you, Uncle Shin. In the main competition arena, contestants from various spirit domains had taken to the stage, clad in their respective battle attire and wielding weapons, their eyes ablaze with unwavering determination and fervent ambition. After all, this competition held critical implications for the allocation of spiritual veins, which would significantly influence the development of several spirit domains for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, following several days of vigorous promotion by the grading authorities and the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce, the prestigious event has already garnered widespread attention. Should one excel in this arena, their reputation will undoubtedly soar. The audience surrounding the viewing area erupted with cheers and shouts, transforming the venue into a roiling sea of excitement. Greetings, I am Ji Shukuan from the Southern Spirit Domain. Might you hail from the Eastern Spirit Domain? A cultivator from the Southern Spirit Domain inquired of the sword cultivator beside him. The sword cultivator, turning slightly, responded with a bow and a smile, You possess keen insight. My friend, I am Ma Jiechi, a disciple of the Falling Sword sect from the Eastern Spirit Domain. Upon hearing of this extraordinary tournament in the grand capital of Dayan, I hastened from the east to witness it firsthand. Ji Shukuan's expression brightened at this revelation. What a coincidence! I have also traveled from the Southern Spirit Domain for the very same reason, to behold the competition live. This novel competition format not only tests the cooperation among disciples of various sects but also involves strategic planning. The battlefield is ever-changing, presenting a multitude of forms and variations. Truly unprecedented. Ma Jiechi nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, as you say, this format maximizes fairness while enriching the diversity of the competition. Such ingenuity is nothing short of a stroke of genius. It is expected that this format will be adopted in future grand contests across the various spirit domains. As preparations reached their zenith, the atmosphere became increasingly fervent. A venerable elder clad in black stood at the center of the arena, skillfully guiding the emotions of the audience and laying the groundwork for the forthcoming segments. Esteemed guests from all corners of the spirit domains and our honored audience from Dayan, I shall now introduce the panel of judges for this competition. They are all distinguished figures from prominent factions, possessing extensive experience and profound strength. Their evaluations will shape the course of this tournament, providing invaluable guidance and insights to the contestants. The elder's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout every corner of the arena. First, let us welcome the first judge of this grand tournament, Gu Qingshang, the saintess of the Falling Sword sect. As the host's words fell, all eyes focused intently on Gu Qingshang at the judging table. Clad in resplendent sword robes, her serene visage bore a hint of a smile, and her clear, penetrating eyes seemed capable of perceiving all. Her presence sent ripples of excitement through the audience, particularly among the young men present, who were entranced by her ethereal beauty. Gu Qingshang? Is that truly the saintess of the Falling Sword sect? I can't believe she has come to participate in this competition. Such a figure, with her exquisite grace, is indeed a paragon of beauty. If only I could share a night of passion with her. I would willingly sacrifice my cultivation for a chance at such bliss. How dare you? She is the unrivaled beauty of the Eastern Domain. You have no hope of claiming her. It is known that Gu Qingshang, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Domain, has countless admirers throughout the spirit realms. Yet, she seldom appears publicly, rarely gracing gatherings of such magnitude. Her presence at this competition undeniably heightened the already electric atmosphere. However, the audience soon sensed an oddity. Sitting beside Gu Qingshang was an unfamiliar young man. Alarmingly, the proximity between them was so intimate that it bordered on being inseparable. What was most peculiar was Gu Qingshang's apparent lack of aversion towards him, even displaying an almost imperceptible familiarity. This was strange, too strange. Who was this individual? How could he sit alongside the esteemed saintess? Was he perhaps her fellow disciple or even a sibling? That seemed impossible. Gu Qingshang had always been aloof and proud. Offering no warmth to any man, how could she be so close to this youth? The audience buzzed with speculation regarding the relationship between Luo Yuan and Gu Qingshang. Their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Sitting nearby, Bai Ruoli noticed this scene and cast a somewhat displeased glance at Gu Qingshang. Meanwhile, Qingwu observed them with a knowing smile, remarking, "Saintess, you truly possess remarkable tactics, deliberately choosing to sit next to Luo Yuan amidst such a crowd. In the eyes of the world, you and Luo Yuan appear to be a match made in heaven." Gu Qingshang's gaze remained unfazed, her voice cool and composed. "Deception is a valid strategy. If others can employ such tricks, why should I not?" The empress beside her swiftly grasped the implication, her brows furrowing in realization. What a cunning move. This is the very tactic I employed during the Four-Domain Summit. How dare she steal my strategy? Before the crowd could fully process this, the elder in black once again boomed. "Next, let us welcome the second judge of this grand tournament, the Emperor of Zhangzhou, the esteemed Emperor of Dan. Her Majesty the Empress." As his words echoed, the audience erupted into another wave of awe and astonishment. This time, the focus was primarily on the seats within the Four Corners spiritual domain, where most attendees were venturing into Zhangzhou for the first time. They had never before beheld the true visage of the Empress. To their astonishment, the Empress of Zhangzhou was indeed a paragon of beauty. Truly, the land nurtures its people. Her grace and appearance could rival even that of the celestial maiden Qi from the Eastern spiritual domain. I declare, this marks the 998th time my heart is fluttered. However, soon, the audience detected an anomaly. In their gaze, the Empress, who had been seated on the right side of the judges' panel, suddenly began to rise from her seat. She moved towards the left side of the panel, specifically towards the unfamiliar man beside Gu Qingshang. Image Repository Chapter 62. The competition commences. The Empress, eager to assert her authority as the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, the Empress gracefully approached and seated herself beside Luo Yuan on the left side of the judges' panel. She then leaned slightly towards Luo Yuan, entwining her arms around his, and softly whispered near his ear, "National Master, this is my first time presiding over such a grand event. I hope you will offer guidance by my side to prevent any missteps." To Luo Yuan, these words seemed utterly commonplace. However, the act of expressing them in the presence of the gathered crowd transformed the situation entirely. Setting aside the audacity of drawing so close to Luo Yuan, the mere whispers exchanged in proximity were sufficient to ignite a whirlwind of imagination. Such an abrupt change left the audience utterly astonished, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. What on earth is happening? Why has the Empress taken her seat beside that young man? To engage in such an intimate act with the Empress? Could it be that he is her newly appointed male consort? This is utterly implausible. If he were indeed a consort, then what of his prior connection with the celestial maiden Qingshang? As the crowd pondered this, their gazes shifted back to Gu Qingshang, eagerly anticipating her reaction. To everyone's surprise, Gu Qingshang, seated at the table, furrowed her brows, her expression shifting subtly, clearly exhibiting a hint of jealousy. Her demeanor unmistakably revealed her envy. This revelation undoubtedly serves as undeniable evidence of the relationship between Luo Yuan and Gu Qingshang. The enchanting Gu Qingshang, renowned in the Eastern Domain, and the Empress of Zhangzhou find themselves embroiled in a rivalry over a man, resorting to such intimate gestures before the watchful eyes of the public. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the spiritual realms. It is unimaginable for the audience present to believe it without witnessing it firsthand. However, the astonishment they faced was far from over. Just as the spectators fervently debated the intricate relationship among the Empress, Gu Qingshang, and Luo Yuan, the voice of the old man in the black robe resounded once more within the arena. Next, let us welcome the third judge of this grand competition. The ruler of the realm of extreme darkness, the sovereign of all demons, the demon emperor of the northern spirit domain. As the old man's words echoed, a renewed wave of discussion swept through the crowd. The northern spirit domain demon emperor? Did I hear correctly? The demon emperor is participating in this competition? It was said that the demon emperor had long resided in the palace of 10,000 demons, with very few having glimpsed his true form within the other three spirit domains. Today, they would finally have the opportunity to witness him. Yet, when they peered through the spiritual energy barrier at the center of the arena and caught sight of the enchanting figure seated among the judges, silence instantly enveloped the audience. The expansive venue became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. And Qingwu, adorned in a flowing purple robe, lounged languidly in her seat. Her skin fair as snow, her brows elegantly arched, and her captivating eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. Such a captivating and ethereal beauty left the audience spellbound, with audible gulps resonating from the spectators' seats as many male practitioners fixated their gaze upon Qingwu, their eyes seemingly unable to divert even a fraction. Their thoughts and rationality had long since drifted into the ether, leaving only the silhouette of Qingwu in their sight. Some of the less self-controlled young disciples even let drool escape their lips. The demon emperor of the northern region was truly a vision of unparalleled grace. A cultivator from the eastern spirit region widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming how, should she choose to charm, there would be no man in the world capable of resisting her allure. The rumors about the northern spirit region's demon emperor being able to ensnare hearts were indeed confirmed upon witnessing her today. After a few breaths, the majority of the crowd gradually regained their senses from this surreal enchantment. Soon, a peculiar observation arose. Why did the demon emperor's gaze linger in such an odd direction? Given the positioning of the judges' seats, it was only logical to look straight ahead, yet the demon emperor's attention remained fixated on the left side of the judges' table. Wait. The audience seemed to realize something. To the left of the judges' table, where her gaze rested, was unmistakably the location of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Why was that brat here again? Those who noticed this detail felt a chill run down their spines. Who exactly was this Luo Yuan? Aside from his striking good looks, he appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities. How could he possibly engage simultaneously with the saneness of the sword cultivation sect, the human emperor of the central continent, and the demon emperor of the northern spirit region in such fervent rivalry? Even provoking the empress and the celestial Qin Shang to vie for his attention. As the audience grappled with their confusion, they couldn't help but anticipate the next judge. The first few judges were all unparalleled beauties, so surely the fourth would not fall short. At the very least, they should be a sight to behold. Just as the audience awaited eagerly, the voice of the elder in black robes at the center of the arena resonated once more. The fourth judge of this competition, the head of the Taoist sect from the southern spirit region, Taoist Xinsongzi. Upon the conclusion of his announcement, a wave of discontented boos erupted from the crowd. The saying goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The first three were beautiful maidens. And now they present me with a decrepit old man? Xinsongzi, situated in another viewing area, felt his expression twitch slightly as he strived to maintain composure, fervently repeating in his heart, I am not angry. I am not angry. I am not angry. I am not. Darn it. Meanwhile, Mingchen, seated in the stands, covered his face with both hands, fearing others would recognize him as the disciple of this man. As the elder in black robes finished introducing all the judges present, the competition officially commenced. The first half of the match featured a contest between the Western Spirit region and the Eastern Spirit region. Due to the significant disparity in overall strength between the two regions, coupled with their prior achievements at the Four Regions Conference, neither side was inclined towards a fierce battle. Thus, the competitive atmosphere remained relatively subdued. It was too long before the Eastern Spirit region's representative team swiftly overwhelmed their opponents. In contrast, the representatives from the Southern and Northern Spirit regions engaged in a closely contested showdown, alternating between assaults and defenses, raiding various neutral resources. The disciples from each sect displayed remarkable coordination, executing ambushes, capturing stragglers, engaging in team battles, and orchestrating retreats with precision. Ultimately, a disciple from the Southern Spirit region's Taoist sect, while carelessly entering a thicket, fell prey to a successful ambush by their opponents, leaving their team vulnerable and systematically defeated, resulting in their loss. As the afternoon's second half approached, the final contest between the Eastern Spirit region and the Northern Spirit region commenced. Drawing from the practical experiences of the first half and days of simulated preparation, both sides began cautiously. There was no grand outbreak of conflict or engagement. Most of the time was spent collecting resources for their respective teams, developing in stealth. It was not until about an hour later, after they had sufficiently exchanged their gathered resources for equipment and spiritual artifacts, that a large-scale team battle erupted. A contestant from the Eastern Spirit region's fire sect was the first to strike from a thicket. channeling spiritual energy in both hands to launch a blazing fireball that left a Northern Spirit region contestant momentarily stunned. The ambushed contestant, recovering from the brief daze, hastily retreated from the thicket, while teammates unleashed a torrent of demonic might, dividing the battlefield. Observing this, the Eastern Spirit region's contestants finally ceased their stealthy approach and charged into the fray, initiating a chaotic clash to determine victory. A disciple from the sword cultivation sect attempted to infiltrate from the rear to take down the opposing ranged attacker, but despite repeated attempts to close in, he was thwarted by another Northern region contestant guarding nearby, forcing him to linger in the vicinity, awaiting an opportunity. As his side began to falter, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and changed direction, sprinting towards the enemy's stronghold. This action immediately stirred a wave of gasps and discussions among the spectators. What was he doing? Was he attempting to flee in the heat of battle? Why was he suddenly running back when the fight was not yet over? No. His destination was the fortress belonging to the Northern Spirit domain. The audience quickly realized something was amiss. The direction taken by the disciple of the Condensing Sword sect was not towards their own fortress, but rather towards the opposing one. The elder in the black robes, responsible for narrating the match, observed the unfolding situation and spoke aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now focus on the position of this disciple from the Condensing Sword sect. What is he planning? He is indeed making a beeline for the enemy fortress. Will he succeed? Upon witnessing this, the participants from the Northern Spirit domain hurriedly rushed back to defend their fortress, but it was too late. The disciple from the Condensing Sword sect had already arrived at the fortress, utilizing the vine armor he had exchanged for. He braved the fortress's defensive mechanisms and launched a ferocious assault on the main structure. Bang, 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 accompanied by the deafening sounds of impact. The fortress of the Northern Spirit domain began to sway perilously. The audience held their breath, captivated by the disciples' every move, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. With a thunderous crash, the fortress of the Northern Spirit domain collapsed, and the disciple crumpled to the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. His body was riddled with fine scars. One more attack, and he would surely fall. The audience was left in a state of disbelief. Was it possible to play such a cunning game, attacking from behind while others fought head-on? Then, the elder's voice, imbued with a powerful spiritual energy, echoed through the arena once more. The fortress of the Northern Spirit domain has been breached. I hereby declare that the victors of this competition are the representatives of the Eastern Spirit domain. As he gazed at the disciple from the Condensing Sword sect, Luo Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, "He has summoned a famed blade, the Destiny Blade." "What is the Destiny Blade?" Qingwu inquired, puzzled. "Master, what do you mean by the Destiny Blade?" The Empress also appeared perplexed. "To my knowledge, there is no weapon called the Destiny Blade available for exchange in this competition." "And no, it's nothing." Luo Yuan shook his head, speaking lightly. "It's just that a long-forgotten memory has resurfaced." Pointing at the disciple from the Condensing Sword sect, Luo Yuan asked Gu Qingshan, "What is this person's name?" Gu Qingshan pondered for a moment, glanced at the roster of participants from the Eastern Spirit domain, and slowly responded, "His surname is Mao, and his given name is Lei. He is a disciple of the inner sect of the Condensing Sword sect." Mao Lei. Luo Yuan was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "This young man will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future." The others were startled by Luo Yuan's unexpected reaction. To them, he was merely an ordinary disciple of the inner sect of the Condensing Sword sect, perhaps a bit clever, but deserving of such high praise. Nevertheless, Gu Qingshan took note of the name, planning to mention it to the elders of her sect upon her return. After all, it was a name spoken by her beloved, and it would be wise to pay extra attention to his words. However, at this moment, she remained unaware that she, who was perceived as the unparalleled beauty of the Eastern domain, untouched by worldly affairs, had already been entirely shaped by Luo Yuan, both in thought and in other aspects. After a day of fierce competition, the event finally drew to a close. Although the proceedings felt somewhat rushed and hasty, overall, it aligned quite well with Luo Yuan's expectations. The Eastern Spirit domain claimed the top spot, while the Northern Spirit domain settled for second place, with the Southern and Western Spirit domains securing third and fourth positions, respectively. The four spirit domains would allocate their spiritual veins based on the final rankings. The outcome was summarized as follows. The victors received what they desired, while the vanquished also received compensatory rewards, thus ensuring that all had gained something. Indeed, a promising future awaited everyone. Just from this day's competition, the Da'in royal family amassed tens of thousands of spirit stones, effectively covering the cost of venue construction and staffing. In other words, they broke even in a single day. Meanwhile, the Black Moon Merchant Association achieved both fame and fortune through this event, with Shen Wanhao grinning from ear to ear as the competition neared its conclusion. Custom-made outfits, pervasive commercial displays, exclusive competition props, all of these undoubtedly left a lasting impression on the spectators from the other three spirit domains. It is foreseeable that as such events continue to be promoted, the number of Black Moon Merchant Associations in the other three spirit domains will undoubtedly experience a significant surge. After completing the entire competition, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli returned to the Xian'an Pavilion to organize matters and plan their subsequent journey to the Southern Spirit Domain. Once these tasks were accomplished, he hastened to the royal palace to meet the Empress. "Master, you are heading to the Southern Spirit Domain." The Empress gazed at Luo Yuan with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. "It is the command of my sect, and I must comply." Luo Yuan replied with a hint of a smile. "Moreover, I have long desired to explore the Southern Domain. This journey will allow me to appreciate its grace, thus serving two purposes." Upon hearing this, the Empress fell silent for a moment. After a while, she gently spoke. "Master, how long do you intend to be away? It may be a few days, several months, or perhaps even a year." Luo Yuan met her gaze, his smile unwavering. "I only wish for your heart to mirror mine, so that I shall not disappoint your longing." The Empress shivered slightly at his words, her serene beauty momentarily frozen. "I only wish for your heart to mirror mine." She silently echoed the phrase in her mind, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy. To be an emperor is to be a sovereign ruler. And the term "you" inherently suggests a deeper meaning. Your heart, your heart. Is this not a double entendre? Was this simply a serendipitous phrase uttered by her husband? Or was it a carefully crafted expression of thought? Regardless, it was undeniably a reflection of her husband's deep affection for her. "Husband, it seems that I hold such significance in your heart." In an instant, countless thoughts flooded the Empress's mind, leaving the once resolute ruler of the Central Plains momentarily dazed and disoriented. Gradually, she turned her head to meet Luo Yuan's gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. "Master, you may rest assured and proceed. I shall await your return in this capital city." Having said that, it seemed she suddenly recalled something. Leaning slightly closer to Luo Yuan, she whispered in his ear, "You still have some rewards to claim from me." With that, she instinctively leaned back a few paces, a rare blush adorning her cheeks. "Rewards? Could it possibly be the kind of reward I am thinking of?" "Your Majesty, if you are referring to that, then I am no longer sleepy." Luo Yuan's expression turned serious as he addressed the Empress with utmost respect. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your grace and will strive to return promptly to claim my reward." Stepping out of the palace gates, Luo Yuan turned back towards the inn representing the Eastern Spirit Domain. "You intend to go to the Southern Spirit Domain?" Inside the inn's chamber, Gu Qingshang, upon hearing Luo Yuan's subsequent itinerary, exhibited a reaction of shock and confusion akin to that of the Empress. "What purpose do you have in the Southern Spirit Domain? Surely you haven't fallen victim to some clandestine sorcery cast by those insufferable Taoists?" Luo Yuan gently shook his head and slowly replied, "By the command of my master, I am to journey to the Southern Spirit Domain to partake in the contest for the Taoist lineage." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshang's brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of perplexity surfaced upon her exquisite countenance. As the holy maiden of the Sword Condensation sect, she was well aware of the contest for the Taoist lineage in the Southern Spirit Domain, having even accompanied the sect leader there once in the past. However, this was fundamentally an internal dispute within the Taoist sect. Those invited were, at best, mere witnesses, possessing no influence over the outcome. If someone were to be sent in her stead, Imo Qingxiu could have easily selected any elder from the Mystic Sound sect. Why then did she specifically choose Luo Yuan? Could it be that her intentions were more profound than they appeared? Nevertheless, since Luo Yuan had already made his decision, she felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, the Sword Condensation sect had also received an invitation, and if necessary, she could accompany him later. Considering this, she slightly lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Luo Yuan's eyes, and said, "Let us set aside the matter of your journey to the Southern Spirit Domain for now. You have yet to reveal your choice to me." The two options she had presented when she forcefully sought someone from the Mystic Sound sect still awaited his answer. This has long troubled her, leading her to question whether her conditions were insufficient. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze slightly lowered as he calmly replied, "This matter cannot be rushed. It would be prudent to wait until I return from the Southern Spirit Domain before making a decision. When faced with uncertainty, it is wise to delay. How long will you be gone? When will you return to the Eastern Spirit Domain?" Gu Qingshang posed two questions in quick succession, seemingly invested in the answers. I cannot say. It could be a few days, or it might extend to several years. Luo Yuan shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression as he sighed softly. It is said that the southern spirit domain is the most unique among the 4 spirit territories. However, it is regrettable that by the time I arrive, the splendid sights may be nothing but an illusion. Even if there are myriad charms, whom shall I share them with? As soon as he finished speaking, a fleeting moment of panic crossed Gu Qingshang's serene visage. What did he mean by that? Whom shall I share them with? In this room, there were only the 2 of us. Was he implying that I am his sole confidant? Luo Yuan, does my significance in your heart weigh so heavily? Gu Qingshang's eyes flickered, her mind swirling with myriad emotions. Confronted with Luo Yuan's seemingly ambiguous farewell, this usually composed saneness of the found herself inexplicably flustered. Fairy Qingshang, I take my leave. Take care. Before Gu Qingshang could speak again, Luo Yuan offered a slight bow and left behind a poignant phrase. I only wish your heart mirrors mine, that our sentiments remain unrequited. With that, he waved his sleeve and stepped out of the inn, leaving no trace behind. Gu Qingshang, left in a state of bewilderment, watched his retreating figure, placing her left hand over her heart, feeling the fierce pounding within her chest. As a swordsman, her ever-present sword had clattered to the ground, unnoticed. After exiting the inn, Luo Yuan hurriedly made his way to the inn representing the northern spirit domain. Following the same procedure, he bid farewell to Qing Wu before promptly heading to the inn in the southern spirit domain. After all, to cultivate the Xian'an pavilion in the southern spirit domain, the support of a local noble family was indispensable. The Taoist sect led by Xian Songzi was undoubtedly the best choice. Upon receiving this news, Xian Songzi could hardly be described as despondent. Rather, he was overjoyed. He had long wished for Luo Yuan to accompany him back to the southern spirit domain for the sect competition, but had struggled to find the opportunity to broach the subject. Now that Luo Yuan had come to him directly, it was indeed a fortuitous occasion. Thus, he readily assured, Rest assured, young Taoist Luo, when it comes to the southern spirit domain, I am exceedingly familiar. I will ensure everything is arranged properly for you. That very evening, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruali packed their belongings and set off with Xian Songzi and his party towards the southern spirit domain. Although they traveled together, they utilized different flying spiritual devices. Due to their large number, the Taoist sect employed a grand mobile formation to transport their disciples. In contrast, Luo Yuan chose to travel with Bai Ruali aboard their own Xian'an sect's flying device. After all, he preferred the company of his senior sister over that of numerous Taoists. As night enveloped the world, Luo Yuan gazed up at the vast, star-studded sky and slowly closed his eyes. Drowsiness soon overtook him, and before long, he slipped into a dream. Upon detecting that the host had entered the dream state once more, the dream archive was activated. The archive successfully loaded, continuing from the last dream's content. As the first volume concluded, it was time for a change of scenery, and each transition filled me with trepidation. Chapter 65. I will return to secular life and marry Miss Lu Yunqian after you were confined by the abbot. Lu Yunqian frequently visited the Wuku temple to seek you. Initially, the gatekeeper monks would deny her entry for various reasons, ever since Luo Yuan was imprisoned. Rumors of the relationship between this saintess of the heavenly sect and Luo Yuan had circulated within the temple. The monks were well aware that this woman had bewitched Luo Yuan, leading him to stray from his spiritual path. The gatekeeper monks were no exception. However, Lu Yunqian did not abandon her efforts. In her eyes, as long as her heart was sincere, there was no door she could not open. As she anticipated, the gatekeeper monks eventually relented, moved by her earnestness, and allowed her entry. However, even though Lu Yunqian could enter Wuku Temple, she could not find your presence. Each time she stormed into the discipline hall to question the abbot, the answer remained the same. Luo Yuan is in closed-door meditation and cannot meet with anyone during this period. After repeatedly encountering obstacles, Lu Yunqian wore a troubled expression. The celestial sect's holy maiden, who had navigated the first 18 years of her life with ease and joy, now profoundly grasped a poignant truth. Among the myriad words in existence, none can wound the heart quite like the word love. In her helplessness, she resorted to penning letter after letter, each a vessel for her unanchored affection. She bribed a monk responsible for maintaining the grounds of the pure temple, instructing him to discreetly place her missives in your quarters during the quiet of dawn. The bonds of youthful camaraderie are often as pure and genuine as a crystal serendipitously found, its surface shimmering with an intoxicating brilliance, through which not a trace of impurity can be discerned. At that tender age, the Na'vi girl believed that if she conveyed her most heartfelt sentiments, they would surely elicit a response. Yet, she failed to recognize that the relentless yearning may not always yield an echo. It could very well result in silence. Although Luo Yuan's every visit to the pure temple was shrouded in secrecy, she could not escape the discerning gaze of Master Ningjue. From the moment her correspondence began, the monk tasked with sweeping the grounds had fully informed the master. Consequently, each letter she penned found its way to Master Ningjue without delay. Over time, a substantial collection of letters had accumulated in his possession. However, contrary to expectations, the master did not destroy these letters. Instead, he meticulously gathered them, preserving them in a basket to be returned to you once your confinement concluded. Ultimately, the decision rested solely with you. As a venerable monk of profound wisdom and moral integrity, he wished to steer you away from the entanglements of romantic love. Yet he also understood all too well that love cannot be compelled. He had neither the right nor the obligation to intervene. Nonetheless, as your mentor, a flicker of hope and expectation lingered in his heart. He had taken you into the pure temple, initiated you into the monastic life, and watched you grow. He imparted the teachings of Buddhism and guided you on how to navigate this world. You were his most astute disciple and the source of his pride. In his eyes, you were already envisioned as his successor, the future of the pure temple, and the hope for the entire southern domain of Buddhist teachings. Could he truly reconcile with the thought that his devoted disciple, nurtured for nearly 2 decades, the bearer of all his hopes and lifelong dedication, might ultimately choose the path of the holy maiden over that of the Buddha? Could he truly find peace, as the scriptures suggest, by letting go and embracing freedom? The aged monk pondered this, yet the silence within him lingered. A month slipped by quietly, and as you opened the door to your confinement, the gentle breeze caressed you, bringing with it a sense of clarity. You had transformed into a monk who had spent 2/5 of a lunar month in solitude. During that time, you reflected deeply, gaining insights that dramatically reshaped your perspectives, including your understanding of love. Yuan, come with me. The old, raspy voice resonated, and as you turned your head, you discovered Master Ningjue standing beside a stone pillar, his presence a surprise. Upon seeing your mentor, you were struck by the noticeable weariness in his silhouette compared to before. You followed him to the hall where the Buddha statue stood. Facing the solemn golden figure, Master Ningjue posed the same question once more. Yuan, a month has passed. Do you have your answer? Between the celestial maiden and the Buddha, whom does your heart choose? Master, I have made my choice. In this moment, you showed no hesitation. You lifted your gaze and met the abbot's eyes directly, standing before the majestic golden statue of the Buddha, and declared resolutely, I wish to renounce my vows. Yuan, is your heart steadfast? The master inquired. Master, I have never been as clear-minded as I am at this moment. You bent down and asserted firmly, I shall return to the secular world. I wish to announce to the world that I intend to take Miss Yunqian as my wife. Amitabha. The abbot clasped his hands together. The glimmer of hope in his eyes quietly extinguished, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing you utter those words elicited an involuntary flicker of disappointment and sorrow across Master Ningju's face. Then, as if he had recalled something, he sighed helplessly. Even if you can renounce your vows for her, do you know her status within the Taoist sect, the Tianzong? I am aware, you replied. Master Ningju shook his head slowly, speaking softly, knowing she is the direct disciple of the sect leader. You must also understand that she is destined to become the holy maiden of Tianzong, succeeding the position of the sect leader. You must realize that the path cultivated by Tianzong is one of transcending emotional desires. In their philosophy, the severance of attachments is a necessary journey. Chapter 66. The separation of the sect, the severance of emotions. I only know that she is the one who can make me laugh and cry. Master, please allow me to live my life as I desire. You gazed at Master Ningju, your eyes filled with determination and earnestness. In the Buddhist faith, unwavering devotion to the Buddha is paramount. Anything less is deemed a lack of sincerity. Deep within, you understood that having taken this step, there was no turning back. Seeing your steadfastness, the abbot ceased his insistence, slowly closing his eyes, and asked gently, have you ever contemplated why all past successors of the Tianzong leader have undergone Taoist enlightenment from the moment of awakening? Yet she. As he spoke, Master Ningju seemed to realize something, swallowing the latter half of his sentence. After a lengthy pause, he clasped his hands together and sighed, very well. Fate has brought you to this juncture. This is a calamity you cannot escape. You may go, from henceforth, you are no longer my disciple. And our ties with Wugo Temple have come to an end. You knelt before Master Ningju, bowing deeply. Ultimately, you departed from Wugo Temple, which had nurtured and sheltered you for 18 years. After your departure, the sweeping monk slowly entered, gazing in the direction you had gone. Puzzled, Master, you clearly wished to convey something to Brother Luo, so why did you fall silent? Furthermore, regarding what you referred to as a calamity of fate, did you foresee it all along? Master Ningju did not respond to the sweeping monk's inquiries, slowly opening his clouded old eyes, his heavy, hoarse voice resonating. Ling Shuzi, the leader of Tianzong, is the 24th master of the sect, possessing formidable mastery in its teachings. In terms of cultivation, he likely surpasses all previous leaders. 10 years ago, rumors began to circulate in the southern spirit domain that he had subtly approached that realm. That realm? The sweeping monk's face displayed shock. As a practitioner in this world, he understood the ultimate goal of every cultivator was to transcend and ascend to immortality. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Master Ningju's voice echoed once more. Yet, in nearly 10 millennia, no practitioner has successfully transcended. Achieving that realm is no easy feat. Countless prodigies have pursued this goal, only to be obliterated under the thunder of heavenly tribulations. Ling Shuzi's cultivation has been stagnant at the peak of the Great Ascension realm for a millennium. If he wishes to break through that barrier, he must advance in the path of transcending emotional attachments. Transcending emotional attachments? The sweeping monk expressed confusion, questioning, "But master, did you not state that the leader of Tianzong has profound skills, having mastered the path of transcending emotional attachments? Surely no one in this world can surpass him in Taoist teachings. Why?" Master Ningju shook his head, responding calmly. Transcending emotional attachments, when perfected, ultimately leads to forgetting all desires. As the saying goes, even if the lotus root is severed, the threads may still connect. As humans, it may be easy to forget emotions, but completely severing all attachments is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, for Ling Shuzi to achieve true transcendence and ascend, he must thoroughly sever emotional ties, which aligns perfectly with the tenets of Tianzong's teachings. At that moment, he will attain the Tao. Listening to Master Ningju's narrative, the sweeping monk's expression grew increasingly solemn. After a moment, he suddenly discerned a blind spot and urgently asked, "Master, there is one matter I do not understand. Please enlighten me. As far as I know, the cultivation methods of Tianzong are exceedingly unique, requiring intense emotional stimuli or witnessing the death of a beloved in front of them to achieve mastery. Yet, the leader of Tianzong has already reached the realm of forgetting emotions and has lived alone for nearly a millennium. Who could he rely on to sever emotions?" As he spoke, the sweeping monk seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. He slowly turned to Master Ningju, asking cautiously, "Could it be Miss Yunqian?" Master Ningju clasped his hands together, falling silent. After leaving Wugo Temple, you journeyed to the Taoist Tianzong, seeking out Luo Yuan to share the experiences of the past period and to confess your deepest feelings. The young woman gazed at you, her expression a kaleidoscope of surprise, astonishment, and emotion. Moments later, she rushed forward and embraced you, a single crystal tear gliding down her exquisite face. Without any complications or reservations, you naturally came together. Days later, you accompanied Luo Yuan to pay respects to Ling Shuzi, the leader of Tianzong. If you wished to walk hand in hand through the rest of your lives, he was a hurdle you had to face. However, contrary to your expectations, Ling Shuzi did not oppose your union. Moreover, he proactively offered Luo Yuan, "If your heart is resolute, I can permit you to leave Tianzong." This unexpected outcome deeply moved the young woman, as she believed it to be her master's blessing. Before departing, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Ling Shuzi in the sacred hall of Tianzong. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed deeply to the man who had treated her like a father. Meeting her master in this life was the greatest gift from the heavens, a kindness she could never repay, destined to return in the next life. You stood quietly beside them, watching the poignant scene unfold before you. Reminiscent of your own farewell to your master, Ling Shuzi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibited neither joy nor sorrow. Leaving you, and Luo Yuan with a cryptic remark, "Yuan, every gift bestowed upon you by the heavens has long been marked with its price. If you truly wish to repay your master, given time, an opportunity will undoubtedly arise for you to do so. This is the final lesson I impart to you." With these words, Ling Shuzi turned away, his form gradually dissolving into the light, vanishing in an instant. After bidding farewell to your master, you and Luo Yuan chose to settle in a secluded area of the South Spirit Domain. In order to sustain your livelihood, you established a modest tavern in a nearby village. Like an ordinary couple in the mortal realm, you worked from dawn until dusk. You toiled diligently in the tavern, weaving through the bustling life of humanity. On autumn evenings, you strolled hand in hand through the lantern-lit streets, delighting in the vibrant fireworks above. Together, you walked, cherished one another, and engaged in all that you had longed to experience but had previously feared to attempt. Though life was somewhat arduous, it was ultimately fulfilling and joyous. Both of you hailed from prestigious sects and were esteemed disciples within your respective lineages. Even though you had lost the protection of your sects, your formidable skills remained intact. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, you could continue to live in this peaceful and stable manner. You even planned to welcome a child of your own in the early spring of the following year. Everything appeared to be unfolding in accordance with your aspirations. However, the crossroads of life are not always easily navigated, and a moment's lapse in attention can lead to a devastating blow dealt by fate. One day, as the year drew to a close, you and Luo Yuan concluded your daily labors. Just as you prepared to tidy up, a group from the witchcraft sect unexpectedly arrived at your doorstep. The witchcraft sect and the pure temple had been adversaries for generations. Your instinctive reaction upon seeing them was one of wariness. Surprisingly, this group did not seem inclined to hostility. Instead, their leader approached you with a cordial demeanor, engaging you in conversation. After some exchange, you discerned their true intentions. They sought to recruit you into the witchcraft sect. As the most favored disciple of the pure temple's abbot and a strong candidate for the next abbot, you embodied the hopes of the younger generation for Buddha's teachings in the southern domain. Luo Yuan, too, had been designated from a young age as the successor to the head of the Taoist sect, her renown and influence in the southern domain being well established. Should both of you, as representatives of Buddhism and Taoism, choose to join the witchcraft sect, the impact on the South Spirit domain would be profound. Without hesitation, you declined their offer, expressing that you and your spouse had distanced yourselves from the conflicts between the great sects and did not wish to become entangled once more. However, the witchcraft sect's ability to endure for millennia in the South Spirit domain, despite enmity with both the Taoist sect and the Pure Temple, was not without reason. Their methods often involved using brute force when words failed. Faced with your refusal, they resorted to a more extreme and direct approach, to kill you and use sorcery to transform your bodies into puppets. Ultimately, what would be presented to the beings of the South Spirit domain would be two lifeless shells, completely under their control. Although both of you possessed commendable skills, the adversaries had come prepared, and your significant numerical disadvantage soon turned the tide against you. After several skirmishes, while you managed to break free, both of you sustained varying degrees of injury. During your flight, a perplexing thought gnawed at your mind. You and Luo Yuan had chosen an exceptionally concealed location, one that had never before shown signs of witchcraft sect activity. How had they discovered your whereabouts? Moreover, it was evident that they had come fully prepared. If one were to dismiss the infinitesimal possibility of coincidence, the only remaining explanation was that someone had deliberately leaked your location to them. This conjecture fills you with a chilling dread. If this were indeed the case, would it not imply that your lives have been under constant scrutiny all this time? Yet, before you could ascertain the source of the leak, your physical condition unexpectedly deteriorated. The spiritual energy within you surged violently, accompanied by sporadic lapses of control. Most alarmingly, a trace of a peculiar toxic essence had stealthily mingled within your spiritual veins. A sudden realization dawned upon you. The witchcraft sect is adept at manipulating malevolent energies and various poisons. During confrontations with them, even the slightest wound could allow their sinister energies to infiltrate your body. You and Luo Yuan endeavored to dispel this strange toxic essence within you. Yet despite trying myriad methods, all efforts ultimately proved futile. This signifies that the level of this toxic aura is exceedingly high, so much so that with your current cultivation, you possess no means to counter it. The relentless pursuit by the witchcraft sect offers you no respite, leaving you gasping for breath. After enduring prolonged periods of travel and combat, your physical condition deteriorates, and within 3 days, you shall reach the limits of what your flesh and spirit can endure. In this critical moment of life and death, you recall the secret Buddhist teachings engraved in your soul by your master. He had repeatedly cautioned you that the seal of the secret art should not be broken unless absolutely necessary. Upon breaking that seal, you began to search through the memory imparted to you by your spirit, delving into the secret art. As you continually absorbed the information contained within, a profound sense of shock and confusion arose within you. It was as if the secret art had been meticulously crafted for this very moment, as if your master had foreseen this calamity befalling you. Within that secret art, 3 methods to dispel the malevolent aura were recorded. The first, those possessing a saintly heart can rely upon righteous energy to counter all forms of evil in the world. The second, by donning the exquisite robe of the pure temple from the southern spirit domain, one can harness the vestiges of Buddhist light contained within to fend off the encroaching darkness. The third, the Taoist purification incantation, which cleanses the internal toxins but requires significantly more time than the previous two methods. However, since the passing of the esteemed sage of Confucianism and Taoism, no one possessing a saintly heart has emerged. To rely on such a method in your current state is akin to chasing the impossible. Furthermore, the exquisite robe, a treasure of the pure temple, is something you are intimately familiar with. Its power has long been nearly depleted. Even if the abbot, out of old affection, is willing to use the temple's treasure to save your life, whether its remaining power can fully purify the evil within you remains uncertain. Thus, only one method remains: the Taoist purification incantation. The level of this toxic aura is exceedingly high. To thoroughly cleanse it through the incantation, the practitioner must possess sufficient cultivation to support the effort. In the entire realm, only the head of the Taoist sect, Ling Shuzi, meets both of these criteria. In desperation, Luo Yuan finally resolved to return to her former sect to seek assistance from Ling Shuzi. The host has awakened. The cycle of dreams has come to an end. The host has completed the dream cycle a total of 3 times. As a reward for this cycle, the host may select one option to retain from the following. 1. Soul-eating toxic aura, an exceedingly dark and malevolent poison birth from the toxic marshes of the southern spirit domain, further intensified through the use of cursed insects. Upon release, it can instantly lock onto all life forces in the vicinity, invisibly infiltrating the target's body, gradually consuming their spiritual energy until the host perishes. 2. Southern Domain Tavern. Should the host select this reward, they will automatically acquire a tavern located in the heart of the Southern Spirit Domain, which possesses certain intelligence-gathering capabilities, allowing access to a variety of information regarding the sects within the Southern Domain, excluding core secret arts. However, the host may only gather information up to 3 times a day. 3. Emotionless Severance. If the host selects this option, they will permanently enter a sage-like state, maintaining a clear and untroubled mind, free from worldly attachments and capable of resisting all earthly temptations. Faced with these 3 rewards, Luo Yuan instinctively began to weigh his options. However, this time, he did not take long to decide. After merely scanning the specific functions twice, he reached his conclusion. I choose option 1. The second reward seemed enticing, but its practical utility was minimal. While it could provide some intelligence, it could not penetrate core secrets or arts, making it less reliable than simply inquiring with a sect disciple. Furthermore, there were daily limitations on the number of inquiries. Additionally, establishments like the Xian'an Pavilion inherently possess some intelligence functions, creating redundancy with the second reward. As for the third option, it was absolutely unacceptable. A clear and untroubled mind, severing emotional ties, being untroubled, resisting temptation. The specificity of this situation is indeed striking. Merely reading the description sends a chill down one's spine. It would be manageable to maintain a sage-like demeanor for a brief period, as every individual has experienced such moments. However, to exist in a perpetual state of sagacity is profoundly unsettling. Thus, upon reflection, any choice appears to be the optimal solution, an assassination method that is elusive and nearly impossible to foresee, complete with an automatic targeting mechanism. In any context, such a presence is undeniably terrifying. Having selected his reward, Luo Yuan rose and stretched, surveying his surroundings. As expected, he found himself once again in the Southern Spirit Domain. Judging by the decor of the room, it was likely the Xian'an sect's branch in this region. However, the commotion emanating from downstairs suggested that business was scarce. Luo Yuan sighed deeply. It seemed he had traversed into this world not for adventure, but to engage in precise poverty alleviation. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted his senior sister standing in the hall, engaged in some form of handover with the branch's leader. Strangely, the group of young women behind her were not practicing their melodies, but rather sawing wood. Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Bai Ruoli exclaimed upon hearing the sounds from the staircase, hastily pausing her tasks. She took Luo Yuan's hand and, with a beaming smile, gestured toward the gathering of young women. Xiao Yuan, these are all our disciples at the Southern Spirit Domain branch. The young women from the Xian'an sect quickly surrounded him, their eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of shyness as they appraised the newcomer. Upon their first glimpse of Luo Yuan, their eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, this Luo senior brother was exceptionally handsome. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many gazes, even Luo Yuan, despite his considerable experience in such matters, could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and turned to Bairuoli, asking with curiosity, "Senior sister, why are the young women sawing wood in broad daylight? Are they not preparing to receive guests?" The girls in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions betraying an unspoken discomfort. Ultimately, it was Bairuoli who explained, "Xiao Yuan, you may not be aware, but it is not that the young women do not wish to entertain guests. Rather, there are simply not many potential patrons to attract in the southern spirit domain. With temples and monasteries scattered throughout, our Xianin sect, being a dance and song establishment, faces considerable challenges in establishing a foothold here. Since the inception of this branch, the young women have tried numerous methods, but business remains lukewarm. Thus, they have reluctantly begun producing and selling spiritual weapons." The group of young women behind her visibly sank in spirit at her words, which echoed their collective struggles over time. The sect had entrusted them with the establishment of a branch in the southern spirit domain, yet the harsh market conditions rendered their efforts futile, regardless of their diligence. It seemed their hard work was in vain, leaving them with no choice but to pivot to a different industry. Realizing this, Luo Yuan acknowledged that he had nearly forgotten. In the southern spirit domain, one encounters either Taoists or monks, unlike the bustling capital of Dayan, which was teeming with not gentlemen, but rather old gentlemen. In such an environment, it was hardly surprising that patronage of the Xianin sect was scarce, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this predicament was not entirely insurmountable. Thanks to the information advantage conferred by the dream system, Luo Yuan quickly discerned a potential solution. His experiences in the dream revealed that those monks and Taoists were not as steadfast in their beliefs as they outwardly appeared. Take the monks from the Wuku temple. For instance, although they strictly adhered to the precepts of Buddhism, many secretly yearned for the allure and distractions of the outside world. If he could find a way to create an opening in the minds of these individuals, the influx of visitors to the Xianin sect would undoubtedly surge. However, the pressing question remained. How could he attract the followers of Buddhism while ensuring they remained within the bounds of their precepts? Should he write whimsical stories akin to those in Dayan? That would surely contravene their vows. Perhaps he could host a lecture in the hall, expounding on Buddhist teachings? This approach is not feasible. Otherwise, the Xianin pavilion would merely become a nunnery. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Luo Yuan's mind. An idea, long dormant, surged forth within him. Chapter 69. Rebirth. Performing a play in the cultivation realm. In this realm, the existing forms of performance are rather simplistic, predominantly revolving around mere song and dance. Consequently, aside from providing visual delight, they fall short in other aspects. Given this, why not craft a play? I could initially present it under the guise of promoting Buddhist teachings to attract that group of monks. When the time comes, I would weave narratives into the song and dance performances, ostensibly recounting tales from the Buddhist tradition while subtly embedding my own messages within. In this manner, could they not subtly achieve their promotional objectives? The more Luo Yuan pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and in a fleeting moment, he had even conceived the story that they would perform. With this thought, Luo Yuan turned to Bairuoli beside him and smiled gently. "Sister, I have a method that can not only resurrect the Xianin pavilion, but also draw the monks from the Wugashi temple to visit." Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention once again shifted to him. The expressions in the young lady's enchanting eyes varied. Some were filled with delight, others with skepticism, while a few merely wished to seize the opportunity to gaze openly at their handsome senior brother. However, skepticism was inevitable. After all, this was a fundamental dilemma brought about by market conditions, not something that could be effectively resolved through mere self-correction. Even if the Xianin pavilion could indeed overcome the market's dissonance, could it truly stir the hearts of the monks from Wugashi temple? Naturally, among those present, Bairuoli held the most faith in Luo Yuan's words. Having witnessed his exceptional talents in the Grand Yin capital, she harbored no doubts about his confident demeanor. Her expression subtly reflected a hint of anticipation as she eagerly inquired, "Xiao Yuan, is what you say true? What method do you have?" The other ladies also leaned in with bated breath, eager to hear Luo Yuan's ingenious strategy for revitalizing the Xianin pavilion. Without hastily revealing his entire plan, Luo Yuan turned to a nearby girl from the Xianin pavilion and asked, "Have we always offered performances solely in the form of song and dance?" The girl nodded, somewhat puzzled, her expression revealing her confusion. To them, entertainment venues either showcased talents or offered companionship. Aside from song and dance, what else could be provided? Luo Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Precisely. Though our disciples of the Xianyin sect are adept in music, no matter how exquisite the melodies, if they remain monotonous, the audience will inevitably dwindle over time." "But Brother Luo Yuan," another girl interjected, "our issue is not the music itself. It is that no one comes to listen." "You are correct," he replied, maintaining his smile. "Merely altering the musical style is a superficial remedy. But what if we were to incorporate storytelling into the performances?" Boom. As soon as he spoke, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the crowd, rendering the young ladies of the Xianyin pavilion breathless. Dance, song, storytelling, the fusion of the three. In a moment, realization dawned upon the girls, their beautiful eyes glinting with surprise. Selected by the sect to establish branches in various spiritual domains, they were undoubtedly the elite in performance arts, seasoned on stage. Once Luo Yuan proposed his method, they quickly grasped the immense potential it harbored. Each element, dance, song, and storytelling, could stand alone as a compelling form of entertainment. What kind of auditory and visual feast could emerge from their combination? However, a voice from the crowd raised a concern. "But Brother Luo Yuan, while your idea is splendid and would surely thrive in the central continent or other spiritual domains, this is the southern spiritual domain. Even if we excel in delivering the tales, they may not resonate with the audience here." Upon hearing this, others quickly recognized the validity of her point. If they could not address the fundamental issue of market misalignment, no matter how creative Luo Yuan's approach, it would ultimately serve as a temporary measure. Unfazed, Luo Yuan calmly continued, "In business, we must serve the customers, rather than expecting them to serve us. The storytelling in our performances should reflect this principle. In other words, there are no customers that cannot be attracted. It merely requires a tailored approach." He then turned to Bai Ruoli, speaking softly, "Sister, could you kindly assist me in preparing some writing materials?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoli instantly understood his intention and swiftly gathered the necessary tools. Under the watchful gaze of the surrounding young ladies, Luo Yuan began to write his story on paper. The narrative unfolded as follows. Once, there was a high monk from the east, surnamed Chun, with the given name Yi. At the age of 13, he renounced the worldly life to become a monk, receiving the title Xuanzang. Having observed the myriad sufferings of humanity, he resolved to embark on a journey to the western regions to obtain sacred texts, intending to return and enlighten the masses. Thus, he rode a white horse along the path to the western spiritual domain. During his journey westward, he took on 3 disciples, each with distinct personalities. However, upon reaching the southern spiritual domain, he encountered a beautiful woman of the Taoist sect. Having never experienced earthly desires, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, lingering in the southern domain far longer than intended. His 3 disciples fervently implored him not to be beguiled by the enchantress, reminding him that obtaining the sacred texts was the true purpose of his quest. Torn between his love for the woman and his devotion to the Buddha, Xuanzang found himself in a profound dilemma. Finally, on a serene afternoon, he sought out the woman and revealed his decision. At this juncture, Luo Yuan chose to pause his writing, subtly adjusting the protagonist's identity from a monk to a Taoist priestess, perfectly aligning with the 2 largest demographics in the southern spiritual domain. The young ladies were captivated, and, just as the tale reached its most thrilling moment, it abruptly ceased, prompting them to cast pleading glances at Luo Yuan. "Brother Luo Yuan, what happens next? Is that all?" Their reactions were strikingly genuine, reminiscent of moments in novels where authors abruptly cut off the narrative, just when one was deeply engrossed. The next page would reveal nothing more. Observing the girls' fervent responses, Luo Yuan felt increasingly confident in the viability of his approach. If even those who frequently engaged with stories could exhibit such eagerness for the narrative, what profound impact would it have on the monks and Taoists, who had never encountered matters of love? Bai Ruoli gazed at the intriguing story before her, already envisioning a bustling scene at the southern spiritual domain branch. She quickly picked up a piece of Xian paper and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Yuan, I will send someone to transcribe this story immediately. And then each of the young ladies can take a copy home to study. Starting this afternoon, we can begin rehearsals." Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. "Sister, there is no need to rush. Without a sufficiently captivating hook, even the most exceptional story will ultimately fade into obscurity. As the saying goes, even the finest wine fears the depths of an alley. Most regions in the southern spirit domain lack the bustling vibrancy of the grand capital. Thus the flow of information is relatively sluggish. Hence, it becomes imperative to devise an engaging hook to expedite the dissemination of news. An enticing hook? Bide paused momentarily, then replied slowly, "Do you mean to compose another article of that sort?" The article Bide referred to was, of course, the whimsical tale penned earlier by Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan gently shook his head and said, "Such a piece would undoubtedly be ineffective in the southern spirit domain. We must forge a new path." He then took the piece of rice paper from Bide hands and added a segment at the conclusion of the story. Why does a monk, who ought to be in seclusion, repeatedly appear at the nunnery? Why do blood-curdling screams echo from the seemingly tranquil temple in the dead of night? Is this a distortion of human nature? Or perhaps a decline of morality? To uncover the truth, one must attend the grand Buddhist performance at Xianin Pavilion tomorrow evening. Journey to the West. Bide and her companions found themselves both amused and perplexed by the additional text on the paper. At first glance, it seemed absurdly coarse, yet it possessed an inexplicable allure that compelled them to discover what had transpired. After all, isn't curiosity one of the fundamental traits of humanity? Amidst their astonishment, the young women of the southern spirit region cast admiring glances at Luo Yuan, their respect for him evident. Indeed, senior brother Luo's ingenuity is as remarkable as the rumors suggest. Having completed the play's script, Luo Yuan suddenly remembered something and turned to Bide, saying, "By the way, senior sister, I must make a trip to the Taoist sect. Otherwise, that old Taoist Xian Songzi will come looking for me again. Please take charge of the rehearsals for now. I won't impose any expectations on the presentation. Just ensure the ladies memorize their lines." With that, Luo Yuan ascended the stairs to change his attire before hastily heading towards the Taoist sect. Meanwhile, in the eastern spirit region, at the sword condensing sect's main hall, a thin figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. His visage was remarkably aged, his hair streaked with silver, resembling a destitute scholar. Yet, an almost imperceptible aura of sharpness surrounded him, hinting at the latent power within. It was hard to believe that this seemingly frail elder was, in fact, Gu Chunjun, the foremost sword cultivator of the era and the master of the sword condensing sect. Moments later, sensing something, he turned to gaze at the main entrance of the hall, where the surrounding sword intent was quietly subdued. "Master, so you are here," came a cold, emotionless voice from outside. It was then that Gu Qingshang stepped into the hall. Only the saintess had the privilege to enter the sacred hall of the sect without restriction. "Qingshang, what brings you back?" Gu Chunjun inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise upon seeing his disciple, as he had been in seclusion for the past month and was unaware of the new competition format proposed by Luo Yuan. Thinking they were still engaged in the four-region discussions. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Gu Qingshang recounted her experiences during her journey to the central region. Before departing, she feigned a query regarding her cultivation challenges to subtly inquire, "Master, I recall you once said that the pinnacle of swordsmanship is the unity of man and sword, with a clear heart. But what if? What if one harbors attachments?" Gu Chunjun shook his head slightly and replied with a gentle smile, "Attachments can be both beneficial and detrimental. If your heart is entangled with malice or resentment, it will surely taint your sword heart and halt your progress. However, if that attachment is aligned with your true desires, it will not only have no adverse effect on your swordsmanship, but may even grant you deeper insight. I often lament that had I been braver and more decisive in my youth, perhaps my journey would not have reached its current impasse." Gu Qingshang pondered his words thoughtfully. After a brief moment, she ventured to ask, "What if the one I wish to be attached to in the future is merely an ordinary disciple of the sect? Would you approve, master?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chunjun's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, and he stated, "If that is the case, the suitor must fulfill a requirement." Gu Qingshang, sensing the gravity of his tone, felt a flicker of anxiety. After a moment, she tentatively asked, "What requirement?" "It must be something that delights my disciple," Gu Chunjun interrupted, his demeanor softening back to a light-hearted smile. "If that young man cannot meet such a simple condition, how can I rest easy?" A smile crept onto Gu Qingshang's lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. "I understand, master. Please rest assured, the person I choose will certainly not disappoint you." Then she seemed to recall something more serious, her expression shifting. "Master, I have another request." "What is it?" Gu Chunjun inquired, puzzled. "May I lead the sect in the upcoming internal dispute?" she asked, her tone light yet firm. Gu Chunjun looked perplexed. What is there to gain from that wretched place in the southern spirit region? That old Taoist Xian Songzi has invited me countless times. and I would rather crush his communication stone to dust than go. However, if you insist, you may mention it to Elder Wu. Gu Qingshang shook her head lightly. Her voice airy as she replied, I simply wish to seek out the one I long to be attached to. With that, she turned and gracefully exited the hall, leaving Gu Chunjun in a state of bewilderment. After a long moment, the master of the sword condensing sect sighed deeply as he watched Gu Qingshang's retreating figure. Indeed, it is true that a daughter cannot be kept forever. When Luo Yuan arrived at the Taoist sect, it was already midday. The Taoist sect was not far from Xianin Pavilion, but with the time spent leisurely admiring the scenery, he had been delayed. The entire sect was modest in size, nestled among lush mountains, harmoniously integrated with its surroundings, exuding both an ethereal aura and the warmth of human life. Taoist, are you implying that the dispute over the sect's doctrines is not merely a contest of martial prowess? In the guest hall of the Taoist sect, Luo Yuan regarded Xian Songzi with confusion. Having gathered a general understanding of the lengthy and convoluted process of the debate between the heavenly and human sects over the past half hour, it encompassed not only martial contests but also literary competitions, a truly tedious affair. To him, the best way to resolve the internal division of the sect would be through reasoned discourse. Certainly, it pertains to the essence of physics. It is an unavoidable circumstance, as it is a rule established by the masters of generations past, and I, as a humble practitioner, possess no authority to alter it. Xian Songzi shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. At that time, the representatives from the other 3 spiritual domains will also be present. According to customary practice, it is inevitable that one party will suffer embarrassment before the public eye. So, you have passed the responsibility on to me? Luo Yuan suddenly felt as though he had been led astray by this old Taoist. Do not fret, my friend Luo Yuan, Xian Songzi replied, gently shaking his head. Though my junior sister possesses a somewhat haughty disposition, she has not committed any indiscretion since assuming the position of the sect leader. Should she disagree with your principles, I shall engage her in a dignified discourse. Having spoken, he seemed to recall something and added, there is one more matter I neglected to mention. My junior sister is exceptionally beautiful, possessing unparalleled grace. However, as she cultivates the path of transcending emotions, she is particularly sensitive to any frivolous behavior from men. I hope you will exercise caution in your words and actions to avoid inciting her ire. Luo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, Master, you underestimate me. I maintain a virtuous conduct and have never been swayed by beauty. Xian Songzi's lips twitched slightly, conveying an expression of disbelief. After concluding their discussion, Xian Songzi and Ming Chun guided Luo Yuan on a tour within the human sect. Initially, Luo Yuan was engrossed, but as they ventured deeper, he sensed something amiss. Why was it that within the human sect, there were no Taoists meditating, but rather the incessant sounds of grinding, cutting, and processing? He pointed to a young Taoist fervently working on refining a spiritual artifact and inquired with confusion, Master, there seems to be something off about your temple. Is the path you pursue truly legitimate? Xian Songzi understood Luo Yuan's implication, and a shade of embarrassment crossed his features. My friend Luo Yuan, you must understand. Even Taoists need to eat. Luo Yuan paused, recalling that the southern spiritual domain was renowned for its diverse array of spiritual artifacts and weaponry. In certain black markets, various insects and plants were also sold. It is no exaggeration to say that currently, 80 of the products in the 4 spiritual domains and central continent are produced by the southern spiritual domain, coupled with its abundant natural resources. This has significantly propelled the growth of its manufacturing industry. This is precisely what Biroli referred to as the trend towards transformation at the Southern Spirit Domain's Xianin Pavilion branch. In other words, in this region, everyone relies on this as their livelihood, which has already evolved into a distinctive industry. The craftsmanship is exquisite, the resources relatively abundant, and it is renowned for producing spirit weapons. Goodness, this truly is the manufacturing capital of the cultivation world. Luo Yuan couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Xian Songzi, saying, Taoist, are you familiar with the concept of an assembly line? An assembly line? Xian Songzi, hearing the term for the first time, displayed a look of confusion and slowly replied, in our 5 elements sect, we have a water faction. Could it be that the assembly line you speak of pertains to some profound technique related to water spirit energy? Not at all. What I refer to as an assembly line is a novel production method. Luo Yuan shook his head and continued, "Just now, I observed that the disciples within our sect predominantly engage in the entire manufacturing process single-handedly. This method is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also requires a certain level of skill from the operator. If any part of the process is not executed with proficiency, all efforts may be rendered futile." Upon hearing Luo Yuan's analysis, the surrounding disciples halted their tasks, gathering around him. From their perspective, Luo Yuan's words struck to the heart of the matter, resonating deeply with their daily experiences. After all, humans are not machines. Perfection is unattainable at all times. A mere moment of distraction in a single step could result in the loss of several days' worth of effort. With a deep sigh, Xian Songzi remarked, "Though your words pinpoint the flaws, alas, this method is currently the best solution available. Our sect can only strive to enhance the skills of our disciples." Luo Yuan gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "If we adhere to the existing model, then indeed, this method is the optimal solution. But what if we were to overturn the current model? The assembly line I speak of involves breaking down the manufacturing process of each spirit weapon into several distinct stages, with each individual responsible for a specific segment. This approach would significantly reduce both labor and time costs, while also mitigating the risk of widespread errors stemming from a single mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the sect erupted into a frenzy of excitement. It was as if a spark of inspiration illuminated their minds, opening the gateway to a new realm of understanding. Step by step, with orderly transitions, they grasped the essence of the assembly line concept, each fulfilling their role with clear division of labor. How had they not thought of this before? Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Luo Daoist is indeed a genius. Once this method is implemented, our sect's spirit weapon output next month will surely multiply by several folds. The gathered disciples, seasoned with rich forging experience, were acutely aware of the intricacies of the process and its operational shortcomings. Thus, with just a slight nudge from Luo Yuan, they immediately comprehended the implications. In truth, Luo Yuan initially intended to implement this model at the Xianin Pavilion branch. However, to achieve immediate results, it necessitated sufficient manpower and resources. In other words, a substantial scale of production was required. Given the current conditions of the Xianin Pavilion, it was simply untenable. Conversely, the Daoist sect met these criteria perfectly, making it more practical to directly request a favor from Xian Songzi. Subsequently, he could discuss another collaboration he had been planning for some time with greater ease. After concluding discussions at the sect, Luo Yuan promptly returned to the Xianin Pavilion without pause. By now, night had approached, and although the pavilion was brightly lit, only a few customers were present, two wandering beggars seeking refuge from the chilling night outside. This served to illustrate just how dire the operational circumstances of the Xianin Pavilion had become. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the hall, Luo Yuan provided on-site guidance to the young women rehearsing their play. To his surprise, despite it being their first encounter with this entirely new form of performance, they adapted with remarkable swiftness. In less than half a day, they have already performed with remarkable finesse. If given just one more day to practice, the performance scheduled for tomorrow evening seems to pose no significant challenge. After guiding the presentation, Luo Yuan promptly returned to his chamber, settling cross-legged upon his bed to commence a long-awaited session of cultivation. Following this period of reflection, Luo Yuan sensed a subtle indication of a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Indeed, as the spiritual energy within him circulated to the second cycle, he abruptly felt the shackles that had long impeded his progress begin to loosen. Soon after, a crisp sound of shattering resonated from his spiritual veins. The flow of energy within him suddenly accelerated, and new streams of spiritual power gradually manifested within, filling the voids in his meridians. Golden Core Stage, 5th Layer. Exhaling deeply, Luo Yuan opened his eyes, releasing a long breath of turbid air. As he focused on the changes within his cultivation, a satisfied expression slowly emerged on his face. Although his current level may not rival the prodigies of the foremost sects, among the younger generation of cultivators in the Eastern Spirit domain, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a standout. Coupled with his extraordinary physical strength and the enhancements from sacred materials such as the heart of a saint and the blood of the Ice Sovereign, his overall combat prowess within the same realm rendered him virtually unmatched. Even when facing nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators, he possessed a fighting chance. Most importantly, the potential for his growth far exceeds that of any contemporary. With the support of a chaotic spiritual root, not only would his cultivation speed dramatically increase, but the barriers between different realms would also be significantly diminished. Consequently, his method of cultivation requires little in the way of cumbersome complexity. In a certain sense, it bears a striking resemblance to effortless leveling up, given time, as long as he remains cautious. Becoming invincible and surpassing the limitations of his cultivation is merely a matter of time. Of course, even if he falters, it is of little consequence. After all, a trace of the primordial divine breath remains within him, allowing for considerable margin for error. Upon completing his cultivation, Luo Yuan first descended to wash up before returning to his room to prepare for sleep. Although, at present, his cultivation level permits him to forego sleep entirely. This act remains intrinsically linked to the capabilities of his system. Regardless, a nightly slumber is undoubtedly essential. Sleep is an art, and thus, no one can hinder my pursuit of artistic expression. Arranging his pillow and blanket comfortably, Luo Yuan nestled into a cozy position and closed his eyes. As a wave of profound fatigue washed over him, he swiftly slipped into the realm of dreams. Detecting the host's re-entry into the dreamscape, the system began to retrieve the contents of the previous dream. The dream retrieval was successful, allowing the host to continue the unfinished narrative. To alleviate the toxic energies within your body, you chose to return to the Taoist sect, Tianzong, alongside Luo Yuan to seek a remedy. Although you had long severed ties with Tianzong due to past affections, Ling Shuzi opted to temporarily shelter you. Among the most profound practitioners of the age, the leader of Tianzong stands unrivaled. Should he choose to employ the purification and exorcism incantation to treat you, even if it cannot completely eradicate the toxic energies in a short time, it would certainly be feasible to suppress them and safeguard your life. However, the operation of the purification and exorcism incantation demands immense energy, and at this moment, Ling Shuzi is at a critical juncture in breaking through his own cultivation barriers. If he diverts his energy to assist you in detoxification, it would inevitably greatly hinder his current progress. Nevertheless, after 2 decades of mentor-student bond, Luo Yuan could not bear to watch you succumb to the poison, nor could Ling Shuzi endure the sight of his beloved disciple in despair. Ultimately, compelled by Luo Yuan's earnest pleas, he chose to compromise. Unfortunately, after examining the toxic energies within you, he arrived at a less than optimistic conclusion. The insidious poison has already infiltrated the very essence of life, and even he can only temporarily suppress it. To completely eradicate it from the body requires the ephemeral glimmer of spiritual insight that arises within the soul at the pinnacle of one's path. The heavenly sect advocates the principles of the celestial way, embracing the natural order. Thus, every disciple of the heavenly sect, upon reaching the zenith of their mastery, experiences a resonance with the celestial way to varying degrees. That resonance embodies the spiritual glimmer, representing the most profound comprehension of their path throughout their lives. An ancient legend persists within the Taoist community, suggesting that the voluntary spiritual illumination from a beloved one might transcend the shackles of contemporary cultivation, allowing one to navigate the tribulations of ascension. If one could seize that fleeting moment of spiritual illumination and swiftly employ the purification charm to cleanse the poison, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, Ling Shuzi and the elders of the sect have long since achieved mastery, and that glimmer has long vanished from their lives. Unless one were to usurp another's soul, it is impossible to rekindle it. Among the young disciples of the heavenly sect, even those with exceptional talent who have reached mastery remain distant from solving the pressing crisis. They must possess unparalleled understanding of their path and accomplish mastery within a short time frame, all while the spiritual glimmer has yet to manifest. In all the world, the only individual who perfectly meets these 3 conditions is you. And Ling Shuzi simultaneously turned your gaze toward Luo Yuan, the emotions reflected in your eyes starkly contrasting. You are acutely aware that the heavenly sect practices the path of transcending emotional attachment. To save you would mean that Luo Yuan must reacquaint herself with the Tao. Given her character, she would undoubtedly go to any lengths to attain mastery in order to rescue you. However, this would result in severing the emotion she harbors for you, leading to a profound estrangement in the future where you would become mere strangers in the world. To forget you. This is an outcome you cannot accept. If what Ling Shuzi posits is true, even if you manage to rid yourself of the poison with her assistance, the price that follows is far too heavy for you to bear. If faced with a Luo Yuan who possesses memories but lacks emotions, you would prefer to freeze your life at the moment she loved you most, when you cherished her deeply in return. Yet, how could Luo Yuan allow that? In her eyes, nothing is more vital than ensuring your survival. Ultimately, she chooses to recommit herself to her path. Luo Yuan possesses exceptional talent in cultivation. Before departing from the heavenly sect, her progress was already nearing completion. Despite a year of neglect, the foundation she had built remains intact. If all goes well, results may be forthcoming within a month. Just as despair envelopes you, Ling Shuzi proposes a nearly perfect solution, rekindling your hope. He draws inspiration from the memories passed down through the generations of the sect's leaders, suggesting that he can serve as her protector at the critical moment of Luo Yuan's advancement. By extinguishing the glimmer of spiritual light at the precise moment after the poison is purified, he can sever Luo Yuan's resonance with the celestial way, preventing her from completely severing her emotional ties. In other words, interrupting the spell at the opportune moment. Yet, the consequence of this action would be that Luo Yuan's cultivation would stagnate, leaving her with no possibility of further breakthroughs. Moreover, she may suffer a backlash from the celestial way, resulting in an ailment that she would carry for life. Nonetheless, for both of you, such a fate would be a misfortune wrapped in a stroke of luck. Luo Yuan unhesitatingly opts for this method. She has never sought the path of transcendence. Her years of cultivation were merely to repay Ling Shuzi for his nurturing. Should she truly be given a choice, perhaps this is the best resolution. Ling Shuzi regards his resolute disciple, his expression gradually revealing a trace of regret and helplessness. Although Luo Yuan is no longer a disciple of the heavenly sect, he cannot help but feel a sense of loss for such a remarkable talent. If Luo Yuan proceeds with her decision, the southern spirit domain may lose a truly extraordinary cultivator. Since you have made your choice, I shall not impede you. When the time comes for you to purge the poison from Luo Yuan, I will be by your side to protect you. However, you must exercise utmost caution. Success or failure lies in the hands of fate. After their conversation, Ling Shuzi imparts the method to access the secret realm of the heavenly sect to Luo Yuan, allowing her to retreat into the sacred grounds for intensive cultivation. The abundant spiritual energy and rich natural aura there greatly benefit one's comprehension of their path. After Luo Yuan departs, you bow deeply before Ling Shuzi, your expression filled with reverence and gratitude. Such a profound kindness from you shall never be forgotten. Ling Shuzi turns away, remarking lightly, "In this matter, I have done all I can. From this day forth, your fate shall no longer be yours to dictate." His words leave you somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he has not only refrained from blaming you for taking away his cherished disciple, but has also expended effort to ensure your survival. Viewed from any angle, it is indeed a testament to his benevolence. As the saying goes, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Without hesitation, you bow respectfully once more, stating, "I owe my continued existence to your timely intervention. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I would willingly embrace any peril." Embrace any peril? Ling Shuzi smiles faintly, his expression suddenly imbued with profound significance. Your life is far more precious than you realize. For now, your sole focus should be on surviving, whether for Yuan or for others who have shown you immense kindness. With that, his form gradually fades in the light filtering through the window, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Over the course of the following month, you remain at the heavenly sect, finding temporary solace. Perhaps it is the protection afforded by the sect. Or perhaps the witchcraft sect mistakenly believes you have succumbed to the poison, but thereafter, no further reports of pursuit from the witchcraft sect against you and Luo Yuan emerge. One afternoon, as you are accustomed to regulating your internal energy in your chamber, someone unexpectedly brings you a letter, claiming it to be from Master Hongyi of the Immaculate Temple, entrusted for your perusal. Master Hongyi, the monk from the Immaculate Temple, is your senior brother who has always cared for you before your departure. Yet, why would he suddenly send you a message? A hint of puzzlement stirs within you as you promptly open the envelope he has sent. The content of the letter is exceedingly simple, containing but a single sentence. Though the divine resides in the heavens, it too once walked the earth, and the desires of greed, anger, and ignorance have never ceased. This passage is a brief excerpt from Buddhist scriptures, conveying the essence that the human heart harbors malevolence, and one must not be deceived by the fade of those in elevated positions. For someone well-versed in Buddhist teachings, such truths are undoubtedly clear. The sudden arrival of a letter from your senior brother indicates his awareness of your presence here, and he seeks to impart a warning, albeit through this subtle means due to certain unspoken constraints. High in the heavens, greed, anger, and delusion. You softly recite the words from the letter, momentarily lost in contemplation. Yet, at this instant, a tumultuous commotion erupts within the heavenly sect, signaling the awakening of the sacred ground. The opening of the sacred ground heralds the imminent conclusion of Luo Yuan's cultivation, arriving a full 10 days ahead of the anticipated month. Without further delay, guided by Ling Shuzi, you hasten to Luo Yuan's side. At this moment, she is enveloped in a swirl of pure energy, surrounded by an array of intricate formations. Clearly prepared for the approaching moment, Ling Shuzi activates the formations, bringing you before Luo Yuan, awaiting the appearance of the ethereal light. Boom! In the next moment, a cacophony erupts from above. The previously clear sky is suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, ominous and dense, swirling together as if the very wrath of the heavens is about to descend. Simultaneously, the pure energy surrounding Luo Yuan begins to surge. Her aura ascends steadily, and a faint golden glow gradually manifests in her eyes. The extraordinary celestial phenomenon drew forth all the disciples of the heavenly sect. While they had previously witnessed the resounding echoes of the Tao when the elders achieved mastery, never had they encountered such a grand spectacle as this moment. Yinxian, Luo Yuan, shortly I will infuse my spiritual energy into you as a medium for the purification and exorcism incantation. Once the heavenly light emerges, we shall expel the toxins immediately. Ling Shuzi's voice resonated amidst the rumbling above, his gaze gradually igniting with fervor. Even he had never witnessed such a profound resonance of the Tao. In the next moment, the pure energy surrounding Luo Yuan abruptly ceased its tumultuous flow, and a brilliant light flickered from her brow. As this spiritual radiance surged forth, the thunderclouds above seemed to react to an unseen stimulus, their roars intensifying with fervor. Now is the time. Ling Shuzi swiftly waved his sleeve, channeling his spiritual energy into them. His voice grave, you too must concentrate. And do not resist the influx of external energy. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Allowing another's spiritual energy to enter one's own body is a perilous act. Yet in this critical moment, you and Luo Yuan had no choice but to place your unwavering trust in Ling Shuzi. Luo Yuan's mind was taut, her entire focus directed towards the operation of the purification and exorcism incantation, while simultaneously combating the influences of the Tao's resonance. However, she remained unaware that Ling Shuzi's spiritual energy had already insidiously infiltrated her soul. One breath, two breaths with the blessing of the heavenly light. The toxins within you were laid bare under the purification of the incantation, on the verge of complete eradication. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's complexion turned ashen, and a scarlet arrow of blood erupted from the corner of her mouth. The flickering light at her brow extinguished in an instant, and the Tao's flow abruptly ceased, sending you hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against the stone wall. In less than a month, you have cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion to fruition. Yinxian, you truly astonish me. Before you could fully comprehend the unexpected turn of events, Ling Shuzi's voice echoed in your ears. There he was, suspended in midair, his flowing hair dancing wildly in the wind, a glimmer of light flickering at his brow. Was that Luo Yuan's heavenly light? Luo Yuan wiped the blood from her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with terror and confusion. Master, what are you doing? She could not fathom why her once protective master would suddenly turn against her, seizing her heavenly light. Ling Shuzi remained unfazed, his smile cool and detached. Yinxian, do you recall the words I spoke when you departed the heavenly sect? Any gift bestowed by the heavens bears an unspoken price. Now is the time for you to repay me. If you have long desired my heavenly light, why did you allow me and Luo Yuan to leave? A hint of sorrow crept onto Luo Yuan's face. Despite her profound admiration for Ling Shuzi, she now realized that her every action had been anticipated within his schemes. Ling Shuzi suddenly erupted in laughter, a cruel, unrestrained mirth that starkly contrasted with the image of the dignified master she revered. If I had not permitted your departure, how could the witchcraft sect have acted against you? If your beloved had not been driven to despair, would you have willingly returned to the heavenly sect to seek me? Yinxian, do not blame me. This is the path you chose. As his words fell, both you and Luo Yuan felt as though struck by a heavy blow, your pupils trembling uncontrollably. Thus it was revealed. You had betrayed our whereabouts to the witchcraft sect. No wonder you had so readily consented to our departure from the heavenly sect. No wonder the witchcraft sect always found us wherever we went. Luo Yuan slowly closed her eyes, her expression a mixture of regret and sorrow. She could hardly believe that the esteemed elder she revered as a father figure would resort to such ruthless measures for his own selfish desires. All along, she had merely been a pawn in his grand design. You struggled to rise, enduring the searing pain coursing through your body. Ling Shuzi, your sect has been at odds with the witchcraft sect for a millennium, with countless disciples perishing at their hands. How can you face the ancestors of the heavenly sect after colluding with them? Ling Shuzi's countenance remained impassive, his tone flat. If one can attain the ultimate truth, what matter is it to conspire with a tiger? He then turned towards Luo Yuan, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Yuan, the Tao is inviolable. To assist in my ascension, you ought to feel honored. With that, he soared into the air, his spiritual energy reaching its zenith, surrounding him in a radiant glow. Utilizing the heavenly light, Ling Shuzi finally approached the coveted realm that countless souls yearned for. Should he succeed today, he would become yet another being to transcend this world after millennia. As Ling Shuzi moved, the clouds above began to churn violently, their expanse widening. The once pitch-black sky transformed into a deeper, more foreboding shade of crimson within mere moments. The Tao trembled, the heavens raged. The Great Ascension was the pinnacle of cultivation within this realm. Should anyone dare to breach this boundary, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Tao. This is what is referred to as the heavenly tribulation thunder. Gazing upon Ling Shuzi in the firmament above, you finally comprehend the meaning behind the words of Senior Brother Hong E in his letter. Residing in the Celestial Dome. The Celestial Dome. This refers to Ling Shuzi, the esteemed leader of the heavenly sect, who is fervently in pursuit of the great path. The subsequent phrase about the lingering afflictions of greed, anger, and ignorance serves as his final admonition to you. However, at this juncture, a perplexing enigma continues to elude your understanding. Your senior brother, much like yourself, has long resided in the pure temple, yet how is it that he is aware of Ling Shuzi's intentions? Could it be? A dreadful conjecture begins to stir within your mind. Before you can fully gather your thoughts, Ling Shuzi's voice reverberates through the heavens once more. The sound fell upon your ears, instantaneously shattering all doubts that resided within your heart and extinguishing the last remnants of fantasy in your mind. Master Ningju, the moment has arrived. There is no need for further concealment. In the storage of images, I risk the ire of my employer by laboring in the studio to produce an additional 2,000 words. Brothers, have compassion for this humble writer, and perhaps bestow some free gifts and continued support. Chapter 75. The Heavenly Tao's Calamity Thunder, the Relics of the Buddha. Master Ningju. Master Ningju. Why did Ling Shuzi suddenly call out the name of his master? Could it be? Your soul trembles violently, and amidst your confusion and astonishment, an aged figure gradually emerges from a concealed chamber to the right of the heavenly sect's sacred hall. The newcomer is clad in a monk's robe, stooped in posture, with a visage marked by the passage of time, flecked with strands of white at the temples. In all the world, the only person who could don the robe of the abbot of Wugo Temple, aside from your master, is Master Ningju himself. As you gaze upon the unexpectedly manifested Master Ningju, your mind feels as if it has been struck with a heavy blow. The sudden appearance of your master indicates a prior collusion between him and Ling Shuzi. Thus, the letter that Senior Brother Hong E previously sent was not merely a caution to remain wary of Ling Shuzi, but also a warning to be cautious of your master. The reason for his cryptic wording was simply due to uncertainty regarding whose side he stood on. On one hand is your cherished junior disciple, and on the other, your most esteemed master. In this dilemma, Senior Brother Hong E could only resort to such a measure. Before you could fully process your fear, Ling Shuzi's figure had already ascended closer to the heavens. Layers of clouds descended, and the thunder echoed like the wrath of the divine. The moment the heavenly Tao's calamity thunderstruck is the very opportunity for his ascension. Ling Shuzi gazes downward and intones solemnly, Master Ningju, have you brought what you promised? A monk does not speak falsehoods. Since I have given my word, I shall not go back on it. However, once the matter is accomplished, I hope that you, Master Ling Su, will honor your promise to ensure the tranquility of Wugo Temple for a millennium. Having spoken, Master Ningju slightly bows and retrieves a gilded sandalwood box from his sleeve. As the box gradually opens, It reveals a spherical crystal within, a perfect orb reminiscent of a pearl, exuding a faint glow, as if it harbors boundless wisdom and compassion. Is this the relic of the Buddha? Even from a distance, you recognize this divine object at a glance. The Buddha's relic is the treasured heirloom of the pure temple, said to contain the supreme light of the Buddha. The possessor of such a relic is said to be impervious to harm from the myriad laws of the world. Ling Shuzi, by proposing this as a condition for negotiation with his master, undoubtedly seeks the protection of the Buddha's relic to survive the impending heavenly tribulation. Your thoughts are abruptly drawn back to an afternoon over a year ago. On that day, Ling Shuzi personally led a group to visit the Pure Temple, engaging in a lengthy and secretive discussion with his master within the sanctum, a place forbidden to outsiders. In retrospect, it is likely that the terms of their transaction were established during that encounter. It is no wonder that the master had previously inscribed a Buddhist doctrine within my soul, which conveniently included methods for purifying toxins. Thus, both Luo Yuan and I were naturally guided back to the celestial sect. Remarkably, all of this aligns perfectly with what Ling Shuzi had previously articulated, allowing for mutual corroboration between the two. The truth of the matter gradually crystallizes in your mind. Everything is indeed part of Ling Shuzi's intricate design, whether it be you, Luo Yuan, the witchcraft sect, or even the Pure Temple. They are all integral components of his path to enlightenment. Such depth of cunning and stratagem, as your heart swells with reluctance. All that remains within you is a long sigh. It seems that Master Ningjue perceives the sorrow reflected in your eyes, and with hands clasped in prayer, he softly intones, Amitba, you honor, for the sake of the foundation of Wugong Temple, for the transmission of the Dharma, I possess no other means. He then gently raises the sandalwood box in his hands, and within it, the relic of the Buddha appears to be summoned, slowly ascending towards Ling Shuzi in the heavens. As he gazes upon the approaching relic, Ling Shuzi's eyes grow increasingly fervent. He has meticulously planned for this moment, calculating against all for this very instant. Boom. At long last, after a prolonged build-up, a brilliant bolt of lightning streaks across the sky. It resembles a divine sword wielded by the heavens, cleaving the blood-red clouds in two, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The thunder, bearing supreme might, descends and locks onto Ling Shuzi's essence with precision, roaring as it rushes toward him. A surge of will ignites within Ling Shuzi, and the Buddha relic in his hand emanates radiant golden light, enveloping him in its glow. His spiritual energy reaches its zenith, his robes billowing in the wind, his expression a blend of exhilaration and madness. I shall succeed. This day marks my ascension to the great way. Accompanied by the thunderous roars, the heavenly tribulation strikes the very location he occupies. However, the surrounding light of the Buddha fails to withstand the assault of the heavenly tribulation as anticipated. Instead, upon contact with the thunder, it shatters like fragile paper, dissipating entirely in mere moments. Faced with the impending heavenly calamity, Ling Shuzi hastily channels all his spiritual energy to defend himself. In his panic, he once again urges the Buddha relic beside him. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the relic remains unresponsive, its radiance dimming noticeably. Ultimately, with a crisp sound, the relic, emblematic of supreme Buddhist teachings, shatters into two. Ling Shuzi's eyes widen in disbelief, his pupils trembling in shock. The Buddha relic is an innate divine object. Even the heavenly tribulation cannot destroy it. Yet, the relic by his side has inexplicably shattered, providing no protective power, leading to the only conclusion. The Buddha relic before him is a counterfeit? Ling Shuzi whirls around, glaring furiously at Master Ningjue below. Old monk, have you forgotten our agreement from 2 years ago? Master Ningjue lowers his gaze and replies calmly, the old monk does not forget, but I cannot transcend this inner conflict. To sell one's soul in exchange with a devil, stained with the blood of my own disciple, such a precarious peace. Even if it allows me to confront my conscience, I cannot face the Buddha. The sudden turn of events leaves you and Luo Yuan momentarily stunned. If the Buddha relic entrusted to Ling Shuzi is false, it implies that the master's previous words and actions were all part of a ploy to deceive him. The true intention was to ensure Ling Shuzi meets his demise beneath the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 76. Not entering reincarnation. Meeting again in a new life, realizing he has been deceived, Ling Shuzi erupts in fury. Ningjue, how dare you, as a disciple of Buddhism, betray your word? Upon hearing this, Master Ningjue smiles faintly and responds, "What does the Master Ling mean?" On that day, our agreement was set. Your only request was to bring the Buddha relic here at an opportune moment to assist you in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Yet you never specified whether it should be the genuine relic or a false one. Ling Shuzi is momentarily speechless, his expression twisting with rage. He had anticipated that Master Ningjue might withhold certain truths. However, he never imagined that a monk would so brazenly flout the precepts of Buddhism and engage in such verbal trickery. The relentless onslaught of heavenly tribulation leaves Ling Shuzi with no time to contemplate. Gradually, his body is covered in fine scars. His hands, which once fiercely defended against the strikes, now turn charred under the overwhelming power of the tribulation. His original cultivation was insufficient for ascension, and he barely broke through his bottleneck by siphoning a sliver of heavenly essence from Luo Yuan. Without the assistance of the Buddha relic, he would never withstand the heavenly calamity. Even if he survives the tribulation, his cultivation would plummet, his spiritual veins obliterated, rendering him akin to a cripple. As he witnesses the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, Ling Shuzi grits his teeth, his face contorted with rage. "Even if I perish today, I shall take one with me. Old monk, this is the consequence of your own misdeeds. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he abruptly abandons his defense against the heavenly tribulation and pivots, charging toward your direction. The heavenly tribulation will precisely track one individual. Thus, no matter which direction Ling Shuzi chooses, the calamity will follow closely behind him. While the lightning may not directly strike you, even the residual shock waves are beyond your endurance. Moreover, Luo Yuan, already wounded, struggles to muster her spiritual power and cannot withstand such an impact. Should Ling Shuzi reach your position, the outcome is likely to be dire. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, as Ling Shuzi approaches, accompanied by the wrath of the heavenly lightning, an immense pressure surges forth like a tidal wave. Just then, a golden light suddenly bursts forth from the direction of Master Ningjue, striking your hand in the blink of an eye. You glance down to find a perfectly round pearl resting in your palm, unmistakably the Buddha relic. You honor, just as I have taught you in the past. A pure heart is essential. Before you can fully process this, Master Ningjue's reminder echoes in your mind, sharpening your clarity. You hastily rise, stumbling a few steps toward Luo Yuan. Holding your breath and concentrating, you channel all of your remaining spiritual energy into the Buddha relic. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance emanates from the relic, enveloping both you and Luo Yuan in radiant light. Seeing your actions, Luo Yuan instantly realizes your intent. She rushes forward, grasping your arm, her beautiful face etched with fear. "Luo Yuan, do you know what you are doing? This is the heavenly tribulation. You will lose your life." However, you disregard her words, pushing your spiritual energy to its limits, releasing the Buddha light contained within the relic. "You have sacrificed your own path for me, forsaking the heavenly sect and even your cultivation. Why should I not offer myself for you just once?" Yinxian, in this world, there are those who can be willful, and you are not the only one. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, Ling Shuzi's body collided heavily against the surrounding Buddhist radiance amidst the descending tribulation lightning. In an instant, arcs of electricity scattered and sparks erupted. Under the immense force and pressure, even with the protection of the Buddha's light, your corporeal form still endured considerable strain. While the Buddha's light could fend off external assaults, it could not shield against internal afflictions. The vigorous activation of your inner spiritual energy exacerbated the toxicity within your body, which began to devour your life at a terrifying pace. Thunder roared. Amidst the deafening clamor, the entire heavenly sect sanctuary was enveloped in a blinding white light. Moments later, the brilliance began to fade. The sanctuary lay in ruins, surrounded by shattered walls and billowing smoke. Ling Shuzi's figure had long since vanished, perhaps reduced to ashes in the tempest of divine retribution. Amidst the debris, Luo Yuan knelt at the spot where you last stood, 2 lines of tears glistening on her delicate visage. Clutched tightly in her hand was a fragment of fabric, the sole remnant of you amidst the calamity. Amitabha. Master Ningjue approached Luo Yuan, his gaze falling upon the garment she held, a profound sorrow welling within him. Then, as if recalling a memory, he spoke softly. "When Yuanji first entered the Pure Land Temple, I personally shaved his head before the Buddha's statue. He was born with a keen spiritual affinity, and thus, before the golden form of the Buddha, he received a blessing of divine light. There exists a legend within the Buddhist realm that those who are graced by the Buddha's light shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yuanji's earthly ties are not yet severed, and he has accumulated vast merits throughout his life. Perhaps this is his destined fate. Not entering reincarnation, not entering reincarnation. Does this mean I may encounter him once more? Luo Yuan gasped, lifting her head, a flicker of hope illuminating her previously sorrowful eyes. Master Ningjue, can you truly mean what you say? As long as one's heart is sincere, there shall come a day of divine efficacy. Master Ningjue joined his hands in prayer, gazing towards the western sky, murmuring softly, his expression a blend of repentance and acceptance. Even if one can deceive their own heart, how can one deceive the Buddha? To live without breaking greed, anger, and ignorance ultimately makes true tranquility elusive. Upon finishing his words, Master Ningjue slowly sat down on the ground. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and under the guidance of Buddhist teachings, his spirit ascended to the blissful realm. In this year, two significant events transpired in the southern spirit domain. Firstly, the esteemed leader of the heavenly sect, Ling Shuzi, ascended to transcendence. The sect publicly declared that during his pursuit of elevation, he attracted the nine heavens' mysterious thunder, ultimately perishing beneath the tribulation. The sect's holy maiden, Luo Yuan, officially succeeded him, becoming the 35th leader of the heavenly sect. It is said among the populace that the newly appointed leader, having endured the trials of love, attained profound enlightenment, mastering the way of supreme detachment from emotion, rendering her unshakable in her resolve. Yet, as fate would have it, the laws of heaven are unyielding, and extremes inevitably give rise to their opposites. While all beings have heard of the supreme detachment from emotion, none comprehend that its culmination is not the severance of feelings, but rather the essence of deep affection. Secondly, the abbot of the Immaculate Temple, Master Ningjue, attained nirvana. His chief disciple, Master Hong Yi, succeeded him, becoming the 72nd abbot of the temple. Following Master Ningjue's passing, his body remained uncorrupted for 3 years, bathed in the radiance of Buddha. His physical form transformed into a golden body, achieving the first corporeal bodhisattva in the history of the Immaculate Temple. This golden form is enshrined in the temple's hall, revered by future generations, ensuring an unending flow of incense offerings. As the dream cycle concludes, the host awakens. The host has completed 4 cycles of dreams and has undergone 9 iterations of the dream realm. Having successfully finished this cycle, the host may select one reward from the following options to retain. 1. Buddha's relic. Upon choosing this reward, the host will receive a complete relic of the Buddha. By infusing it with spiritual energy, the host can unleash its supreme light to ward off external assaults. With the extent of protection and offensive capacity influenced by the energy invested, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak tribulation strike. 2. The true scroll of supreme detachment. By selecting this reward, the host will acquire the complete teachings of the supreme detachment from emotion, inherited from the ancestors of the heavenly sect, allowing them to attain perfection in this path without requiring special means. 3. Celestial spirit light. Choosing this option grants the host a fragment of innate spirit light, resonating with the Tao of heaven, to be utilized at the host's discretion. While the spirit light endures, the host's capacity for spiritual energy operation, speed, understanding of any technique, and proficiency with any magical artifact or weapon will be enhanced by 100%. Contemplating these 3 options, Luo Yuan found himself in a state of profound dilemma. The 3 options presented by the system this time proved to be unexpectedly effective, each with remarkably high potential and devoid of any absolute hindrances. The first reward significantly enhances one's defensive capabilities, and its upper limit escalates in tandem with the improvement of one's cultivation. Although my physical strength is currently quite formidable, it is unwise to rely solely on my body to withstand every challenge. This can be considered a growth-oriented insurance strategy, to be determined. The second reward is equally enticing, a complete version of the supreme forgetting emotion technique. From this perspective, it is evident that the supreme method of the heavenly sect, the supreme forgetting emotions technique, is riddled with imperfections. It is no wonder that Ling Shuzi resorted to such extreme measures to penetrate the great Tao in his dreams. It explains why the world believes that the ultimate destination of the heavenly sect's supreme forgetting is the severance of emotions. It is indeed the flaws in this technique that lead to such misconceptions. However, on another note, I do not practice this path. Should I embark on mastering this supreme forgetting, I might find myself ensnared at some level of attainment. If I were to become stagnant in the early or perfected stages, it would be manageable. But should I find myself trapped in the intermediate phase of forgetting emotions, would I not be perpetually ensconced in a sage-like state? The very thought of this sent a wave of unease through Luo Yuan. No, the second option must be avoided at all costs. As for the third reward, well, it can be summarized as a one-time skill akin to a furious ignition. Once employed, it can significantly enhance one's combat prowess for a duration and facilitate the comprehension of a particular technique. Nevertheless, the drawback lies in its consumable nature, as it cannot withstand prolonged use. A careless moment could also provoke a resonance with the heavenly Tao, rendering one susceptible to divine retribution. In other words, while the benefits of use are considerable, they are directly proportional to the associated risks. System, I choose option 1. After careful deliberation, Luo Yuan resolved to select the first option, given the immense potential of all three rewards. He preferred to opt for the safer and more reliable choice that bore no adverse effects. Upon finalizing his selection, Luo Yuan decided to assess the outcomes of the theatrical performances that had taken place over the past few days. Based on his estimation, the young ladies had likely completed 2 full rounds of performances during his slumber. If all went as expected, the grand hall of the Xianin Pavilion must now be transformed. Indeed, as soon as he pushed open the door to his room, Luo Yuan sensed a peculiar atmosphere. The commotion emanating from downstairs was accompanied by a cacophony of voices, as if the very floor beneath him quaked gently, betraying the inadequacy of soundproofing. He descended slowly into the hall, and despite having mentally prepared himself, the scene before him left him momentarily speechless. The first floor of the Xianin Pavilion was teeming with people. Every seat, every private box, every step, and even every available patch of floor was crowded with individuals, leaving no space unoccupied. The sounds of conversation, string instruments, and recitations intertwined, creating an incessant tide of noise, punctuated by sighs and whispers, adding to the overall clamor of the hall. The lively scene stands in stark contrast to the usual desolation. It appears that the theatrical performance exceeds even one's expectations. Luo Yuan's gaze subtly shifted, surveying the individuals within the hall. At a glance, the sight was predominantly of bald heads, with only a handful of figures clad in Taoist robes standing out conspicuously among the crowd. Judging by their attire, they were likely disciples of the human sect, while the number of heavenly sect disciples was exceedingly sparse, with merely a few scattered among them. This is quite reasonable. After all, disciples of the human sect do not shun the 7 emotions and 6 desires. On the stage, the young ladies are performing with vivid expression, and under the influence of various sounds and beams of spiritual energy, the atmosphere is palpably heightened. At this moment, the drama is nearing its conclusion, depicting the scene where the Tang monk, under the persuasion of his 3 disciples, finds himself in an endless entanglement between Buddhist doctrine and love. The female disciple portraying the Tang monk quietly enters the center of the stage on a white horse, facing the beloved maiden before her. She sighs helplessly, once troubled in deep thought. My Zen heart is disturbed, to retreat into seclusion, yet hesitating to forsake my beauty. How can one attain both paths in this world, without betraying the Tathagata or my beloved? In this succinct phrase, coupled with the Tang monk's expression of sorrow and indecision, the inner turmoil of his desire to break free from the constraints of Buddhist precepts while feeling utterly powerless is vividly portrayed. This statement undoubtedly resonated deeply within the hearts of the many monks present, prompting a chorus of sighs to echo through the hall. For these young monks, who spent their days in the company of flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas, how could they not harbor thoughts of transcending their vows to indulge in the allure of worldly splendor? Yet, through years of subtle influence, such thoughts had long since faded, ultimately transforming into a thread of reverence for the Buddha nestled within their souls. Before they could recover from this poignant reflection, a disciple portraying a young Taoist maiden began to sing softly, "What is wealth and power? What are the rules and precepts? My heart is entwined with you, turning gently. I only wish to accompany you in this life." As her tender, ethereal voice filled the air, it instantly penetrated the hearts and souls of all present. The female disciple, tasked with embodying the young Taoist maiden, was already striking in appearance and adorned in resplendent garments. She appeared even more radiant. Her exquisite beauty, complemented by her graceful demeanor and movements, coupled with lines that struck at the very essence of one's being. The amalgamation of techniques created an overwhelming impact on the audience, both audibly and visually. How can one achieve a perfect balance in this world? A young monk from a pristine temple softly recited these lines, his gaze reflecting a contemplative depth. Amitabha, the notion of love, for those of us within the Buddhist realm, indeed constitutes the gravest of obstacles. Meanwhile, an elderly monk sighed softly, his expression tinged with melancholy. Within the grand hall, a gathering of monks listened intently to the gentle chant of a young Taoist nun, their thoughts seemingly immersed in her melodic recitation. They could not help but ponder. If they were to find themselves in a predicament akin to that of Tang Sung, what choices would they make? Would they resolutely uphold their Buddhist convictions and continue on the path toward attaining the sacred scriptures alongside their disciples? Or would they choose to transcend the constraints of Buddhist precepts and unite with the woman they love? In that moment, a profound confusion enveloped the hearts of all present monks. Yet, none were aware that their innermost convictions had already begun to waver. As the adage goes, when a person poses a question, their heart has already formed a predisposition. Thus, the very moment they uttered this inquiry, they had already shown a profound disrespect toward the tenets of Buddhism. This is the terrifying aspect of the Luo Yuan plan. On the surface, it appears to narrate a tale related to Buddhist teachings, yet hidden within is a thoroughly pure love story. The audience may listen with indifference, but gradually, their focus shifts from the sincerity of the Buddhist heart to the beauty of the daughter. Over time, it becomes increasingly difficult to avoid assimilation. Just as Luo Yuan was lost in the script he penned, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. "Xiao Yuan, what are you smiling about all alone?" Turning at the sound, Luo Yuan was met with the enchanting figure of Bai Ruoli. She was adorned in an elegant light white dress, the bodice cinched with a similarly hued sash, and draped in a delicate, sheer garment. The collar of her attire was embroidered with several exquisite pomegranate flowers, exuding both elegance and gentle beauty. A slender ribbon was lightly tied around her delicate waist, accentuating her already captivating silhouette into even more alluring curves. The ensemble captivated Luo Yuan's attention, prompting him to step forward slightly with a subtle smile, remarking, "Of course, I am merely admiring the scenery." Yet again, he was jesting. Bai Ruoli playfully poked Luo Yuan's forehead, retorting, "Here, apart from the stage, there are only the spectators. Where is the scenery to behold?" "Indeed, the scenery stands right before me," Luo Yuan replied, his heart steady and unflustered, effortlessly delivering sweet nothings. "You." Bai Ruoli found herself momentarily at a loss for words, a faint blush blossoming from her neck and spreading across her delicate features. After a brief moment of shyness, she quickly regained her composure, feigning annoyance as she said, "Your audacity seems to have grown. You dare to jest so casually with your senior sister?" Luo Yuan sighed dramatically, responding, "Alas, it seems that stating the truth has transformed into a source of amusement for others. How the world has deteriorated." No sooner had he spoken than the facade of anger Bai Ruoli had been maintaining crumbled, replaced by an unmistakable hint of embarrassment. "You spend all day mocking me. Be careful that I tell our master when I return." Luo Yuan chuckled silently, fully aware of Bai Ruoli's expressions after years of companionship. When she exhibited such a demeanor, it signaled a remarkable success in her verbal onslaught. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, senior sister, during my slumber, has anything significant transpired? Has anyone come to Xianyin Pavilion seeking me? How was the audience's reaction to our inaugural performance?" He posed these three questions in quick succession, revealing the priority order in his mind. Bai Ruoli cast him a playful glance as a mild reprimand before responding. "During this time, nothing of great consequence occurred. As for those seeking you, there seems to be only one, Xian Songzi. He mentioned that since implementing the assembly line technique you taught them, the production of spiritual artifacts in the Rin sect has increased several-fold. In fact, the quantity of high-grade artifacts produced during your slumber has already matched their typical monthly output." To express their gratitude, he even dispatched a group of Rin sect disciples to support our performance. Several-fold efficiency? Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Despite his prior anticipation, the figure still astonished him. Such a monumental increase in output for a manufacturing sector was indeed staggering. The principles of modern industry, when applied to the relatively primitive backdrop of the cultivation world, represented a profound advantage. While they conversed, a girl from Xianin Pavilion, tasked with welcoming guests, hurriedly approached them, her expression tinged with urgency. Not good, senior brother. A group of monks from Wu Gu Temple and Taoists from Tianzong have come to cause trouble. Monks? Causing trouble? Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned, pondering the absurdity of the situation. We are merely conducting legitimate business. We have not induced these monks to break their vows. What could prompt such an intrusion? With a mix of confusion and curiosity, he and Bairoli followed the girl outside to ascertain the circumstances. In the Tianzong Holy Hall, an expansive, tranquil space, a tall, graceful figure was seated in meditation. Her beauty was striking, her skin as pale as snow, with brows like a crescent moon and eyes resembling a cold pool. Clad in a simple white Taoist robe embroidered with understated cloud and water patterns, she exuded an ethereal elegance that perfectly complemented her demeanor. Although the Tianzong robes were traditionally loose-fitting, they appeared slightly constricted on her. Anyone who beheld her would hardly suspect that this enchanting Taoist maiden was the pinnacle of Tianzong's teachings. This was Luo Yuan, the current leader of Tianzong. Suddenly, the grand doors of the holy hall creaked open, and a young maid rushed to Luo Yuan, bowing respectfully. Master, our scouts report that there seems to be a new development concerning the Ren sect. Ren sect? Luo Yuan replied, her expression unwavering. Xian Songzi departed a month ago to attend the Four Regions Conference. Calculating the time, he has only just returned to the Southern Spirit Domain. What kind of waves could they possibly create? The maid inclined her head, stating, Master, the commotion within the Ren sect does not pertain to its leader, but rather to a man he brought back from Zhongzhou. Who he brings back is an internal matter for the Ren sect. Every action need not be scrutinized excessively. Luo Yuan rose slowly, a flicker of disdain crossing her exquisite features. Even if he harbors designs of indulging in the pleasures of Dragon Yang before his demise, it is merely a reflection of his own sect's shame and has no bearing on Tianzong. No sooner had she spoken than the maid's face flushed crimson. Though she was a disciple of Tianzong, generally aloof from matters of desire, she understood all too well the implications of the term Dragon Yang. Steeling her somewhat unsettled heart, she continued in a hushed voice. Master has misunderstood. Xian Songzi's intention in bringing that man back is not for personal desires. On the contrary, he has extraordinary considerations in this matter. According to reports from our spies within the Ren sect, Xian Songzi regards him as an esteemed guest and intends for him to participate directly in the struggle for the Dao lineage. What did you say? Luo Yuan abruptly turned, her sleeves fluttering elegantly as they outlined her perfect silhouette. The struggle for the Dao lineage is an internal legal dispute of our sect. For generations, it has been a rule established by our ancestors, strictly forbidding outside interference. Xian Songzi, fully aware of the transgression, dares to allow this individual to directly partake in the Dao lineage dispute. Truly, he has lost all sense of propriety. Observing the sudden reaction of her master, the maid felt a twinge of unease and, after a slight bow, ventured to speak again. Moreover, it is said that the gentleman from Zhongzhou has devised a completely new production method for the Ren sect, something akin to an assembly line. Under his assistance, the production of spiritual artifacts from the human sect this month has surged dramatically, already surpassing our celestial sect by twofold. Luo Yuan turned slightly, her countenance undisturbed by this revelation. Over these years, the human sect has gradually declined in influence. I had presumed Xian Songzi's journey to the central continent was a final desperate gamble. Who could have imagined he sought to overturn their fortunes through such unconventional and dubious methods? How utterly laughable. Should he dare allow that individual of unknown origins to set foot upon the Dao debate platform, then let it be known that I shall not hesitate to sever all ties of past camaraderie. Having spoken, Luo Yuan turned her back once more, her consciousness locking onto a desolate region in the southern spirit domain. In the next moment, her form gradually dissolved under the shimmering light, vanishing without a trace within moments. The young maidservant exhaled deeply in the direction her sect master had departed, pressing a trembling hand to her chest in lingering trepidation. Yet, just as she prepared to leave the celestial sect's sacred hall, her attention was abruptly seized by several spiritual plants nearby. The celestial sect revered the heavenly Tao and upheld the natural order. Thus the flora within its grounds flourished with unparalleled vitality. The sacred hall, being the most spiritually saturated location in the entire sect, housed only two spiritual plants, both of which had thrived flawlessly since their planting. Yet, in that fleeting glance, she discerned visible imperfections marring the leaves of these plants. With trepidation weighing upon her heart, the maidservant approached cautiously. The scene that met her eyes in the next instant would forever be etched into her memory. Though the main bodies of the two spiritual plants remained intact, nearly every leaf was densely inscribed with meticulously carved characters. She reached out slowly, lifting a single leaf, piecing together the markings to decipher two words: Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan. Her gaze swept across leaf after leaf, each bearing the same two characters. The carvings were exquisite, the script immaculate. Clearly, the hand that had etched them had done so with utmost care. Judging by the depth and freshness of the markings, they had been inscribed recently. Luo Yuan, by all appearances. This was a man's name. To her recollection, she could not recall any male disciple within the celestial sect bearing that name. Moreover, who would dare inscribe another's name so brazenly upon the sacred plants of the celestial sect's sacred hall? The maidservant's expression grew increasingly grave as a horrifying realization crystallized in her mind. Under normal circumstances, within the celestial sect, only the sect master possessed the privilege to enter the sacred hall. Furthermore, given the plant's extraordinary regenerative abilities, to carve these characters with such precision, rendering them resistant to natural healing, demanded an unparalleled mastery over the Tao of nature. Considering these factors, surveying the entirety of the celestial sect, only one individual remained. Countless possibilities converged upon a single person. The maidservant dared not entertain the thought further. A cold sweat broke across her back, sending shivers down her spine. The celestial sect cultivated the path of the supreme detachment from emotion, and thus its female disciples had always remained solitary throughout their lives. Should any disciple violate this taboo, not only would they face severe sect punishment, but they would also become objects of public ridicule. And now, the one who might have transgressed this sacred tenet was none other than the current sect master herself. As these thoughts swirled, the maidservant's breath grew uneven with anxiety. If the sect master discovers her secret has been uncovered, will I even have a place to stand within the celestial sect henceforth? Worse still, if outsiders were to learn of this, what unspeakable disgrace would it bring upon the sect master and the entire celestial sect? Overwhelmed by fear, the maidservant scrambled to her feet and fled the sacred hall as though pursued by shadows. Yet, even as she did, an unshakable question lingered in her mind. By all accounts, her sect master had devoted herself to cultivation since childhood, having long mastered the supreme detachment from emotion art. She should have long since severed all worldly attachments, including romantic entanglements. And indeed, the sect master's usual demeanor corroborated this. She had never shown the slightest regard for any man. Then who is Luo Yuan? What enchantment does this man named Luo Yuan possess that even the sect leader is willing to break his vows for him? Outside the grand entrance of the Xianin Pavilion, a multitude of Buddhist disciples stands in a row, exuding an air of righteous indignation. In front of them stands a monk clad in a light-colored robe, none other than the esteemed chief disciple of the current Abbot Hong Yi of the Wuku Temple, Master Hui Ming. Upon seeing the visitors, Luo Yuan decides to test the waters, for after all, in the realm of commerce, a cordial demeanor is paramount. Moreover, what if they are potential clients of the Xianin Pavilion? With this thought in mind, a professional smile graces his face as he approaches, saying, "Ah, it is the esteemed monk from Wuku Temple who has graced us with his presence. Have you come to enjoy some music?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the expressions of the group of monks behind him momentarily froze. They had come seeking an explanation. But Luo Yuan's opening remark had struck a nerve, akin to dancing upon their sensitive spots. Were it not for their monastic vows, they might have rolled up their sleeves in indignation. Among the ranks of the monks, a few Taoists dressed in Tianzong robes could be seen, their expressions indicating that they too had accompanied the Wuku Temple's entourage to demand accountability. After all, it was relatively rare for the Taoist sect to attend performances, making their inquiries less ostentatious compared to the Wuku Temple's display. In front of the Wuku Temple's assembly, Master Hui Ming maintained an impassive demeanor, his hands clasped together as he calmly stated, "Amitabha, benefactor. This humble monk seeks no more than an explanation today." "Oh," Luo Yuan replied with a subtle smile. Feigning ignorance, the Xianin sect has had no dealings with Wuku Temple. I wonder what explanation the esteemed Taoist seeks. Master Hui Ming slightly turned, gesturing toward the young women performing within the hall, If you wish to attract customers, benefactor, why resort to such unrefined methods? His tone was steady, yet his words concealed a sharpness. How intriguing! Luo Yuan countered unfazed. The Xianin Pavilion merely allows the young ladies to dance and play music. How does this become unrefined in your eyes, master? Unperturbed, he continued. Yet you, Wuku Temple, not only come unbidden to stir trouble, but also impede our business. In the end, you even attempt to cast blame upon the Xianin Pavilion. Is there any logic in such behavior? Luo Yuan had long anticipated the monk's visit, and thus, when crafting the script for the performance, he skillfully avoided any suggestive or inappropriate content, ensuring it was entirely wholesome. This preemptively eliminated any grounds for criticism. Furthermore, there exists no regulation within the South Spirit domain prohibiting monks from entering establishments of entertainment. Therefore, in essence, the opposing party holds no moral high ground in this matter. The facts are plain, there is no need for pretense. At the rear of the group, a burly young novice could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You of the Xianin sect, in the heart of the South Spirit domain, not only run such establishments, but also fabricate tales to lure our Buddhist disciples, seeking to lead them astray and disrupt their tranquility. Do you truly believe Wuku Temple is unaware of your nefarious deeds?" The aggressive tone displayed by Ruoli, the ostensible supervisor of the Xianin Pavilion, was not something she would tolerate. She retorted, "You, monk, truly lack reason. From the very day the Xianin Pavilion commenced operations, we have conducted our business with utmost propriety. All our patrons arrive of their own volition. How has it become our responsibility upon reaching your territory?" The exchange of words swiftly captured the attention of passers-by. The young ladies of the Xianin sect, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, hurriedly gathered around. Although they typically presented themselves as dancers and singers, at their core, they remained disciples of the Xianin sect. Faced with an external provocation, they would undoubtedly rise to defend their honor without hesitation. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. "Calm yourselves, do not act impolitely," Master Huiming interjected, halting the restless young acolytes behind him. He then turned to Luo Yuan and spoke slowly. "Benefactor, please understand that my visit is not without basis. The monks of Wugo Temple have always adhered to strict regulations. We would not transgress our vows unless absolutely necessary. If there were not some questionable dealings within your enterprise, how could the followers of Wugo Temple have strayed from their path?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Yuan nearly lost his composure. "Not that it matters, but I too have donned the robe of a monk in dreams. How could I be unaware of the trivial rules of Wugo Temple? In such a high-pressure environment, even a dog would yearn for secular life. This is a quintessential scenario. When a child struggles academically, the blame is hastily attributed to their obsession with video games, without delving into the underlying reasons for such an obsession. In a certain sense, this reflects a form of deflection and evasion of responsibility. At this moment, he yearns to exclaim, "I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness." Before he can utter another word, Ruoli, standing nearby, steps forward. Although her demeanor is gentle and delicate, she cannot tolerate any mistreatment of her junior disciple and is unwilling to let Luo Yuan suffer even a slight injustice. "Master Huiming, if you have come with genuine intentions to forge a connection with us, the Xianin Pavilion may indeed have matters to discuss with you. However, should you arrive to engage in such unreasonable and tyrannical actions, we shall not allow ourselves to be bullied. In summary, our Xianin Pavilion neither seeks trouble nor fears it." Master Huiming remains unfazed, calmly stating, "Words are of little consequence. If you do not permanently withdraw those performances today, this matter will likely not conclude so simply." The underlying implication of this statement is unmistakable. The kind words have been spoken, and if a response is not forthcoming, we shall be compelled to take coercive measures. "Master, as a practitioner of the monastic life, let us converse amicably." Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Luo Yuan hastily interjected, saying, "Very well. Since the master insists on receiving a response from us, we shall grant him one. Sister, arrange a musical entertainment package for Master Huiming. Today's expenses at Wugo Temple shall be entirely on my account." Ha ha ha. As his words resonated in the air, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Even the young ladies of Xianin Pavilion behind him could not stifle their giggles. They had anticipated that Luo Yuan would symbolically concede, yet to their surprise, this crafty individual continued to tread dangerously close to the other's forbidden territory. Notably, Several onlookers watched the leading master Hui Ming with expressions of morbid curiosity, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Master Hui Ming's facial muscles twitched slightly, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. Benefactor, I have already afforded you an opportunity. Yet not only do you lack remorse, you have repeatedly mocked Wugo Temple. In light of this, let the supreme teachings of the Buddha impart their wisdom upon you. With that, a sudden brilliance of golden light enveloped him, and a fierce gale, imbued with spiritual energy, surged forth directly towards Luo Yuan. However, the assailant was not Master Hui Ming, but rather a young acolyte standing behind him. Rest assured, Master, the monk shall not break the vow of nonviolence. A mere lesson will suffice. I am well aware of the circumstances, the young acolyte declared as his fist, propelled by a forceful wind, swiftly closed the distance to less than a yard from Luo Yuan's chest. Xiao Yuan, Bai Ruoli gasped, her face paling at the sudden turn of events. At such a close range, she was nearly rendered incapable of intervening, forced to watch helplessly as the fist approached Luo Yuan. Having spent so much time with him, she was acutely aware of his capabilities. Due to the limitations of his physique, he had made no progress within Xianin's sect over the years. The young acolyte, possessing at least the cultivation of the third level of foundation establishment, would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon Luo Yuan if that strike landed, even if it did not claim his life. However, the intended target, Luo Yuan, displayed no signs of panic. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced his lips, as if to convey, "Step aside, I am about to showcase my prowess." Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, he focused intently on the approaching fist, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He then slightly bent his body and resolutely delivered a straightforward punch. In a flash, as their forms collided, a resounding explosion reverberated through the venue. The young acolyte's punch, fierce and enhanced by esoteric Buddhist techniques, was indeed intimidating. Had it been any other disciple of Xianin's sect, they would have been unable to withstand such an assault head-on. Yet, Luo Yuan's situation was entirely different. He possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage, and with his physique having been nourished by the radiance of Buddha, his physical strength surpassed that of his cultivation by 2 major realms under any circumstance. This signifies that, at this very moment, his physical strength rivals that of the divine transformation realm, coupled with the unique suppressive effect of the Buddha's light on practitioners of the Buddhist faith. His physical prowess surges to an even greater level when confronting them. It is no exaggeration to assert that not even a mere novice monk, let alone the esteemed master Hui Ming himself, could easily breach his defenses. As such, when the force of the opponent's punch made contact with Luo Yuan's body, it dissipated instantaneously, akin to a clay ox vanishing into the sea. As Luo Yuan's fist approached the novice monk's form, the protective spiritual energy enveloping him crumbled like a fragile sheet of paper, shattering upon the slightest touch. This interplay of strength resulted in Luo Yuan's seemingly effortless punch landing squarely upon the novice's flesh. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated, momentarily freezing the novice's expression. Although his fist had accurately struck Luo Yuan's chest, it felt as though it had collided with an impenetrable iron wall. Despite his efforts to summon his spiritual energy, he could not budge Luo Yuan in the slightest. In fact, the overwhelming recoil induced a searing agony in his arm, akin to being torn apart. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, his torso quaking violently as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. His entire body stiffened for a fleeting second before uncontrollably careening away into the distance. The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly astonished, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, someone gradually regained their composure and stammered, A single punch? Who on earth is this individual capable of vanquishing a disciple of the Immaculate Temple with such ease? No, it was evident that he did not employ even the slightest trace of spiritual power during his strike. He relied solely on his mere physical prowess. This revelation immediately sparked another wave of exclamations among the crowd. To withstand a full-force attack from a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage purely through physical strength, especially while under the enhancement of Buddhist power, indicated that his corporeal fortitude must surely exceed that of the nascent soul stage. Yet, this assertion was profoundly misleading. Although the nascent soul stage greatly surpasses the foundation establishment in terms of cultivation level, to endure a full frontal assault without any form of defense and emerge entirely unscathed is tantamount to reaching for the stars. The true strength of this individual's physique likely far exceeds that of the nascent soul realm. As discussions unfolded, the astonishment in everyone's hearts intensified, and the gazes cast upon Luo Yuan were imbued with a newfound reverence. Particularly among the monks of the Immaculate Temple, each stood agape, incredulously staring at Luo Yuan before them, having forgotten to immediately check on the injuries of the young acolyte. They simply could not fathom how Luo Yuan, who had just moments ago been the subject of concern for potentially sustaining grave injuries, had effortlessly annihilated a core disciple of the Immaculate Temple with a single punch. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it appeared he had executed this feat with remarkable nonchalance, suggesting he had not even begun to unleash the full extent of his capabilities. What an astounding disparity in strength this is! Could it be that the foundation of the Xianyin sect is terrifyingly profound? Merely selecting a disciple from their ranks could result in a dimensional suppression of the core disciples from the Wugo Temple. At this very moment, if one were to identify the most astonished and perplexed individual within the arena, it would undoubtedly be Bairuoli. She gazed at the seemingly unperturbed Luo Yuan beside her, questioning multiple times whether her junior brother had been possessed by another. When did he attain such remarkable prowess? Could it be that during those hours of slumber, he was secretly cultivating through some arcane method? Master Huiming stood in a daze, observing the unfolding scene before him, his expression betraying the calmness he had previously maintained. In his perception, the opponent's cultivation was at most at the golden core stage, while his own disciple, empowered by the teachings of Buddhism, should have possessed ample strength to contend. Even in defeat, it would not have been so disgraceful, let alone suffering such a crushing blow in a single strike. Yet, how had the situation escalated to this extent in mere moments? His own disciple, lacking in discipline, had strayed and broken the precepts, and he had intended to seize the opportunity to confront them and promote the teachings of Buddhism. Instead of gaining any advantage, he was met with a resounding slap to the face. If this matter were to spread, where would the dignity of Wugo Temple be placed? Where is the majesty of the precepts? Where is the grandeur of the Dharma? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the gentleness in Master Huiming's gaze abruptly vanished. He turned his head to look at Luo Yuan and solemnly proclaimed, "Umitba. This concerns the reputation of Wugo Temple. Today, it is imperative that I subdue you, benefactor." Upon finishing his words, a radiant golden light suddenly surged from the center of Master Huiming's brow. He then extended his right hand, forming a palm shape, and forcefully brought it down toward Luo Yuan. In the next moment, a colossal golden handprint appeared in the sky, seemingly imbued with unparalleled power, precisely locking onto Luo Yuan's aura as it descended upon him. The very space through which it passed exhibited a slight distortion. Under such terrifying pressure, the onlookers could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Luo Yuan. Master Huiming, as the direct disciple of the current abbot of Wugo Temple, possessed formidable cultivation at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. As the powerful strike descended, even if Luo Yuan could withstand it with the strength of his corporeal form, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by his opponent. However, just as everyone believed that Luo Yuan was in grave danger, a radiant golden light suddenly surged around his body. This golden light seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling and flowing around him until he was completely enveloped within it. The disciples of the Immaculate Temple, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback and exclaimed, "Buddha! The Buddha's light? This is the Buddha's light." Having devoted themselves to the worship of the Buddha's golden form for years, they were intimately familiar with the aura of the Buddha's light. The sacred essence contained within this manifestation was, astonishingly, far more potent and pure than that found within the Immaculate Temple itself, tens of times over. An uncontrollable sense of reverence surged within their hearts, compelling them to bow their heads and join their hands in a silent recitation of the sutras. In the sky above, the colossal golden handprint continued to descend slowly. Yet, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, its previously overwhelming power had diminished to less than 30%. The moment it made contact with the golden radiance, it shattered into fragments. As the golden light surrounding him gradually dissipated, Luo Yuan's figure re-emerged into the sight of the onlookers. He reached into the storage space of the Hongmeng jade pendant and withdrew a lustrous, round orb that emitted glimmers of golden light. He then gently extended it towards Master Huiming, smiling faintly as he inquired, "Master, do you recognize what this is?" In the image repository, Chapter 82, the abbot of the Immaculate Temple appears, a turn of events. The blinding golden light rushed forth, causing Master Huaming's eyes to widen in astonishment, a look of horror gradually appearing on his face. This is the Buddha's relic? In the next instant, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his hands instinctively coming together, as if his feet were weighed down with lead, rendering him unable to move even an inch. An indescribable sense of reverence enveloped Master Huaming's spirit, and at that moment, only one thought filled his mind: to deeply bow and prostrate himself before this dazzling light of the Buddha, just as he had done countless times before in the presence of the Buddha's golden form. This feeling intensified increasingly, no matter how fervently he recited the heart-cleansing mantra. He could not shake off even a fragment of it. The relic of the Buddha, known as the Saraira, is the true corporeal remnant left behind by the founder of Buddhism upon his parinirvana, and such relics are exceedingly rare in this world. To date, there exists only a minuscule fragment enshrined within the Immaculate Temple. In a certain sense, the complete relic of the Buddha serves as the earthly vessel for all Buddhist teachings. Akin to the root of wood or the source of water, a mere fragment, measuring only a few millimeters, has enabled the Immaculate Temple to be venerated across generations, with its incense offerings enduring for millennia. The Saraira in Luo Yuan's possession, in terms of both completeness and purity, far surpasses that of the Immaculate Temple, earning it the title of the greatest in the contemporary era. In comparison, it is as if a colossal mountain stands majestically before an unyielding boulder, evoking a sense of awe and pressure that is wholly incomparable. It is no exaggeration to say that, at such a close proximity, under the radiance of this relic, no individual with a heart inclined towards Buddhist teachings could harbor even a trace of disrespect. The intense reaction from Master Huiming instantly ignited murmurs among the onlookers. The Buddha's relic. This object is truly the Buddha's Saraira. It is said that such relics are exceedingly rare, and the Immaculate Temple, with its millennia of heritage, has only managed to acquire a minuscule particle. How did Luo Yuan come by this? With such a divine artifact in hand, this group of monks would surely be unable to contend with the Xian'an Pavilion today. However, just as the followers of the Immaculate Temple were yielding beneath the brilliance of this divine light, a dissenting voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Scoundrel! How dare you steal the treasure of the Buddhist realm?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to look towards the source, revealing the small novice monk who had previously been sent flying by a single blow. Struggling, he rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and declared sharply, "It is well known that the Buddha's Saraira is the treasure of our Buddhist sect, rare and unparalleled. Only those endowed with innate wisdom could possibly possess it. Yet you, with your frivolous demeanor, spending your days in places of indulgence like the Xian'an Pavilion, surrounded by women, how could you have such an opportunity? This divine artifact must surely have been pilfered from a revered master, used by you for your own fame. Such despicable acts deserve universal condemnation." The disciples of the Immaculate Temple, upon hearing these words, suddenly awakened to the reality. They had been focused solely on the Saraira itself, neglecting to consider from where Luo Yuan, a person with no ties to the Buddhist path, had acquired this relic. Master Huaming's gaze shifted slightly, his expression remaining gravely serious. At that moment, a voice from among the crowd called out with excitement and fervor, "Look, Master Hong, he has arrived." The exclamation caused all present to turn and cast their glances. Master Hongyi, the abbot of the Pure Land Temple and a prominent figure within the Buddhist community, holds immense prestige throughout the entire Southern Spirit domain. The sudden arrival of such a pivotal figure at this location proved to be an unparalleled opportunity for the assembled onlookers to experience a moment of proximity to greatness. Upon witnessing the arrival of the esteemed guest, the young novice's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Disciple Tongming pays his respects to the abbot. I beseech you, exert your influence to subdue the villain Luo Yuan and restore our sacred relic to its rightful place within the Buddhist community." However, Master Hongyi paid no heed to his words. Instead, he extended his hand and gently erased the mark from the novice's forehead. The removal of this mark signified his expulsion from the Immaculate Temple, and in an instant, the young novice's countenance withered like autumn leaves falling from their branches, visibly fading before the eyes. "Wah, what are you doing, abbot? The one deserving of punishment is him. It is he." The novice, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rose to point at Luo Yuan in the distance. his expression a mixture of terror and confusion. He could not fathom why the abbot would impose such a severe penalty upon him. Your sixth senses remain unrefined, and your heart harbors resentment. You are fated to be estranged from the Buddha. Master Hongi gently shook his head, an expression of disappointment or resignation etched upon his face. If one wishes to attain the Buddha's relics, it must be willingly bestowed by the custodian. Even if one were to seize it through force or thievery, the divine radiance within would remain inaccessible. The fact that this benefactor can wield the Buddha's relic so effortlessly indicates it is rightfully his. Huiming, you are well aware of this principle, yet you allowed your disciple to act with impunity. Such conduct is inexcusable. I hereby sentence you to face the wall in the temple for 10 months, during which you shall not step beyond the confines of your cell. Master Huiming bowed deeply. His gaze dimmed with sorrow. The disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing and willingly accepts the punishment. This dramatic transformation caught everyone present completely off guard. The suddenly appearing Master Hongi not only refrained from troubling the outsider Luo Yuan, but instead imposed severe punishment on the disciples of the Wugo Temple, one of whom was even his own cherished disciple. Does this not serve as a subtle affirmation that the relic of the Buddha in Luo Yuan's possession was indeed acquired through fortuitous circumstances? His profound understanding of Buddhist teachings is truly formidable. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Master Hongi slowly approached Luo Yuan. He first bowed respectfully to the Buddha relic and then gently spoke, Amitabha. Benefactor, my inept disciple has caused you offense, and on his behalf, I, a humble monk, extend my sincerest apologies to you and the Wugo Temple. I earnestly hope for your understanding. Master, you are too kind. Luo Yuan replied as he assisted Master Hongi to his feet, his previously disdainful demeanor now absent. In his dreams, he had once knelt under the tutelage of Master Ningjue alongside him. As an elder brother, Hongi had shown him immense care, even risking his own safety to discreetly send messages to him during perilous times. Therefore, from every perspective, Luo Yuan harbored great admiration for this elder brother from his dreams. Observing Luo Yuan's generous attitude, Master Hongi became even more convinced of his beliefs. This young man is undoubtedly destined to be connected with our Buddhist teachings. He then gazed at Luo Yuan and remarked with a measured tone, Benefactor, this matter arises from my failure to maintain discipline, resulting in a disruption of our temple's conduct. I humbly request your leniency, allowing me to return with the disciples currently reveling in the Xianyin Pavilion, so that I may guide them back to the temple. The politeness in Master Hongi's tone conveyed an unspoken plea. This matter is indeed our fault, and we extend our sincerest apologies. Let us each take a step back and preserve some semblance of dignity, and this issue shall be resolved amicably. Observing Master Hongi's demeanor, Luo Yuan could not help but inwardly admire. His senior brother remains a person of stature. He paused momentarily and spoke with warmth. Master, there is no need to rush into this matter. Allow me to share a few words with you. Please, go ahead. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Luo Yuan withdrew the Buddha's relic into his storage space and then spoke softly. The Bodhi tree is fundamentally without a tree. He slowly uttered the first line. The Bodhi tree? Master Hongi was taken aback, for the Bodhi tree is the tree of enlightenment in Buddhism. It is said that the founder of Buddhist teachings attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. This indeed pertains to a Buddhist parable. However, why did this benefactor suddenly mention it? Furthermore, why did he assert that there are originally no trees? Could it be that the teachings bequeathed by our ancestors are erroneous? Before he could gather his thoughts, Luo Yuan's second statement slipped from his lips. The bright mirror is not a platform either. This time, not only Master Hongi, but also Master Huiming, who had previously faced punishment, along with the multitude of disciples from the Wugu Temple, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. The term Mingjing is also a Buddhist expression, signifying a heart and mind that are clear and lucid, while Tai refers to the platform that supports the Mingjing, representing objective existence. Yet, why did Luo Yuan insist that the Mingjing is not the Tai? Without the support of the Tai, how can the mind attain clarity? As the two sentences concluded, the monks of the Wugong Temple found themselves enveloped in confusion. To them, the words uttered by Luo Yuan seemed utterly disconnected from the Buddhist principles they had long upheld. In fact, in certain aspects, these ideas appeared to be in stark contrast. Master Hongi furrowed his brows, his mind in a state of perplexity. Despite his doubts, he was eager to hear what Luo Yuan would articulate next. In the beginning, there was nothing. Where then could dust find a place to settle? Luo Yuan slightly turned to face the assembly, delivering the remaining 2 phrases. As his voice resonated, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck the crowd, plunging the atmosphere into profound silence. Master Huaming's gaze instantaneously froze, his previously grave expression morphing into something subtly intricate. Master Hongyi closed his eyes, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. The monks behind him hung their heads in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. Even the onlookers, largely ignorant of Buddhist teachings, were momentarily struck by the profundity of those 2 Zen-laden phrases. There is inherently nothing. There is inherently nothing. Indeed, before the mind is disturbed by the chaos of the external world, it remains pure and clear. How then could it be tainted by the filth of the outside? Huiming murmured softly, his expression growing increasingly animated. No wonder the earlier line spoke of the Bodhi tree being non-existent and the bright mirror being not a platform. They served as a prelude to the last 2 phrases, illuminating the mind like a sudden revelation. After a while, Master Hongyi gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity flashing within. He faced Luo Yuan and respectfully bowed, stating, "Your 4 aphorisms carry profound meaning. I am enlightened." Luo Yuan's words had deeply resonated with him, leading him to a moment of sudden insight. Even the shackles that had long hindered his cultivation began to show signs of loosening. It is no exaggeration to say that comprehending these 4 phrases surpasses a decade of diligent study of Buddhist scriptures. As for the matter of his disciples attending performances at the Xianin Pavilion, Master Hongyi was now disinterested in pursuing it, as Luo Yuan's 4 phrases seemed expressly directed at him regarding this issue. If one's mind is always clear and serene, it would not be swayed by external distractions. If the Buddha's heart is steadfast, it would not be lured or manipulated by these so-called songs and dances. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his own insufficient cultivation. Witnessing the monks of Wugong Temple turning against them, the several elders from the Tianzong sect felt displeased, yet they could only depart begrudgingly. One Tianzong disciple pointed at the sign of the Xianin Pavilion, expressing his discontent. "Elder Jiao, shall we simply let this go?" "Humph." Even the abbot of Wugong Temple could not manage him. "Do you think a few of us could compel him to relent?" The Tianzong elder snorted dismissively and replied solemnly, "In these past few days, it is not only the Buddhist sect that has been drawn in. Many disciples of our Tianzong have also been captivated. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. This matter has far exceeded our ability to resolve. I will return to the sect and report to the sect leader, allowing her to take decisive action." Hearing this, the Tianzong disciple hesitated and said, "Elder Jiao, is this truly such an inconsequential matter that the sect leader would personally intervene?" "Inconsequential?" The Tianzong elder gazed at the retreating figures of the Wugong Temple's entourage, affirming, "The sect leader has perfected the path of forgetting emotions. What she abhors most is the transgressions of her disciples, particularly in matters of romantic entanglements. Once we inform her, she will certainly not stand idly by. At that time, let us see how long Luo Yuan can remain arrogant." After the crowd dispersed, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli returned to their private chamber on the 2nd floor to deliberate their upcoming strategies. After several considerations, he concluded that expanding their market was essential. Relying solely on a group of monks would not suffice to turn a profit for the Southern Spirit Domain branch. The primary issue at hand was that the majority of potential customers stemmed from the Wugong Temple and some Taoist sect disciples who had come to support them. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianzong and the witchcraft sect remained entirely uninvolved. A solution must be devised, for in the Southern Spirit Domain, monks and Taoists comprised the largest demographic. Moreover, following today's upheaval at Wugong Temple, the monks would certainly temper their fervor and would not be as unrestrained in attending performances as they had been in the preceding days. If they were to pursue a singular line of development, targeting just one demographic, they would undoubtedly forfeit half of the market. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan spread out the rice paper on the table, dipped his brush in ink, and, under Bai Ruoli's watchful gaze, continued the unfinished story, Tang Sung. After enduring a painful struggle and making a difficult choice, ultimately resolved to fulfill his unfinished mission and journey to the western regions to acquire the true scriptures. As for women, as for love, these would only hinder his pace towards the west. The little Taoist girl, upon hearing this news, was heartbroken and plunged into despair. She had believed that Tang Sung loved her, only to realize that in his heart, the Buddha would always take precedence, and the salvation of all beings would forever be his primary concern. Despite her countless attempts to dissuade him, She could not stop Tang Sung and his disciples from departing. In utter hopelessness, the little Taoist girl constructed a temple beside the monastery where Tang Sung had temporarily resided. Thereafter, she devoted her remaining days to quiet cultivation, living in solitude until her end. Tragedies have always touched the heart, while tales of family reunions are delightful. Leaving a lasting impression proves to be a daunting task. Thus, Luo Yuan revised the original ending, steering it towards a more poignant resolution. After completing the narrative, he felt that something was still amiss. So, he picked up the brush once more and added a piece of music to the conclusion of the story. That year on the long street, the spring was in full bloom. Beneath the eaves, sheltering from the rain, the raindrops cool, as you held an umbrella, drawing me into your embrace. Without a trace. As the final note faded, Luo Yuan set down his brush. He scrutinized the lyrics on the paper once more, making slight modifications in several places until he was thoroughly satisfied. This song, both in its lyrics and in its profound essence, resonates deeply with the narrative that unfolds in the latter half. Each sigh echoes like a dream whispered from the depths of the heart. It vividly portrays the one-sided affection of the young Taoist priestess, a love that is both unending and unattainable. When accompanied by the expressions of the maidens during their formal performance, it adds an extra layer of helplessness and melancholy. Xiao Yuan, what is the name of this piece? Bai Ruoli inquired, her gaze fixed upon the final lines of the lyrics. She possessed a remarkable talent for melody, and upon first encountering the composition penned by Luo Yuan, she instantly grasped the artistic value it encapsulated. After a brief silence, Luo Yuan replied, "A friend of mine, a Taoist priestess." The phrase "a friend of mine, a Taoist priestess" lingered on Bai Ruoli's lips, as her beautiful eyes began to shimmer with a peculiar light. Although Tang Sanzang and the young Taoist priestess in the story harbored mutual feelings, they were unable to be together due to various obstacles, ultimately leaving them with lifelong regrets. Despite the enduring presence of each other in their hearts, their relationship remained confined to the realm of friendship, never to transcend that boundary. The name not only hints at the conclusion of the two characters' journey, but also vividly encapsulates a subtle sense of regret on the page. It evokes a sensation akin to countless fine needles piercing the skin, painful in its delicacy, yet impossible to ignore. The more Bai Ruoli delves into the analysis, the more she perceives the cleverness behind this name, prompting her to exclaim softly, "Xiao Yuan, once your composition is released, the Taoist sects will surely be stirred." "Senior sister, that is precisely the effect I desire," Luo Yuan replied, putting away his writing tools. "Considering the current circumstances, this piece, along with the latter half of the story, will likely elicit no significant reaction from the human sect. Their doctrines do not prohibit human emotions, and given that Xian Songzi has a request of me, they will likely extend some courtesy. The only concern lies with the Taoists of the heavenly sect. If their disciples visit the Xianin pavilion in droves, they might cause trouble similar to that of the Wugashi temple." Upon hearing this, a trace of worry crossed Bai Ruoli's face. "When I first arrived, I heard Our Ladies mention that although the current leader of the heavenly sect is a woman, her decisiveness and resolve are formidable. Since taking charge, she has been particularly averse to her disciples violating sect rules, especially concerning romantic affairs. Xiao Yuan, should we deliberate further on this matter? That is unnecessary." Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "We shall confront challenges as they arise and proceed step by step." He then seemed to ponder something and inquired, "By the way, senior sister, do you know the headquarters of the Wugashi sect?" "Wugashi sect?" Bai Ruoli furrowed her brows in confusion. The Wugashi sect has a notoriously poor reputation within the Four Directions spirit domain, regarded as a thoroughly malevolent sect by the major sections. What would you seek from them? In certain critical moments, even adversaries can become allies, especially a sect like Wugashi that occupies a gray area, Luo Yuan enigmatically replied. "Tell me, senior sister, what do you think is the most distinctive feature of the southern spirit domain?" "Cultural heritage and unique landscapes," Bai Ruoli answered without hesitation. "Precisely," Luo Yuan nodded. "It is well known that the southern spirit domain is blessed with breathtaking scenery, attracting countless cultivators since ancient times. However, while cultivators from the Four Directions spirit domain can freely explore these remarkable landscapes, ordinary mortals lack the means to do so. Their desire to experience these majestic sights is often thwarted by their limitations. Even if they find a way, their unfamiliarity with the terrain may leave them lost. At such times, if a systematic organization were to provide assistance and guidance, the value generated from such support would be incalculable. Bai Ruoli was enveloped in confusion, yet she grasped the crux of the matter. So, you mean to suggest that you want the Wugashi sect to serve as the guides? Exactly. Luo Yuan affirmed with a nod. The disciples of the Wugashi sect are numerous and their presence is widespread throughout the southern spirit domain, a feat that neither the Taoist sects nor the Wugashi temple can match. Furthermore, unlike the Wugashi temple, which relies on offerings, or the Taoist sects, which produce spiritual artifacts on a grand scale, the Wugashi sect operates under significantly harsher resource conditions. They would undoubtedly welcome a lucrative partnership such as this. In summary, the Wugashi sect is the most suitable choice for this endeavor, and I have even devised a fitting name for this undertaking, Guides. Luo Yuan held a favorable view of his idea. Drawing from his experiences prior to his transcendence, the world has never been devoid of the affluent. What it lacks are avenues that entice them to spend willingly. As long as one can negotiate a partnership with the witchcraft sect and cultivate the tourism industry in the southern spirit domain, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. In the process, one could also discreetly involve the Black Moon Chamber, engage in cultural creativity, and develop a plethora of locally distinctive products, the commercial potential of which is simply boundless. The only drawback lies in the discomfort of collaborating with the witchcraft sect. In previous dreams, the sect had appeared at least thrice in an adversarial role, embodying the quintessential villain. Now, suddenly having to engage as a partner presents a challenge in adjusting one's perspective. Nevertheless, the necessity of collaboration remains indisputable. After all, there are no eternal friends or foes in this world. Only interests stand resilient on the scales of choice, becoming the most substantial bargaining chip. After discussing the details of the collaboration with Bai Ruoli, Luo Yuan personally went to oversee the rehearsal of the young women downstairs. The new script demands a high level of proficiency from the performers, and to ensure optimal results, Luo Yuan had to take a hands-on approach. He meticulously corrected every minor error in their movements, personally addressing each misstep. After an afternoon of rehearsals, he felt an enduring fragrance lingering on his palms. Having completed this task, Luo Yuan returned to his room, weary, and unhesitatingly sank into the embrace of his bed. The surrounding softness enveloped him, soothing his fatigued spirit and body. Before long, he drifted into a dream. Detection of host entering dream state. Dream cycle commencing. Image repository 1 might guess the identity of the next female lead, quite fitting for the occasion. Chapter 85. The Soul Lotus Secret Realm, Saintess of the Witchcraft Sect. In this life, you were born in a remote corner of the southern spirit domain. Your family background is relatively ordinary. Your parents are modest merchants within the southern spirit domain, making a living through small-scale trade. Though life may have been somewhat austere, it was, nonetheless, fulfilling and harmonious. You expressed to your parents your aspiration to become a chivalrous swordsman, dedicated to righting all injustices in the world. Your parents chuckled affectionately, patting your head, dismissing it as mere childish banter. Yet, deep within your heart, you did not regard it as a trivial jest. From that moment onward, you commenced daily practice of the fundamentals, honing the most basic sword techniques. Although your innate talent was not particularly remarkable, your diligence was commendable. If you struggled with a single technique, you would practice it 10 times. If 10 times proved insufficient, you would repeat it 100, then 1,000. You firmly believe that perseverance can compensate for lack of talent, and that the heavens reward hard work. Through relentless training year after year, your foundation in the way of the sword has unknowingly grown remarkably solid. Most importantly, throughout this journey, you have forged an exceptionally clear and luminous heart of the sword. This will undoubtedly play a significant role in your future life and in the art of swordsmanship. Days passed one by one, and the first 8 years of your life were spent in comfort and joy. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Destiny behaves like a capricious magician, seemingly delighting in playing tricks on the unfortunate. Just when one is filled with hope, misfortune descends in an instant, ruthlessly snatching away everything one possesses. When you turned 8, a plague erupted in the remote borders of the southern spirit domain. Countless lives were claimed by this epidemic, and your village was not spared from its devastating grip. Your relatives, friends, and mentors, none escaped the calamity, all perishing in that dreadful plague. Out of the more than 100 souls in the village, you alone survived. The village, post-plague, resembled a hell on earth. Though you had endured the epidemic, you were merely 9 years old at that moment. Surviving alone in this realm was akin to a delusional dream. Just as you found yourself at an impasse, an elder with an ethereal aura suddenly appeared, whisking you away from the plague-ridden area. Upon awakening, you found yourself lying in a quaint, thatched cottage, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. In the room, the elder was meditating with his eyes closed. Beside him rested a long sword, shimmering with a bluish hue. The elder introduced himself as Gu Minka from the Eastern Spirit Domain, a wandering swordsman. He had journeyed through the Southern Spirit Domain and fortuitously passed through your village, saving you from despair. From that moment on, you became his disciple, embarking on a journey of cultivation under his guidance in the Southern Spirit Domain. With the mentorship of a renowned master, your innate talent for swordsmanship quickly began to manifest. Coupled with the solid foundation laid in your early years and an unwavering heart for the sword, your progress in cultivation surged. In less than 5 years, you had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, due to your inherent sense of righteousness and a childhood ambition to rectify the injustices of the world, your reputation soon spread throughout the Southern Spirit Domain. Among all the sects in the Southern Spirit Domain, the one you clashed with the most was undoubtedly the Witchcraft sect. The Witchcraft sect operated with a lax set of rules, unlike other sects with clear regulations on resource distribution. All resources and paths for advancement had to be fought for. In such an environment, the disciples of the Witchcraft sect exhibited a ruthlessly self-serving demeanor, prioritizing their own interests. Consequently, they offended many within the Southern Spirit Domain, even incurring the ire of the Taoist sect and the Immaculate Temple. When you turned 18, your master instructed you to participate in the competition for the Soul Lotus Secret Realm. The Soul Lotus Secret Realm was the most renowned secret realm in the Southern Spirit Domain, primarily due to the existence of a celestial plant known as the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus. It was said that the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus bloomed once every 1,000 years, making it exceedingly precious. Elixirs crafted from it could significantly enhance the cultivator's prowess and spiritual strength without any side effects. To obtain the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus, all major sects dispatched their elite disciples, each sending nearly 20 core members, which posed a significant disadvantage for you as a lone cultivator. Yet, your master understood that a flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never bloom into a resplendent blossom. To truly attain refinement and growth, this was an essential path. With a blend of trepidation and anticipation, you joined the main force of the Southern Spirit Domain into the Soul Lotus Secret Realm. The secret realm was fraught with peril and treachery, accompanied by various illusions that could ensnare the heart. Many cultivators inadvertently fell prey to these traps, forced to retreat in disarray. After overcoming numerous trials, you ultimately became the first to locate the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus. The flower before you was half open, radiating a mesmerizing purple glow. In half an hour, it would fully bloom. Once the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus blossomed completely, it would unleash a profound spiritual shockwave on all present. With your current cultivation and spiritual strength, you would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Therefore, to successfully obtain the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus, you must pluck it before it fully opened. Fortunately, time was still on your side. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, the Nine-Turn Soul Lotus was within your grasp. Just as you approached, filled with joy to harvest the Soul Lotus, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in your line of sight. Her silhouette was enchanting, clad in a flowing gown that exuded an air of charm, reminiscent of the most alluring fragrance of spring, capable of stirring profound emotions within the heart. Her exquisite features were partially veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only her deep, mysterious eyes akin to autumn waters. Beneath the veil, her lips were naturally tinted, and when her mouth curved into a smile, it seemed to promise the alleviation of all worldly worries, inviting one to willingly succumb to the dream she wove. You noticed her, and she, in turn, noticed you. However, rather than any hint of fear or hostility in her gaze, a playful smile slowly emerged. I thought I was mistaken. It turns out to be the illustrious young hero Luo. No wonder you were able to find this celestial treasure before anyone else. Her soft and enchanting voice heightened your alertness in an instant. Such beauty, such attire, coupled with the container at her waist designed to hold the cursed insects, a name instantly springs to mind. Luo Yuan, the saintess of the Witchcraft sect. Chapter 86. Enchantress, what are your intentions? Enchantress, what do you plan to do? Your tone is imbued with a palpable sense of vigilance and animosity, stemming from your entrenched perceptions of those associated with the Witchcraft sect. Naturally, It is also intertwined with the first-hand experiences you have accumulated over time. Enchantress? Upon hearing this, Yin covers her mouth with a delicate laugh and softly replies, "Young Master Luo, you flatter me too much. I am unworthy of such a title." Her voice, sweet and beguiling, heightens your wariness even further. Your subconscious warns you that this saintess of the witchcraft sect may possess strength far surpassing your own. Yet, despite this realization, you harbor no intention of retreat. Since you have arrived, there is no possibility of leaving empty-handed. Even if you cannot acquire the 9-turn soul lotus, you must at least compel her to shed a layer of her garments. In this narrow confrontation, an imminent clash between the two of you looms. Surprisingly, Yin finds herself retreating under the onslaught of your sword strikes. Wherever your blade ventures, she appears to lack any significant means of retaliation. This situation startled you, raising doubts about whether she had intentionally revealed a flaw. After approximately 20 minutes of intense combat, Yin was in a disheveled state, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. She collapsed to the ground, her exquisite face glistening with sweat. It is widely said that young Master Luo possesses unparalleled swordsmanship, being the most extraordinary swordsman of this generation in the Southern Spirit domain, and today's encounter indeed confirmed this. In just a few exchanges, she found herself utterly defenseless. To be defeated by such an opponent, she could be said to accept her fate willingly. Yet, gazing at the exhausted Yin before you, there was not a trace of pity in your heart. As a swordsman, one of the gravest taboos is to be swayed by emotions. Your master had once advised you, women will only impede your swiftness in drawing your sword. Your right hand began to slowly gather spiritual energy, the blade aimed directly at the witchcraft vessel at her waist. The disciples of the witchcraft sect spend their lives refining their insects, their combat style intricately linked to these creatures. Once their insects are harmed, their combat power diminishes drastically until new ones are cultivated. If you can destroy Yin's insects, she would pose no further threat, and the 9 Revolutions Soul Lotus would naturally fall into your hands. With a whoosh, a sharp sound pierced the air as the sword energy you wielded shot towards the vessel at Yin's waist. However, the collapsed Yin did not evade. Instead, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. You keenly sensed this subtle change and hurriedly retracted the remaining sword energy. But it was too late. By the time you sensed something amiss, the energy you had unleashed had already made contact with the vessel at her waist. A thunderous roar erupted, and your mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. In an instant, every part of your being, soul, flesh, and every inch of your body seemed to endure the agonizing torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at you. The intense pain surged relentlessly, threatening to shatter your resolve. Though your will was unyielding, under such excruciating suffering, you found it increasingly difficult to endure. For this was not merely physical pain. It was a torment that struck at the very core of your soul. After several breaths, the pain began to dissipate. Yet simultaneously, the spiritual energy within you was nearly exhausted, leaving only a few wisps remaining. Undoubtedly, she was a vixen of the witchcraft sect, adept at employing despicable tactics. You gritted your teeth, filled with resentment and regret. At this moment, you finally realized that from the very beginning, you had fallen victim to Yin's witchcraft. This particular goo is exceedingly elusive, capable of silently devouring the host's spiritual energy and vitality. Thus, she had previously retreated step by step, aiming to harness more spiritual power to expedite the effectiveness of the goo poison. "Young Master Luo, I cannot comprehend your words," she said. "As the holy maiden of the witch goo sect, employing goo poison to vanquish foes is entirely justified. How could it possibly be deemed a despicable tactic?" With a series of soft whispers, Yin gradually rose from the ground, her long and fair legs gracefully striding toward you. Although her spiritual energy was significantly depleted, it was still far superior to yours. As you gazed at the approaching Yin, you slowly closed your eyes. The members of the Witch Goose sect prioritized their own interests. In the face of a renowned swordsman like yourself, she had no reason to spare your life. However, the next moment brought an unexpected occurrence. Instead of the anticipated searing pain, a soul-stirring fragrance wafted gently past your nostrils, causing your heart to tremble. You slowly opened your eyes to behold Yin's exquisite visage mere inches away. "Enchantress, what do you intend?" Your expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Tales spoke of many within the Witch Goose sect who had refined living beings into goo. Should you fall into Yin's hands, and be turned into a corpse goo. Your reputation would be utterly tarnished. Such a handsome face, if slain, would indeed be a lamentable loss. Mo Xian's hand glided across your face, sending shivers down your spine. Realizing you were being teased, you became indignant and retorted, "Enchantress, whether to kill or maim is entirely your choice. Why must you subject me to such humiliation? Kill you?" Mo Xian's expression shifted abruptly, the charm and mirth that once graced her features replaced by a look of disdain. "We are neither enemies nor rivals. Our conflict arose solely over the 9 transformations soul lotus. Why would I wish to kill you? Moreover, your previous strike was aimed solely at my goo insects and did not seek my life. I have no reason to slay you. Do you truly believe that all of us in the Witch Goo sect are treacherous and bloodthirsty?" After speaking, she brushed her hand across your face once more before turning to approach the 9 transformations soul lotus. Mo Xian's words left you speechless for a long while. You had always regarded the Witch Goo sect as a den of iniquity, yet you had overlooked a crucial truth. Even the murkiest of waters can harbor a trickle of clarity. It was indeed rare for Mo Xian to emerge untainted from the mire. However, in this moment, you could only watch helplessly as Mo Xian claimed the treasure you so dearly sought, a pang of unwillingness stirring within you. Fortunately, your nature was carefree. Having endured life's ups and downs, this disappointment was insufficient to deeply affect you. Though she was a member of the Witch Goo sect, she had rightfully bested you to obtain the 9 transformations soul lotus, leaving little room for grievance. Just as Mo Xian was about to touch the soul lotus, a sinister and raspy voice suddenly echoed from the nearby woods. "Holy maiden, if you desire that soul lotus, it may not be so simple." As the voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the thicket, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed with the wind. Each movement seemed to carry an air of despair and malediction. His face obscured by a translucent mask, only a pair of deep, calculating eyes glimmered with a cold light. "Fangxiao, what brings you here?" Mo Xian's brow furrowed, her expression tinged with caution. "Fangxiao, you were taken aback, your mind racing to recall information about him. If memory served correctly, he was indeed a core disciple of the Witch Goo sect, and under normal circumstances, he would be the holy son of this generation. However, he had been unexpectedly bested by the exceptionally gifted Mo Xian during the competition for the sect's inheritance, resulting in his relegation to the sidelines. Now, at this critical juncture, his appearance was all too transparent. He sought to profit from the chaos. "What am I doing? Surely, the holy maiden understands." Fangxiao approached Mo Xian, excitement flickering in his eyes. Clearly, he had witnessed everything and was fully aware of the situation between the two of you. Within the Witch Goo sect exists a goo that can refine and absorb the abilities of others. If one finds a suitable target with the right cultivation and aura, they can siphon their power for personal gain. Given Mo Xian's severely depleted spiritual energy, combined with her formidable prowess and their shared history, she was undoubtedly the prime candidate for such a refinement. Mo Xian was well aware of Fangxiao's intentions, yet she was powerless in her current state, her energy nearly extinguished. In mere moments, she found herself struck down by Fangxiao. Gritting her teeth, she opened all the restrictions on her spiritual veins, prepared to self-destruct before he could reach her. "Forgive me, holy maiden, but I must." Just then, a fierce sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling toward Fangxiao. With a sharp cry, Fangxiao's hand was severed, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. You gasped for breath, expending the last vestiges of your spiritual energy to conjure the sword energy that saved Mo Xian. Since she had refrained from attempting to kill you, you could not simply stand by and watch her perish. "Luo Yuan, have you lost your mind? The internal strife of the Witch Goo sect is none of your concern." Mo Xian scolded you, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Given her understanding of Fangxiao, your actions would undoubtedly provoke his most ruthless revenge. You offered no reply, only a serene smile, recalling your master's teachings on your first day of apprenticeship. In all dealings with others, seek only a clear conscience. How ironic, you thought, to discover that you were entangled with a desperate pair of star-crossed lovers. Fangxiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, began to seal his wound with his spiritual energy, his expression twisting in rage. He resolved to eliminate you first to eradicate any future threat and to assuage his resentment. Gradually, he approached you, gathering energy in his palm. As the luminous spiritual energy flickered before you, you slowly closed your eyes. In that fleeting moment, your mind flashed with a myriad of memories, regret, joy, pain, longing, all intertwined. At that critical juncture, the nine transformations' soul lotus suddenly bloomed. A dazzling violet light surged forth, enveloping all surrounding space in an instant. Your mind plunged into blankness, consciousness fading into oblivion. When you finally opened your eyes again, you found yourself in an unfamiliar realm. Everyone else had vanished, and only Mo Xian remained in your line of sight. After some exploration, you realized you were within the small world contained inside the nine transformations' soul lotus. The absence of others was likely due to being divided into different regions. As you gazed at Mo Xian, who was allocated to the same area as you, a bitter smile involuntarily crept upon your face. Truly a fateful connection. In response to your remark, Mo Xian not only showed no signs of anger, but instead adorned her face with an alluring smile. Compared to this fateful connection, I would much prefer to indulge in a fleeting romance with young Master Luo. Just as you were about to retort, a faint blue figure suddenly materialized in the space behind you. I am the Holy One of the Soul Lotus, the creator of the Soul Lotus secret realm. The nine-turn Soul Lotus has already bloomed. To obtain the Soul Lotus, you must endure the 3 trials I have set. Within this Soul Lotus space, spiritual power cannot naturally recover. The spiritual power you possess at this moment is the absolute limit you may wield during this trial. Should you fail to pass the trials, you will be refined by the Soul Lotus, forever becoming the nourishment for its growth. If you wish to exit the world within the Soul Lotus alive, you must pass the trials. Exchanging glances with Mo Xian, you are left with no choice but to accept the trials. However, a most pressing issue arises. Conventional means of recovering spiritual power are unavailable during the trials. Given your current reserves of spiritual power, you could scarcely manage even 1/5 of the first trial, let alone all 3. Just as despair began to settle in, Mo Xian suddenly fixed her gaze upon you, her expression becoming increasingly ambiguous. What are you planning? You took a few steps back, a sense of foreboding creeping into your heart. What am I planning? Does young master still need to ask? Mo Xian slowly approached you, her tone acquiring a peculiar undertone. The Holy One mentioned that spiritual power cannot be restored through conventional methods, but that does not preclude the techniques of my witchcraft sect. Suddenly, it dawned on you. Since Feng Xiu could cultivate such techniques, Mo Xian before you could as well. Yet, the question remained. If she had indeed cultivated the arts of absorption and refinement, why did she still exude a strong aura of virginity? The current circumstances left little room for contemplation. As you watched Mo Xian draw nearer, you exclaimed in anger, you are a saintess of your sect. Do you not have any sense of shame? However, Mo Xian's expression remained unchanged, and she replied with a faint smile, I am indeed a witch of the demonic sect. I have no need to concern myself with shame. Chapter 88. Secret Realm Trials. The past of the saintess of the witchcraft sect. Mo Xian let out a tinkling laugh, a hint of amusement gradually appearing on her exquisite face. At this moment, your spiritual power was severely depleted, leaving you utterly weak. Mo Xian stared intently at your handsome profile, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep contemplation. In the expansive Soul Lotus space, a hint of springtime blossomed. An hour later, tranquility gradually returned to the secret realm. You and Mo Xian exchanged glances, both displaying an odd expression. For Mo Xian, despite her seemingly frivolous words, she was, in truth, like a blank slate in this regard, devoid of any experience. Her audacious actions were driven by the urgency to restore her spiritual power to pass the trials. After all, according to the Holy One's description, spiritual power could not be restored through conventional means within the Soul Lotus secret realm. Under such circumstances, utilizing the techniques of the witchcraft sect to regain spiritual power was the sole option. Furthermore, compared to the repulsive Feng Xiu, she found herself instinctively drawn to you. Prior to entering the Soul Lotus space, you had recklessly come to her aid without regard for your own safety. For someone like her, who had long navigated a world fraught with scheming and betrayal, your selflessness was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air. As for you, at this moment, you felt no other emotion. The most pronounced sensation was the overwhelming fatigue coursing through your body. It can only be said that a witch of the demonic sect truly lives up to her reputation. After restoring your spiritual power, you initiated the first trial. The first trial was one of mental fortitude. The souls of the trial participants would confront their past experiences, particularly magnifying the deepest fears within. As a pale purple soul light surged forth, An array of vivid images flooded your mind. The innocence of your birth, the carefree days of childhood, the naive exuberance of youth, the diligent practice of swordsmanship, and the horrifying plague that lingered in your memory like a persistent nightmare. Your soul struggled against this terrifying recollection in sheer panic, instinctively resisting the most horrifying memory of all. Yet, after years of rigorous training, your mental resilience had been honed to an extraordinary degree. You knew all too well that the most effective way to conquer fear was to confront it head-on. If you could not face this memory directly, it would become a haunting nightmare for the rest of your life, impossible to dissolve. Ultimately, bolstered by the clarity of your sword heart, you triumphed over that dreadful memory. With a resounding crack, the illusion shattered like fragile glass. You jolted awake from the illusion, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting your forehead. A wave of concern washed over you. If the first trial was this perilous, how daunting would the subsequent two be? As you pondered, your thoughts turned to Mo Xian. Having entered the first trial simultaneously with her, it was likely that she was nearing the end of her trial as well. However, when your gaze sought her presence, you were met with a sight that greatly surpassed your expectations. Not far away, she was curled up tightly, her brows furrowed, her expression marred by a blend of pain and fear. Her hands clutched tightly against her chest, a subconscious display of extreme self-protection. Observing Mo Xian's state, a sense of unease settled upon you. If she remained ensnared by the nightmares of her own memories for too long, not only would she be unable to pass the first trial, but it could also inflict significant backlash upon her soul. At this moment, the only person capable of aiding Mo Xian was you. Be it a fleeting romance or a bond forged in adversity, your relationship with her was undeniably unique. Furthermore, since you were undergoing the trial together, if one were trapped, the other could not escape either. Thus, out of both emotional and rational obligation, you resolved to extend your assistance. With this thought, you hurried to her side, sitting beside her and gently taking her delicate hands in yours, gradually releasing your soul power. In that instant, your souls fused together, inseparable. In a flash, that strange sensation washed over you once more, and a myriad of memories flickered before your eyes. Yet this time, they were not your memories, but rather the past of Mo Xian. Through the fleeting images, you glimpsed her myriad of experiences. The rumored, merciless priestess of the witchcraft cult possesses an obscure past that remains unknown to many. In the end, your gaze is fixed upon a singular moment. In that vivid tableau lies a village strewn with lifeless bodies. It is a desolate expanse devoid of vitality for miles around. It is an inferno raging fiercely. It is the despair felt at the brink of death, as one senses the life force within gradually fading away. This scene is all too familiar to you, reminiscent of that horrifying plague etched in your memory. Suddenly, it dawns on you that she, like yourself, is also a survivor of the calamity from that dreadful time. Thus, you meticulously guide Mo Xian's spirit through this recollection. Drawing from your recent experience, you swiftly assist her in escaping the nightmare, successfully navigating the first trial. However, as this achievement was not solely your own, Mo Xian's spirit endures significant backlash, rendering her capabilities to less than 30% of her original strength. Fortunately, having passed the initial trial, you both retain the hope of emerging alive. As you reach this point, the second chapter has already unfolded, with Chapter 89, System Upgrade. New features unlocked. Whether it stems from the necessity of overcoming the secret realm trials or a shared empathy born from similar experiences, you often find yourself assuming the primary role in subsequent challenges. The difficulty of the following trials escalates in a stepwise manner. Within the Soul Lotus space, puppets continuously emerge, and you must endure their relentless onslaught for 3 days and nights. You navigate the battlefield alongside Mo Xian, whose strength remains diminished. As retreat becomes impossible, you brace yourself for confrontation. With the number of Soul Lotus puppets multiplying, your solitary struggle intensifies, and your body bears numerous delicate scars. Yet, you do not falter, ensuring that not a single puppet lays a finger on Mo Xian. In a moment of crisis, you hear her weak whisper behind you, "Young Master Luo, what's wrong?" You respond while parrying a puppet's attack with a swift strike of your sword. "You should disregard me, at this rate. You will surely exhaust yourself to death. Don't be ridiculous. We are undertaking this trial together, and I must ensure you make it out as well." As you speak, you deftly evade an incoming thrust and unleash a sweeping aura of sword energy, toppling a multitude of puppets. Moreover, even if I were to abandon you, I wouldn't be able to pass the trial alone. Just as your words resonate, a fleeting moment of stillness washes over Mo Shan's expression. Something within her seems to stir, a peculiar sensation flooding her mind, causing her vision to blur slightly. After years in the witchcraft sect, she has witnessed too many scenes of betrayal and fratricide, leaving her heart as cold as iron. Those around her flatter and draw near, either for personal gain or coveting her beauty. She appears to have forgotten the sensation of being unconditionally cared for and protected. Gradually, Mo Shan no longer insists that you abandon her. However, the gaze she casts upon you is now imbued with a different, tender sentiment. This sensation, even she herself could not articulate or clarify. Finally, after enduring numerous trials, you guided Mo Shan through the trial of the Soul Lotus Saint. As the individual who contributed the most to this trial, the final 9 transformation Soul Lotus naturally belonged to you. The moment you emerged from the small world within the Soul Lotus, Mo Shan's soul and spiritual power gradually returned to normal. Just as you intended to bid farewell, a fragrant breeze enveloped you, and she firmly pressed you against a nearby spirit tree. Her beautiful eyes fixated on yours, an overwhelming possessiveness almost spilling over. Young Master Luo, thinking you can take advantage and run away? I want to allow it. But I am clearly the one being taken advantage of, right? As you gazed at her exquisite visage so close before you, a sense of dread filled your heart. Oh no, I've been ensnared by this enchantress. At that moment, the ground beneath you began to tremble violently. With the 9 transformation Soul Lotus taken, the entire Soul Lotus secret realm would soon collapse. A powerful wave of energy expelled everyone from the realm in an instant. You and Mo Shan, being far from the exit, fell into a state of unconsciousness due to the intense impact. Upon awakening, you found yourself in an unfamiliar illusion, with Mo Shan still in a state of unconsciousness beside you. Reflecting on her earlier words, you felt a surge of anxiety. At this moment, your mind was solely focused on the sword path, yearning for freedom throughout the world, vanquishing demons, purging evil and upholding righteousness. Matters of love and attraction were still foreign to you. Furthermore, your master's teachings had profoundly influenced you. Women only hinder our sword-drawing speed. The sword techniques you practiced required a clear sword heart, free from any entanglements of desire. Thus, each time you faced such situations, you found yourself scrutinizing them repeatedly. After a series of internal struggles, you left a note for the still unconscious Mo Shan. The contents of the letter were as follows. Dear Miss Shan, as I write this, it feels as though I am addressing you directly. To be frank, my true name is not Luo Yuan, but rather Xiaoyan. I had intended to accompany you on adventures once you awakened, but alas, I received an urgent message from my master, informing me that the spirit beast of my master's uncle's brother's nephew's neighbor is about to give birth, and I must attend to this matter. Regrettably, I must take my leave. The mountains are high and the roads long. Perhaps we shall meet again in the martial world. In your imagination, if she could indeed find you through this alias, it would signify a fateful connection. At that time, even if you were to forsake your sword and succumb to this enchantress, what would it matter? If she could not locate you, it would indicate that fate had deemed you two incompatible, and you could simply forget each other in the vastness of the martial realm. Thus, you believe this to be the most elegant solution, neither betraying your own aspirations nor breaking the heart of the maiden. Upon awakening, Mo Shan discovered she was alone. After reading your note, a knowing smile slowly crept across her lips. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. What a name that hints at great destiny. She then cast her gaze towards the direction you had departed, reaching out as if to grasp the space where you had vanished, as though wishing to hold you tightly in her hands. Xiaoyan, since you wish to play this little game of hide and seek, I, the saintess, shall indulge you. Let us see who is faster, you in flight or I in pursuit. The host has awakened. This cycle of dreams has concluded. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a dream cycle. Current number of completed dream cycles, 5. Current ongoing dream cycles, 1010. Congratulations, host, on achieving 10 dream cycles. You are eligible for a system upgrade. Absolutely. Luo Yuan unhesitatingly chose to enhance the system capabilities. He had noticed the cycle count for quite some time. Initially, he thought 10 cycles would merely yield some rewards. He never anticipated such an upgrade feature. However, as the system's dream capabilities were already formidable, he questioned what further enhancements could possibly exist. Could it be that one might encounter 2 heroines in a single dream? Before Luo Yuan could fully process this, the system's notification chimed in his ears once more. The system began its upgrade. Function modules loading complete. Host information being re-imported. System upgrade complete. The current dream cycle system now possesses the following new functions. Image storage area chapter 90. Young Master Shao, you have finally come to find me. Dream or not. After the system upgrade, the connection between the dream cycle system and reality will be further enhanced. During certain special moments within the dream, the host can influence choices through their subjective consciousness. Emotion regulation, double rewards. Upon completion of the system upgrade, the rewards gained from each dream will be doubled, allowing the host to select 2 items from all available rewards to retain. Listening to the upgraded functions, Luo Yuan could not help but feel elated. Many of his past dreams, while generally satisfactory, had contained moments that could have been more perfect. For instance, helping Gu Qingshang with her poison, dual cultivation with the demon emperor master, the wedding night with the empress. Such instances had felt too fleeting. The ability to control the duration of these moments through his own will was a delightful thought he could hardly imagine. Moreover, the second upgrade was incredibly user-friendly. Previously, the rewards offered by the system often included various treasured weapons, and he had faced the painful dilemma of having to choose only one after much deliberation. Now, with the ability to retain 2 items, this issue was fundamentally resolved. Choices? Only children make choices. I want them all. Before Luo Yuan could recover from this burst of excitement, the system's notification chimed in once more. This dream cycle has ended. As a reward, you may select 2 items from the following rewards to retain. 9 Transformation Soul Lotus, a heavenly treasure nurtured in the Soul Lotus secret realm, which, after millennia of growth, has gradually gained intelligence, calling itself the Soul Lotus Saint. Those who completely refine it will unconditionally elevate their cultivation by 1 significant realm, and their soul's strength will undergo ultimate refinement. Upon selecting this reward, it will automatically assist the host in perfect absorption and refinement. Sword Master as Mentor. Upon selecting this reward, the host will become a disciple of Gu Minka, the esteemed elder of the Condensing Sword sect in the Eastern Spirit Realm. He will regard the host as his own and unconditionally support all your decisions. Clear Sword Heart. Upon selecting this reward, the host will gain a clear sword heart, allowing for unwavering focus in future sword cultivation, free from any distractions or disturbances. Wholly devoted to the sword. Gazing at the 3 rewards, Luo Yuan swiftly made his decision. System, I choose 1 and 2. The 9 Transformation Soul Lotus is undoubtedly a requisite choice. It's an immediate and effectual enhancement of combat prowess, devoid of any adverse effects. As for the second option, Luo Yuan initially hesitated to select it. However, the mention of the Grand Elder of the Condensed Sword sect altered his perspective. He had presumed that the master in his dreams was merely a moderately skilled sword cultivator, yet he was astonished to discover the significant stature associated with this title. The Grand Elder of the Condensed Sword sect is, in fact, the master of the current sect leader, Gu Qingshang, and the ancestor of the sect Saintess. Should he choose this reward, the Grand Elder would become his master, and the sect Saintess would be his beloved, ultimately rendering the foremost sect in the Eastern Spirit domain entirely under his influence. With these connections, he could navigate the Eastern Spirit domain with unparalleled authority. After selecting the rewards, Luo Yuan summoned Bairoli and hastened to the Witchcraft sect to discuss matters of collaboration. En route to the Taoist sect, they invited Xian Songzi to act as an intermediary. Furthermore, Xian Songzi was a formidable cultivator in his own right. In case the opposing party acted unscrupulously, they would at least have a top-tier combatant to assist them. During their journey, Xian Songzi suddenly broached a topic with Luo Yuan, Taoist Luo, concerning the Witchcraft sect. I have just received some intriguing news from my disciples. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. What news? Xian Songzi stroked his long beard thoughtfully and replied, according to intelligence gathered by my disciples, an unusual command was disseminated within the Witchcraft sect this morning. This order has reached all disciples across the Southern Spirit domain and is of unprecedented importance in the sect's history. Yet, the content of the command is remarkably simple: to search for an individual named Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Bairoli furrowed her brows, expressing regret. That name sounds like it belongs to someone with great fortune, but unfortunately, he has entangled himself with the Witchcraft sect, and this time, he may be in grave peril. Indeed, Xian Songzi nodded gently. It is said that this command was issued by the saintess of the witchcraft sect herself, mandating all disciples to locate this person within 3 days. With the saintess's capabilities, if he falls into her hands, he will likely suffer immensely. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan stumbled, nearly spitting his tea onto Xian Songzi's face. Taoist, is this rumor credible? Are you certain she is seeking Xiao Yin and not someone like Lin Dong, Han Li, or Fang Yuan? Xian Songzi affirmed, absolutely certain. With this revelation, Luo Yuan's anxious heart finally settled. Indeed, the tribulations he had conjured in his dreams must be confronted by him alone. Within a conference hall of the witchcraft sect, Luo Yuan and his companions were engaged in a tense negotiation with a guardian of the sect regarding the development of a tourism enterprise. Are you suggesting that disciples of the witchcraft sect will be responsible for guiding tourists? The guardian, holding a project proposal drafted by Luo Yuan, scrutinized the document. Luo Yuan nodded and responded, precisely. The scenic wonders of the southern spirit domain are often perilous and rarely traversed, aside from your esteemed sect's disciples. There are few who can undertake this task. The guardian slowly set down the proposal, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be honest, I see no significant issues with your plan. If implemented, it could yield substantial benefits. However, there remains one crucial matter unaddressed. How will the profits be allocated? The distribution of profits was the guardian's core concern. The witchcraft sect has long relied on plunder for income, which has tarnished its reputation and attracted numerous enemies. A stable source of revenue could potentially ameliorate this situation. 70-30 split. Luo Yuan replied without a moment's hesitation. The guardian's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Luo Yuan with disdain. Do you presume the entire witchcraft sect is engaged in charity work? Luo Yuan maintained his composure, stating coolly, you must understand, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Once this enterprise is operational, you will realize just how profitable this venture is. The guardian scoffed with impatience. Honestly, I've been exceedingly accommodating. If it were our saintess here instead of me, your audacious demands would have cost you dearly. Just then, a sultry voice wafted through the air. Young Master Xiao, you have finally come to find me. This utterance instantly drew the attention of the 4 individuals present, who turned towards the source of the voice. In the space behind the conference hall, a graceful figure emerged. Her beauty was striking, her form sinuous, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing willow branches in spring, exuding a languid yet alluring aura. Her deep, luminous eyes seemed to peer into the souls of those before her, concealing endless secrets and temptations, with each glance captivating the heart. Her long hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders, occasionally brushing her cheek, enhancing her enchanting allure. Clad in a flowing silk gown, its hem swayed gently with the wind, emanating an ineffable charm. Bai Ruoli, observing the sudden appearance of the stunning beauty, felt a surge of wariness. Young Master Xiao? She pondered, who is she addressing as Young Master Xiao? Among those present, who bore the surname Xiao? In recent times, her vigilance has become exceptionally acute. Any non-male entity that approaches within 10 meters of her junior disciple is scrutinized for several seconds. Xian Songzi, on the other hand, fixated intently on the direction in which Mo Xian was advancing, his expression gradually turning grave. As the leader of the human sect, he had previously encountered Mo Xian's true visage and possessed a certain understanding of her temperament and capabilities. If only the guardian Xiao's was present, even if negotiations fell through, a safe departure would not pose a significant challenge. However, should the rumored ruthless and astute saintess of the witchcraft sect intervene, the situation would likely become far more complicated. He concealed one hand behind his back, slowly channeling spiritual energy into his palm while silently reciting incantations. If the opponent made any unexpected move, he would swiftly activate the spell to facilitate the escape of Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli. Saintess. Upon seeing the newcomer, Guardian Xiao's hurriedly approached, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in his demeanor. As he walked, he did not forget to command those outside the council hall, quickly apprehend that audacious young man. In his view, the seldom-seen saintess had suddenly appeared due to the unreasonable demands made by the young man, which she had fortuitously overheard, thus inciting her wrath. With the issuance of this command, dozens of disciples from the witchcraft sect surged into the council chamber, encircling Luo Yuan and his companions. Upon witnessing this overwhelming display, Luo Yuan's mind momentarily faltered. This was not right. Since Mo Xian had made an appearance, they should have been allies. What is the meaning of this commotion? Before he could react, the body of the protective guardian had already begun to move. An impudent little spirit from the eastern spirit realm, I shall deal with you. Insolence. Just as he was about to take action, a sharp reprimand laced with fury suddenly echoed, causing his entire demeanor to sag. He turned around, flustered, and stammered, "Holy, holy, holy. Esteemed saintess, what are your commands?" Mo Xian's phoenix eyes slowly narrowed, her tone frosty. "Without my command, do you dare to lay hands on my people? Depart at once." As her words fell, they struck the minds of everyone present like a heavy blow, leaving them utterly unprepared. In an instant, their gazes once again converged upon Luo Yuan. Your people?" The protective guardian's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze filled with incredulity. "Could it be? Is he the Xiao Yin that you, esteemed saintess, seek?" From Mo Xian's expression, the conclusion was unmistakable. Luo Yuan was indeed the Xiao Yin she sought, the mysterious figure for whom all disciples of the Southern Spirit Realm's witchcraft sect had been mobilized to search. Bai Ruoli's hands clenched slightly, her eyes directed at Mo Xian brimming with hostility. Xian Songzi's expression remained largely unchanged, yet within him, a tumult of emotions stirred. For reasons unknown, upon learning this outcome, he felt a curious blend of surprise and inevitability. The disciples of the witchcraft sect in the hall were momentarily frozen in place, having been energized by the order they received that morning. Each aspired to be the first to locate the so-called Xiao Yin. After all, this was a directive personally issued by the saintess. Accomplishing it would undoubtedly be a significant feat yet. Who could have imagined that the legendary Xiao Yin would come seeking them instead? Ignoring the various astonished reactions from the crowd, Mo Xian turned her attention directly to Luo Yuan, a captivating smile gradually gracing her features. "My lord, should I call you Xiao Yin or Luo Yuan?" The implication was clear. "Your little schemes are utterly insufficient before me, saintess." "Xiao Yuan, what on earth is happening?" Bai Ruoli furrowed her brow, her tone growing increasingly serious. Luo Yuan drew a sharp breath, smiling as he explained, "Sister, as you know, before I entered the Xianyin sect with our master, I dabbled in literary pursuits and even authored a book titled Golden Bamboo and Wooden Tiles. It is quite normal for a scholar to adopt various pen names, naturally. Xiaoyin was one of my earlier pseudonyms." "Humph," Bai Ruoli scoffed softly, refraining from exposing Luo Yuan's feeble and ineffective explanation. She resolved to clarify matters privately later. For now, the priority was to ensure that this insidious vixen before them withdrew. Not far away, Mo Xian saw through the facade but chose not to expose it, gazing at Luo Yuan's handsome face with a knowing smile. Her gaze then drifted to Bai Ruoli, lingering momentarily on her chest before she lowered her head to compare for a few seconds. Satisfied after confirming her slight inferiority, she let out a breath and spoke with a smile. "Dear sister, I merely happen to know Lord Luo's pen name. Why must we dwell on such trivialities? Sometimes, being overly concerned can bind a man's heart." Her voice was soft and alluring, seemingly a kind reminder, yet it concealed a sharp edge, with an underlying message suggesting to Luo Yuan, "See, your sister does not understand you at all, unlike me, who only cherishes my brother." Such words would be perfectly ordinary coming from any common woman. Yet when uttered by Mo Xian, the holy maiden of the witchcraft sect, they became utterly inconceivable. The disciples present, including the guardian Xiao, stood dumbfounded, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer disbelief. In their collective memory, when had the holy maiden ever spoken in such a tone? Who, precisely, is this Xiao Yin, Luo Yuan, that could provoke such an extraordinary reaction from the esteemed saintess? In the 92nd chapter, "Sister, please cease your actions. You cannot contend with the green tea." Meanwhile, Bai Ruoli, keenly perceptive, discerned the underlying implication in Mo Xian's words. Her mind raced, swiftly categorizing her opponent before her, a quintessential green tea, without doubt. In the face of such a character, the most effective approach is to advance straightforwardly and confront them with blunt inquiries. Any indirect insinuations or veiled jests would not only fail to inflict significant damage upon them, but would instead entrap oneself within their web of rhetoric. This is a profound lesson she derived amidst the company of scheming women, all fixated on her junior disciple. When it comes to vying for a man, hesitation leads to defeat. Showing weakness results in failure. Compromise ultimately brings about loss. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she cast a gaze at Mo Xian, now imbued with a renewed sense of aggression, and unabashedly inquired, "Since you are so well acquainted with my little Yuan's pen name, I assume the esteemed saintess is familiar with quite a few of his works? Pray, do share them with us, so that I, as his senior sister, may broaden my horizons." Her tone was laced with an unmistakable purpose, particularly when emphasizing the words "my little Yuan," akin to a protective pup eager to assert its claim in front of outsiders. Of course, her words were not without calculation. Although Luo Yuan possessed undeniable talent, the nature of his works was not something one could casually fabricate. After all, that peculiar style was not easily mimicked. This elder sister, having dared to speak thus, undoubtedly had her own experiences backing her claim. To her surprise, Xian displayed no hint of timidity. Instead, she replied with calmness, "Young Master Xiao, or rather, young Master Luo, once penned a monumental work under the name Xiao Yin in his early years, titled On the Structure of the Word Kun. I was profoundly impressed upon reading this book and sought out young Master Luo to discuss the meaning of the title. He graciously obliged and imparted his wisdom. Since then, although I have not had the pleasure of meeting him again, my admiration for young Master Luo remains indelibly etched in my heart." After speaking, Xian cast a significant glance towards Luo Yuan, filled with a blend of anticipation and wistfulness, as if to convey, "Having assisted you in smoothing over the conversation, how do you intend to reward me?" What is that?" Bide momentarily struggled to comprehend upon hearing the title. Judging by the naming style, it indeed seemed plausible that it could be a work by her junior disciple. What was happening? Could it be that this enchantress spoke the truth? She turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, her eyes imbued with a hint of seeking confirmation. As an individual of considerable experience, Xian Songzi could not maintain his composure upon hearing the book's name. "Quite the play, my friend Luo." He recalled the earlier encounters in the capital of Dayan, where the saintess of the Sword Spirit sect relentlessly pursued him, and the Empress of Dayan lavished her affections upon him. Not to mention the peculiar relationship he shared with the demon emperor of the northern region. Now, with the addition of a saintess from the witchcraft sect, it seemed this young man was perpetually surrounded by admirers. Was his constitution made of iron? The more Xian Songzi pondered, the more incredulous he felt, and a hint of admiration crept into his gaze towards Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, facing Bide piercing gaze, Luo Yuan could only brace himself and acquiesce. After all, it was hardly feasible to divulge the capabilities bestowed upon him by the system. Yet, this approach had its drawbacks. By aligning with Xian's narrative, he inadvertently acknowledged the events that had transpired between them in the dream. The ensuing period would likely be fraught with the enchantress's entanglements. Upon receiving confirmation from Luo Yuan, Bide fair countenance momentarily flickered with surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure and reiterated in a tone that brooked no dissent, "To appreciate literature is one thing. But why must you gaze at my junior disciple with such seductive eyes? Those in the know might think we are here to negotiate with the witchcraft sect, while those unaware could easily assume we are here to broker a contract for little Yuan." With that, she pulled Luo Yuan closer by the arm, narrowing the distance between them to an intimate degree. This is a clever strategy she acquired from Gu Qingshang after a series of significant battles. By taking the initiative when crowds gather, she leaves a lasting impression in the minds of the masses, establishing a preconceived notion. At this moment, it could be said that the theory was being applied in practice. Feeling an unusual sensation coursing through his arm, Luo Yuan suddenly realized he was unable to exert any control over it. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it even an inch. Yet, one must concede that the impression one person imparts to another is often deeply intertwined with her intrinsic character. For instance, at this very moment, Bide demeanor resonated with her own soft and tender nature. However, what might appear to outsiders as a mere casual gesture was, in Xian's eyes, a blatant declaration of ownership by Bide. Under normal circumstances, she would have shamelessly engaged in a comparison of wills. Yet, in this instance, she had a change of heart, for Luo Yuan's senior sister exuded an air of naivety that made her seem particularly easy to manipulate. With no understanding of the structure of the character Kun, what cunning could she possibly possess? Xian resolved to be strategic, to bide her time, to deliver an unexpected and decisive blow when Bide was most at ease. Only in this manner could she effectively undermine her opponent's confidence. How laughable it was! A formidable enchantress of the demonic sect, concerned with notions of propriety in the pursuit of a man. turning her gaze toward Bai Ruoli. She feigned a look of panic and grievance, softly saying, "Sister, you must have misunderstood me. I merely admire young Master Luo's talents and harbored no other improper thoughts towards him. Today, young Master Luo has made the effort to visit the witchcraft sect. I could not possibly fail to extend a warm welcome. After all, the days ahead are long, and should my reception prove inadequate and displease young Master Luo, he may never return. I would be left to weep in regret for the rest of my life." Mo Xian's tone was imbued with sincerity and a hint of awkwardness, reminiscent of a little girl who had erred, evoking genuine emotion that left no room for criticism. Upon hearing this set of dialogues, Bai Ruoli found it somewhat peculiar, yet she could not articulate her thoughts at that moment. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had taken the initiative to lower their stance, she had no valid reason to persist in her aggressive demeanor. Ultimately, it would only serve to portray her side as domineering. The only aspect that perplexed her was why Mo Xian chose to pause momentarily on the character for day. Could this perhaps be a peculiar pronunciation from their southern spirit domain? Chapter 93. Advancing by retreating, Mo Xian's subtle thoughts. Yet, this ultimately remains a trivial detail, one that Bai Ruoli did not dwell upon excessively. In her understanding, even if the pronunciation varied, what more could be conjured from such a term? Time stretches infinitely. After all, it is a word of utmost purity. As the moment became ripe, Luo Yuan hastily stepped in to mediate. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us return to the main topic at hand. Regarding the collaborative terms I previously proposed, perhaps Protector Xiao might reconsider? According to common reasoning, the highest authority of the witchcraft sect here should rightfully be Mo Xian as the saintess. If Luo Yuan were to seek counsel, it would be appropriate for him to address her. However, Luo Yuan's cleverness lay in his ability to deftly redirect the conversation towards Protector Xiao, thereby unwittingly achieving a transfer of discourse power on this matter. In this manner, not only could Mo Xian's propensity for uttering shocking and inappropriate remarks be curtailed, but it also provided an ingenious method to make the opposing party accept the proposed terms, truly killing two birds with one stone. However, from the perspective of Protector Xiao, the situation appeared entirely different. With the holy maiden standing right beside them, why was he being consulted? Was this not akin to pushing him into the fire? Protector Xiao hesitated for a moment, casting a pleading glance around, only to find no one stepping forward to speak. Thus, he steeled himself and declared, "Well, upon further reflection, this humble protector has reconsidered the earlier conclusion and finds it somewhat lacking in rigor. Should this venture succeed, the potential profits would be immeasurable. Even if our Wugu sect were to claim only 30%, it would still amount to a staggering sum. Why not proceed? I find young Master Luo's proposal increasingly wise. Perhaps we should adopt his initial suggestion." Within mere minutes, Protector Zhao's stance had undergone a complete reversal. Even his address had shifted from reckless brat to young Master Luo. Such a swift change in demeanor was nothing short of astonishing, truly befitting someone who had risen to the rank of protector, embodying the very essence of adaptability. Luo Yuan nearly failed to suppress his amusement at Protector Zhao's theatrical shift. With restrained mirth, he suggested, "Perhaps we should concede an additional 10% to your esteemed sect. After all, this endeavor will require significant manpower from the Wugu sect. 30% seems almost charitable. Young Master Luo, you misunderstand." Protector Xiao slammed the table and rose to his feet, his expression solemn. "The foundation of cooperation lies in mutual trust. Everything else is but fleeting illusion. Do you truly perceive me, Protector Xiao, or the Wugu sect as opportunistic glory seekers?" A heavy silence fell over the gathering. The disciples of the Wugu sect lowered their heads, uncertain how to respond. Xian Songzi's lips twitched slightly. Never before had he encountered someone even more shameless than himself. Seeing his scheme bear fruit, Luo Yuan smiled faintly and conceded, "The protector speaks wisely. I stand corrected. In that case, let us consider the matter settled." Protector Xiao exhaled in relief, discreetly glancing at Mo Xian to gauge her reaction. Only when he confirmed her expression remained unchanged did he finally relax. The acceptance of such unequal terms suggests that the young man holds a significant position in the heart of the saintess. It seems I must engage more with this lad, Luo Yuan. Merely having him whisper a few flattering words by the side of the saintess could greatly solidify my standing within the witchcraft sect. But hold on. Just as everyone was joyfully embracing this outcome, Mo Xian interjected once more. To merely discuss profit sharing seems rather simplistic. The witchcraft sect can allocate 2 additional branch locations exclusively for accommodating visitors from the other 3 spiritual realms and from Zhongzhou. The resources required for this endeavor shall not demand a single coin from your Xianin sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the witchcraft sect abruptly lifted their heads, incredulous at Mo Xian's proposal. 2 branch locations, such a substantial offering would cause even the sect master to ponder deeply. The saintess has so readily transformed the situation. Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, perplexed by Mo Xian's statement. Not only was she providing personnel, but she was also offering additional venues, and remarkably, at a minimal cost. Is such fortune truly attainable? As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. This enchanting woman must have some hidden agenda. Sure enough, as he contemplated this, Mo Xian continued in a hushed tone. However, this share of profit shall not be bestowed upon the Xianin sect without due consideration. To utilize these 2 branch locations, young Master Luo must present sufficient tokens of sincerity. Please, saintess, articulate your terms. We shall endeavor to accommodate within the capabilities of our Xianin sect. Luo Yuan replied cautiously. Noticing his agreement, Mo Xian revealed her terms without reservation. This condition is quite simple. Visitors from the southern spiritual realm who stay at the witchcraft sect's branch must pay a lodging fee, of which our sect shall claim 70%. The accommodations are provided by the witchcraft sect, and the facilities are constructed by us. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for us to claim the larger share. Naturally, we shall adhere to the agreed-upon division. Luo Yuan nodded in assent. Your straightforwardness remains commendable, young Master Luo, Mo Xian remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly. The second point is equally uncomplicated, with the impending dispute over the Taoist lineage. I merely request to accompany the Xianin sect's entourage to the venue. Luo Yuan was taken aback. He had envisioned countless potential conditions, but had not anticipated this. What purpose does she have at the Taoist lineage dispute? Logically, it bears no direct consequence for the witchcraft sect. Furthermore, given the long-standing animosity between the witchcraft sect and the Taoist heavenly sect, their members are typically not invited to such events. Should she be brought along, there could be chaos. Yet, fortunately, Xian Songzi is on our side, and there are no significant conflicts between the human sect and the witchcraft sect. Perhaps having Xian Songzi discreetly maneuver things behind the scenes will prevent any major issues. After finalizing a series of relevant matters, the collaboration between the 2 parties was officially established. Luo Yuan and his companions concocted a reason to depart. Mo Xian tentatively attempted to retain them, but after being met with by Ruoli's firm refusal, she graciously relented. As they watched Luo Yuan's group retreat, the guardian, Xiao, asked in confusion, Saintess, the dispute over the Taoist lineage has no bearing on us. Why do you wish to? Mo Xian did not answer him directly. Instead, she responded with a knowing smile. Men, after all, are creatures drawn to excitement and novelty. To capture a man's heart, one must strike a balance between freedom and restraint. The petty rivalries and playful skirmishes behind closed doors pale in comparison to the lavish displays of affection in front of the public eye. Which do you believe will leave an indelible mark upon a man's heart? Xiao suddenly comprehended, his mind swirling in realization. Good heavens! It turns out the saintess is not attending the Taoist lineage dispute to observe, but rather to vie for a man's affection? In the heavenly sect of the Taoist lineage, within the sacred hall, amidst a serene and tranquil expanse, a tall and graceful woman sat, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy detached from the world. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin luminous and flawless, akin to the pristine snow of early winter. Her gently arched crescent brows added an air of gentility. Her deep-set eyes glimmered with a cold light, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things while maintaining an aloof detachment. She donned an exquisitely simple Taoist robe, pure white and untainted by dust, adorned with elegantly flowing patterns of clouds and water. This attire harmonized perfectly with her ethereal and unblemished aura, together painting a breathtakingly exquisite portrait. Yet, in a heartbeat, a somewhat urgent voice shattered this tranquil beauty, reporting to the sect master, I have urgent news. Lu Yunshan slowly opened her eyes, the cold light in her gaze shimmering. What is it? The young maid entered, placing a stack of transcribed documents before Lu Yunshan, bowing respectfully. Sect master, According to Elder Geo, the assistance sought by the human sect is actually from a member of the Xianyin sect from the Eastern spiritual realm. They have established a property in the southern spiritual realm known as the Xianyin Pavilion. Earlier, they somehow enchanted the monks of the Pure Temple, causing them to forsake their scriptures and instead frequent that place of indulgence. The head monk, Master Hongyi, personally attempted to negotiate, but ultimately returned empty-handed. We thought the matter would end there, but, unexpectedly, at this point, the maid hesitated, struggling to continue. Speak freely. I will discern the matter, Luo Yuan stated calmly, her expression neutral. With the sect master's assurance, the maid dispelled her hesitations and whispered, recently, we have observed similar phenomena among our own disciples. Moreover, in terms of severity, it seems to surpass the situation at the Wugong Temple. As the words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged pause of several seconds, Luo Yuan gently parted her lips. Understood. You may leave those storybooks. I shall discern their contents myself. With a heart full of trepidation, the young maid slowly withdrew from the sacred hall. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at the few spirit plants nestled in the corner, their numerous engravings still distinctly visible. Luo Yuan gradually picked up the stack of storybooks placed before her, flipping through a few pages and scanning the text with a cursory glance. Initially, she dismissed them as mere mundane tales. However, as she delved deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave, her brow furrowing, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Monks, Taoist priestesses, karmic laws, the mundane world, the struggle between responsibility and desire, the choice between the teachings of Buddhism and love. Luo Yuan's breath quickened. Everything felt so hauntingly familiar. She stifled the tumultuous emotions rising within her and continued to read. Yet, upon encountering a few lines of lyrics, her emotions became impossible to suppress, bursting forth like a dam breaking. That year on the long street, spring was in full bloom, sheltering from the rain beneath the eaves. Sheltering from the rain. Did this not evoke the scene of her and Luo Yuan seeking refuge from the rain at the lantern market? The cool raindrops and the faint scent carried by the wind. It was unmistakable. Even the details were strikingly similar. The ending of the lyrics resonated painfully with her own fate with Luo Yuan. Everything seemed to align so intricately. Luo Yuan's chest rose and fell with her breath, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. Countless thoughts swirled in her head, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Why were the protagonists in this story so similar to her and Luo Yuan? Why did the lyrics resonate so perfectly, mirroring their experiences? Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Or perhaps, the author of these storybooks was indeed him, or someone connected to him? With this thought emerging, Luo Yuan gradually recalled a long-buried memory. Before Master Ning Ju passed away, he had left behind a message. Luo Yuan, having been baptized by the light of Buddha, could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. And not entering reincarnation meant he remained unchanged, devoid of new persona or consciousness. Thus, there remained a possibility for her to reunite with him and rekindle their bond. If these stories and that song were penned by the same hand, could the creator be the husband she longed for day and night? Luo Yuan found herself uncontrollably leaning towards that notion, the countless days and nights of yearning and anticipation tethering her spirit. Yet, soon, her rationality as the head of the Tianzong reasserted itself, calming her frayed nerves. If Elder Zhou's news was indeed accurate, the majority of those heading to the Xianyin Pavilion were monks from the Wugong Temple. Furthermore, even Master Hongyi had made an appearance. If that man truly was her long-sought husband, then Master Hongyi, as his senior at the Wugong Temple, would undoubtedly recognize him. But then again, what if her husband had undergone some changes in appearance and aura due to a series of karmic transformations? Although Master Hongyi was her husband as senior at the Wugong Temple, years of separation and her husband having left the temple long ago could hinder recognition. Clutching onto the last shred of hope, her obsession compelled her to envision a brighter possibility. She silently resolved that, come what may, once the struggle for the Dao lineage concluded, she would visit the Xianyin Pavilion to meet the one who penned Journey to the West and created the Taoist friend she longed for. Even the slightest chance must not be overlooked. Having organized her thoughts and plans, Luo Yuan once again closed her eyes, returning to a state of meditation. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to complete the struggle for the Dao lineage. Only then would she fulfill her duties and mission as the head of the Tianzong, allowing her to cast aside burdens and grievances wholeheartedly to to seek her husband. However, contrary to her wishes, no matter how hard she tried, her heart could not return to tranquility. The fleeting conjectures lingered in her mind like a parasite, impossible to dispel. The perfected supreme forgetting sentiment formula, at this moment, seemed utterly ineffective, failing to exert even the slightest influence. Upon returning to the Xianin Pavilion, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli began to discuss their itinerary for the upcoming struggle for the Dao lineage. Due to a sudden downpour on their way back, the number of attendees in the hall had dwindled, alleviating any need for their concerns. However, this also meant that most guests, deterred by the weather, chose to stay overnight at the Xianin Pavilion. The pavilion had always provided lodging services. Naturally, this referred to the legitimate kind of service. Sometimes, as night fell and guests enjoyed the performances, they would opt to stay over, incurring an additional night's fee. The numerous guest rooms on the second floor were designed for this very purpose. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that the Xianin Pavilion essentially serves as a leisure venue, combining entertainment and accommodation. As the hour approached the dog, 10 p.m., a group unexpectedly arrived outside. Leading them was a woman wielding a long sword. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown, with autumnal eyes akin to rippling water and skin as flawless as snow, possessed a graceful figure that was both enchanting and imposing. She resembled a water lily, exuding an air of unapproachable elegance, instantly evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld her from afar. Should any cultivators from the Eastern Spirit domain be present, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment, for the attire worn by this group was unmistakably that of the esteemed Ningjin sect. They approached the entrance of the Xianin Pavilion, halting in accordance with the lead of the woman. A senior elder behind her, puzzled, inquired, "Saintess, there are plenty of inns in the Southern Spirit domain. Why must you? If you wish to go to an inn, I shall not impede you. I have come here, with my own considerations." Gu Qingshang spoke with an air of indifference, yet her gaze swept across the hall, taking in its surroundings. The people behind her were perplexed by her words, but given her status as a saintess, they refrained from voicing their confusion, merely following her into the Xianin Pavilion. Upon entering the grand hall of Xianin Pavilion, they were immediately enveloped by the enchanting melodies of song and dance. The young women on stage were vividly portraying the latter half of Journey to the West. At the moment Gu Qingshang's figure materialized, Bai Ruoli in the hall sprang to her feet as if triggered by an unseen force, her beautiful eyes flickering with a blend of astonishment, confusion, and vigilance. She stepped forward to intercept the group, addressing them. "I was wondering who had the audacity to burst in here at such an hour wielding a weapon. It turns out to be the esteemed Fairy Qingshang. Why, dear Fairy, have you left the Eastern Domain to visit the Southern Spirit Domain?" The sudden commotion instantly captured the attention of the guests present. Numerous male disciples of the sect turned their heads, their gazes drawn to the enchanting figure of Gu Qingshang at the entrance. Who is this ethereal beauty? How can such unparalleled grace exist in the Southern Spirit Domain? With such a poise and countenance, she could easily rival even the sect leader. Wait, did Miss Ruoli just mention the celestial Gu Qingshang? Could it be? She is the renowned beauty of the Eastern Spirit Domain, Gu Qingshang. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted into a fervor, whispers cascading through the assembly. Celestial Gu Qingshang? Is this truly the legendary Gu Qingshang? Indeed, seeing is believing. This fleeting encounter reveals her rightful title as the most beautiful in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Alas, I am doomed to be a man forever unattainable by Gu Qingshang. Unperturbed, Gu Qingshang remained in place, blissfully unaware of her newfound status as the focal point of attention. She continued speaking. "The internal doctrinal dispute of the sect has garnered global attention, and all major sects have been invited. Naturally, our sword condensation sect is among them. The elegant Sound Pavilion, renowned for its hospitality and graceful ambience, is an ideal resting place for travelers. Our sword condensation sect's entourage has journeyed far, and our visit to the elegant Sound Pavilion at this late hour is intended for accommodation." Gu Qingshang then directed her gaze towards the somewhat antagonistic Bai Ruoli, her eyes glimmering with a hint of long-held cunning. "Which room would the Celestial wish to stay in?" Bai Ruoli asked, her tone strained despite her reluctance. In front of so many onlookers, she could not outright refuse. Gu Qingshang's consciousness swept across the second floor, quickly pinpointing a specific room. With a delicate gesture from her jade-like fingers, she pointed to a chamber at the far end of the second floor's corner and smiled lightly. "That one will suffice. I prefer solitude. Absolutely not. Ruoli instinctively rejected, her tone firm and unyielding. You may choose any other room. This particular one is not available to the public. However, Gu Qingshang remained calm and unruffled, responding leisurely. Since this is a guest room, why may I not take residence here? Your elegant sound pavilion is open for business. Are you suggesting that you discriminate against your guests? Her words were astutely crafted, placing Ruoli in a precarious dilemma. To acquiesce would be to invite trouble. To refuse would be to slap herself in front of the gathering audience. Faced with Gu Qingshang's probing inquiry, Ruoli found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The hall was still filled with patrons enjoying the performance, and she could hardly declare before a host of potential customers that the elegant sound pavilion was refusing to provide accommodation. Isn't this a self-sabotage of one's own business? Yet, if one refrains from such actions, will she continue to reside in Xia Yuan's chamber? Today, she dares to occupy the very room once inhabited by Xia Yuan. What audacious actions might she contemplate next? I can scarcely imagine. In the fleeting moments of her hesitation and inner turmoil, Gu Qingshang seized the opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she hurled a substantial bag of premium spirit stones towards Ruoli, and in a blink, she vanished into the chamber where Luo Yuan resided. This audacious act immediately incited a cacophony of astonished murmurs among the onlookers. Over this period, they had undoubtedly become regular patrons of the Xianin Pavilion, naturally aware of the room's intended occupant. With Gu Qingshang's spiritual power, discerning the truth was a simple matter. Yet now, Gu Qingshang was resolutely determined to stay in that particular chamber, unabashedly striding towards it. This could only indicate that the suddenly appeared immortal Qingshang had but one aim: to seize a man. Ruoli suddenly became acutely aware and hurried to intervene. However, she was ultimately a step too late. The door of the room had already slammed shut with a resounding thud, fortified by an isolation spell. Immediately thereafter, muffled cries of mild panic echoed from within. Gu. Immortal Gu, please exercise restraint. A week swiftly elapsed, and before long, the anticipated date for the internal sect contest arrived. Throughout these days, Luo Yuan experienced an unprecedented phenomenon. He had not dreamt at all. To say he hadn't dreamt would be an understatement. Even the slightest hint of unusual occurrences during sleep had eluded him. His routine was impeccably disciplined, adhering to a schedule of retiring at 10 and rising at 8, epitomizing health and self-discipline. This situation left Luo Yuan feeling somewhat uneasy. After conducting a thorough investigation, he surmised that the recent system upgrade had awakened new functionalities. The current capabilities of the system afforded him the ability to influence dreams, which naturally included the autonomy to enter them. However, the accompanying drawback was that his necessity to retire to bed at a specific hour each night inadvertently provided certain individuals with an opportunity to exploit. After these few days, I feel as though I am on the verge of succumbing to a desire for ease. Once they had completed the necessary preparations, Luo Yuan and Ruoli meticulously organized the affairs of the Xianin Pavilion and promptly set off together for the Taoist discussion venue. Alongside them were notable figures from the Four Directions spirit realm, including prodigies from various major sects and reclusive powerhouses, all converging from distant corners to gather in the southern spirit realm. This also marks the official commencement of the globally anticipated debate over the Tao lineage. Chapter 96. The battle for the Tao lineage begins. The enigmatic leader of the heavenly sect, Luo Yuan, and Ruoli did not arrive of their own accord. Rather, they utilized a spatial array left behind by Xian Songzi to reach their destination directly. Upon entering the spatial array, they were greeted by a dimly lit expanse. After approximately a minute of traversal, a brand new realm gradually came into view. Contrary to their expectations of an exceedingly simple debating venue, the space before them exuded a grandeur and majesty not characteristic of the Taoist sect. The outer walls of the debating hall were constructed from enormous blue stones, which, having endured the test of time, appeared even more ancient and resilient. Intricate engravings adorned the walls, depicting profound symbols, including portraits of the ancestors of the Taoist lineage and the leaders of the heavenly and human sects throughout the ages, silently recounting the splendor and heritage of the past. At the very heart of the debating hall, the Taoist platform was inscribed with the four powerful characters heavenly and human debate, as if proclaiming to the world that this hallowed ground would be a sanctuary for the clash of ideas and the revelation of truth. The grand and majestic arrangement, along with the profoundly striking spectacle, undeniably highlights the internal significance of the sectarian dispute regarding the Taoist orthodoxy. After all, this is a matter of great consequence that determines the legitimacy of both the celestial and human sects within a given cycle. At this moment, the arena for the debate is already filled with spectators from all directions. Most of the invited sects, along with ordinary disciples from the southern spiritual domain who came to observe, have taken their places. The air is alive with discussions, casual chatter, and laughter, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. "Good sir, are you from the southern spiritual domain?" inquired a cultivator from the eastern spiritual domain, addressing a man clad in black beside him. The black-clad man responded with a slight bow and a faint smile. "You possess keen insight. I am Niu, a disciple of the Luo Yuan sect, born and raised in the southern spiritual domain." The cultivator from the Luo nodded gently, saying, "In that case, I presume this is not your first participation in the dispute over the Taoist orthodoxy. What do you find most noteworthy about this contention?" "Not at all. I am actually witnessing the dispute for the first time," Niu replied, subtly gesturing with his finger and casting a meaningful glance towards Luo. He continued, "Although the dispute over the Taoist orthodoxy is a rare grand event in the southern spiritual domain, it is, in essence, merely an internal quarrel among the sects, lacking in true spectacle. In previous instances, not many from the southern spiritual domain made the effort to attend. The reason for the change in attendance this time, attracting such a multitude, is entirely due to the influence of an individual. Who? Luo's curiosity was instantly piqued. Who could possess such extraordinary allure? Niu surveyed the surroundings to ensure their conversation was discreet before lowering his voice. This individual is none other than one of the two main protagonists of this dispute. The head of the celestial sect. The head of the celestial sect? Luo frowned, perplexed. What is so remarkable about the head of the celestial sect? Is he not just an old Taoist priest? That assertion is mistaken, Niu replied. It is said that the head of the celestial sect is not an elderly man, but rather a young and enchanting woman. A young woman? Luo's interest was instantly ignited, and he eagerly inquired, could it be that these people have come to catch a glimpse of the celestial sect's head? Niu did not answer directly. Instead, he offered a knowing smile, the implication unmistakable. He continued, the head of the celestial sect seldom makes public appearances, and very few in the southern spiritual domain have seen her true form. However, those who have beheld her cannot help but marvel at her otherworldly beauty. Some even go so far as to declare her the most beautiful woman in the southern spiritual domain. Over the years, countless unwise individuals have sought an audience with her, and some audacious suitors have even attempted to propose marriage. The fate of these suitors has invariably ended in their demise at the hands of the celestial sect's head. Luo pondered this information, then shook his head with a chuckle. The most beautiful woman in the southern spiritual domain turns out to be a Taoist nun. How absurd. I must see for myself what kind of beauty could compel so many to risk their lives for a mere glance. As all preparations reached completion, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly charged. A monk dressed in a light-colored robe gracefully descended to the center of the debate arena and addressed the audience with a resonant voice. "I am known as Wu, a humble monk from the Pure Temple, invited by the celestial and human sects. I am here today to preside over this grand event. I shall now announce the relevant rules pertaining to the dispute over the Taoist orthodoxy. Each sect must designate one representative to ascend the debate platform, and both parties may bring a single attendant to manage unforeseen circumstances. The debate will encompass 4 categories: spiritual power, soul power, the 5 elements, and Taoist arts. The victorious party shall represent the Taoist sect in external matters for the next 60 years. During the debate, the audience may observe the proceedings through the spiritual energy screen, but they must refrain from interference. Any interference discovered will be met with severe punishment." Upon hearing these rules, Luo Yuan could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The internal atmosphere of this door truly maintains an exquisite balance, aware that if the chosen host is not appropriate, it may lead to disputes. Therefore, it would be more prudent to invite an unrelated monk from Wugu Temple, ensuring absolute fairness. As the tumult of the audience gradually subsided, Master Wuju's voice once again resonated. "Next, let us invite the representative from the Ren sect, the leader of the Ren sect, Taoist Xian. With these words, all eyes in the hall instantly focused on Xian. "Luo Daoyu, please." Xian gestured towards Luo Yuan beside him. As the helper he recruited, Luo Yuan naturally appeared as Xian attendant in this contest of Taoist lineages. However, when the attendees caught sight of Luo Yuan's visage, a wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. Is this really a Rin sect Taoist? Even practitioners are so competitive now? This young man's appearance was so strikingly formidable that even in my prime, I would have had to tread cautiously. Husband, look at me, glance this way. Chang Lu, observing the figure standing in the arena, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. What the? Luo Shidi. In the minds of the spectators, especially those from other spiritual realms, Taoists were expected to embody a profound demeanor, detached from the mundane world. At best, they might exude a hint of ethereal grace. Yet who could have imagined that within the Taoist sect, such a handsome presence existed? With deep-set eyes and striking features, he exuded an aura that balanced both ruggedness and elegance, stirring the hearts of many young women in the audience, particularly the mature women present, such as the wives of various sect leaders, gazed at Luo Yuan with eyes brimming with longing, nearly shimmering with emotion. At the Tian sect's representative seat, a young maid observed Luo Yuan on stage, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. She whispered to Lu Yunxian, who was sitting nearby in meditation, "Master, this helper chosen by the Rin sect is extraordinarily handsome." Lu Yunxian, with her eyes closed and an expression devoid of any disturbance, calmly replied, "Qing He, have you forgotten how I instructed you? As a disciple of the Tian sect, one must never indulge in romantic entanglements. The allure of flesh is but a fleeting illusion. Fixating on it will hinder your understanding of the Tao." "I understand, Master." The maid, named Qing He, nodded earnestly, yet her thoughts diverged. "Master, how can you admonish me when you yourself have inscribed such things on those spiritual plants in the sanctum? You boldly claim that romantic affairs are to be avoided. Does your conscience not ache?" On another side of the viewing platform, the Taoist ninth elder, who had previously accompanied the Wugu temple group to Xianin Pavilion, gazed at the familiar face in the arena, mumbling to himself, "How is this possible? How could the Rin sect leader bring this young man? No wonder he could so audaciously recruit disciples from our sect. It turns out he has connections with the Rin sect." The disciple beside him appeared equally astonished. Elder 9, with the backing of the Rin sect. "We might be powerless against him." "Humph. What of the Rin sect's support?" The ninth elder of the Tian sect snorted disdainfully today. Since he dares to step onto this debating ground, it is an opportune moment to settle old scores. "I refuse to believe that someone who has caused so much trouble for our male disciples will escape unscathed." In the midst of their conversation, Master Wuju's voice rang out once more. "The two representatives from the Rin sect are ready. Now, let us invite the representative from the Tian sect, the leader Lu Yunxian." As Master Wuju's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall was once again stirred. All eyes turned towards the seating of the Taoists from the Rin sect, each gaze infused with curiosity and fervor. After all, everyone yearned to witness the legendary beauty of the Tian sect leader. With a significant number of male practitioners present solely for this reason, they were eager to see what the famed first beauty of the Tian sect looked like, prompting so many in the southern spirit realm to risk their lives for a glimpse of her charm. At the Tian sect seat, Lu Yunxian slowly opened her eyes, gazing towards the debating platform, murmuring softly, "Countless causes and myriad distractions shall converge today. Little monk, once I fulfill this mission, I shall seek you." With that, she signaled to her maid Qing He to prepare to ascend to the debating ground. However, as her gaze passed over the platform, it suddenly seemed to freeze, unable to move, as if struck by lightning. The usually calm depths of her eyes began to tremble violently, her surrounding aura becoming chaotic in an instant. "Is it another illusion?" Lu Yunxian whispered, her gaze misty as if lost in a dream. Her delicate form trembled with each deepening breath. Employing her utmost spiritual awareness to probe the distant figure, the one whose presence haunted her thoughts, day and night. Again and again she sought confirmation. In a daze, that figure, along with its essence, felt so real, so familiar. Beside her, Qing He was already prepared, intending to remind her master to enter the arena. But upon turning, she was startled to find tears shimmering in her master's beautiful eyes. "Master, what is wrong?" Qing He, taken aback by this sudden situation, faltered, her voice trembling slightly. In her recollection, her master had never displayed such unusual behavior, due to the unique nature of their cultivation. As a disciple of the Tian sect advanced in their practice, their emotional fluctuations tended to stabilize. Lu Yunxian, as the leader of the Tian sect, had long mastered the supreme forgetting emotion technique, making even the slightest emotional disturbance rare. How could she suddenly be brought to tears? At that moment, Lu Yunxian was oblivious to her words, her gaze fixated on Luo Yuan in the arena, as if all rational thought had fled her mind. For many years, all the pent-up feelings of resentment, longing, and regret have intertwined at this moment, relentlessly crashing against her thoughts. The long-suppressed yearning is finally released, like a flood unleashed from a dam, instantly engulfing her reason. In the next instant, Lu Yunqian seems unable to contain her surging emotions any longer. She leaps from her seat at the heavenly sect and soars directly towards the direction of the discussion arena. Qinghe, witnessing this, hurriedly follows suit, her concern for the sect leader amplifying with each passing moment, fearful that Lu Yunqian might take an unexpected action. Look, the leader of the heavenly sect is coming. Soon. Someone in the crowd has noticed Lu Yunqian's ethereal figure ascending, exclaiming in astonishment. In an instant, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. The entire discussion arena fell into a profound silence. At the sight of Lu Yunqian, countless hearts seemed to be stripped away, their gazes transfixed upon her enchanting silhouette. Rooted to the spot, their eyes remained glued to her, following her every movement, as if they could not tear themselves away. After several seconds, some began to emerge from their dazed state, yet traces of infatuation lingered in their expressions. The leader of the heavenly sect truly embodied the beauty spoken of in legends. Could it be that she is indeed the leader of the heavenly sect? Such a stunning figure exists within the Taoist realm? The most beautiful maiden of the southern spiritual domain, her reputation is indeed well-deserved. Initially, I had high hopes for the human sect to triumph in this doctrinal contest, but now, I find myself compelled to support the heavenly sect instead. My master, I apologize. After careful consideration, I believe I am more suited to the path of cultivation. Lu Yunqian's appearance undoubtedly ignited the fervor of all the men present in the discussion arena. Especially the younger male cultivators, all with flushed faces, had already lost themselves in her presence. Even those esteemed disciples of powerful sects, typically surrounded by companions, were now entranced, their eyes filled with awe. In the next moment, someone suddenly realized something, pointing at Lu Yunqian's trajectory and exclaiming, "Wait. The leader of the heavenly sect seems to be heading not towards the other side of the discussion platform, but rather towards the direction of the human sect representatives." As this statement echoed, it captured the attention of the entire audience once more. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as countless gazes shifted in unison from Lu Yunqian to her intended destination, Luo Yuan. What is happening? Is the discussion not yet underway? What could the leader of the heavenly sect mean by this action? The discussion is ultimately predicated on propriety. Both parties share a common origin, so is it so strange to extend a slight gesture of acknowledgement before it begins? Not at all. If it were merely a friendly greeting, a simple wave would suffice. Why move directly toward the opposing party? Moreover, it appears that the target of the heavenly sect leader is not the human sect leader, Xian Songzi, but rather a companion accompanying him on stage. At the heavenly sect seating area, the ninth elder of the heavenly sect watched Lu Yunqian's actions, his expression revealing traces of ecstatic anticipation, as I expected. The leader is indeed poised to take action against this young man. Given the current circumstances, it seems she can hardly wait to intervene before the discussion even commences. This is the fate that awaits those who deceive the masses. At the seating of the Xianyin sect, Bairuoli's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding events, a hint of deep concern etched upon her delicate features. Meanwhile, at the front row dedicated to the Jingjian sect, Gu Qingshang's countenance grew serious, her brow furrowed, her hand already gripping the hilt of her sword. As Lu Yunqian's figure drew closer to Luo Yuan within the discussion arena, the tension among the spectators escalated. They held their breaths, their eyes glued to the enchanting silhouette, fearful of missing any detail. Curiosity and anticipation surged within each heart, longing for what was to unfold. The leader of the Tianzong, who had long severed ties with emotions, and his connection to Luo Yuan remained shrouded in mystery, compelling her to approach him boldly before the gaze of the multitude. Amidst the astonished stares of the audience, Lu Yunqian's figure gracefully descended, silently alighting behind Luo Yuan. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As she advanced towards Luo Yuan, her steps faltered abruptly when she was merely a few paces away. For reasons unknown, her form appeared to be frozen, unable to advance even a fraction further. Gazing at the silhouette that haunted her dreams, it felt as though her heart was constricted by an unseen force. Though 1,000 words clamored for expression, not a single sound escaped her lips. On the other hand, Luo Yuan, observing the sudden commotion within the debate arena and the multitude of eyes fixated upon him, was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Surely, this was not a nightclub? Could it be that my reputation has spread to such an extent? However, before he could completely grasp the situation, A soft murmur, akin to a dream, drifted from behind him. Luo Yuan, I have finally found you. The voice, ethereal and tinged with emotion, was laden with a delicate caution, as if fearing that a louder utterance would cause the figure before her to vanish. As these words fell, a renewed wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Luo Yuan? Who is Luo Yuan? The name of the representative of the Rain sect? How does the leader of the Tianzong know his name? Could it be that the Tianzong leader and this young man share an old acquaintance? Impossible. The Tianzong leader has devoted her life to cultivation. How could she possibly know such a young lad? It seemed evident that there was more to this situation than met the eye, undoubtedly harboring undisclosed secrets. Ninth Elder, did the leader previously know this young man? A disciple seated beside the ninth elder of the Tianzong inquired, a look of disbelief on his face. Do not utter such nonsense. The ninth elder's expression darkened, asserting, the leader has dedicated her life to the path of enlightenment. How could she have any ties to this boy from the Eastern Spirit domain? It is more likely that upon learning of my report, she sent someone to investigate this lad's background. There is no other possibility. He urged, mark my words. Soon, this young man will face the consequences. The nearby disciple nodded, half convinced, yet upon observing their leader's demeanor and actions, it seemed far from the intent to reprimand. At that moment, the most astonished individual within the debate arena was undoubtedly Qinghe, Luo Yuan's attendant, who had followed closely behind. Upon hearing the leader inadvertently utter Luo Yuan's name, every mystery and speculation in her heart was suddenly resolved. The inscription she had seen on the sacred plant that day was indeed the leader's own handiwork. The scene unfolding before her unmistakably revealed a stark reality. Her leader's affections were directed towards a man. The discussions among the onlookers surged and swelled, creating a cacophony that nearly drowned out the individuals upon the debate stage. Yet, despite the din, Luo Yuan's call resonated with precision, reaching Luo Yuan's ears. In an instant, it felt as though his mind had been struck by a thunderous bolt, reverberating with a profound intensity. The sound, the tone. He mechanically turned his head, and before his eyes appeared the enchanting figure from his dreams. Clad in her favorite white garment, the fabric danced softly in the breeze, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her visage remained unchanged from his memories, with brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist and eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Yet, at this moment, her gaze lacked the usual serenity and calmness, instead glistening with unshed tears. Before Luo Yuan could comprehend the situation, the figure in white suddenly moved. In the next instant, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, she leapt directly into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, everyone around them stood frozen. The entire debate arena fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Following a moment of silence, an eruption of gasps resonated throughout the crowd. Before them stood the esteemed leader of the heavenly sect, revered as the most exquisite beauty of the southern spirit domain, now intimately pressed against Luo Yuan's chest, her arms clutched tightly around his waist, as if fearing that a mere loosening of her grip would cause him to slip away. The usually impassive countenance of her jade-like visage was now marred by tear stains, and an unprecedented air of heart-wrenching sorrow enveloped her demeanor. The onlookers were left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief at this astonishing spectacle. Within mere moments, the sound of countless jaws dropping echoed through the venue. Chapter 99. A collective shock. What is the relationship between the heavenly sect leader and Luo Yuan? Surely I did not misinterpret this. Has the heavenly sect leader truly thrown herself into that young man's embrace? This is astonishing. The leader of the heavenly sect is actually in an embrace with him. I told you. The connection between the heavenly sect leader and that young man is undeniably intricate. There must be some clandestine affair at play. This unexpected scene left all the spectators utterly astonished. They could never have imagined that the exalted leader of the heavenly sect, who typically remained aloof and untouched by the mundane world, would one day embrace a man publicly, and that she would be the one to initiate such a heartfelt gesture. The profound psychological shock experienced by all present, particularly the disciples of the Taoist sect, was indeed monumental. Seated in the Taoist sect, numerous disciples were rendered speechless as they beheld the astonishing scene before them, frozen in place, unable to comprehend the bloody reality unfolding. Their own sect leader, who had always held the sect's rules in the highest regard, was now, in broad daylight, embracing a man. Most alarmingly, this man was not just any individual, but the representative of the human sect, the opposing faction in the ongoing struggle for the Taoist lineage. The debate had yet to commence, yet their representative had already aligned with the adversary. What kind of farce was this? Elder Jiu, what should we do? Several disciples pointed tremblingly towards Luo Yuan in the debate arena, asking, "It seems there is indeed a special relationship between the sect leader and that young man. Do you need to state the obvious? I am not blind." Elder Zhou's face turned ashen, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. He then turned to the surrounding disciples and spoke slowly. "Young Master Luo hails from the East Spirit Domain, possessing an extraordinary appearance and commendable cultivation. Our sect leader is renowned as the most gifted individual of this generation in the South Spirit Domain. Although their statuses differ, they are indeed a pair of talented individuals, and it could be considered a fine match. Should the sect leader inquire later, one may assert that this elder has always supported their union." In the midst of his words, the title of that lad from the East Spirit Domain inadvertently transformed into young Master Luo from the East Spirit Domain. The nearby disciples twitched their lips, silently lamenting, "I have never encountered such shamelessness." At the reserved seats of the Xianin sect, Bairuoli observed Lu Yunqian leaping into Luo Yuan's embrace, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she was relieved that the other party bore no malice towards her junior disciple, avoiding the scenario she had dreaded. On the other hand, the current situation was far more severe than any confrontation. The other party was blatantly targeting Luo Yuan, and they made no effort to disguise their intentions, openly embracing him in front of everyone, brazenly taking advantage of her junior disciple. While she had witnessed women making advances towards Luo Yuan before, never had she seen such an audacious display. To take such liberties before her eyes, how could she endure it? She clenched the hem of her skirt, resolutely reaffirming her earlier convictions. Indeed, every woman attempting to approach her junior disciple outside, one and all, harbored ulterior motives. Within the designated area of the Jingjian sect, Gu Qingshang abruptly stood, her gaze fixed intently upon the two entwined figures on the debating platform, her sword humming ominously in her grasp. What a sect leader of the Taoist sect, what a heartless figure. She gritted her teeth, a palpable aura of murderous intent beginning to envelop her fair visage. Previously, she had believed the women of the Taoist sect to be lofty and pure, only to discover they were merely a group of seductive vixens engaging in clandestine liaisons with men. However, at that moment, the most astonished individual within the entire debating arena was undoubtedly Xian Songzi, who stood close to Luo Yuan. He had turned to look at Luo Yuan almost simultaneously as the incident unfolded, making him the event's primary witness. Thus, he witnessed a scene that shattered his worldview completely. From his perspective, the sister he had always known to be aloof and indifferent towards any man was now willingly rushing towards the Luo Taoist friend she had sought out. The two embraced without a hint of reservation, and judging by his sister's demeanor, her emotions seemed to be rather unstable. What is happening? Xian Songzi's CU began to operate at high speed, and his mind started to feel a bit dazed. In his understanding, there was no conceivable intersection between Lu Yunqian and Luo Yuan, although there had been fleeting thoughts of Luo Yuan coaxing Lu Yunqian into blooming like an iron tree. Those were merely absurd notions that he had never taken seriously. He had never even considered such possibilities. Yet, to his astonishment, everything had come to fruition right before his very eyes. Xian Songzi took a deep breath, his gaze once again scrutinizing Luo Yuan, his expression rife with complexity. Goodness! This person had truly found the right moment, creating such a spectacle shortly after arriving. I sought your assistance to resolve the dispute over the Dao lineage, but I certainly did not intend for you to resolve it in this manner. Luo Yuan, is it truly you, or am I merely dreaming? Lu Yunqian raised her head to meet Luo Yuan's gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow and confusion. She had an overwhelming urge to express countless thoughts to the person before her, burdened by a plethora of grievances and longings. A waft of fragrance enveloped Luo Yuan. Lingering at the tip of his nose, he gazed at the familiar visage in his arms, feeling the intensity of her gaze upon him, and for a moment, he was utterly at a loss. Initially, he had intended to employ the same tactics as before, adopting a stance of denial. As long as he refused to acknowledge it, no one could expose him. But upon reflection, that seemed unnecessary. After all, Lu Yunqian's identity and character were not akin to those of the Empress or the Demon Lord. She was comparatively easier to reconcile with. Moreover, he had experienced the dreamlike encounters with her in a profoundly tangible manner. It would be impossible to claim he had no feelings for Lu Yunqian. On the contrary, the influence of their dream experiences stirred within him an uncontrollable sense of compassion and reluctance upon seeing her tear-streaked face. Chapter 100, Cursed Taoist Priestess. Remove your hand from him. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yuan ultimately could not overcome his inner turmoil and decided to acknowledge her. However, just as he was about to speak, An untimely voice interrupted. Master of Tianzong, young friend Luo Yuan, this is a place for discussing the Tao. So please be mindful of the occasion and propriety. If you wish to reminisce, it would be best to wait until this dispute over the Tao lineage concludes. Master Wuzhu, presiding over the current dispute, could no longer contain himself amid this unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated a solemn and profound discourse on the Tao. Who would have thought that the participants would immediately delve into matters of affection? Your antics make it quite challenging for me as the host. However, his intervention was met with widespread dissatisfaction among the audience present. This old monk truly knows how to rain on a parade. Why must he interject at such a moment? Ruining the atmosphere? You should know better, old monk. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Indeed, the reunion of these two was a moment charged with emotion, and to have it disrupted by this bald-headed priest was unthinkable. The audience had gathered primarily due to the fame of the master of Tianzong. The unexpected display of lovers reuniting, with the prominent female lead being none other than the highly popular master of Tianzong, significantly heightened the audience's appetite for gossip. Thus, for them, the philosophical discussions had become secondary to the unfolding drama. As they were engrossed in the captivating moment, the interruption left everyone less than pleased. Xian Songzi lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration, casting a murderous glare at Master Wuzhu. What was about to unfold had been promising, and now, thanks to your words, everything was ruined. Old bald monk, I can never forgive you. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding audience, Luo Yuan and Lu Yunxian awkwardly separated. He looked at Lu Yunxian, speaking softly, Yunxian, once these matters are concluded, I will share with you everything that has transpired. Lu Yunxian did not immediately respond. Instead, she stared blankly at Luo Yuan, at the face she had longed for through countless nights, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Her voice reminiscent of a dreamy murmur, all right. At that moment, she was utterly unconcerned with the ongoing dispute over the Tao lineage or any so-called sect rules or responsibilities. All she desired was to swiftly conclude the present circumstances and find a secluded place where she and Luo Yuan could embrace tightly, sharing the depths of her yearning and affection. Indeed, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should simply abandon the dispute altogether. After all, once the discussions began, it would mean opposing Luo Yuan, a notion she could not bear to accept. Stepping closer, she gently placed her hand on Luo Yuan's forehead, subtly channeling her Tao techniques. With a piercing sound, a crescent-shaped white mark appeared at the center of Luo Yuan's brow. Although the dispute over the Tao lineage primarily revolved around philosophical discussions, the intense focus from both parties could inevitably affect their spirits. Should you falter during the discourse, this mark will safeguard your soul, shielding it from harm. While you may nominally represent the human sect, you are ultimately not a disciple of our Tao. The heavenly contest is merely a formality for you, and it would be regrettable to suffer harm unnecessarily. Lu Yunxian's voice was calm and unhurried, imbued with concern and care. Like a gentle breeze brushing against one's heart, it revealed none of the authority expected from the master of Tianzong. Yet, to the onlookers, her words resonated differently, particularly among the disciples of the Tao and Tianzong, who were left utterly astounded by her utterance. Is this truly the leader of our own clan? Is this truly something that the leader of our sect would utter? Although they seldom interact with the leader, their general impression is that of an unapproachable figure, stern and devoid of humor. The sect's regulations are held in the highest regard, with strict prohibitions against any transgressions by the disciples. To speak in such a gentle manner is unheard of. Even a flicker of normal emotional fluctuation is a rarity. Yet, at this moment, she bears little resemblance to the emotionless leader of the heavenly sect they once knew. Instead, she appears to be a concerned young wife, constantly fretting over her husband. All of this stems from the man named Luo Yuan standing upon the debate platform. Many disciples of the heavenly sect have silently resolved that once this contest of doctrines concludes, regardless of the outcome, they shall pay a visit to the Xianin Pavilion. Not for any other reason, but to gain insight into this extraordinary individual who has captivated their leader's heart. Lu Yunxian's hand lingered on Luo Yuan's forehead for a brief moment, and just as she intended to withdraw it, a sharp voice, laced with anger, pierced through the air. Filthy Taoist, remove your dirty hands from him. Following this exclamation, an incredibly fierce sword aura surged forth, hurtling directly towards the space between Lu Yunxian and Luo Yuan. The formidable sword energy bore an intimidating brilliance, compelling even Lu Yunxian, despite her cultivation, to retreat in haste. Yet, this sword energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, deftly avoiding any part of Luo Yuan's being. With a resounding explosion, a visible scar, approximately 10 feet long and 5 feet deep, marred the debate platform between Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan. The foundation of the platform, forged from ancient basalt, could resist even the most potent strikes of a transformation realm cultivator without sustaining significant damage. Yet, this single strike had left an unmistakable and substantial crack upon the platform, revealing the extent of its power. As the spectators remained in awe of the might of this sword strike, a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, gracefully descended onto the debate platform. In mere moments, she stood beside Luo Yuan, where Luo Yuan had just been. She then raised her sword, pointing it directly at Luo Yuan, her fair visage exuding a chilling arrogance as she declared, "Do not touch him." As her words resonated, the entire debate arena was enveloped in a profound silence. The unexpected turn of events left all the spectators at the scene utterly astonished. Each individual bore an expression of bewilderment, gazing blankly at everything unfolding before them. Almost instantaneously, someone reacted, casting a gaze upon Gu Qingshang that radiated an unparalleled awe. Goodness! Another ethereal beauty has graced us. What on earth is happening? Who is this enchanting figure? With an icy complexion and a graceful demeanor, her appearance is nothing short of extraordinary. Even when compared to the head of the Tianzong, she is equally captivating. When did our southern spirit domain produce such a celestial beauty? This is not merely a beauty of the southern spirit domain. This is undeniably the Qingshang fairy from our eastern spirit domain. From within the crowd, a cultivator from the eastern spirit domain suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The Qingshang fairy rarely makes public appearances. Who would have imagined seeing her here at the contest of doctrines? This truly makes the journey worthwhile. As this declaration resonated, the assembly of male cultivators immediately became restless, stirring once more in a frenzy. She is indeed the Qingshang fairy of the Ningjian sect from the Eastern Spirit Domain? The rumored first beauty of the Eastern Spirit Domain? No wonder she possesses such an ethereal grace. If she is the Qingshang fairy, everything falls into place. Master, I suddenly have no desire to cultivate at the Tianzong. I wish only to refine my swordsmanship in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Discussions regarding Gu Qingshang flowed incessantly, with many in the crowd casting enamored and envious glances at the graceful figure on the debating stage. Most had come to behold Luo Yuan's beauty, yet they found an unexpected delight. However, some began to sense something amiss. Why has the Qingshang fairy suddenly appeared here? If she had come to participate in the contest of doctrines, it would be understandable, as she is the saintess of the foremost sect in the Eastern Spirit Domain, invited to partake in such a grand event. Yet, the question arises, why did she choose this exact moment to appear and audaciously intrude upon the debating stage? Moreover, her demeanor, laced with jealousy and a sour tone, clearly revealed her feelings of envy. Judging by her sudden act of drawing her sword, it seemed she harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the head of the Tianzong. In an instant, the gossiping curiosity of the onlookers reignited fervently. Their instincts told them that this was undoubtedly a sensational revelation. Xian Songzi, one of the few privy to the truth within the debating hall, had anticipated the ensuing developments the moment he witnessed Gu Qingshang's actions. Casting a sympathetic glance at the nearby Luo Yuan, he sighed inwardly. Friend Luo, this is the consequence of your own entangled emotions. I can offer no assistance. You must seek your own fortune. On the debating stage, Luo Yuan, having been forced back by a single stroke, adjusted her inner energy and swiftly employed her technique to mend the sword scar before her. She gazed at Gu Qingshang with confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. Saintess of the Ningjian sect, why are you here? In her recollection, previous contests of doctrines had always been attended by the sect leader in person. Why had this time been substituted by the sect's saintess? Fortunate indeed that I came personally. Gu Qingshang retorted coldly, her sword still unwaveringly pointed toward Luo Yuan. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have remained oblivious, perhaps falling victim to your machinations. Gu Qingshang's tone was as incisive as the blade in her hand, cutting straight to the heart of the matter without a hint of mercy. Her display matched the expectations of the audience, two unparalleled beauties engaging in a fierce rivalry, likely over a man who wouldn't relish such a spectacle. In the viewing area, some had already begun to speculate on the implications of Gu Qingshang's words. Oblivious. What does that mean? What is the Qingshang fairy implying? It was hard to say. Perhaps there were private grievances among her, the head of the Tianzong, and Luo Yuan. I doubt it's merely grievances. This is clearly a matter of emotional entanglement. Did you not hear the Qingshang fairy's initial words? Do not touch him? The implication is unmistakable. Amidst the audience, diverse opinions flourished, with nearly everyone pondering the intricate relationships between the three individuals. The presiding master Wuzhu finally learned a lesson, choosing to silently observe the unfolding drama, thinking to himself, as long as I remain silent, no one can fault me. On the debating stage, Luo Yuan faced Gu Qingshang's sudden accusation with evident confusion. She narrowed her eyes, perplexed. Saintess, what do you mean by oblivious? I do not comprehend your words. Had it been anyone else daring to speak to her thus, Luo Yuan would have swiftly responded. Yet, given that her opponent was the saintess of the Ningxian sect, a formidable force in its own right, even as the head of the Tianzong, she had to tread carefully. Furthermore, having just met Luo Yuan, she did not wish to make a poor impression from the outset. Before Luo Yuan, she preferred to embody the innocent and naive Luo Yuan, rather than the aloof and haughty head of the Tianzong that the world perceived. Do you not understand what I am saying? Humph. The head of the Tianzong feigns ignorance quite artfully. A cold smile crept onto Gu Qingshang's face as she replied icily. The Tianzong has always prided itself on pursuing the Tao, severing human desires, with its practices named in the spirit of transcending emotions. Yet, as the head of the Tianzong, you not only fail to uphold the sect's regulations but actively lead the way in breaking them, entangling yourself with a man who is already committed. Do you truly not grasp the gravity of your actions? Her words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the debating hall in stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It took several breaths before anyone could recover from the shock, incredulously muttering, entangling with a man? How could the head of the Tianzong possibly pursue a man? Who is this man of whom she speaks? Could he be the one whom the Qingshang fairy holds dear? Needless to say, it must be Luo Yuan, the one brought by the head of the Ren sect. Gu Qingshang's statement indirectly affirmed her relationship with Luo Yuan. My earlier conjecture was indeed correct. There is an emotional entanglement among these three. The image repository NS, unsurprisingly. My first attempt to escape the little black room ended in failure, much as I had anticipated. I expect it will take another 1 or 2 tries. Dear Guardians, please lend your support to resurrect me for the competition. Chapter 102. Neither side yielding. The intensifying arena of conflict gossip spreads like a grave plague. Once disseminated, it proliferates at a terrifying speed. At this very moment, as tens of thousands of spectators learned of the undisclosed entanglements between Luo Yuan, Gu Qingshang, and Luo Yuan, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the entire debate arena. Almost all the audience's attention shifted to the nature of their relationship, while the timing of the discourse regarding the sect rivalry became a secondary concern. On the debate platform, facing Gu Qingshang's relentless provocations, Luo Yuan could no longer hold back. She spoke firmly. Though Fairy Qi possesses some understanding of our heavenly sect's doctrines, it remains superficial. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the sword techniques practiced by your sect also require a heart untainted, clear at all times. If Fairy Qi can harbor feelings under such conditions, why may I not? Furthermore, you assert that I am the interloper, yet how can you be so certain that you are the original party, and I the intruder? Luo Yuan's series of retorts demonstrated her unwillingness to concede. Not only did she deftly sidestep Gu Qingshang's pointed remarks, but she also skillfully returned the question, presenting a conundrum to her adversary. In other words, while you insist that I am the latecomer, you remain oblivious to the fact that you are the one intruding upon another's affections. The utterances fell upon the ears of the audience like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of discussion throughout the venue. This has certainly become intriguing. The master of the heavenly sect and the saintess of the both adamantly assert that the other is the interloper. It appears that today's dispute over the rightful lineage is far from resolution. Setting aside other matters, the young man brought by the master of the human sect is indeed a fortunate one, managing to capture the affections of 2 celestial maidens simultaneously. Master, I have once again changed my mind. I have come to realize that cultivating in the southern spirit domain and practicing swordsmanship in the eastern spirit domain seem to hold little promise. I wish to go to the Xianin pavilion to listen to music. For the onlookers surrounding them, the truth of the matter bears little significance. To them, the identity of the interloper is of no essential difference, after all, regardless of the circumstance. It will undoubtedly be news capable of shaking the very foundations of the 4 spirit domains. The master of the heavenly sect and the saintess of it, willing to meddle in another's affections for the sake of a man, secretly entangled with him. Should this information be divulged, countless hearts among the men of the eastern spirit domain and the southern spirit domain would undoubtedly be left shattered. On the opposite end of the Tao platform, Gu Qingshang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Her brows furrowed slowly, and her demeanor grew increasingly solemn. She had initially believed that, Upon casting the heavy bombshell of sect regulations into the fray, her opponent would promptly retreat in deference. After all, as the leader of a sect, one would anticipate a degree of concern for one's own reputation. Even if not for her own sake, one would think there would be some consideration for the sect's standing. However, to her utter astonishment, the master of the heavenly sect not only exhibited no such reservations but appeared to be, rather willing, to openly acknowledge the relationship with Luo Yuan in front of the gathered crowd. For her, a Taoist priestess, this did not seem to be an act of shame. In fact, she appeared to take some delight in it. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Gazing at the expressionless Luo Yuan before her, the saintess of the Ningjian sect sensed an unsettling discrepancy. This sentiment mirrors her initial encounter with the empress in the grand capital of Dane. Steeling herself, she spoke once more. Who is the newcomer? This question, I believe, the leader of the heavenly sect understands all too well. Furthermore, although I lack the formal title of a Tao partner with Luo Yuan, we have already engaged in all that is customary between such partners. I have met his mentors, senior sisters, and adoptive father. Is there truly a need for further clarification regarding the legitimacy of our bond? In other words, we have already established a genuine partnership. Having met his mentors and adoptive father implies that I have already made the acquaintance of his elders. While the words may not explicitly state it, their implications are undeniably potent. It is as if I am on the verge of announcing, we have completed all the necessary rituals, save for the final step. Initially, Luo Yuan was bewildered, questioning how his relationship with Gu Qingshang had reached such a level. However, upon reflection, her assertions held a semblance of truth. Yes, she had indeed met his mentors and senior sisters that day when she came to request his presence, and she was not mistaken about meeting his adoptive father, as they had exchanged brief greetings at the Glory of Kings tournament. Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, upon closer inspection, it seemed rather acceptable. In the audience, Bai Ruoli's expression paled upon hearing Gu Qingshang's words. Even with her typically good-natured temperament, she nearly lost her composure and lashed out. Indeed, mercy shown to one's adversary can often be a cruelty to oneself. Gu Qingshang should have expelled her without hesitation when she initially sought his presence. In this manner, a multitude of subsequent troubles would be averted. As those in the know, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli could immediately grasp Gu Qingshang's subtle intentions. However, Luo Yuan was in a different predicament. Having had no prior interactions with Gu Qingshang or the entirety of the Xianin sect, she was naturally oblivious to the veracity of the other's words. Coupled with Luo Yuan's somewhat troubled and ever-changing demeanor, it seemed to affirm that Gu Qingshang's assertions bore truth. Faced with this scene, she found herself in a quandary. She distinctly recalled that Master Ningju had left behind a final testament before his passing. Due to the blessings received at the time of his ordination, Luo Yuan was able to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. During this significant period of blankness, Luo Yuan would have to undergo the monumental processes of bodily reconstitution and memory reconstruction before his memories fully awakened. Any interaction he had with other women would be entirely normal. If, perchance, he and Gu Qingshang had developed feelings for each other during this interval, it would not be the fault of either party. Thus, she pondered how she ought to confront this situation and what choices lay before her. Should she resolutely resist and compel Luo Yuan to make a decision? Or perhaps, adopt a different perspective and coexist harmoniously with this saintess of the Ningjian sect? In terms of identity, beauty, and status, the other seemed to match her in every regard. Becoming sisters with such a woman, standing by Luo Yuan's side, did not seem entirely unacceptable. Just as Luo Yuan wrestled with her indecision, a sultry and enchanting laughter suddenly echoed through the discussion hall. Sisters, why must you struggle fiercely over a scoundrel? With the sound of her voice fading, a slender figure began to materialize in the space above the discussion hall. Clad in a flowing black gown, her graceful form appeared to undulate beneath the fabric. Unadorned by makeup, her ethereal beauty was nonetheless captivating, her eyes resembling tranquil autumn pools, imbued with depth and mystery. Beneath her delicate nose, her lips, naturally rosy, curved slightly upward, emanating a gentle smile that seemed capable of dispelling the world's worries, luring one willingly into the web of her illusions. Such enchanting grace, such exquisite beauty. In an instant, the majority of male cultivators present were rendered somewhat spellbound. Who is this celestial being, appearing as if she were on par with the two on the discussion platform? What on earth is happening today? It seems as though these stunning beauties are appearing in droves without a care. Master, I deeply apologize, but I must. No, which sect does she belong to? Upon discerning the face of the newcomer in the air, Luo Yuan's heart suddenly sank. A chilling sensation washing over him from head to toe. This is bad, truly dire. The two women before him, already embroiled in a heated dispute, had been a considerable headache, and now, here comes Mo Xian, eager to stir the pot even further. The enchantress chose this moment to appear, neither too early nor too late, clearly intent on stirring up trouble. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally understood the peculiar condition proposed by Mo Xian during their dealings with the witchcraft sect. It became evident that she had been plotting this from the very beginning. She aimed to unveil herself amidst the turmoil of the ideological dispute, under the gaze of all present. Just then, a few cultivators from the southern spirit domain suddenly sensed something amiss and pointed at the figure in the sky, exclaiming, "No, she is from the witchcraft sect." The mere mention of the witchcraft sect sent a chill through the crowd. Its reputation within the four spirit domains was hardly pristine. Rather, it was notoriously infamous. Their actions were driven solely by self-interest, disregarding the consequences and thus offending many. Consequently, most cultivators regarded members of the witchcraft sect as ruthless villains. For this reason, when Mo Xian made her entrance, few connected her to the witchcraft sect. Lu Yinxian looked up at the suddenly appearing Mo Xian, her expression darkening. She furrowed her brow and reprimanded the elders responsible for maintaining order. Can any of you explain why our sect's ideological dispute allows this witch from the witchcraft sect to brazenly intrude? Though her tone was not heavy, it carried an unmistakable chill. The elders felt a wave of dread wash over them, as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. They stood frozen, hardly daring to breathe. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Xian's unimpeded entry into the debate arena was not due to a lapse in order, but rather a consequence of the prior agreement she had made with Luo Yuan. She had arranged for Xian Songzi to make the necessary preparations, allowing her to appear at the opportune moment. In the sky, Missouri Xian descended gracefully, landing steadily on the debate platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Yunxian, speaking with a seemingly profound intent. It is said that the leader of the heavenly sect is aloof and detached from human sentiments. Seeing you today, it appears to be half true. Lu Yunxian ignored her words, coldly retorting, Mo Xian, as the holy maiden of your sect, why are you not in the main hall of the witchcraft sect but instead here in our debate arena? Could it be that this year your sect is short on resources and has come to our heavenly sect to beg? The heavenly sect and the witchcraft sect had long been at odds. Lu Yunxian, though unaware of Mo Xian's true intentions, had no intention of offering her any cordiality. Moreover, she had more pressing matters to address regarding her relationship with Gu Qingshang and Luo Yuan. Holy maiden? The moment the words left her lips, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had suspected that the sudden appearance of this woman might signify something extraordinary, but they never imagined she was the holy maiden of the witchcraft sect. The leader of the heavenly sect was indeed jesting. While resources in the witchcraft sect were not overly abundant, they certainly had their own means. If they truly found themselves in dire straits, they would not resort to begging. They would simply take what they needed. Mo Xian stifled a laugh, gracefully approaching Luo Yuan while saying, I have come today for a matter of greater significance. Greater significance? Lu Yunxian's brows knitted together at these words, sensing something amiss as she observed Mo Xian's advance toward Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshang felt an instinctive sense of crisis as Mo Xian drew closer to Luo Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, she arrived at a resolute conclusion. This woman from the witchcraft sect was undoubtedly targeting Luo Yuan. In the next breath, she shifted her stance, directing her sword toward Mo Xian and warned, Enchantress, the enmity between the witchcraft sect and the heavenly sect is your affair, and I do not meddle in it. However, if you dare to lay a hand on this man beside me, do not blame me for being merciless with my blade. Gu Qingshang maintained her straightforward approach, cutting to the heart of the matter to prevent any potential for verbal sparring. However, while this tactic might prove effective against others, it bore no weight against Mo Xian. Mo Xian's gaze flitted over Gu Qingshang, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, This sister possesses such exquisite beauty. Yet her temperament is as sharp as the sword she wields. But do not worry, I am not here to vie for your man. My purpose is solely to request something from the gentleman beside you. This item is closely related to the insects I craft, and only young Master Luo can provide it. Requesting something? And it pertains to witchcraft? The revelation sparked a commotion among the audience. It was widely known that if the witchcraft sect coveted something, they typically sent someone to seize it directly. At the very least, they would resort to coercion or persuasion to compel a trade. Rarely did they adopt such a humble approach to request something from another. Was it possible that Luo Yuan, brought here by the sect's leader, had some clandestine connection with the witchcraft sect? Or perhaps he shared an inexplicable relationship with the holy maiden herself? Curiosity swept through the crowd, compelling their gazes toward Luo Yuan. Even Lu Yunxian and Gu Qingshang on the debate platform instinctively turned their eyes toward him, their expressions tinged with a hint of undeniable suspicion. On the other side, Luo Yuan, the man at the center of it all, felt equally bewildered upon hearing Imo Shiyan's words. Requesting something? What could she possibly want? What did I possess that could be related to witchcraft? If anything, it was that item she had lost to him in the Soul Lotus secret realm. Yet, that object was one-time use and irreplaceable. How am I to repay her? Moreover, I was clearly the more passive party from the outset. If one were to insist, it should be I who seeks something from her. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan composed himself and tentatively inquired, Miss Mo, forgive my ignorance, but may I ask what it is you wish to request from me? Regardless of the outcome, it was prudent to ascertain her intentions first. Should I inadvertently admit to any connection with Imo Shiyan, I would surely face the murderous glares of the two ladies behind me. Indeed, young Master Luo, it seems the affluent are often forgetful, Imo Shiyan remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she continued, do you truly not know what I desire? Seeing Luo Yuan engage in conversation, her demeanor softened as she elaborated. In that secret realm, we were compelled to utilize the blood-collecting goo of my witchcraft sect to restore our spiritual energy. The goo worms are exceptionally delicate. Their initial cultivation relies on the vitality of the first blood donor. It has been quite some time since we last replenished their energy, and if we do not provide sustenance soon, the meticulously crafted goo worms may perish. Thus, what I seek is not some trinket, but rather a few drops of your blood, young Master Luo. Imo Shiyan's words were delivered with precision and sincerity, her expression seemingly innocent, as if she were genuinely requesting sustenance for the goo worms. However, this was merely the immediate reaction of those present. Within moments, some began to discern the underlying implications of her words. The blood-collecting goo? The saintess of the witchcraft sect just claimed she and Luo Yuan had utilized the blood-collecting goo? Did this not imply? To think that Luo Yuan was involved in such affairs, having resorted to blood-collecting goo. I had underestimated him, believing his entanglements with two enchanting fairies to be his limit. Little did I expect he would turn around and attract a third, to simultaneously enjoy the company of three fairies. Such fortune, if only I could partake, I would gladly trade 1,000 years of life for it. In the realm of spirits, not everyone possesses a comprehensive understanding of goo techniques. Yet, the mere mention of blood-collecting goo suggests its significance. Thus, the moment Imo Shiyan uttered those words, their implications were clear. Beside them, Gu Qingshang's gaze turned icy, her hand gripping the sword as she began to subtly channel her spiritual energy. On the other side, Lu Yunxian's expression hardened, an almost tangible aura of killing intent enveloping her. At this moment, both women shared an unspoken thought. They had been openly insulted by this enchantress. The audacity of the opponent to brazenly declare her affair with their man in front of thousands. They had not even reacted immediately. In fact, before her declaration, they had contemplated whether she was truly there to request something. Reflecting on it now, what a ridiculous and humiliating situation. These two proud women, typically so dignified, found themselves united in a rare alliance. In their esteemed positions, they had never endured such a disgrace. Yet, now they were confronted with this affront from the witchcraft sect's enchantress. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. In the next instant, Lu Yunxian wielded her feathered fan, while Gu Qingshang unsheathed her long sword. An overwhelming wave of pressure surged towards Imo Shiyan, swiftly locking onto whoever assumes this role would inevitably succumb to overwhelming frustration. Beside her, Gu Qingshang appeared considerably more forthright, maintaining an unsparing disposition towards any woman attempting to approach Luo Yuan. Engaging in idle chatter with this enchantress was futile. Much like that foul woman from the northern spirit domain, she was adept only at employing beguiling tactics. Faced with the two fiercely assertive women, Imo Shiyan exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, she spoke with calm assurance. Sisters, I share a bond of adversity with young Master Luo. Should you inadvertently harm me, the man beside you might very well feel a pang of sorrow. Upon hearing this, the dissatisfaction and jealousy on the faces of the two women deepened. Truly, It resonates with the adage that the most challenging adversaries often disguise themselves as the most innocent. They would not confront you directly, instead adopting a demeanor of utmost humility, feigning vulnerability while harboring ulterior motives, creating an illusion that they possess no designs on your man, merely admiring his talents. Yet, beneath such pretense lay an insidious undercurrent. Should you lower your guard or believe their words, prepare to be ensnared. Luo, hailing from the witchcraft sect, was undoubtedly a master of this art, her skills in tea ceremony reaching unparalleled heights. Even Luo Yuan, the esteemed leader of the Tianzong, and Gu Qingshang, the saintess of the Ningjian sect, found themselves momentarily at a loss against her. On one hand, their desire to discipline this enchantress had reached its zenith. On the other, they were apprehensive about the potential entanglement between Luo Yuan and Luo. Should they act rashly and injure her? It would ultimately be Luo Yuan who found himself in a precarious situation. In essence, while their feelings of disdain and vigilance towards Luo were profound, their concern for Luo Yuan remained paramount. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yuan withdrew her feather duster and spoke coldly. Luo, for Luo Yuan's sake, I shall spare you this time. However, should you dare to intrude upon the Tianzong's territory again, do not expect any mercy. Her words were artfully crafted, redirecting the rationale for her earlier aggression towards the notion of trespassing rather than engaging in a dispute over a man, thus preventing Luo from exploiting any weakness. Seeing Luo Yuan relent, Gu Qingshang too refrained from further escalation, merely scoffing as she sheathed her sword. Enchantress, today I shall let you go. But should you dare to covet my man again, I, the saintess, will vanquish your witchcraft sect. As the foremost sect in the Eastern Spirit domain, the Ningjian sect held considerable power, and as its future leader, Gu Qingshang possessed both confidence and authority in her declaration. Nevertheless, such threats bore little weight for Luo, a ruthless sorceress who had offended countless sects and amassed innumerable foes. This display of hostility was mere trifles to her. With an exaggerated expression of fear, she patted her chest and feigned innocence. Sisters, you truly humble me. My delicate stature merely led to a fleeting interaction with young Master Luo. How could I dare entertain improper desires? What I seek today is but a few traces of his blood essence, which I require to nurture the supplementary worm. Once it matures, I assure you, I shall not encroach upon young Master Luo further. Luo's demeanor remained non-confrontational, seemingly faultless at first glance. However, a closer examination revealed numerous flaws in her reasoning. It is crucial to understand that nurturing a worm takes an extensive period, from cultivation to maturation. It typically spans at least a decade. The time required for special worms like the supplementary type is even more protracted, ranging from several decades to potentially a century. By the time the worm matures, Luo Yuan would likely have been completely drained. Luo Yuan and Gu Qingshang quickly grasped this implication, their previously suppressed anger surging anew as they began to gather their spiritual energy. Yet, before they could speak again, a voice